The night, like a piece of black silk, tightly wraps the Fanine Temple. Everything was silent except for a few candles flickering in the breeze. However, the tranquility was suddenly torn apart by the sound of swords and guns fighting. The sound seemed particularly abrupt in the silent night. But the noise came and went quickly. The blink of an eye, silence returned. Quan Minghe was wearing a horror mask, and his expression hidden by the mask looked gloomy and terrifying. He returned to the room that the temple had arranged for him. Today, he deliberately concealed his identity and entered the Fanine Temple in disguise, but he never expected that he would still be assassinated. It seems that there are spies around him. Master, are you all right? Who was standing aside, looked nervous, with beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead. No problem. Quan Minghe spat out these two words coldly, but his eyes were fixed on the not-so-deep knife scar on his arm. Without any hesitation, he reached out and tore off a piece of clothing, then bandaged his arm swiftly and skillfully, his eyes still as cold as ice. What did you find out? Master, the assassin tonight might be from the former Jinlin kingdom. I don't know how they found out that you had come to the Fanine Temple tonight, and they lay in wait here early in the morning. His master's whereabouts have been exposed, and he has no choice but to take responsibility. I thought that the arrangements for this trip were foolproof and all parties were on high alert, but I didn't expect such a mistake to happen. On Earth was so bold as to reveal the whereabouts of the master? Zhao Tsong gritted his teeth secretly. In the light of the candle, Quan Minghe's eyes flickered like cold stars that appeared and disappeared in the night sky. The silent space, there were only the slightly heavy breathing sounds of him and Zhao Kong. The depressing atmosphere made Zhao Tsong frightened. Today's assassination. But compared to this, the spy who leaked the master's whereabouts is the one who deserves the death penalty. After returning to the palace, he will definitely investigate everyone around his master thoroughly. Before Quan Minghe could figure out a solution, he suddenly felt his body starting to heat up. A strange feeling of heat quickly rose from deep inside the body and spread throughout the body in an instant. Darn it! Quan Minghe couldn't help but curse under his breath and frown tightly. Master, what's wrong with you? Quan Minghe felt the desire rising rapidly in his body. He bit his back teeth. A thought suddenly flashed through my mind. To have some idea about the things that I have been unable to figure out. Go find a woman. Quan Minghe tried hard to suppress the unbearable heat in his body. Zhao Tsong's pupils suddenly shrank. Subconsciously, he glanced at the wound on his master's arm. There's an aphrodisiac on this knife? What kind of assassin is so despicable as to smear aphrodisiac on his weapon? Could it be that someone in the harem did it? Many speculations flashed through Zhao Tsong's mind, but he couldn't think too much at the moment. Master, I will send someone to look for him right away. Zhao Tsong did not dare to be negligent and turned to leave the room. When he arrived at the door, he quickly gathered a few of his men and rushed to find the woman. But Fanine Temple is a quiet Buddhist place, without even a female nun. Where can he find a woman for his master in such a short time? The moonlight shines down and the Fanine Temple is located on the mountain. The two girls came all the way up from the path because they knew there was a marriage tree outside the Fanine Temple and wanted to go there to pray. There were a lot of people here during the day, but at night there were only the two of them. Miss, why do you come to Fanine Temple so late at night? A woman in yellow clothes and a maid's bun had a worried look on her face. Shidong has been with her young lady since she was young. This time, the young lady came to Tianjing to get married and insisted on coming to Fanine Temple late at night. No amount of dissuasion could help. Fortunately, we haven't entered the city yet. We are still in the suburbs and there is no one to restrain us, so the young lady can do what she wants. Shen Yuling raised her head slightly and looked towards the Fanine Temple, which looked even more solemn and dignified under the moonlight, and then set her sights on the marriage tree. His eyes were filled with longing. I'm getting married soon, and I haven't met my future husband yet, so I want to come to the Fanine Temple to pray. I have so many wishes. Shen Yuling straightened her light pink straight hem gown. Put your hands together and face the marriage tree. She was wearing a cross-collar, right-fronted style, which should have seemed a bit old-fashioned. But when she wore it, the perfect cut highlighted her slender neck and snow-white skin. Under the moonlight, it exudes a soft luster, beautiful like a dream. She had a lavender silk belt around her waist, with a round jade pendant tied to it. The jade pendant was warm and transparent in texture. When you shake it gently, it will make a crisp and pleasant sound. What a beautiful woman! Shitong behind her was stunned when she saw her young lady. The beauty of the lady? Shen Yuling stroked her bright face. Am I good-looking? Shitong nodded without hesitation. If the lady were not pretty, there would be no pretty people in this world. Shen Yuling smiled and said, So my first wish is... She closed her eyes slightly, with a pious look on her face. I wish my beloved is handsome, with starry eyes and sword-like eyebrows, and a face as beautiful as jade that makes people love him. After all, her parents are both very good-looking people, and she herself is also good-looking, so her future husband must naturally be a handsome man with outstanding looks. Shitong couldn't help but smile. My young lady, as thoughts are so straightforward and cute. Shen Yuling opened her eyes and touched her ink-black hair again. Second, I wish that my beauty will last forever. My face will always be beautiful, my hair will be as black as ink, and time will pass slowly. She is now at the age when she loves beauty. Of course, she hopes that her youthful appearance will last forever and that she will always be so beautiful. Thinking of the third wish, a hint of shyness emerged. Her eyes showed more longing, and her voice became softer. My third wish is that our love will never end, that I can stay with you without regrets, and that we can be happy together day and night. Shitong smiled and joked. Miss, your wish is so beautiful. I believe God will hear your prayers and make your wishes come true. Shen Yuling patted Shitong's arm. He scolded her. You are the only one who can say nice things. But even though she said this, her heart was full of expectations. Then he continued to make wishes with great interest. 4 wishes. 5 wishes. Shen Yuling deliberately lowered her voice. The excitement and anticipation in her tone could not be suppressed. With full of longing in my heart, in the quiet night of Fanyin Temple, I whispered my expectations for the future. Zhao Tsong led a group of people and searched anxiously around the Fanyin Temple. Just when he was feeling anxious and at a loss, by coincidence, he vaguely saw the figures of 2 girls under the marriage tree not far away. Zhao Tsong's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had seen a life-saving straw. He slowed down his pace, approached, and listened to their conversation with his ears perked up. The woman called Miss had a soft and gentle voice, and her words were full of longing for her future marriage. It seemed that she already had an engagement, and from her words, one could clearly feel that she was looking forward to the upcoming marriage. However, as her wild and imaginative wishes came out one after another, such as a handsome lover and endless love, the more she said, the more illusory their wishes seemed. Zhao Tsong was listening at the side and couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. This lady is too naive. In today's world, it is not easy to find such a perfect husband. In the palace, so when he met a girl who was as good as a little white rabbit, he couldn't bear to take her to his master. However, Zhao Tsong neither had the mood to express much emotion on this matter, nor did he have that much kindness. The most pressing issue is that the master has been drugged, and a woman is urgently needed to remove the drug's effects. The master is the most noble person in the world, and his health cannot afford to make the slightest mistake. Even if this young lady is engaged, what does it matter in comparison? Having the opportunity to help the master solve his problems is a blessing that no one else can ask for. Perhaps this young lady will have a bright future. Thinking of this, Zhao Tsong no longer hesitated and quickly surrounded them with his men. Who are you? Shitong was having a lively chat with her young lady when she suddenly saw a dozen people appearing. She was startled and subconsciously stood in front of the young lady. There was a look of vigilance in his eyes, and although his voice was trembling a little, he still pretended to be calm as he scolded. Zhao Tsong did not answer, but just gave him a look. A sturdy subordinate dressed in black beside him understood his intention instantly and stepped forward like a ghost. He raised his hand and knocked Shidong to the ground with ease. Shen Yuling was so frightened that her face turned pale and her voice began to tremble. "What do you want to do? Do you know who I am? If you dare to hurt me, neither my father nor my future husband will let you go." She spoke. She stepped back, her heart filled with fear. But he tried hard to appear tough, trying to intimidate these uninvited guests. Zhao Tsong still didn't say anything, but frowned slightly again, and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Could it be that this lady has an extraordinary identity? However, the situation is urgent at the moment, and the master cannot wait. No matter who she is, how can she be more important than the safety of her master? Thinking of this, Zhao Tsong no longer hesitated and raised his hand. Another man in black stepped forward quickly, tapped Shen Yuling's sleeping point with his finger, and landed precisely on it. Shen Yuling's body softened, and she fell slowly. She was caught by the man in black and then hurriedly taken away. But no one could see that Shidong, who had been knocked unconscious, opened her eyes after lying on the ground for a while, looked in the direction where her young lady was taken away, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. The young lady is truly worthy of being a movie queen. With such acting skills and scheming, her system still has a lot to learn from the host. But her acting today was also good. In the room, the candlelight flickered, and the light and shadows swayed on the walls. Quan Minghe was alone in the room, the heat in his body caused by the aphrodisiac spreading wildly. His face flushed and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Lustrous black and gold brocade robe now felt like a restraint. He untied it in annoyance and threw it aside casually. Quan Minghe tried to use his inner strength to resist the effect of the aphrodisiac, but he didn't know what the formula of this medicine was or how it was made. The more he resisted, the heat would rebound more violently after it subsided a little. Wave after wave, almost completely devouring his sanity. Quan Minghe was half lying on the bed, holding on to the last bit of clarity. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of creaking and the door hinge turning. Quan Minghe, with his eyes closed, originally thought that it was Zhao Tsong who came back. He moved his ears slightly, catching the sound of footsteps, and his heart sank suddenly. The sound of footsteps. No, it's not Zhao Tsong's. In an instant, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes shot out a sharp light like a blade. The door slowly opened, and a woman appeared at the door. He looks to be about 16 or 17 years old. Her appearance is pretty, it is not the kind of stunningly outstanding. It was just those eyes, clear and innocent, with a hint of confusion in the dim candlelight.
"Who are you?"
Quan Minghe's voice was hoarse and dark at this moment, as if it had been polished by sandpaper. Depressed and irritable. As soon as the woman came in, she saw the man with his upper body naked and a scary mask on his face. I was panicked for a moment. She was a child from a poor family. Her younger brother was seriously ill, and they were worried about having no money to treat him. Today someone told her that if she came to Fanyin Temple tonight to take care of a patient, she would be paid to save her brother. For her brother's sake, she gritted her teeth and came. At this moment, facing this strange and dangerous man in front of him, he was so scared that he couldn't even speak clearly.
I.
The woman stammered, her face flushed red. The man pursed his exposed thin lips tightly, and his eyes looked like those of the Lord of Hell. The woman's fear grew even more severe, and her tongue seemed to be tied up, and she couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Quan Minghe looked at the timid woman, and a trace of disgust spread across his heart. Another person who is trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful.
"Who sent you?"
"An aunt asked me to come." The woman didn't dare to look up. Her voice was as soft as the hum of a mosquito, and her hands were unconsciously twisting the corners of her clothes. Aunt? Could it be that the concubines in the harem were plotting against him? However, the feeling of exploding in his body was too strong at this moment, and his rationality was already crumbling under the impact of desire. He had to compromise for the time being. Forget it. I'll just use this woman's aphrodisiac tonight to get rid of the problem. Tomorrow will be the day of her death. Quan Minghe never does anything that would make him feel wronged, but everything that happened one after another tonight was like a thorn in his side, filling him with displeasure and disgust.
Come over.
An extremely cold voice filled the woman's ears. She was of low status and was used to following orders from others. Hearing such a cold order, she dared not disobey at all. She lowered her head and walked over slowly. Is this the so-called patient that I have to take care of tonight? He is so powerful that he must be either a high-ranking official or a royal relative. How can a little girl like me, who comes from a poor family, take care of him? Quan Minghe leaned over slightly and reached out his hand to lift her chin. Under the flickering candlelight, he carefully looked at the face in front of him. Her appearance was not stunningly beautiful, she was still pleasing to his eyes. Just as Quan Minghe was about to pull the woman directly onto the bed, the door was opened again with a creaky sound. Master, I found a woman for you. Zhao Tsong's voice came in anxiously, but he paused halfway through his words when he saw the woman kneeling at his master's feet. Why did a woman suddenly come? Quan Minghe's eyes instantly shifted away from the woman at his feet and looked towards the door. Down at the woman at his feet again, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. Under his feet was clearly sent to him by someone who had deliberately plotted against him. The purpose behind it was self-evident. The woman who was sleeping at the door was brought by Zhao Kong. Perhaps she had good intentions. In a flash, Quan Minghe had made his choice. Bring it here. Zhao Tsong quickly responded and asked his men to put Shen Yuling on Quan Minghe's bed. Quan Minghe glanced at the woman who was still kneeling at his feet with a cold expression. Take her away and check her out. Yes. Zhao Tsong responded respectfully, then hurriedly retreated with his men and closed the door. Only Quan Minghe and the sleeping Shen Yuling were left in the room. Quan Minghe's eyes fell on the woman. She was not wearing any makeup at the moment, but she was still so bright and beautiful that people could not take their eyes off her. She had curved eyebrows, naturally red lips, delicate features like a painting, a small and round face, all natural and beautiful. Her whole face was like a blooming peony, gorgeous and eye-catching, even more beautiful than any other woman in his harem. Quan Minghe only felt his breathing becoming heavier and his atoms apple rolling. An uncontrollable heat surged up in my body again. Without any hesitation, he reached out and tore off the woman's clothes. The girl was unconscious at the moment, so Quan Minghe did not do anything to comfort her. Shen Yuling was suddenly awakened by a sharp pain. The unfamiliar feeling made her scared. When I opened my eyes, I could only see the man's hideous mask and the deep black eyes beneath the mask. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. Pain. Ace-hole, let me go. She was about to marry the Prince of Lingyang, who was personally arranged by the current emperor, but who could have imagined that before the wedding date, she would encounter misfortune and lose her virginity. Shen Yuling came to her senses. She struggled desperately, using her small hands to push away the man on her. His face showed resentment and helplessness. Today was an accident. I will take responsibility for you. As Quan Minghe spoke, he stretched out his big hand, grasped Shen Yuling's wrist, and with a little force, pinned her hands above her head, making her unable to move. I have a husband, let me go.
Pervert.
Bad guy. I will make Daddy chop off your head.
Quan Minghe just snarat.
This woman is clearly still a pure. Could it be that her husband is inhumane? As for what she said about her father being able to chop off other people's heads, as long as her father dares, he can try. The effect of the medicine on Quan Minghe's body has not yet worn off, and his mind is becoming more and more dizzy. In addition, the girl under him had tears in her eyes, a rosy little mouth, and a charming face. The body is more out of control. Outside, the moon hung high in the night sky, casting a cool glow. In the house lasted. Shen Yuling had disheveled hair and a pretty face. From her mouth couldn't be controlled and leaked out. She didn't know how many times the man had done it to her. She just felt that her body was almost not her own. Quan Minghe gradually came to his senses and stopped after he was able to control his body. At this time, Shen Yuling's voice was so hoarse that she could hardly make any sound, and her tears had dried up. I won't let you go. Quan Minghe looked at her. Tonight was indeed her unprovoked disaster. But now that things have come to this, then take her into the harem. Shen Yuling felt the hand on her waist gently stroking her again, and she subconsciously refused.
No, no.
But her voice, as delicate as a kitten's, made Quan Minghe even hotter. Pull the person back into your arms. Just like that, in the endless entanglement and struggle, the night gradually faded away. As the sky brightened, the noise in the room finally stopped. The tear marks at the corners of the woman's eyes were clearly visible, the traces left by tears that had dried and flowed and dried over and over again. At this moment, she was so tired that she fell asleep. Quan Minghe glanced at her, stood up, put on his clothes, and walked out the door with big strides. If you dare to plot against him, you are simply courting death. In a coma, opened her eyes after Quan Minghe left. Washed by tears appeared exceptionally bright and clear, but deep in the eyes, there was a sense of satisfaction of success. Quan Minghe, I may be entangled with you for the rest of my life. It would be great if I could use this knife of yours. Shen Yuling endured the uncomfortable feeling in her body. The whole night, his carefully maintained body. The Shen family guards the northwest, quite close to the western regions. Therefore, Shen Yuling often went to the western regions when she was a child. The western regions were a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery, and had many miraculous recipes for maintaining good health. Not only did she learn those prescriptions one by one, she also went to learn the unique dance from the western regions. In her spare time, she would practice yoga learned from modern times and combine it with some modern maintenance methods. As it is now, even she herself can't let go of her own body. Although Quan Minghe was an emperor, he was not obsessed with women. But sometimes, just a trace of heartache, a trace of reluctance, and a trace of impatience are enough to make things have a completely different ending. Shen Yuling quickly put on her clothes and ran away. Shen Mansion. Shen Yuling was lying on the beauty couch with a graceful figure. It is the season when flowers are in full bloom. The colorful flowers outside the window are vying for beauty. The rich floral fragrance drifts into the house with the spring breeze, permeating every inch of the air. The gentle spring breeze ruffled Shen Yuling's black hair. Strands of hair danced in the wind like ink, and from time to time they gently hit her face, which was more beautiful than a flower. It adds a bit of alluring charm to her. She has been in this world for 16 years, and her only purpose is revenge. Revenge. She is about to marry Prince Feng Maheng of Lingyang County and his concubine Lu Jingyi, as well as Lu Jiaoyi, the almost all-powerful concubine in Quan Minghe's harem. Therefore, she had to get involved with Quan Minghe before marrying Feng Maheng, enter the harem as a remarried woman, and get rid of Lu Jiaoyi. Shen Yuling is an actor in modern times. No, to be precise, it is the actors who have no background to rely on and are struggling in the entertainment industry. She encountered the system. She had just been nominated for Best Actress. In modern times, Shen Yuling has both popularity and acting skills, is focused on her career, and has no scandals. She is considered a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. She thought she would definitely win the Best Actress award this year, but who could have imagined that she would fail again in the end? This is the third time she has been nominated for Best Actress, but the third time she has been forced to runner-up. Shen Yuling couldn't help but feel helpless and ridiculous. The world of fame and fortune in Beijing and Shanghai is indeed complicated and difficult to stand out. The Best Actress trophy passed Shen Yuling by, but she was quite carefree and didn't dwell on it too much. Night. After returning to his spacious and comfortable 300-square-meter residence, he simply washed up and lay down on the soft big bed. Soon, he fell into a peaceful sleep. However, this sleep was not ordinary. After falling asleep, she felt dizzy and then was inexplicably pulled by a powerful force, as if she was trapped in an endless vortex. When she came to her senses, she found herself in a strange space. There was a vast expanse of white all around, with no end in sight. The only thing in front of me was a virtual screen emitting a soft glow, with some incomprehensible characters and patterns flashing on it. To this day, she still clearly remembers the conversation between her and the so-called galaxy system. This may be the professional quality that an actor has developed over the years. He can always remember everything he has experienced in great detail. Dear Miss Shen, Galaxy System is at your service. A clear and lovely girl's voice rang out in the silent space. On the screen, which is thoughtful. The Milky Way?
What?
Am I going to travel through time? Shen Yuling joked. She has studied so many scripts, selected various scripts, and read a lot of novels. She knows a thing or two about the system, which is a common setting in stories. At the moment, she just thought she was dreaming. After hearing her calm response, the galaxy system was visibly stunned for a moment. How do you know? You agreed? She was originally thinking about how to persuade Miss Shen. Promise what? Promise to go to another world and be a hero who saves the world. Shen Yuling couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. She secretly complained in her heart, what a cheesy system. Even if this was a dream, she would never agree to such an outrageous thing. Because there are not many people in the harem, I chose a simple ranking table. The era is imaginary. Don't get too entangled in the worldview. Pen refill Empress Jowie, equal to the Prime Minister, with the same rank as the Princess Jiyu. Equal to Shangqing, equal to Ho Beauty, as County Governor, 2,000 stones, 8th son. Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, 1,000 stones, 7th son. 800 sure lover, 700 sure chief envoy, 600 koku junior envoy, 400 koku Shen Yuling, no.
System.
Host, as long as you complete the task, this system can fulfill your 3 wishes. Shen Yuling just smiled and shook her head. What a pity. I want to fulfill my wish myself. Shen Yuling sneered. Sundra said, relying on others to fulfill my wishes doesn't make me happy. The system was listless, and the sound had lost its vitality. System, let me talk to her. Shen Yuling looked in the direction where the sound came from. A woman dressed in robes similar to those of the ancient warring states period appeared in front of her. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and her every move revealed a cool temperament, but her face was bright and delicate. What a stunning beauty! Shen Yuling tilted her head, and her eyes fell on the woman in front of her. A pair of eyes stared at her without blinking, with curiosity and admiration in their eyes. She just likes beauties. But why was this dream so real that she could actually see so clearly the face of a person she didn't even know? How strange.
Who are you?
My name is also Shen Yuling, and I am from the Qian dynasty. The woman bowed slightly and saluted. There is always a hint of sadness in his expression. My story is a long one. Miss Shen, are you willing to listen to me slowly? She looked up at Shen Yuling, her eyes full of anticipation. Shen Yuling saw her like this. She felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy in her heart. He nodded immediately, motioning for her to continue. Just think of it as listening to a story in a dream. After this, Shen Yuling from the Qian dynasty told her story. Shen Yuling actually became interested. Shen Yuling is the daughter of Shen Yuan, the grand protector of the Qian dynasty, and has a noble status. 16. She was married by Emperor Qianyuan Quan Minghe to the eldest princess's son, Prince Lingyang Feng Maheng. According to her, the system once told her that in the original world setting, Feng Maheng and Shen Yuling should have been a match made in heaven, a beautiful story, and the male and female protagonists of that world. But things are unpredictable. Due to a time and space turbulence, Lu Jingyi, the daughter of a modern wealthy family, traveled to the Qian dynasty. The complete love story between the male and female protagonists Feng Maheng and Shen Yuling, and she knew everything that happened to the two. Therefore, before the male protagonist Feng Maheng met Shen Yuling, she had already occupied a place in Feng Maheng's heart by virtue of her knowledge of the plot. After Shen Yuling was married to Feng Maheng according to the imperial decree, the situation became worse and worse. Because of Lu Jingyi, Feng Maheng began to neglect his legal wife. But sometimes, fate in this world is so wonderful. Feng Maheng and Shen Yuling are worthy of being the protagonists. Even though Feng Maheng ignored her at first, he gradually fell in love with her later. However, Feng Maheng's love for her accelerated the death of Shen Yuling. In order to maintain her position in Feng Maheng's heart, Lu Jingyi began to deal with Shen Yuling by any means necessary. Careful planning and secret operation. Not only did Feng Maheng feel disgusted with Shen Yuling, but he also caused Shen Yuling to suffer many hardships in the prince's mansion and finally ended up with a tragic end of 1 corpse and 2 lives. Lu Jingyi has such great ability. In addition to her advantage of knowing the plot, there is another extremely important reason. She has an elder sister who always helps her, Lu Jiaoyi. Lu Jiaoyi has absolute power in Emperor Qianyuan's harem. He had 2 princes, the eldest of whom was made the crown prince. After Emperor Qianyuan passed away, Lu Jiaoyi, relying on her power in the harem and her son's status, directly instigated the new emperor to kill the Shen family. The entire Shen family was executed, which was extremely cruel. After that, Shen Yuling said a lot more. For example, the reason why she is the heroine is because of the blessings accumulated from saving people from disasters in the previous 3 lives. But because of the destruction caused by the time-traveling woman, Shen Yuling was extremely miserable and therefore had 3 chances to be reborn. Before she was found, Shen Yuling had been reborn twice. In her first rebirth, she married Feng Maheng and got rid of Lu Jingyi. However, because Lu Shihan took advantage of her position as the crown prince, the Shen family still suffered the fate of being wiped out. Her second rebirth, she took the initiative to enter the harem. Although she successfully exposed Lu Shihan's crime of murdering the prince and deposed her son from the position of crown prince, she suffered a miscarriage due to the harem struggles, and Feng Maheng and Lu Jingyi were in love with each other. After Feng Maheng was conferred the title of prince, Lu Jingyi became the princess of Lingyang, making revenge almost impossible. Now there is only one last chance, and at the suggestion of the system, modern actor Shen Yuling was found. Miss Shen, I hope you can help me. Shen Yuling looked at everything in front of her, feeling a little dazed. The system, the woman with the same name and the detailed story do not seem to be a dream. Yes, but I have a few questions first. Your only targets for revenge are Lu Jingyi and Lu Shihan? Shen Yuling asked with narrowed eyes. No, there is also Feng Maheng. When this name was mentioned, Shen Yuling had a cold expression, full of disgust and hatred. Fortunately, I was not blinded by the so-called love. The indecisive man is the source of the tragedy. What about Quan Minghe? I have had very little communication with him. In my second life, I just wanted to use his power to seek revenge, but His Majesty has no attachment to any of the women in the harem. Shen Yuling forced a bitter smile. I paid a heavy price to bring down Lu Shihan. I have no demands on how you treat His Majesty. The system heard them discussing Emperor Qianyuan. He hurriedly stopped him. Emperor Qianyuan cannot move. Shen Yuling rolled her eyes. The system hurriedly explained. The world has a set plot. Emperor Qianyuan is the male protagonist in the male frequency. He has no love line, and his achievements have made him an imperial legend. Romantic line between Feng Maheng and Shen Yuling was derived. If the male protagonist goes wrong, and there is no replacement, the world will collapse. Shen Yuling nodded. Since Emperor Qianyuan Quan Minghe is not the target of Shen Yuling's revenge, she naturally doesn't care. But I am quite impressed by the name of Emperor Qianyuan. You are clearly below, but you are above. Doesn't it mean the great glory of heaven shines on the earth, and the extraordinary brilliance appears in heaven? It really is the name of a great male protagonist. After that, Shen Yuling no longer continued to question the story of the world line, but instead asked what benefits she would get. The system also answered her questions one by one. If she completes the mission, she can freely choose the time to go back, and while 10 years have passed in the world she traveled to, only 1 day has passed here. If she unfortunately lost her life in that world, there would be no chance to start over. She can still get 3 wishes after completing the mission. Shen Yuling's previous disdain for the 3 wishes was just a pretense. It's not that she doesn't have desires, but if she exposes her desires to others in advance, she will have fewer bargaining chips. Therefore, Shen Yuling always disguises herself as being immune to all poisons. Of the 3 wishes, there is one that she must fulfill: to see someone again. Finally, Shen Yuling also made 2 requests to the system. One is to let the system turn into a maid to assist, and the system agrees. The second option is to travel back to the time when Shen Yuling was born so as to integrate into the world. The system simply agrees to this, but she needs to share the experience of the original heroine and bear all the emotional pain that the original heroine experienced. Shen Yuling was silent. She is a natural actor with a strong ability to empathize all the original owner's emotions. But when I thought about the immersion in the role, maybe this would be more conducive to completing the task, so I agreed to share it. I had no choice but to agree. Quan Minghe, at the age of 13, became the ruler of Qian State. At that time, he shouldered the heavy burden of a country with his young body, but he showed no fear. The young king is full of ambition and passion. He was unwilling to enjoy honor within the palace walls, but led his army and rode his horse to fight on the battlefield. War and battle, with dust filling the air and shouts of killing deafening, he remained resolute as a pine tree, with a scorching gaze that revealed his determination to never give up until he achieved his goal. His careful governance, the whole country of Qian was in peace and order. Quan Minghe was eager to seek talented people and recruit wise men from all over the world. For a time, the court of Qian Kingdom was filled with wise men, all of whom were pillars who could assist the king and stabilize the country. There are also many talented generals in the army. They follow the king, fight on the battlefield, and make many military achievements. They are all famous. Among them was Shen Yuling's father, Shen Yuan, the great protector of Shen. Time passes slowly, and in a flash. When Quan Minghe was 18 years old, he defeated the Four-Nation Alliance in one fell swoop and unified the country. From then on, the Qian Kingdom was renamed the Qian Dynasty. He was revered as Emperor Yuan, also known as Emperor Qianyuan, and his reputation was as well known as thunder, shocking everyone in the world. Time flies, and now it is the 9th year of Qianyuan. At the beginning of the Qian Dynasty, Quan Minghe devoted himself to stabilizing the government and governing the world. It was not until the 3rd year of the Qian dynasty that he began to take concubines after repeated requests from his ministers. The blink of an eye, 6 years had passed, and there were already more than 10 imperial concubines in his harem. Among all the concubines, Lu Jiaoyi is undoubtedly the most dazzling one. She gave birth to the eldest son Quan Jini and the third son Quan Jinyan. Thanks to her 2 imperial sons, her status in the harem rose rapidly from the initial position of chief made to the current highly respected position of Jiaoyi. Is truly the #1 person in the harem. Apart from concubine Liu, who gave birth to a son, only concubine Yan Xian gave birth to a second prince, and concubine Zhuo Qingyu gave birth to the eldest princess. The entire harem, only these 3 imperial concubines gave birth to children for your majesty. The most favored person in the palace now is concubine Wang Shi. She has a graceful figure and a beautiful face, and is the most beautiful woman in the harem. Her status as a beauty was entirely due to Quan Minghe's favor towards her. Ever since Quan Minghe unified the country and established the Qian dynasty, ministers have repeatedly advised him to establish an emperor and empress as soon as possible to stabilize the harem and stabilize the country. But in Quan Minghe's heart, the empress is the only person who can walk side by side with the emperor, and she must possess the talent, wisdom, and mind to match the emperor. Among all the women in the world, is there any who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the emperor? There was only him on the throne, and that was enough. Quan Minghe was dressed in a black and gold dragon robe with a luxurious luster. He sat on the throne with a stern expression. His deep eyes looked at the documents on the table, completely immersed in them. Li Ming stood aside with his hands hanging down. It was almost lunchtime, and he was about to go out and make some arrangements, intending to quietly leave. Unexpectedly, His Majesty's voice rang out on its own initiative. How did Mr. Zhao arrange it? Li Ming couldn't help but be shocked. He has served His Majesty in the Weiyang Palace for many years, and His Majesty rarely mentions the women in the harem on his own initiative. Such proactive inquiries are extremely rare, not to mention in recent days, even in the past few years. What happened when Your Majesty went out this time? Zhao Song went to recuperate. In his absence, Li Ming did not dare to inquire more, so he did not know the specific details. Li Ming quickly collected his thoughts and replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, Mr. Zhao has been arranged to stay in the Qingxiang Hall of the Dayan Palace." How did the imperial concubines react to Zhao Yongren entering the palace? Quan Minghe did not raise his head, and the hand holding the pen was still moving. Didn't spend much time in the harem on weekdays, and he didn't have the energy to understand the personalities of the emperor and his concubines. As long as the affairs of the harem did not affect his handling of state affairs, he would almost never deal with those trivial matters personally, and most of the time, he would leave it to Lu Shihan to handle. Zhao Yongren was the woman who came to his room on her own initiative in Fanning Temple that night. He put her into the harem just to test which emperor's concubine was involved with her. Li Ming reported some situations truthfully, but the emperor did not change his expression, and he did not know what the emperor was thinking. After listening to this, a hint of thought flashed across Quan Minghe's narrow eyes. But after a moment, he seemed to put the matter aside. "Call Zhao Kong."
Yes.
Soon, Zhao Song came in. Quan Minghe still didn't raise his head, and it was unclear whether he was writing or drawing something with a pen in his hand. "Has the person been found?" When Zhao Song heard this, he immediately became terrified. That night, he hurriedly brought the young lady to His Majesty's room. It was dark at night, so he had no time to take a closer look at the young lady's appearance. He returned early the next morning. He did not see the lady either. To find a woman whose appearance you don't know in Qianjing? And the only one who knows best what that young lady looks like is Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I am incompetent and have not found it yet. Quan Minghe's eyes moved slightly. He could appear in the suburbs at night, or leave Qianjing during the day. There must be records of him. Zhao Song was not found, which means that the woman came from another place, but there will be a customs record when she enters Qianjing. How did you discover her in the first place? Zhao Song recalled the words of the young lady and the maid that night, and his memory is still fresh. He told her everything that happened that night exactly. After listening to this, a cold look appeared in Quan Minghe's eyes. That night she said she had a husband, but Quan Minghe just thought it was an excuse she wanted to escape. She never thought that it was her fiancé. "I wish my beloved is handsome, with starry eyes and sword-like eyebrows, and a face as beautiful as jade that makes people love him. Second, I wish that my beauty will last forever. My face will always be charming like a flower, and my hair will be as black as ink as time goes by. My third wish is that our love will never end, that I can stay with you without regrets, and that we can be happy together day and night. Fourth, I wish you a happy marriage, harmonious music, and lasting love. Fifth wish, peace and tranquility in the home, auspiciousness and laughter in the courtyard, and blessings every year." Oh, she has a lot of wishes. But after what happened that night, could she still be in harmony and love with her so-called husband? Since she is his woman, these are just illusions. Quan Minghe immediately changed the subject. Have the remnants of the former Jinlin kingdom been dealt with? Zhao Song quickly calmed his mind. The cavalry general has already wiped out the enemy's base camp and killed more than 2,000 of them. There was a hint of relaxation on Quan Minghe's stern face. After finishing the last stroke of the painting on the table, he gently placed the red brush in his hand on the pen holder. "Come over." Zhao Song hurriedly bent his back and walked over with his head lowered. Quan Minghe picked up the portrait and handed it to Zhao Kong. "Look for the person based on the portrait. If you still can't find him, don't come back." Zhao Song took the portrait with both hands. "Yes, I will find the imperial concubine for your Majesty." Quan Minghe lowered his eyes, as if there was a deep undercurrent flowing in them. He unified the world. The Qian dynasty was still the Qian kingdom. He was the successor chosen by his father and was trained as the ruler since childhood. Decisive to kill, calm, and self-controlled. In his mind, as long as it is his property, it cannot be coveted or even owned by anyone else. This is especially true for women. His woman, even if she dies, can never become another man's woman. Inside the bridal chamber of the prince's mansion, lights flickering. A festive red color seemed to fill the space. Red wedding candles were burning, and candle wax was falling. Shen Yuling sat upright on the large carved bed. She wore an extremely complicated crown on her head, with tassels on both sides winding down from the top of her head to her chest. Feng Maheng sat alone on a round stool not far away, with a cold expression and no words, which was out of tune with the festive atmosphere. He lowered his head and drank his tea. From the teacup filled the air with his boredom. At this time, there were only the two of them in the bridal chamber. Shen Yuling looked at him puzzledly. "Your Highness, why are you sitting so far away in the wedding night?" Feng Maheng shifted his gaze from the teacup to Shen Yuling. "Miss Shen, are you pretending not to know, or do you really not know?" When Shen Yuling heard Feng Maheng's blunt words, the temper of a spoiled young lady was immediately aroused. He threw the exquisite knife-handled fan he was playing with onto the bed, making a crisp sound. He stood up with a swish. "This momentum is quite scary. Your Highness is so arrogant. Is this how he treats his new wife? He is the noble prince of Lingyang, but she, Shen Yuling, is also a noble lady from an aristocratic family and is worthy of any young master in Qianjing." Feng Maheng's face darkened, and his eyes became colder. He lifted his robe and faced her with a bold move. He has always been respected and praised. Apart from his uncle the emperor, who was high above everyone else and could not be offended, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. The two proud people looked at each other, neither of them giving in. "Oh, is this how Miss Shen treats her husband?" Shen Yuling didn't care about Feng Maheng's cold face at all. She chuckled, walked towards Feng Maheng, and gently placed her right hand on the shoulder of the seated Feng Maheng. She bent down slightly and leaned close to his ear. "Then what attitude do you want me to have towards you, my husband? Today is clearly the first time we meet, but my husband is so fierce." Feng Maheng's expression froze. His newlywed wife changes her attitude faster than turning the pages of a book, and her moods change freely. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Shen Yuling put her hands on her waist and unbuckled her belt. The wedding dress fell to the ground, leaving only a thin inner garment, outlining her curvy body. She said coquettishly, "Today is our wedding night. Since my husband won't take the initiative, I have to take the initiative." Feng Maheng stood up quickly, away from Shen Yuling's touch, and turned his back.
You
"Are so shameless. Put on your clothes immediately." Shen Yuling refused to give in. She stood behind Feng Maheng, walked forward, put her arms around his waist, and pressed her little face against his back. He teased, "So the men in Qianjing are so easily shy? Husband, we are husband and wife, you can look at me openly." The woman's unique fragrance was like an invisible net that swept over her in an instant when she held him up. He was distracted for a moment, but quickly came to his senses and reached out to pry her hand away. Could it be that she thought he would be a man seduced by beauty? Feng Maheng's eyes darkened, but Shen Yuling showed no intention of letting go. Feng Maheng unconsciously used a little more strength in his hands. Shen Yuling immediately scolded. "Ah, it hurts. You are bullying me." Feng Maheng's whole body froze. Was trying to pry it open, suddenly stopped in midair. It's impossible to advance or retreat. I didn't expect Shen Yuling to be such a stubborn, aggressive, and bold person. Shen Yuling laughed out loud. She walked lightly from Feng Maheng's back to the front, hugged his waist, wrapped her arms around him, and refused to let go. Raising her head, a delicate and pretty little face emerged from Feng Maheng's arms. His eyebrows playfully at Feng Maheng, his eyes full of provocation. "My husband doesn't seem to like me?" Feng Maheng looked down at him with a dark look in his eyes. If it were an ordinary man, he would definitely like such a bold and beautiful woman, but he... At this time, Aunt Huixin walked in. As she entered the room, her eyes fell on the intimacy between the prince and princess. A hint of joy appeared on his face. The eldest princess had always been worried that the prince would neglect his newly married princess because he was still thinking about Lu Ji, so she sent her here specially. I thought that if the prince really did anything inappropriate, it would be helpful for Aunt Huixin to restrain him. Now this situation was completely beyond the eldest princess's expectations. It seems that the princess is a capable person. When she returns and reports this scene truthfully to the princess, she will certainly be very happy. I pay my respects to the prince and princess. When Shen Yuling saw someone coming in, her bold and aggressive look disappeared instantly. She shyly withdrew her hand and hid behind Quan Minghe. She lowered her head. Her fair face was flushed. She looked delicate and lovely. Quan Minghe couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw her completely different appearance before and after. You were quite bold just now, but now you are shy. He coughed lightly. He calmly straightened his messy clothes and quickly regained his composure. Aunt Huixin, please get up. Why are you here? Where is mother? Aunt Huixin smiled with a deep meaning in her eyes. The princess is tired today and has returned to the princess's mansion. I am here to guide your highness in completing the etiquette. As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at the princess who was hiding behind Quan Minghe, as shy as a quail. Quan Minghe was a little embarrassed. My mother actually sent someone to monitor my actions on my wedding night. Aunt Huixin, you can go back. The princess is doing well. Since Aunt Huixin has already had such a misunderstanding, let's just let her misunderstanding continue. This will also prevent my mother from asking more questions and adding to her troubles. The princess asked me to come here because she was afraid that the princess didn't understand the rules of Qianjing. I will be guarding the two masters outside the room tonight. If you have any questions, just call me. I will return to report to the princess tomorrow. I will take my leave now. Aunt Huixin is so smart. The two masters get along closely. Maybe it's just for show, but some of it is true. So I'd better let the young couple get along with each other so as not to disturb their interest here. Quan Minghe rarely disobeyed his mother and didn't say much about Hui Xian staying. After a while, Shen Yuling and Quan Minghe were the only ones left in the bridal chamber. Originally somewhat dull atmosphere now revealed an indescribable awkwardness and embarrassment. But Shen Yuling was not the one who was embarrassed. She said softly, "Husband, let me help you change your clothes." Quan Minghe seemed to be irritated by these words. He directly grabbed Shen Yuling's wrist with such force that Shen Yuling couldn't help but frown. Shen Yuling, I don't want to marry you. You should just be a good princess from now on. I don't like you, and I won't consummate my marriage with you. Quan Minghe's voice was cold and resolute, and he wanted to extinguish her enthusiasm. Before coming to Qianjing, Shen Yuling had always longed to have a husband with whom she could live in harmony. I never thought I would be insulted like this on my wedding night. But her stubborn nature was ignited again. She raised her head and looked straight at him without flinching. Quan Minghe, my last name is Shen from the Kanwu Shen clan. My life is not controlled by you, and I will not accept your arrangements. Quan Minghe was unable to refute this. If Jingyi had Shen Yuling's prominent family background and her fearlessness, he would have been able to marry Jingyi in a formal ceremony long ago. Why is it like this now, where Jingyi can only be a concubine? But he married a wife who had no feelings at all. Quan Minghe was not moved by this, and said in a deep voice, "So, the two of us are just getting married." Shen Yuling raised her eyebrows. "I don't accept the idea of an arranged marriage, but it's your business if you don't like me, and it's my business to like you and love my husband. Since I'm marrying into the prince's mansion, I will take on the responsibilities of a princess." Her words were powerful. It is a declaration and a protest. Quan Minghe's mouth corners turned down. Does this woman know what love is? The two of them had never met before, so was her liking so casual? Quan Minghe moved closer to her. There was an incomprehensible dark color in his eyes. "Even though I have someone else in my heart, even though I hate and despise you, you still like me?" This question was asked with very malicious intent. "Since we are husband and wife, I have the choice between loving you for my whole life and not loving you for my whole life. I will choose to love you." Shen Yuling's love is pure. She loves whoever is her husband, and it has nothing to do with Quan Minghe. This is also the character she wants to create. I choose to fall in love with you. If cuteness can be a rational choice, can it still be called love? But it doesn't matter. Quan Minghe himself doesn't understand love, so why would he ask such a question? Shen Yuling placed his hand on her heart. Feng Maheng felt as if he was burned by the burning sensation on his chest under his palm. Take it back suddenly. But in this world, only Jingyi loves him. Seemed to be a thick black fog in Feng Maheng's eyes that was difficult to understand. No, I don't need it. Shen Yuling returned to bed. She treats everything men say as bullshit. Today, Aunt Huixin will be outside the room. My husband, please go to bed and rest. I will not force you to consummate the marriage. My mother said that consummating marriage is a matter of mutual affection. As long as my husband doesn't like me, I will not consummate marriage with him. Feng Maheng raised his eyes and looked outside the door. I'm afraid I can't just leave tonight as I originally wanted. Then just make do with it for now, and sleep on the couch next to it. Feng Maheng stood up and walked towards the beauty bed. You are not allowed to sleep there. Come here. Shen Yuling sat up suddenly. Feng Maheng had heard too much of this woman's bossy attitude tonight, and his face darkened. Shen Yuling, don't go too far. The bed is so soft. When Aunt Huixin comes to see it tomorrow morning, won't she be able to tell whether it is for one person or two people to sleep on?
Sudden.
Shen Yuling seemed to have suddenly realized something and looked surprised. Could it be that His Royal Highness, the Prince, is unwilling to share the same bed with me because he is afraid that he cannot resist my temptation? She pretended to be shy and covered her mouth, leaving only her bright and charming eyes exposed. With a hint of teasing, his eyes were fixed. Feng Maheng's face turned pale. Nonsense. Feng Maheng frowned and looked at Shen Yuling with his dark eyes. How could he be seduced by her? But I have to admit that what Shen Yuling said about the marks on the bed being easily discovered by Huixin does make some sense. Huixin is her mother's confidant. She is very methodical and careful in doing things. If she came in tomorrow and saw only signs of Shen Yuling sleeping on the bed, she would definitely report the truth to her mother. By then, his mother would question him a lot and would be dissatisfied with his neglect of the eldest daughter of the Shen family. She would probably cause a lot of trouble in the mansion, making everyone in the house restless. Feng Maheng weighed the pros and cons and had to suppress his displeasure as he walked towards the bed. Then, under Shen Yuling's smug and provocative gaze, he sat on the bed very reluctantly. Shen Yuling raised the corner of her mouth, obviously very satisfied with Feng Maheng's understanding. She stood up lithely and gracefully. She then leaned her head on Feng Maheng's shoulder. Feng Maheng was caught off guard and felt a sudden warm touch on his shoulder. He turned his head sharply and met the woman's bright and attractive face. Her eyes moved, revealing an indescribable agility and charm. Feng Maheng felt his heart suddenly skip a beat. What you do? He stood up instantly, with such a big movement that the bed shook slightly, and he deliberately kept a distance from Shen Yuling. His face was stern, and his eyes showed undisguised vigilance. Shen Yuling thought he was making a fuss. You are my husband. You said you don't want to consummate the marriage. I agreed, but you can't even have intimacy with me? Feng Maheng said firmly no. Shen Yuling puffed up one cheek. No. Then no. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, a cunning look flashed across her face. She tilted her head slightly and asked tentatively, Husband, do you like Lu Ji? Feng Maheng had no intention of hiding anything. Yes, so don't have any more wishful thinking. Shen Yuling pretended to think about it, then said sincerely, Then, maybe I can help my husband protect her. Feng Maheng looked at her warily. What do you mean? Mother doesn't seem to like Lu Ji very much. If you show your dislike for me in front of Mother, then Mother will certainly dislike Lu Ji even more. Why don't we just put on a show in front of our mother? This will not only calm her down, but also protect Lu Ji. Shen Yuling looked very serious. Feng Maheng was suspicious. Are you so kind? This woman is eccentric. Her words and actions are unexpected and unpredictable. No one knows what she is up to. My husband, are you too petty? I am your princess, and even if you want to take 10 concubines, I will fully support you. She's just a concubine, Lu. I won't do anything bad to her. Feng Maheng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Mother really doesn't like Jingyi. If he neglected Shen Yuling because he was thinking about Jingyi, his mother would probably target Jingyi even more. Before that, She either sent people to teach her the various complicated rules, or called her to the princess's mansion to learn needlework, painting, etc. If it were normal study, it would be fine. But my mother never liked Jingyi, and all that so-called studying was just a tormenting thing. Jingyi suffered a lot. If Shen Yuling is really willing to act with him in front of her mother, it might not be a bad thing. Thinking of this, Quan Minghe raised his eyes and looked at Shen Yuling. What are your conditions? Shen Yuling's thoughts are unconventional and her remarks are shocking from time to time, making her hard to understand. As for the olive branch she had offered him, he naturally had to ask about the conditions first, so as not to fall into any trap she had set. Shen Yuling said innocently, I do have a small request. I hope my husband can agree to it. Quan Minghe didn't say anything, obviously waiting for her next sentence. Shen Yuling blinked her eyes, looking mysterious. Can I borrow my husband's hand? Quan Minghe frowned. What weird idea is she going to come up with? But now that things have come to this, I can only reach out my hand with half belief and half doubt. Shen Yuling grabbed Quan Minghe's hand and glanced at him with her fox-like eyes. Quan Minghe's heart skipped a beat when he saw her look like that. He immediately looked away and no longer met her gaze. This woman is really thinking of ways to charm him all the time. She has no self-control. Shen Yuling ignored Quan Minghe's reaction. She lowered her head, and her waterfall-like black hair slid down, covering half of her pretty face. She opened her cherry lips slightly and actually took Quan Minghe's finger into her mouth. Quan Minghe only felt a warm and moist touch on his fingers. I didn't expect Shen Yuling to be so shameless and do such a bold and extraordinary thing. He was shocked and angry. He immediately wanted to pull his hand out of Shen Yuling's mouth. But the moment he exerted force, he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his fingers. Shen Yuling actually bit down hard. She bit Quan Minghe's finger with her pulley teeth, biting it very hard until she felt the smell of blood spreading in her mouth, and then she let go. There was a little blood on her pink lips. Shen Yuling. Quan Minghe was both angry and hurt. Husband, since we want to cooperate, then we have to do the whole show. Shen Yuling was not afraid of Quan Minghe's anger at all. She held Quan Minghe's hand and squeezed his injured fingers. A few drops of blood fell on the white handkerchief that had been prepared on the bed. Quan Minghe suddenly realized. It turned out that Shen Yuling wanted to use his blood to replace her pure blood, to create the illusion that they had consummated their marriage, so as to deal with the inspection of Aunt Huixin and her mother tomorrow. The anger that had just accumulated in my chest now didn't know where to vent. This Shen Yuling really surprises him time and time again. The rear hall of Weiyang Palace. Who got the news, hurried along. Li Mingzheng was on duty. Seeing Zhao Tsong's panic, he couldn't help but ask a few questions. What happens? Zhao Tsong walked on without stopping and just hurriedly said, Your Majesty has found the woman you are looking for. But, Before he finished speaking, he hurried into the hall. At this time, Quan Minghe had just finished the morning court and returned to the back hall of Weiyang Palace. He changed out of his solemn and dignified court robes and put on a red and black imperial robe. He has an upright posture, tall and majestic. Even just half leaning on the couch, he exuded an extraordinary aura. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Stand up. Quan Minghe didn't even raise his head, still concentrating on looking at the ancient book in his hand. Zhao Tsong stood up, secretly looked up at His Majesty's expression, and became more and more uneasy. Your Majesty, the lady has been found. Quan Minghe, who was originally lying on the couch, casually reading an ancient book, slowly raised his eyes. Zhao Tsong felt creepy when he saw this. Continue. Zhao Tsong swallowed his saliva and continued, That lady is the daughter of Grand Protector Shen. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Tsong no longer dared to look at Quan Minghe's eyes and quickly lowered his head. Then with a plop, he knelt down. He secretly groaned. The daughter of Grand Protector Shen was personally arranged by His Majesty to be married to Prince Lingyang, but she had an indescribable relationship with His Majesty. What is this now? Quan Minghe paused flipping through the ancient book, and the atmosphere in the hall became depressing. What day is today? Your Majesty, Today is the 10th day of April. Yesterday was the 9th day of April, which was the auspicious day calculated by the grand historian. It is also the day when Prince Lingyang and Miss Shen will get married. Zhao Tsong's head had already dropped to the ground. He couldn't see His Majesty's expression, nor did he dare to look up. Your Majesty's women marry others, and it is Your Majesty who personally arranges the marriage. He simply didn't dare to imagine what His Majesty was feeling now. Quan Minghe pursed his thin lips, and his eyes under his long eyelashes were filled with a dark light.
Why do you know it now?
He had been drawing Zhao Tsong's portrait for several days, so why did he find him only after they got married? Your Majesty, Miss Shen has not been out of the Shen mansion these days. I have searched all over Qianjing for women of the right age, but Miss Shen is from the northwest and is the fiancée of the Prince of Lingyang. Perhaps she has been overlooked by the servants. After hearing this, Quan Minghe threw the ancient book directly at Zhao Tsong's head, and then the book slid from Zhao Tsong's head to the ground. I deserve death. I hope Your Majesty will punish me. While apologizing, Zhao Tsong picked up the ancient book from the ground and presented it with both hands. Quan Minghe turned the ring on his hand. He said coldly, "Kill her." He suddenly thought of something, but didn't say the last two words. He asked, "Did anything happen in the prince's mansion today? That woman has lost her virginity. If Feng Maheng finds out, he will definitely not let her off lightly." "No, Your Majesty." Quan Minghe's tense face relaxed. Perhaps the two never consummated their marriage. I remember that the prince had a favorite woman. Yes, the second daughter of the Dali temple minister, Lu Jingyi, is the prince's favorite woman. She entered the prince's mansion as a concubine 3 months ago. Knowing that the woman His Majesty was looking for had become the princess of a county, Zhao Tsong was very thoughtful and checked everything related to the county prince. Because of the princess's previous plea, and the fact that Shen Yuan had a large number of troops in the northwest and was very powerful, Quan Minghe was a force that the court needed to rely on and keep an eye on at all times. After weighing the pros and cons, they decided to let Shen Yuan's daughter Shen Yuling enter Qianjing. Then he granted the marriage and betrothed Shen Yuling to Feng Maheng, making her the princess of a county. How could Shen Yuling dare to consummate her marriage with Feng Maheng when she had lost her virginity? Feng Maheng's heart was set on Lu Jingyi, and he had deep feelings for her. Today, the prince's mansion was as peaceful as usual, and nothing special happened. It seems that the relationship between Feng Maheng and Shen Yuling might be relatively innocent. Thinking of this, Quan Minghe's murderous intent subsided a little. He was ruthless and decisive in his actions. If an ordinary woman was touched by him and then married another man, it would be like touching his reverse scale. He would definitely send someone to assassinate him without hesitation and would never allow such a matter that would damage the emperor's reputation to have a chance to spread. But Shen Yuling is his chess piece to contain the Shen family, and every chess piece must naturally play the greatest role in his hands, which is what he, as the chess player, has to do. Therefore, he would not kill her unless it was necessary. Send someone to serve the princess. I want to know everything about her in the future. Yes. Zhao Tsong stepped out of the hall, his legs still trembling slightly. Li Ming was waiting outside and saw him come out. A low voice. "What's wrong?" Zhao Tsong whispered. "That woman is the princess who married the prince of Lingyang yesterday." Li Ming took a step back in fright. They have all been with His Majesty for many years and naturally know His Majesty's temper. He asked in a low voice. Then, "Your Majesty gave the princess a cup of poisoned wine?" Zhao Tsong shook his head. "I only said to find someone to serve the princess." Li Ming's face was full of disbelief. "Is it because the princess's status is too high?" "That's right. If the eldest daughter of the Shen family died a violent death shortly after arriving in Qianjing, it would be difficult to explain." Before Li Ming could think more, the palace door opened again. When he looked up, it was His Majesty who came out. Li Ming quickly adjusted the expression on his face. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you." Quan Minghe raised his legs and walked out. "Prepare the carriage and leave the palace."
Yes.
After walking a few steps, Quan Minghe stopped and said, Put on the mask I wore last time I left the palace. Feng Maheng woke up. He saw Shen Yuling sitting in front of an exquisite dressing table, dressing herself up carefully. Beside her stood a clever and well-behaved maid, holding various dressing boxes in her hands. The lids of the boxes were open, and inside were placed a dazzling array of cosmetics, pearls, and other items. Shen Yuling faced the bronze mirror, holding a delicate eyebrow pencil in her hand, carefully drawing her willow-shaped eyebrows. Suddenly, as if she noticed the movement on the bed, the pretty face that was dressed up turned around. She called him sweetly, with a sense of intimacy. "Husband, we will follow Aunt Huixin to the princess's residence to pay respects to our mother." "My husband, do you want me to change your clothes for you?" Feng Maheng was startled when he heard her intimate tone and address. "Some things I'm not used to." But he knew in his heart that since he had agreed yesterday to put on a show in front of his mother, he had to do it completely. "After all, my mother is not someone who can be easily fooled." "No need, there is a maid here." Feng Maheng walked to the changing rack. 6 or 7 maids came in one after another. The leading maid was holding a basin of steaming water in her hand, with vapor rising from it. The maid following closely behind her was carrying a complete set of mouthwash products. The maids behind were holding belts of various styles, sachets, and a plate of rings and other decorative items. They stood in a neat row and began to help Feng Maheng wash and change clothes very skillfully. Every move is in order. Shen Yuling watched this scene from the sidelines without being surprised. Although she grew up in the Northwest, her father's status in the Northwest was basically like that of a little emperor, with power so high that no one could match him. But in this world, blessings and disasters always go hand in hand. The more achievements one has made, the more the emperor will fear him. How could her father's power not arouse suspicion from those in higher positions? So, she was sent to Qianjing for marriage. Rather than calling it a marriage, it would be more accurate to say that she became a hostage to restrain her father. After all, she was the only daughter of Grand Protector Shen Yuan. In this chess game of power struggles, she was like a chess piece placed in the open, with no control over her actions. If the time-traveling woman had not appeared, the original owner would have been like the heroine, living a life of wealth and honor. When I was a child, I was loved and cared for by my parents. They held me in their hands for fear of dropping me, and held me in their mouths for fear of melting me. Getting married, she will be loved and pampered by her husband and live a smooth and worry-free life. But this wonderful life was gained by the original owner's blessings in his previous 3 lives. The morning sunlight shines through the carved window lattices onto the exquisite furnishings in the house, creating a soft halo. Feng Maheng and Shen Yuling were dressed neatly and stood there quietly. Feng Maheng wore a dark brocade robe with delicate cloud patterns embroidered with silver thread on the collar and cuffs, which made his handsome face, sword-like eyebrows, and star-like eyes look even more striking. Shen Yuling was also extremely beautiful, wearing a light red silk dress that outlined her graceful figure. 3,000 strands of black hair were tied into a bun, dotted with a few pearls and jade, making her look even more charming and attractive with bright eyes and white teeth. The two of them standing together looked like a fairy couple walking out of a painting. Anyone who saw them would exclaim that they were such a perfect couple. Aunt Huixin walked in, followed by a few well-behaved maids. After paying her respects, she led the maids straight to the bed. His eyes fell on the white cloth on the bed, and after just a quick glance, he looked away and then carefully observed the marks on the bed. Looking at it, she smiled with satisfaction. Aunt Huixin waved her hand gently. The maid behind her understood and hurried forward to carefully put the white handkerchief away. "Your Highness, it is getting late. The carriage to the princess's residence is ready. The princess must be waiting for you." Feng Maheng just nodded slightly and walked out. Shen Yuling quickly caught up with Feng Maheng. Before Feng Maheng could react, she stretched out her little hand and tightly grasped Feng Maheng's big hand. Her slender fingers intertwined with his long fingers and clasped them tightly together. Feng Maheng couldn't help but turn his head slightly to look at her, his eyes full of surprise. Subconsciously, he prepared to struggle free. Shen Yuling just blinked and gestured to Aunt Huixing behind him. Her eyes were lively, as if to say that holding hands was just for Aunt Huixing to see. At the same time, she increased the strength in her hands to prevent Feng Maheng from breaking free. She had a smile on her face. She was gritting her teeth. Husband, the hem of Qianjing's dress is really too long. I'm afraid I'll fall if I walk too fast. Can you hold my hand, my husband? Feng Maheng suddenly exerted force on his hands and looked at her deeply. Okay. His strength was so great that Shen Yuling couldn't help but frown, but she didn't dare to cry out in pain. She could only grit her teeth and endure the pain in her hand. He really didn't hold back. Flirting with each other from behind, her face filled with satisfaction. The relationship between the prince and his consort is really good. Feng Maheng and Shen Yuling walked out of the room intimately, along the winding corridor, towards the gate. The servants in the mansion couldn't help but sigh when they saw the intimacy between their two masters. Might be changing in the prince's mansion. Before this, there had been only one mistress in the mansion, Lu Ji. Lu Ji was quite pretty and eloquent, and she pleased the prince very much. The prince doted on her even more, rewarding her constantly and doing many things according to her wishes. As a result, the servants in the mansion naturally treated each other differently, and many of them ran to Lu Ji, hoping to have a good future under her. But who could have expected that in just 3 months? His Majesty actually issued an imperial edict to marry the eldest daughter of the Shen family, Shen Yuling, into the prince's mansion. Looking at the situation today, the prince held the princess's hand all the way and seemed to be extremely fond of her. This scene caught the eyes of many maids and immediately caused a burst of whispers. The princess is so beautiful. Yes, no wonder the prince couldn't resist. He held the princess's hand all the way. They looked so intimate. The prince and his wife are a perfect match made in heaven. Everyone was talking in low voices. Lu Jingyi heard the maids talking about how close the prince and his wife were. His face darkened instantly. Feng Maheng, didn't you promise me yourself that you would not touch Shen Yuling? After paying respects to the princess, Feng Maheng got on another carriage to handle some government affairs. Shen Yuling got on the carriage she had taken when she came here, and Shitong followed behind and got in together. The space in the carriage was spacious, with soft cushions and exquisite curtains that swayed gently with the swaying of the carriage. Shitong frowned, looking distressed. Master, Feng Maheng seems to be difficult to capture. When Shen Yuling was reborn, Feng Maheng seemed to fall in love with the original owner again easily. Shen Yuling leaned slightly against the wall of the car, her expression indifferent. Well, it's really not easy to conquer. After only 2 days of being with him, I could tell that Feng Maheng was an obvious histrionic personality. If I hadn't played out the lives of so many different people and experienced so many aspects of the world, I would have found it difficult to see through him. Shihe holds power. In Qianjing City, besides His Majesty, she is the most honorable person. She stirred up trouble in the court and indulged in sensual pleasures at home. Others were afraid of her power, and no one dared to say a word against her. Feng Maheng loves and hates his mother. Which child doesn't long for mother's love? But his mother was not an ordinary person. She was a woman who acted recklessly in the court and in the palace, and even divorced his father. Feng Maheng didn't get love. He would feel hatred. He hated why only his mother was different and ignored him. But when he really wanted to hate, he found that he could not get love, and he could not hate either. When Feng Maheng was 10 years old, he placed his unresolved emotions on the female assassin, fully expecting to find some warmth and care from her. However, he did not expect that he would be betrayed in the end, which undoubtedly cut another deep wound on his young and fragile heart. And Lu Jingyi really chose the right time. Feng Maheng was most vulnerable and in need of emotional comfort. She approached Feng Maheng and became Feng Maheng's only emotional support at that time. But why couldn't Feng Maheng disobey the eldest princess for Lu Jingyi? Is it because you don't love me enough? No, it's just that he doesn't understand love at all. What he enjoyed was just the feeling of being loved wholeheartedly by others. The reason why he fell in love with the original owner was because she grew up in love and was a woman who knew how to love. Her gentle and sincere love just filled the gap of maternal love in Quan Minghe's heart. His greed for the feeling of a woman loving him, a secret search for the maternal love that he has been lacking since childhood, but he disguised it all very well. Shitong listened to Shen Yuling's words, her face full of confusion, and she scratched her head. Master, what is a histrionic personality? Shen Yuling did not answer her directly, but asked, do you think he loves Lu Jingyi? Shitong tilted her head and thought seriously. It should be love now. Shen Yuling narrowed her eyes slightly. That's not necessarily true. He doesn't love anyone but himself. Just wait and see. After saying that, Shen Yuling reached out and opened the curtain of the carriage without saying anything more. His eyes fell on the busy streets of Qianjing. Since she came to Qianjing, she has been trying to prevent Quan Minghe from finding her. Before getting married, I had never been out walking around the streets of Qianjing. Looking at it at this moment, I feel that it is worthy of being the capital city under the feet of the emperor. It is truly a prosperous scene, with people coming and going, with all kinds of shops selling goods, and the sounds of hawking being heard one after another.
Suddenly,
Shen Yuling's pupils suddenly shrank. Stop the car. She blurted out. Master, what's wrong? Shitong was startled by her sudden action. Shen Yuling just shook her head slightly and said nothing more. The masked man saw the woman's frightened look and waited calmly for the rabbit to come out by itself. The driver hurriedly pulled the reins, and the carriage stopped. Shen Yuling took a deep breath. He said nonchalantly, there seems to be a performance at Zuayin Tower today. It looks very lively. I have not been in Qianjing for long and have never had a good time. Now I want to join in the fun. In the Qian dynasty, women had a high status, and there were not many restrictions if they wanted to go out and play. Yes, master. Shitong responded and helped Shen Yuling out of the carriage. He turned to the coachman and the guards and said, just wait outside Zuayin Tower. Shen Yuling stepped into the restaurant. A tall, masked man followed her in quietly. A waiter in charge of welcoming guests saw Shen Yuling and seemed to have known she would come. His face was immediately filled with smiles, and he walked forward quickly. Madam, I will take you to our restaurant's top private room, apricot blossoms and spring rain. The scenery there is the best in the entire Zuayin Lu, and I guarantee you will be satisfied. Shen Yuling's body began to tremble slightly, and she didn't know whether it was because of nervousness or fear. She pursed her lips, said nothing, and followed the waiter from the front hall to the backyard. Eyelashes drooped, blocking the light in the eyes. It turns out that the so-called fear was just an act for Quan Minghe behind him. Walking through the corridor along the way, the scenery of the backyard is indeed very beautiful. The pavilions and towers are scattered around in an orderly manner, the flowers and trees are lush and verdant, and the layout is unique, revealing a unique elegance. But Shen Yuling had no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery at the moment. I came to the apricot blossom and spring rain private room and pushed the door open. Shen Yuling entered the private room. A tall man wearing a mask walked over. As soon as Shitong's eyes met him, she knew who he was. But given her current status, she shouldn't act like she knows the other person's identity. So, she raised her eyebrows and shouted, Who are you? What do you want to do to my master? At this time, Shen Yuling in the room heard the noise and spoke to stop them. Shitong, he is my friend. You wait outside. When the masked man heard the word friend, his eyes gradually became dark. Friend? He reached out and pushed open the door. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Shen Yuling with her back to him, her slender body still trembling. Are you that scared? From the moment I got off the carriage, I began to tremble as I walked. Quan Minghe walked forward, came behind her, and pinched her waist. He exerted force with his hands and pulled Shen Yuling towards him. Are you scared? Shen Yuling was like a frightened bird. She turned around, pushed him away, and took several steps back. She mustered up her courage, raised her eyes to look at the masked man, and said in a trembling voice, Let's just forget what happened that day. Quan Minghe pretended not to hear and sat on the round stool. Looking at Shen Yuling calmly, you are not allowed to consummate your marriage with Quan Minghe. I will find a way to get you out of the prince's mansion. His tone was calm, yet revealed an inexplicable majesty as he spoke of his arrangements. Shen Yuling gritted her teeth and said, "My husband and I had already consummated our marriage yesterday on our wedding night." But his eyes were unconsciously avoiding her gaze as if he felt guilty. Quan Minghe did not expose her. He stood up and walked towards her step by step. The tall figure brought a strong sense of oppression, making Shen Yuling feel a little breathless. "Then I'll verify it?" The corners of Quan Minghe's mouth curved up, his eyes dangerous. Shen Yuling's expression suddenly became horrified. How can this be verified? Before she could react, Quan Minghe slowly untied the belt of her dress. Shen Yuling was shocked and angry. "You dare? Since you know that I am the princess of a county, you should know that no one in Qianjing dares to offend me, no matter my family background or my husband's power. If you continue to be so rude, I will call for help. The guards of the prince's mansion are all outside the restaurant." But her threats, just like that night at Fanning Temple, were of no use to the man. Who is he? Shen Yuling was shocked and frightened, and her eyes were filled with tears. Woo-woo. Seeing that Quan Minghe continued to move, he could only beg for mercy.
Don't take it off, I
haven't consummated the marriage. Only then did Quan Minghe stop what he was doing. He stretched out his thumb and stroked Shen Yuling's red lips with an elusive depth in his eyes. "If you consummate your marriage with Feng Maheng, you will die." After a pause, he added, "There is nothing in this world that I don't know." Shen Yuling had tears in her eyes. "Who are you?" Quan Minghe replied perfunctorily, "You will know later." Shen Yuling was angry and anxious, and reached out to take off his mask. "I want to know what a man looks like." But as soon as she stretched out her hand, Quan Minghe grabbed her wrist in an instant. He squeezed her wrist hard enough to make it hurt. "Be obedient or you will be punished." Quan Minghe's voice was cold and carried a hint of warning, which made Shen Yuling shudder. Shen Yuling was forced by Quan Minghe to sit on his lap. She felt embarrassed and annoyed, her face flushed red, and she stared at the mysterious and domineering man in front of her with wide eyes. 3 months. Close to her ear was very pleasant, slightly hoarse and mellow. Shen Yuling didn't react for a moment, frowning. "What? You will stay in the prince's mansion for another 3 months. 3 months? Shen Yuling was shocked and understood instantly. As an emperor, Quan Minghe's possessiveness is indeed terrifyingly strong. How could he tolerate his woman becoming someone else's wife? However, she couldn't guess what means Quan Minghe would use to make her leave the prince's mansion in 3 months. He certainly wouldn't take her away directly. If he wanted to take her away, he wouldn't have waited for 3 months. "What are you up to?" "The marriage between the prince and I was personally granted by His Majesty. It is impossible for you and I to be together. Why don't you understand? What happened that night was just an accident. Why do you keep pestering me? I carry the blood of the Kangwushin family and the Lingxiyi family. The reputation of my family is as important to me as Mount Tai. I will never let my family be disgraced because of me. If you expose my loss of virginity before marriage, you are forcing me to go to the end of my rope. What's the difference between that and killing me directly?" Quan Minghe simply reached out and clamped her chin tightly, forcing her to look up and look directly at him. "If it weren't for your reputation, there would be no need to wait these 3 months." Quan Minghe's eyes were as deep as a pool. Quan Minghe seemed to see her worry and added, "The Shen family and the Yi family will not be affected by this." Shen Yuling's face was tense. She simply stopped talking and stared at him coldly. "Why, the Prince of Lingyang doesn't even want to touch you, and you still want to have a harmonious relationship with him." Shen Yuling did not show any weakness and immediately retorted, "Do you think I can live in harmony with you, whose identity and appearance are unknown?"
Quan Minghe snurta.
A sharp tongue. Shen Yuling wanted to get off his lap and said bluntly, "It's getting late. I want to go back." But Quan Minghe would not let her go easily and held her waist tightly. "Don't move. If you move again, I will carry you from Zuayin Tower to the prince's mansion." Shen Yuling's body froze instantly. "Don't dare to move again." Quan Minghe tore off her clothes, and before Shen Yuling could react, he bit her hard on the chest.
Woo.
Shen Yuling cried out in pain. It hurts. What are you doing? Quan Minghe pretended not to hear and just looked at the traces he made with satisfaction. He said slowly, with this mark, I think you wouldn't dare let Feng Maheng get too close to you and see things he shouldn't see. You are shameless. Shen Yuling was so angry that she was shaking all over. Then she was not willing to be outdone and reached out to lift up Quan Minghe's collar. She bit his chest hard. But Quan Minghe was not angry. Instead, he stretched out his big hand, supported the back of her head, and let her bite it. After biting it, he raised his head and there was blood on his lips. Quan Minghe calmly took out a handkerchief from her body and wiped it off. Shen Yuling, however, was filled with disgust and subconsciously turned her head away, not wanting to have such intimate contact with him. Quan Minghe reached out and pinched her chin, turned her face around, and looked at her with burning eyes. Go back. Shen Yuling got off his lap immediately, as if she had been pardoned. She trotted to the door and was about to reach out to open it, but then stopped. She took a deep breath, straightened her clothes, and restored herself to the dignified demeanor of a lady from an aristocratic family. Then he reached out to open the door and left quickly without looking back. Quan Minghe lowered his head, touched the wound on his chest, and narrowed his eyes slightly. If a wild cat with claws were locked up in the palace and trained, she would definitely become a docile kitten. Be good and please yourself. Since he is an emperor, all his ministers and people want him to fill his harem, so naturally he has to choose beautiful, interesting playthings. To him, women are no different, either to continue the family line or to please him. Walked towards Ninglan courtyard where she lived. Along the way, she looked a little tired. Although she had expected Quan Minghe's possessiveness, she did not expect it to be so exaggerated. 3 months. How can I conquer Mo Hung in 3 months? Returning to the room, Shitong locked the door. Master, what did Quan Minghe say to you? Shen Yuling's eyes were a little vague, and they were vaguely looking into the distance. 3 months. Shitong, it seems we have to speed up. She frowned slightly and had a plan in mind, but the situation was becoming increasingly complicated and she had to be cautious in every step. Especially Quan Minghe, he is indeed more difficult to use than imagined. Tell the kitchen to prepare some specialties from the Northwest tonight. I brought Shifeng wine from the Northwest and invite your highness to taste it. Shitong nodded. As a system, although she has a lot of knowledge, she is naturally not very good at calculating people's hearts. Fortunately, after staying with Shen Yuling for a long time, she has been able to just follow her master's orders and not ask the reasons. By the way, master, many maids and servants have come to Ninglan courtyard today. I will arrange positions for them according to their characteristics. Well, remember to monitor it. Shen Yuling responded softly.
Don't worry, master.
Night is falling. The kitchen had carefully prepared the dishes that Shen Yuling wanted and brought them over. It was April, a beautiful time of year, and all the flowers in the palace were blooming in all their splendor. Ninglan courtyard where Shen Yuling lives is also full of flowers, and flowers of various colors emit a faint fragrance in the night. Inside the Ziwei Pavilion, on the stone table were placed exquisite Northwestern specialty dishes, as well as a bottle of Shifeng wine brought from the Northwest. Shen Yuling was sitting in the pavilion. His eyes fell on the food and wine in front of him. Not long after, a servant came running back in a hurry. Princess, just now after the prince returned home, the maidservant beside Lu Ji asked the prince to leave, and the prince also said that he would not accompany you for dinner today. Shen Yuling waved her hand and said in a slightly hoarse voice, Okay, you can go down. She was dining alone in the pavilion, looking very lonely and forlorn. In the courtyard, a maid who was taking care of flowers and plants looked at the princess from time to time, but quickly looked away and continued to take care of the flowers and plants in her hands as if nothing had happened. Shen Yuling had a poor alcohol tolerance to begin with, and after a few glasses of Shifeng wine, she began to feel dizzy and her feet felt as if they were stepping on cotton. Shitong was watching from the side and quickly reached out to support her and helped her into the house. When Shen Yuling woke up again, she felt her throat was extremely dry, as if it was burning on fire. Thirsty. Without opening her eyes, she dazedly reached her hand out from under the quilt. Soon, a cup was handed to her, but her hand accidentally touched the hand of the person holding the cup. That touch, rough and calloused, definitely not Shitong's delicate hands. Shen Yuling was startled and opened her eyes suddenly.
Man.
Very handsome man. He has sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and sharp features. His face is flawless, like a noble god descending. The most attractive thing is a pair of eyes, which are deep black, like a bottomless pool. Shen Yuling subconsciously wanted to open her mouth and scream. But the man said coldly, "Shut up." She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. She could only stare at the person in front of her in horror. "It's you." Shen Yuling listened carefully to the voice and recognized it. She quickly looked around, then hurriedly looked down at her clothes and found that they were still her old clothes, so she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Why am I here?" Shen Yuling calmed herself down, raised her head and looked at the man, her eyes full of confusion and vigilance. "You just met with me this morning and invited Quan Minghe to dinner in the evening. Did you not listen to a word I said to you today?" Quan Minghe's face was grim. From the prince's mansion, that Shen Yuling had invited Quan Minghe to have dinner and drinks in the evening. When Quan Minghe learned the news, his face turned a little ugly. Could it be that she was thinking of getting Quan Minghe drunk so that he could consummate the marriage with her while he was drunk? In this way, Quan Minghe would not be able to discover certain traces that might exist on her body, nor would he be able to realize that she had lost her innocence long ago. When Quan Minghe got the news, he thought to himself, if she really turned a deaf ear to the warning he gave her this morning, he would have to give her the cup of poisoned wine instead of saving it. Unfortunately, Quan Minghe did not do as she wished. He went to the concubine's courtyard and ignored her invitation at all. Would have been fine if Quan Minghe didn't come, but she actually got herself drunk and looked so sad. So, Quan Minghe no longer hides his identity. The eldest daughter of the Shen family is quite courageous. Without some deterrent power, she would probably still want to be the princess of a county quietly. As he thought about it, the coldness in his eyes became more captivating. Shen Yuling had a tentative intention in her heart. She wanted to find out whether Quan Minghe had already planted people in the prince's mansion. After all, Quan Minghe was very confident in what he said this morning, saying that he knew everything about her. He is indeed an emperor, and his methods are very powerful. She had only been in the prince's mansion for 2 days, and already there were his people around her, secretly spying on her. Shen Yuling seemed not to hear Quan Minghe's aggressive questioning, and her beautiful eyes were only focused on looking up and down at the person in front of her. Today, Quan Minghe's attire is completely different from the previous 2 times we saw him. A robe of fine ice blue silk, like the water of a dark blue lake, clear and luxurious. On the robe is majestic and eye-catching, demonstrating nobility and power. Shen Yuling couldn't help but murmur, "You are the current emperor." As she finished speaking, she seemed to suddenly realize something. Shen Yuling got up from the bed and stood on it, almost the same height as Quan Minghe. A surge of anger suddenly surged in her heart, and she raised her hand without thinking and slapped Quan Minghe hard. It seemed as if he wanted to vent all the grievances and resentment in his heart on this slap. Quan Minghe was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He reached out to stop him without moving. His left hand was like an iron clamp, grasping Shen Yuling's right wrist. His eyes were deep and narrow, dark and dangerous. He spat out 2 words coldly. "Looking for death?" Shen Yuling tried hard to free her wrist, but no matter how hard she struggled, she didn't move at all. She was anxious and angry, biting her lower lip with her pearly teeth, making the pink lip turn a little white. Her eyes were already filled with tears, but they stubbornly refused to fall. Like a trapped little animal, it felt angry and helpless. "Do you know how much torment and fear I felt from the time you ruined my virginity to the time we got married? You know that the warnings you gave me this morning kept me up at night? It turns out that you were the one who made me marry someone else, and you were also the one who destroyed my innocence."
Quan Minghe frowned.
These 2 things were indeed done by him. He even wanted to kill her for his mistake, because the emperor can never be wrong. Just now, he had the intention to kill. But seeing her aggrieved, angry, and fearless look as she accused him, he felt a trace of pity for her. After Shen Yuling finished speaking, it was as if all the strength in her body had been drained away, and she instantly lost her support. Her body softened, and she knelt on the bed. It's like a lifeless flower, so delicate and pitiful. Seeing her like this, Quan Minghe also loosened his hand that was holding her wrist. I became your woman by mistake, but fate has played tricks on me, and I became the wife of Prince Lingyang. Your Majesty, have you been wanting to kill me for a long time? Shen Yuling raised her head, her eyes confused. Didn't I tell you this morning that I would take you out of the prince's mansion in 3 months? If you can't even wait for these 3 months, then don't go back after tonight. Shen Yuling's expression suddenly became frightened, with panic and pleading in her eyes. No, His Majesty said this morning that the reason for waiting 3 months is to protect my reputation. No, not tonight. Shen Yuling pulled his sleeve and begged him softly. Are you still inviting Feng Maheng to drink? Quan Minghe slid his fingers across the red corners of her eyes. She looks so beautiful when she is about to cry. Your Majesty did not reveal his identity this morning, so I was afraid. I wanted Prince Lingyang to like me a little bit so that he would protect me because I am his wife. Shen Yuling blinked her beautiful fox eyes and explained. Do you still need his protection? Shen Yuling shook her head. She stretched out her little hand and timidly held Quan Minghe's hand. A pair of fox eyes soaked in tears, wet, revealing innocence and a bit of charm, as if they could captivate people's hearts. As an actress, she knows how to cry in the most beautiful way. Quan Minghe was used to seeing beautiful women and couldn't take his eyes off them. Will your Majesty protect me? Her voice was soft and gentle, full of anticipation, yet also a hint of trepidation. If you listen to me, I will protect you. Even if I'm disobedient, I still want your Majesty to protect me. Quan Minghe didn't say anything and didn't answer her question. He snorted in his heart, thinking that he was greedy. Then he asked, Do you still blame me? Quan Minghe bent down and lowered his head, while Shen Yuling just raised her head. At this moment, their two flawless faces were close to each other, and they could hear each other's breathing clearly. Thinking back to what she just said, it turns out that it was you who made me marry someone else, and it was also you who ruined my innocence. I was filled with resentment. I don't dare. Shen Yuling turned her head away. Don't dare? That means I am still complaining in my heart. But so what? Even if the kitten had resentment in its heart, it could only rely on him and silently put away its sharp claws.
Be good and listen to me.
Shen Yuling seemed to suddenly remember something and asked softly, Where am I now? The palace. Quan Minghe uttered 2 words lightly. The Imperial Palace? Shen Yuling couldn't help but widen her eyes, and her voice unconsciously rose a few notches. But he was afraid of disturbing something, so he lowered his voice quickly.
Carefully, then.
Then how do I get back? Tomorrow morning at the end of the hour, I will have someone send you back. Will we really not be discovered? Quan Minghe raised his eyebrows slightly and didn't want to pay attention to her trivial questions. He was the emperor, and there was nothing he couldn't do after promising something. But seeing her frightened look, he still patiently answered, Won't. Shen Yuling breathed a sigh of relief and let go of the hand that had been tightly holding Quan Minghe. But as soon as she loosened her hand, Quan Minghe grabbed her wrist. He exerted force on his hands, and Shen Yuling fell into his arms. Although you don't have the title of imperial consort yet, you are already an imperial consort in reality. This palace is the Yahua Palace where you will live in 3 months. Quan Minghe's lips gently pressed against Shen Yuling's earlobe, and his warm breath sprayed on her ear. Shen Yuling's body suddenly felt numb.
So.
Quan Minghe paused, then lifted her chin and forced her to look at him. Tonight, you sleep with me. Shen Yuling's cheeks instantly turned pink. The bright and charming face looked even more attractive in the ambiguous atmosphere, and Quan Minghe couldn't help but reach out and pinch it. Can we really do this?
I.
Shen Yuling stammered, feeling shy and nervous. Quan Minghe did not respond to her, but untied his belt. The gorgeous dragon robe loosened in an instant, revealing the inner garment. Shen Yuling shyly turned her head away, her voice as low as a mosquito. I can't. You know, before entering the palace, every imperial concubine would have a nanny to carefully teach her the many matters of sleeping with the emperor, but she had never experienced such a scene. I will teach you personally. A faint smile appeared on Quan Minghe's lips. He took her soft little hand and placed it on his collar, then took her hand and undressed himself. Soon, Quan Minghe's inner clothes also fell to the ground. He has been practicing martial arts for many years, and his strong body is exposed in front of Shen Yuling without any cover. His chest, there was a bite mark left by Shen Yuling this morning, which was particularly eye-catching. When Quan Minghe saw Shen Yuling staring at his chest, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He raised his eyebrows and asked, Why, do you want another bite?
I don't dare.
Shen Yuling lowered her eyes. He is the emperor, who dares to hurt him easily. Quan Minghe put Shen Yuling on the bed. She subconsciously pushed him away with her hands, which happened to be placed on his chest. His brows were furrowed, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Whispered, It will hurt, I'm afraid. Quan Minghe thought back to her first time. He was indeed a little rough and didn't consider her feelings. Gently comforting, not this time. There was a hint of tenderness in his tone. As soon as he finished speaking, Quan Minghe's hands began to make the delicate flowers bloom. At such a young age, he has developed quite well. When Shen Yuling heard this, a faint pink color instantly appeared on her fair skin, spreading from her cheeks to her entire body, which was extremely charming. Her cheeks are as rosy as clouds, and she is confused and lost in love. Quan Minghe finally couldn't hold back anymore and started to attack and seize the city. Time passes slowly. Shen Yuling went from being accommodating at the beginning to becoming limp and weak later on. She leaned softly against his shoulder. The voice was soft and sticky. Your Majesty, aren't you tired yet? Quan Minghe did not say anything. He just reached out and stroked her white and smooth back, again and again, his movements gentle yet possessive. The love in his deep black eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Intense and hot. He did not answer Shen Yuling's question, but used practical actions to let her feel whether he was tired or not. Shen Yuling couldn't help but let out a soft moan, her delicate body trembling slightly. I don't know how much time had passed. Shen Yuling was in a daze and didn't even know when she fell asleep. Quan Minghe woke up slowly, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he felt a pressure on his shoulder. He couldn't help but frown and raised his hand to rub his eyebrows. Quan Minghe never stayed overnight in the concubine's palace, but last night, he and Shen Yuling were so affectionate for too long that he felt exhausted and fell asleep like this. Shen Yuling really had never learned the rules of the palace, and she fell asleep leaning on him. Quan Minghe pulled away his numb arm. Perhaps Shen Yuling was too tired last night. Despite all the noise, she showed no sign of waking up. Quan Minghe thought that she had never learned the palace rules, so he didn't bother about it for the time being. However, she still needed to return to the prince's mansion before daybreak. Thinking of this, he stretched out his hand and pinched Shen Yuling's pink face, once, twice. Shen Yuling was tormented like this and groaned, and made a few unclear sounds. His eyes were still tightly shut, unable to open at all. You're still not awake. Are you not going back to the prince's mansion today? Quan Minghe's voice rose slightly. The words "return to the prince's mansion" instantly woke Shen Yuling from her sleep. Her curly eyelashes trembled, and her eyes suddenly opened, still a little sleepy. When Quan Minghe saw her wake up, he reached out and pulled the bed curtain tightly, then turned around and walked out.
Li Ming.
As soon as Quan Minghe came out of the inner room, he called out. Outside for a long time, walked in quickly and bowed respectfully, saying, Your Majesty. Tell someone to help concubine Shen wash up.
Yes.
Li Ming responded, but he was shocked in his heart. Named as a concubine? This is a big deal. In the harem, her status is only second to Lu Jiaoyi. There is also the Yahua Palace, which has always been famous for its luxury. Concubine Wang had begged His Majesty many times before, but His Majesty had never agreed to give it to her. Now he gave it directly to concubine Shen, who appeared out of nowhere. It looks like the harem is going to be lively again. At dawn, His Majesty's imperial edict of enthronement caused an uproar in the harem, appeared out of nowhere, and was granted residence in the luxurious Manhwa Palace. There was also news that concubine Shen was in poor health, and no one was allowed to enter Manhwa Palace without the emperor's order. The palace maids and eunuchs in Manhwa Palace were all appointed by His Majesty himself. Lu Jiaoyi also didn't find out any news about Manhwa Palace. After all, Lu Jingyi has been in the mansion for 3 months and is well informed about the news in the mansion. She knows that Shen Yuling has invited Feng Maheng to dinner and drinks tonight. Therefore, they sent people to wait at the gate of the mansion early, and as soon as Feng Maheng came back, they would invite him to Sijinyuan. Originally, she told herself that even if she was the heroine, it didn't matter. Feng Maheng loved her very much now, and she had already won his heart. But Feng Maheng stayed overnight, and this morning Feng Maheng and Shen Yuling held hands sweetly. Anxiety and fear filled my heart. She was originally a delicate girl from modern times, from a wealthy family. It's just that she didn't like studying since she was young. After high school, she went to study abroad. After returning to China, it was natural for her to join her own company. Everything has been smooth sailing since childhood. Apart from the marriage plans her parents mentioned from time to time, she had almost no other worries. In my spare time, I also read novels. However, she did not expect that she was inexplicably transported to the world of a novel she had read. Before she traveled through time, her parents arranged a blind date for her. But the blind date candidates were either uneducated playboys who only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun all day long and had no ambition, or they looked ugly, so she couldn't feel attracted to them. Lu Jingyi comes from a wealthy family, so she has extremely high expectations for love, or even beautiful fantasies. She once liked a handsome star in the entertainment industry, but when she expressed her feelings to her parents, she was rejected without hesitation. So she devoted herself to novels, and even hoped that a true lover like the male protagonist in the novel would appear by her side. After traveling through time, she transformed herself into the concubine's daughter of the Chief Justice of the Dali Temple of the Qian dynasty. In the Qian dynasty, whether it was a legitimate daughter or a concubine's daughter, they were just tools for family marriages. Although the status of a legitimate daughter is indeed more honorable, it is not as exaggerated as in TV dramas. The way they train their legitimate daughters and illegitimate daughters is almost the same in their mansion, with not much difference. Because of this, she has a pretty good relationship with her sister, Lu Shihan. Moreover, because she knew some plots in novels, she also had some understanding of some of the character of the current emperor. Although the book only briefly mentioned it, it was enough for her to capture some key information from it.
With her secret help,
my sister entered the palace. She received some special treatment from His Majesty and gave birth to princes for His Majesty one after another. As a result, the relationship between her and her sister became even deeper. Originally, with her status as a concubine's daughter, she could marry a good man with a similar family background, become a legal wife, and live a stable life. But since Lu Jingyi had read the novel, a seed was planted in her heart. I believe that the best man in the world is the protagonist of the book, Feng Maheng. Feng Maheng is extremely handsome. At a young age, he is already a prince and has an extremely noble status. Not to mention that his mother is the elder sister of the current emperor, Princess Shiha. With his prominent status, tremendous power, and outstanding appearance, in Lu Jingyi's eyes, he was simply the perfect husband tailor-made for her. From then on, she was determined to marry Feng Maheng. Lu Jingyi knew that Feng Maheng, the male protagonist in the book, would experience an assassination attempt when he was 10 years old. The assassin disguised herself as a gentle and amiable sister and approached Feng Maheng step by step. When she gained his complete trust, she suddenly revealed her hideous face and attempted to kill Feng Maheng. Since then, Feng Maheng no longer trusted women easily, and even stayed away from them. Until later, because of an arranged marriage, the heroine Shen Yuling married Feng Maheng. The two spent time together day and night. Quan Minghe gradually let down his guard, fell in love with the heroine, and eventually stayed with her for the rest of their lives. Since she traveled through time, why can't the storyline be changed? Why can't she become the protagonist of the story? Therefore, at the critical moment when Quan Minghe was assassinated, Lu Jingyi had already made careful plans early on. She found a clever excuse to inadvertently get close to Quan Minghe, and even quietly provided the assassin with a better opportunity to act in advance. According to her calculations, she became Quan Minghe's savior. With her hard work, she finally became the most important woman in Quan Minghe's heart. But how can everything in this world go as one wishes? Although the Qian dynasty was relatively open-minded, for aristocratic families, being well-matched was still an insurmountable barrier. When she was filled with joy and thought that she could finally marry her ideal husband and live the life of a novel heroine from then on, Princess Shiha firmly opposed the marriage. No matter how Quan Minghe begged, the princess remained unmoved. But Quan Minghe is the eldest princess's only son after all, and she doesn't want to create a rift between her and her son. In the end, the eldest princess agreed to let Lu Jingyi enter the prince's mansion as a concubine. As if to appease her, he suggested that only if she could give birth to Quan Minghe's eldest son would she have a chance to be promoted to the position of legal wife. When Lu Jingyi found out, all her joy disappeared in an instant. She had worked hard to build up her image with Quan Minghe and established herself as someone who was deeply in love with him and didn't care about his status or position at all. If she was unwilling to marry him now because the status of a concubine was too low, Quan Minghe, who had been deceived by women before and was suspicious by nature, might doubt her sincerity. Wouldn't all previous efforts be wasted? After careful consideration, Lu Jingyi finally agreed to the eldest princess arrangement. 3 months ago, she became Quan Minghe's concubine unwillingly, but with expectations for him. According to the plot of the original book, Shen Yuling will enter the mansion soon. I have traveled through time for so many years and changed many things, but in the end, can I still not change the destined encounter between the hero and heroine? Lu Jingyi became increasingly unwilling. Since the heroine insists on coming to the prince's mansion, don't blame her for being cruel and ruthless. It was impossible for her to give birth to a first son in just 3 months, so the position of the legal wife was destined not to belong to her. In this case, the only option is to get rid of the heroine who has taken the position of her legal wife. She has traveled through time, so is she just going to be a supporting actress, watching the male and female protagonists live happily together while she herself is sad? No, Lu Jingyi would never be a supporting role in someone else's life. While Shen Yuling and Quan Minghe were making love, Quan Minghe was also sharing his heartfelt feelings with Lu Jingyi. Sujin Courtyard. The moonlight was like water, pouring into the courtyard, as if covering everything with a layer of silver gauze. Quan Minghe and Lu Jingyi were walking on the path in the courtyard. The figures of the two people were stretched out in the moonlight, and they were taking a walk in the moonlight to digest their food. Mo Hung, did nothing really happen between you and the princess yesterday? Quan Minghe stopped and turned to face her with a firm gaze. Since I promised you, I will do it. Lu Jingyi felt much more at ease. She should have believed the male protagonist. He was not a playboy. But because she knew the plot of the original book, she felt very insecure. Lu Jingyi gritted her teeth and continued to ask, Mo Hung, I heard everyone in the mansion say this morning that you and the princess went to pay respects to the princess hand in hand. I was so scared, afraid that you would fall in love with the princess. As Lu Jingyi spoke, her eyes were already red. I'm afraid you don't love me anymore. Quan Minghe reached out and held her in his arms, his chin gently resting on the top of her head. In a low and hoarse voice, No, Jingyi, I only love you. How could he not love her? As soon as he returned home this evening, Jingyi's maid came to look for him. When Quan Minghe arrived at Su Jinyuan, he saw that she was nervous and flustered. The fear of losing him was so obvious. The more she cared, the more excited Quan Minghe became. And her state tonight was different from usual. Quan Minghe knew it was because of Shen Yuling. because Shen Yuling specifically ordered the kitchen to prepare northwestern delicacies for him and also invited him to have a drink.
So,
Jingyi is jealous. That's why he was called to Sejin. When he married Shen Yuling, she was so calm and composed that Feng Maheng thought she didn't care about it. But now it seems that doesn't seem to be the case. Feng Maheng's dark eyes were deep and dark. His father betrayed his mother divorced her husband, and kept concubines in the princess's mansion. He saw it all since he was a child. He just felt extremely disgusted about the passion between men and women without any emotion. He likes women to love him wholeheartedly. This kind of love can make his blood boil and make his heart beat fast. And Lu Jingyi is the most perfect woman he has personally raised since she was 10 years old. Feng Maheng used to think that love was mutual. He treats Jingyi wholeheartedly. Jingyi will also love him wholeheartedly. But when other women approached him, Jingyi didn't seem to have any obvious reaction. He shows his love for her will she be happy and respond to his love in kind. But facing Shen Yuling, Jingyi actually had such a big emotional fluctuation. There was a hint of inquiry in Feng Maheng's deep eyes. Why is this? Lu Jingyi snuggled up to Feng Maheng. Over the years, she has heard too many promises made to her by Feng Maheng. He is the male protagonist in the book. As long as he truly falls in love with someone, he will promise to be affectionate to them for the rest of their lives. So no matter how other women approach Feng Maheng, she doesn't care. Because Feng Maheng would not be tempted by those women. But Shen Yuling is different. She was the original heroine, and now this Feng Maheng, who showed love to her, was stolen by her. Lu Jingyi felt sad. Mo Heng, the princess is very beautiful, and her family background is outstanding. Even the princess is quite fond of her. She has everything. But in the prince's mansion, I only have you. Don't be afraid. Shen Yuling and I are just playing around. Feng Maheng hugged her tighter and comforted her softly. Mother doesn't like you in the first place. If I ignore Shen Yuling, Mother will hate you even more. Then, your life in the mansion may be even more difficult. It turned out that Feng Maheng and Shen Yuling's intimacy today was performed for the eldest princess. But who knows if the acting might turn into reality. Although she thought so in her heart, Lu Jingyi still pretended to be touched. Mo Heng, thank you. Feng Maheng reached out and pinched Lu Jingyi's cheek. He said lovingly, okay, don't be sad anymore. Then he changed the subject. It's getting late. You should go back to your room and rest. Lu Jingyi froze suddenly, and she looked at Feng Maheng in disbelief.
He
isn't staying overnight tonight? Feng Maheng naturally understood her expression. Explained, today, I acted out a scene of deep love between husband and wife with Shen Yuling in front of my mother, and my mother also told me to spend more time with her. After all, this is only the second night of our wedding, and I still have to go to Ninglan Courtyard tonight. Lu Jingyi suddenly clenched her hands in her sleeves. Couple? Why are these two words so harsh? Feng Maheng saw Jingyi tense up. He smiled gently, but there seemed to be an incomprehensible calculation in his eyes. Not going to Ninglan Courtyard for dinner tonight has already offended Shen Yuling. If I stay here, I'm afraid my mother will find out tomorrow and cause trouble for you. When Lu Jingyi heard this, she hurriedly hugged Feng Maheng. I'm not afraid. She was not afraid that the princess would cause trouble for her. She was only afraid that Feng Maheng and Shen Yuling would be alone together. Jingyi, believe me, I will never like Shen Yuling. I will feel bad if my mother makes trouble for you. Feng Maheng patted her on the back, then pushed Lu Jingyi out of his arms and turned away. He walked to the gate of Sujin Courtyard, but did not leave immediately. Standing quietly in the night, like a wild beast hiding in the darkness.
Bang! Pa!
The sound of porcelain breaking came from the yard. Feng Maheng smiled mysteriously, seeming to be quite satisfied with the sound. Shen Yuling married him. He thought that as long as he kept his distance from Shen Yuling, Jingyi would always love him, and the love they once had would not disappear like his mother did when she abandoned his father. But I never thought it was just the opposite. After getting a satisfactory result, Feng Maheng left Sujin Courtyard and soon appeared outside Ninglan Courtyard. Ninglan Courtyard was stained with thick ink, and it was pitch black and silent, with only 2 dim lanterns at the door. Inside the door, Bai Hua, the maid that Quan Minghe had placed in the prince's mansion, had a serious expression on her face. She knew the prince was outside, but the princess was still in the palace. Bai Hua clenched his fists. If the prince must look for the princess tonight, then you can only faint. But when she moved her ears and heard the footsteps of the prince leaving, she breathed a sigh of relief. Early in the morning, Shen Yuling, who knew nothing, returned to the prince's mansion heartlessly. It seems that there are quite a few of Quan Minghe's people in the prince's mansion. The people who picked her up along the way, and the people in her Ninglan courtyard, are almost all Quan Minghe's people. By Quan Minghe last night that she went back to her room and fell asleep until the afternoon. In the evening, Feng Maheng came to Ninglan courtyard. Inside the room, Shen Yuling was lying on the beauty couch with her eyes closed, resting. In the dim light and shadow, the tranquil face looks like a sleeping flower. He stood beside the bed, his eyes locked on Shen Yuling, the expression in his eyes complex and difficult to discern. What exactly is different about you? Why is Jingyi so worried that you'll take me away? If I like you, will Jingyi be jealous and love me more and more? Feng Maheng had many doubts in his mind. After a while, he sat down beside the bed and stared at Shen Yuling's sleeping face. Shen Yuling was just taking a light nap, and she woke up when Feng Maheng came. But Feng Maheng just looked at her without saying a word, so she just continued to pretend to sleep. But as if possessed by a ghost, Feng Maheng suddenly stretched out his hand. The slender and slightly cool fingers started from Shen Yuling's eyebrows, slowly moved down inch by inch, all the way to her fair cheek. The movements were gentle, yet revealed a hint of inexplicable stubbornness. It's such a beautiful face that it's impossible to ignore. Shen Yuling opened her eyes and asked innocently, "Why is my husband here?" Feng Maheng smiled. "Don't you want me to come over?" Shen Yuling took his hand and asked him to sit on the couch. She softened her body, hugged his waist, leaned on his broad shoulders, and said in a soft voice, "Of course I do." Feng Maheng did not resist Shen Yuling's closeness as he did on their wedding night. Instead, he stroked Shen Yuling's long hair like a waterfall, again and again. His movements were gentle, but seemed to carry other thoughts. "I heard that you prepared some delicious food and wine for me last night, but Jingyi was not feeling well, so I want to check on her." When Shen Yuling heard his gentle voice, and even explained to her why he went to Lu Jingyi's place last night, a sense of horror surged in her heart. What happened to Feng Maheng? But she still forced herself to relax and make her snuggles seem more natural. Her eyes sparkled as she said self-deprecatingly, "My husband, you don't have to explain to me. I know you care about Lu Ji." She said this, but she rubbed his shoulder fondly. Feng Maheng's eyes darkened slightly. "Are you jealous when I go to Lu Ji's place? Are you envious?" Shen Yuling asked in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. "Do you think Lu Ji will be jealous if my husband comes to my place?" Feng Maheng's pupils shrank. "If Jingyi wasn't jealous, he wouldn't come here." Shen Yuling continued quietly, "When my husband cares about my feelings, I will tell him whether I am jealous or not. Okay?" Her voice was soft and gentle, yet it carried a tremendous force that struck straight into Feng Maheng's heart. Feng Maheng was slightly stunned. Of course, he didn't care about Shen Yuling's feelings. She was just a strange wife. She got married. Feng Maheng only wanted to treat her as the mistress who was in charge of the house. However, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Since Shen Yuling is his wife, can he make her fall in love with him just like he seduced Jingyi? It was the two of them who took the initiative to come to him, so there was nothing wrong with what he did. If Shen Yuling also loves him, the two of them will be jealous of him and will fight for him. He will become the most important person in their hearts and will be needed at all times. Thinking of this, Feng Maheng curled his lips with a smile in his eyes, but the smile did not reach his eyes. There even seemed to be a hint of madness in the depths of his eyes, which was suppressed to the point of being almost distorted. Feng Maheng hugged Shen Yuling. "Yuling, Jingyi is my savior. She has been kind to me and has deep feelings for me. I feel like I have let her down by marrying you. So, don't bother with her from now on. Since you are my wife, you will always be my wife." When Shen Yuling heard these words, She felt a chill running up from the soles of her feet to her heart. What the heck happened to him? She looks completely different now than she did on her wedding night. Feng Maheng explained to her. Is it to give her hope, the hope that he will like her too? There seemed to be a flash of inspiration in Shen Yuling's eyes. Could it be that Feng Maheng wanted her to fall in love with him? Why did he do this? Shen Yuling was full of doubts, but couldn't find a clue for a while. Feng Maheng called out softly, Yuling? Shen Yuling broke free from his arms, and when she looked up, tears of emotion glistened in her eyes. My dear husband, it turns out that Lu Ji is your savior. You are so loyal and righteous, which shows that I, Shen Yuling, did not marry the wrong person. Women care about the details of caring for each other, but men care about you falling into his trap step by step, becoming obsessed with him, worshipping him, and recognizing his sense of control. Feng Maheng, whatever you want, I will give you now. Surprise and satisfaction flashed in Feng Maheng's eyes. His wife's defenseless look is really likable. Shen Yuling continued to act touched. Today, I heard that you regard me as your wife. That's enough. I won't ask for too much. My mother taught me since I was young that husband and wife should be of one mind and one heart. Although we have only known each other for a few days, we're going to spend the rest of our lives together. So, every day for the rest of my life, I will stay by my husband's side with all my heart. Feng Maheng's deep eyes met Shen Yuling's, with doubt and inquiry. She really seems to be different from other women. Why did her words always inexplicably touch upon the deepest desires in his heart? With all your heart? But only Jingyi loves him wholeheartedly and is even willing to die for him. Shen Yuling, can you do it? Feng Maheng couldn't help but touch Shen Yuling's charming face. You are my wife forever. It is also my tool. Shen Yuling finished saying those affectionate words, her eyebrows and eyes curved, as if containing an endless, gentle smile. But in fact, she was observing every slight expression on Feng Maheng's face calmly and carefully. The flash of excitement in Feng Maheng's eyes finally gave Shen Yuling an epiphany. I suddenly understood many things that the original owner had never known. In the storyline where the original owner did not reborn, only Lu Jingyi traveled through time. In that life, the many fights between the two women might have been secretly instigated by Feng Maheng. Shen Yuling's previous idea was wrong. She thought Feng Maheng was just a scumbag who was wavering between two women. The two women were scheming against each other, and whoever had the better skills would be the winner. Now that I think about it, maybe not. She who married was a young man from a noble family who was sought after by everyone in Qianjing. He was handsome and talented. But who could have expected that the prince consort would later fall in love with a weak maid? He completely disregarded their relationship as husband and wife and betrayed her. She had tolerated such humiliation? Without saying a word, she divorced the prince consort. Since then, the princess's mansion has kept many favored ministers, and this matter has become a hot topic in Qianjing City. Feng Maheng grew up in such an environment and never truly felt his mother's love. Even his mother's lewd and domineering behavior was a deep shame to him. His mother was betrayed by his father and indulged in sensual pleasures and had no time to care about him. It was also at this time that he met a woman. He felt that the woman treated him very well and even felt that was the feeling of maternal love he had always dreamed of. So, he placed all his trust in the woman and regarded her as his closest person. But I never expected that the woman had deep hatred in her heart. It was because she hated her mother for making her husband a favored minister in the princess's mansion. She came to Feng Maheng with great deliberation. She only wanted to take revenge on the princess by hurting Feng Maheng to relieve her hatred. Feng Maheng was devastated when he was assassinated by her. But at the same time, he met Lu Jingyi again. Nowhere to go in my heart suddenly seemed to have found a home, and all moved to Lu Jingyi. He needs a woman who truly loves and understands him to fill the huge void in his heart. That year, Feng Maheng was 10 years old, and Lu Jingyi was 8 years old. The two children have known each other and accompanied each other since then, and can be said to be childhood sweethearts. Shen Yuling recalled the encounter between Feng Maheng and Lu Jingyi. I originally thought that Lu Jingyi completely replaced the original owner by taking advantage of the opportunity and even redeemed Feng Maheng, but maybe. No. Original storyline of the world. The original owner was a girl like a little son, and she loved Feng Maheng wholeheartedly. Feng Maheng was thus redeemed, and the two of them lived their lives hand in hand happily. However, Lu Jingyi's time travel broke everything. She knew the shadow deep in Feng Maheng's heart, so she took the initiative and placed all of Feng Maheng's emotions on herself. But when she traveled through time, the person she loved was only Feng Maheng as described in the book, the male protagonist of her imagination. She used disguised love to attract Feng Maheng, but she never understood Feng Maheng's true emotional needs deep in his heart. Only be afraid when facing the original owner. She tried to get all kinds of guarantees from Feng Maheng, kept asking for Feng Maheng's favor and promises. Her insecure behavior made Feng Maheng mistakenly believe that this was a manifestation of her love for him. So, Feng Maheng began to pretend to show his love for the original master, just to make Lu Jingyi jealous and full of envy. He indulged in the feeling of being fought over by two women and being deeply needed by them, as if this could fill the lack of love in his heart. So, that indifferent look in the sea of fire. Do you really not care? Returned to normal under her suppression. Yesterday, Feng Maheng went to Lu Jingyi's place, and he must have felt her crazy, jealous look. Because Shen Yuling not only successfully got Feng Maheng to stay overnight on their wedding night. Today, she walked hand in hand with him openly in the mansion, and they also went to the princess's mansion to pay their respects together. This situation made it impossible for Lu Jingyi to pretend to be kind and generous in front of Feng Maheng, and she could no longer maintain her pretended love and tolerance for him. She was terrified. She was afraid that Shen Yuling, the original heroine, would take Feng Maheng away from her. It is also because of this that Feng Maheng has such an extreme contrast between today and yesterday. Figured it all out. The smile on Shen Yuling's lips widened. She looked into Feng Maheng's eyes, and the sincerity in his eyes became stronger. Feng Maheng, I finally discovered the real you. It turns out that our goals are so consistent. You want me to fall in love with you, and I also want you to believe that I love you. Isn't this a coincidence? Thinking of this, Shen Yuling narrowed her eyes slightly, and she already had a plan in mind. Shen Yuling's charming face was captivating, and a hint of shyness quietly crept up her cheek. My dear husband, will you let me be your wife tonight? Her voice was soft and coquettish. The slender little hand reached into Feng Maheng's collar. Shen Yuling knew that Feng Maheng would not touch her now. Because in Feng Maheng's heart, intimate things must be done with the person he likes, because he hates the favored ministers kept by the princess mother in the princess's mansion. I hate those male favorites who try to curry favor with his mother by taking advantage of her power. There was only love between them and the eldest princess that made Feng Maheng sick. Feng Maheng grabbed Shen Yuling's hand and stopped her from moving. When he was 10 years old, he personally raised Jingyi little by little to become the person he liked. With all her heart and soul, and full of admiration, it seems that she can give up everything for him, even be willing to be a concubine. Kind and generous, he only cares about his feelings in everything and doesn't worry about his own gains and losses. Lu Jingyi is the person who loves him most in this world. Between husband and wife can only be done with the person who loves him. Deep in Feng Maheng's heart, which were fostered by past experiences, were like thorns hidden in the dark, unknown to anyone. Shen Yuling's eyes were filled with doubt. Feng Maheng seems gentle, but he is also a bit unpredictable. He sighed softly. Jingyi has been in poor health and mood recently. She still can't accept you. I came here today just to explain to you what happened last night, so that you won't be sad about it. Shen Yuling sneered in her heart. Haha, you really know how to pue people. She praised him for his loyalty and righteousness, but did he really think he was a romantic? Although she has never met Lu Jingyi, Shen Yuling has a vague feeling that Lu Jingyi may not know what kind of temperament this romantic hero has. Feng Maheng and Lu Jingyi, both of them are disguising themselves. What they got was nothing but fake love in disguise. It's really ironic. Although she thought so, Shen Yuling still gently held his face with both hands. She tilted her head slightly and kissed Feng Maheng on the cheek. Afterwards, she lay on the couch with her back to Feng Maheng and said in a light but stubborn tone, "Husband, please go. I can fall asleep without you." Feng Maheng likes the feeling of being loved. But for him, the feeling of being loved is by no means simply infinite trust and tolerance. What he wanted deep down was to be able to completely control the other person, just like Lu Jingyi. But the Shen Yuling in front of him was always jumping back and forth on the edge, sometimes showing some concern for him, and sometimes pushing him away so coldly. It seemed like he could catch her easily, but it also seemed like she could fly away from him easily. Feng Maheng felt a trace of wetness remaining on his cheek and frowned. She kissed me, but let me go so easily.
Why?
Wasn't she ready to love him? Feng Maheng's eyes couldn't help but slowly darken. He pursed his lips, but finally turned around and left the room. It doesn't matter, there is still a long way to go. These days, Feng Maheng comes to Ninglan courtyard almost every day. Shen Yuling knew clearly that he must have done this on purpose. On the first day, Shen Yuling specifically ordered the kitchen to carefully prepare a bowl of health-preserving fish soup, but Lu Jingyi used the excuse that she was not feeling well and snatched the fish soup away. On the second day, the tailor in the mansion carefully made several new clothes for Shen Yuling according to her body shape. Who would have thought that the maidservant beside Lu Jingyi had already run to choose, picking out a few of the best ones. On the third day, the eldest princess received 2 pieces of precious pearl gauze from His Majesty. She kept one for herself and asked Feng Maheng to bring the other back to the princess of the county, Shen Yuling. But she was intercepted by Lu Jingyi halfway, and Shen Yuling didn't even touch the edge of the pearl gauze. As things have been going on, Shidong has been feeling very frustrated lately. Lu Ji is too much. You are the real mistress of the mansion, the princess of the county, but she blatantly took your things away. Shen Yuling leaned on the couch dejectedly, her eyes somewhat empty, as if she was thinking about something. But the words that came out of his mouth were totally inconsistent with his expression. This kind of expression is just for some people to see. Feng Maheng must be feeling very proud recently. After all, Lu Jingyi has been fighting for him. There was a hint of sarcasm in Shen Yuling's words. He doesn't even feel tired. Every day when he returns to the mansion, he not only makes various promises to Lu Jingyi, but also comes to Ninglan courtyard to comfort me. He really thinks he can have the best of both worlds. Shitong was listening at the side, but she looked puzzled. Blinking his eyes, he asked, "How could Feng Maheng change his mind so quickly? Could it be that you are so beautiful that you have bewitched him?" Shen Yuling stretched out her index finger and lightly tapped Shitong's forehead. She scolded him. "What a fool you are. He is clearly using me. Don't you see? But it doesn't matter. Just pretend to be sad for the next few days." Shen Yuling narrowed her eyes slightly. "I remember that in 3 days, Feng Maheng will take Lu Jingyi and me out to enjoy the flowers. When the time comes, you must remember to have the Shen family's guards disguise themselves and find a chance to assassinate Feng Maheng. Let's see what choice Lu Jingyi, who he thought loved him, would make at this critical moment." Shen Yuling said this, the corners of her mouth raised, and she smiled meaningfully. "And he always thought that I didn't love him, but I was willing to sacrifice my life to save him." Shidong said crisply, "Don't worry, miss. Everything has been arranged. The people from the Shen family that the master arranged for you are all reliable, loyal, and will never make mistakes." Shen Yuling hummed softly and lowered her head slightly, as if she suddenly thought of something. "Seriously, how many people in Ninglan court are there who were planted by Quan Minghe?" Shitong blinked her clear eyes and said innocently, "All of them." Shen Yuling. The night is quiet, and the moon is clear. Shen Yuling came to the luxurious Yahua Palace again. She walked into the house and sat on the gorgeous bed. This time, she could take a good look at the palace. The pepper paste is applied on the wall, and the fragrance is lingering. The floor is paved with golden bricks, shining brightly. Is covered with yellow tiles and colorful glazed tiles. The top of the temple is made of copper and is gilded to shine brightly. The gauze-embroidered curtain is thin and translucent. The curtain moves with the wind, as fluttering as a startled dress. This palace is truly magnificent, with carved beams and painted buildings. Because it is still early spring, there is still a little chill in the night air. Fortunately, there was fragrant silver charcoal burning in the house. This was the top-grade charcoal in the palace, and it gave off a faint fragrance when it burned. Looking around the house, there are all kinds of rare ornaments with exquisite shapes and superb craftsmanship. Even though Shen Yuling had seen a lot of good things since she was a child, at this moment, there was a hint of amazement in her eyes that was hard to conceal. Indeed, wealth and fame are dazzling. The night watchman's drum of the hour of Su sounded slowly, and the night grew darker. Quan Minghe came to Yahua Palace after having dinner in Weiyang Palace. As soon as he stepped into the bedroom, his whole demeanor instantly attracted Shen Yuling's attention. Wearing a luxurious purple gilded robe. The robe is decorated with black dragon patterns all over, as if it is about to break through the clothes and fly up with the wind and clouds, showing its domineering aura. She wears a jeweled crown on her head, as if a galaxy is hanging on top of her head. Quan Minghe walked slowly towards him with godly majesty and innate noble temperament. His domineering aura made others ignore his handsome appearance at first glance. At first, Shen Yuling only wanted to use Quan Minghe to achieve her goal of revenge. But now her heart was in a mess. She inexplicably, I really want to win the heart of this male protagonist, who has no emotional line. Shen Yuling felt her heart pounding. He was powerful and pretty. He just wanted a little white rabbit. It was not like she couldn't pretend. This is her life, except for revenge. Of course, you need wealth, power, and men. However, Shen Yuling is a person who is easily influenced, although he is now tempted by her beauty. But if the man does not meet her expectations in any way, she will dump him and make him heartbroken. Who was waiting on the side, hurriedly reminded, Your Majesty, His Majesty has arrived. You must pay your respects to His Majesty. Shen Yuling came to her senses, hurriedly got off the bed, and walked towards Quan Minghe. When she got closer, she knelt slightly and saluted, imitating the way she had seen people do in the past. Greetings to His Majesty. But after all, she had never learned the rules of the palace, and the posture of greeting was not correct. The squatting height is wrong, and the hand position is also wrong. In the Qian dynasty, the etiquette in the homes of ordinary aristocratic families and royal relatives was different from that in the palace. Because the place where the emperor lives must naturally be distinguished from others in every way to show his dignity. The etiquette in the palace was extremely strict. Even a simple squatting ceremony had many tricks involved, and every move showed respect for the superior. If relatives of ministers entered the palace, they would be carefully taught etiquette by the maids before entering the palace, and they would make sure that they followed the rules to avoid being impolite. But obviously, Shen Yuling entered the palace secretly, so it was impossible for anyone to teach her these rules. Quan Minghe frowned slightly, and then waved his hand. His tone was quite gentle. You don't have to perform the formalities during this period. When you officially enter the palace, I will have the etiquette nanny teach you the rules of the palace. Quan Minghe walked past Shen Yuling and came to the side of the couch. He lifted his robe and sat down calmly. Shen Yuling also walked to his side and sat down slowly. Why did your Majesty summon me to the palace tonight? Quan Minghe raised his eyes slightly, his expression calm. By Hua sent a message, saying that you seem to be bullied in the prince's mansion? Shen Yuling raised her chin in a show of strength. No, I am the princess of a county, and I have the support of the Shen family.
Who can bully me?
Being tough. Quan Minghe didn't point it out, but just raised his eyebrows slightly. She said calmly, It seems that you don't need the pearl yarn I brought you. He turned his head and called out to the door, Li Ming, take the palace skirt made of pearl gauze to Lu Jiaoyi. Didn't she come to ask about it today? Pearl yarn? Shen Yuling seemed to remember something, and her expression was a little gloomy. After a moment of silence, he asked, Your Majesty, do you know everything? When I was at home, my parents loved me and gave me everything they had. But since I went to the prince's mansion, the prince, he doesn't like me, Lu Ji, and he targets me everywhere and makes things difficult for me. There didn't seem to be any emotion on Quan Minghe's face. His expression and voice remained indifferent. Since you have been wronged, why don't you speak up? Shen Yuling pursed her lips, her small and delicate face tense with a serious expression.
Because.
It's very embarrassing and humiliating. Will your majesty tell others about your humiliation? She is the eldest daughter of the Shen family. How could she let people know that she was bullied like this by a concubine? If this gets out, not only will she lose face, but her family will also lose face. These aristocratic families are not afraid of being killed, but they cannot afford to lose face. Of course, Quan Minghe wouldn't. The most embarrassing time for him was on the battlefield. Later, he cut off the head of the person who made him embarrassed and kicked it like a ball. Shen Yuling has her own pride, so it's normal that she doesn't want to say it out loud. Quan Minghe already wanted to sincerely feel sorry for her. But who knew that Shen Yuling suddenly turned around, pointing at the pearl yarn. Your Majesty, put on the dress made of pearl gauze, and you can hide your disgrace. Then, Your Majesty will be able to see the most beautiful Shen Yuling. She turned her head to look at him, blinking her charming fox eyes. Your Majesty, would you like to see it? Quan Minghe's calm face almost couldn't help but smile, but fortunately, he never showed his emotions. He coughed lightly to hide the smile that was about to overflow. If you want the dress, just say so, and then find ways to act pitiful. You have a good plan. Quan Minghe raised his chin, and Li Ming beside him immediately understood what he meant. He handed the white pearl dress, made of pearl gauze in his hand, to Lanning, who was standing beside him. Quan Minghe, go change it. Shen Yuling responded and stood up and walked behind the screen in the inner room. Lanning followed behind, holding her dress, into the inner room. Your Majesty, His Majesty originally intended to give the white pearl snow gauze dress to concubine Liu, but after Bai Hua came to the palace to report your news today, His Majesty sent the dress to our Yahua palace. Lanning had a smile on her face and was very happy for her master. It can be seen that His Majesty must like you very much. From now on, she will be the one serving concubine Shen, and her future depends entirely on concubine Shen. The more favored His Majesty is to concubine Shen, the happier she will naturally be. Shen Yuling stroked the exquisite and luxurious palace skirt. Although there was a smile on the corner of her mouth, it did not reach her eyes. Like a pet, not worth showing off. Then let's try and see if she can win the Emperor's heart. In the inner room of Yahua Palace, Shen Yuling, who had changed into the white pearl and snow-white gauze dress, looked at herself carefully in front of the bronze mirror. Shen Yuling was born with a delicate and bright appearance. She liked to dress herself up beautifully on weekdays. She had dresses in all kinds of bright colors such as red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, and purple. She had almost every color. But white dresses are very rare and are almost never worn. Today, Shen Yuling specially removed all her gorgeous makeup and then carefully reapplied a more elegant makeup. She had a pair of upturned fox eyes, which were extremely charming. Put on makeup again, she deliberately drew a slightly downward eyeliner on her eyes, which added a bit of pitiful flavor to her original seductive look. In addition, she already had delicate skin and exquisite facial features. Now that her eye shape had changed and she was wearing a white pearl dress, she really looked like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world, so beautiful that one could not take their eyes away. Outside showed a bit of impatience on his face. Does it take so long to change a skirt? Quan Minghe doesn't come to the harem often. He was very busy with government affairs. After unifying the country, he had to deal with issues such as government reform, improvement of people's livelihood, strengthening of border defense, and suppression of aristocratic families. Memorials piled up like mountains every day, and carefully reviewing them one by one consumed a lot of energy and time. Afterwards, he might have to meet with court officials and listen to reports from all sides. Quan Minghe also paid great attention to health preservation, so he would enter the harem 5 or 6 times a month at most. What is the purpose of entering the harem? Just a matter between men and women. Quan Minghe doesn't talk about love with the women in the harem. Reason I came to Yahua Palace today was because Bai Hua went to the palace to report that Shen Yuling was bullied in the prince's mansion. Quan Minghe couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Her current situation was all her own fault. This marriage was granted by me, but I was the one who took away her innocence? Although Quan Minghe felt that these two things were coincidences and accidents, they were ultimately the result of his unintentional actions. So, I specially ordered someone to bring the Suju Ningxue gauze dress as a way of making up for it. Result: it's delayed my business. As Quan Minghe's personal eunuch, Li Ming follows the emperor all day long, so he can naturally feel his slight impatience at this moment. He quickly winked at the palace maid standing next to him. The palace maid hurriedly tiptoed into the inner room. When she reached Shen Yuling's side, the palace maid bowed slightly. He lowered his voice and said, "Your Majesty, His Majesty is very busy, and the time you have every day is very precious."
You see.
At this time, Shen Yuling had reached the last step of makeup, applying lipstick. The pink color, paired with her light makeup, makes her look fresh and refined. Shen Yuling raised her eyebrows slightly. Well, Quan Minghe is getting impatient. This palace maid is quite good at talking. But she didn't delay any longer. She put down the lipstick in her hand, stood up gracefully, and walked towards the outer room. He said, "Let's go." "I'm fine now." Inside the Yahua Palace, candlelight flickered, and light and shadows danced gently on the carved window lattices. Shen Yuling walked slowly and came up to Quan Minghe, who was half leaning on the couch and concentrating on reading a book. The book from Weiyang Palace for Quan Minghe. He wanted to use it to kill time while waiting for Shen Yuling to change clothes, but he ended up getting a little impatient. Shen Yuling stood gracefully in front of him, and Quan Minghe's gaze shifted to her. Her jet-black hair was loosely tied up with a jade hairpin, the head of which was embroidered with a plum blossom pattern, and the stamens were inlaid with rubies. A string of aqua blue glass beads hangs on her forehead. Each bead is carefully carved into a teardrop shape, with a few strands of extremely thin silver threads interspersed in between, flickering slightly. A few strands of hair hung down on both sides of her temples, with small white jade bells tied to the ends of her hair, which made crisp sounds when she moved her head slightly. There is a hollow carved peony hairpin in the hair behind her head. The peony is finely carved and sways gently with her movements, showing her luxury and beauty. She was dressed in a white pearl gauze dress, originally a bright and charming girl, but now she looked like an elegant and lively fairy. When Quan Minghe brought the clothes, he thought they would look good on her. Now that he sees them with his own eyes, he still feels amazed. He handed his right hand holding the book to Li Ming, and Li Ming took the book. Then he extended his hand to Shen Yuling, and Shen Yuling placed her hand in his palm. With a little effort, Quan Minghe held her in his arms. Shen Yuling asked, "Your Majesty, are you getting impatient?" Quan Minghe hugged her, without moving his eyes, and replied, "Well, but it's worth it. This dress suits you." It was so beautiful that he wanted to take off his clothes immediately. Shen Yuling said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I like it too." Her voice took on a sweeter hue. Quan Minghe stopped talking, lowered his eyes, and looked at her straight, with undisguised burning desire in his deep eyes. Shen Yuling didn't want to do that kind of thing too quickly. For an emperor like Quan Minghe, of course, she would be romantic and sweet with him in the early stage to lay the foundation of the relationship, and then use the tactic of playing hard to get to create a sense of loss. Aren't all men fans of sadomasochism? The more outstanding and powerful you are, the more so. But the prerequisite is that this man has a place for himself in his heart. Make him sad first, then coax him into peace. Wouldn't he love him to death? Shen Yuling had a sweet smile on her face and snuggled in Quan Minghe's arms. Just like a little girl intoxicated by the emperor's favor, she seemed unable to resist Quan Minghe's straightforward and passionate gaze, nodded slightly, and lowered her head shyly. "Your Majesty, can you draw?" This question made Li Ming's eyebrows jump. Could it be that concubine Shen still wants His Majesty to draw a picture for her? Your Majesty has been waiting for her for such a long time today. In the past, When your majesty went to other emperors' and concubines' palaces, he always handled official business in an impartial manner. But he never flirted or did anything romantic with the emperor or his concubine. Not to mention that painting is an extremely time-consuming task. Concubine Shen should not rely on the slight favor his majesty shows her at this moment and become arrogant. You know, your majesty's patience has always been limited. Quan Minghe's expression did not change. He just responded, yes. Being in the royal family, the princes have many tutors since childhood who will carefully teach them various knowledge and skills. From historical texts to cultural calligraphy, from court social etiquette to many appreciation studies, such as music, dance, painting, sculpture, etc. All will be covered. When Shen Yuling heard that Quan Minghe could paint, her eyes lit up. Then I will dance for your majesty, and your majesty, can you draw a picture for me? However, Quan Minghe did not agree immediately. There was a hint of coldness in his narrow eyes. I have high demands. Whether it was the dances commonly seen in the palace or the performances by the emperor's concubines or dancers at banquets, Quan Minghe was already tired of watching them. If the emperor or his concubine asked to perform, Quan Minghe would generally not refuse. But if the performance fails to impress him, he will not want to see this person again for a long time. Concubine Wang, who was the best dancer in the palace, spent a lot of time dancing in front of His Majesty when she first entered the palace. The dance is graceful and moving, but His Majesty got bored after watching it too much, and since then, Concubine Wang never dared to dance in front of His Majesty again. Shen Yuling felt somewhat dissatisfied after hearing Quan Minghe's cold response. She got up from Quan Minghe. I also have very high requirements for your Majesty's paintings. Shen Yuling is in the prince's mansion, so Quan Minghe can't see whatever he wants like he can in the palace. And now is the time when Quan Minghe is very interested in her, so she has to use some tricks to leave a unique impression in his mind. But you can't just let him remember your beauty. That's too shallow. Quan Minghe raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. You wasted a lot of my time today. Tell me, how do you make it up to me? Shen Yuling lowered her head, and her plump, pink nails slid slowly across the back of Quan Minghe's hand. It seemed nonchalant, yet also seemed to carry a hint of teasing. After a while, her red lips opened slightly. Her tone was soft and tender. I will accompany you till the end of the night. Is that okay? Originally, Quan Minghe just felt a slight numbness in his hands due to her actions, but now this voice went straight into his heart. His eyes darkened and he stared at her for a moment. Finally he said, then paint it. Shen Yuling was not satisfied with what she heard, but instead became more and more demanding. Your Majesty, I also have a request. She raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Quan Minghe, with a hint of cunning in her eyes. Quan Minghe was calm and composed, waiting quietly for her to make her request. Shen Yuling turned lightly in front of him. Your Majesty has never praised me for wearing this outfit today. Shen Yuling stopped and looked at Quan Minghe with full eyes. Quan Minghe then looked at her carefully again. Her different outfit tonight really caught his eye. It is indeed worthy of praise. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at her, and pondered for a while. Her skin is as smooth as snow, and her face is as bright as a flower. Shen Yuling smiled and asked, anything else? Her cherry lips are filled with a faint smile, and her jade-like face reflects the morning glow. A hint of pride flashed in Shen Yuling's eyes. Then, Your Majesty, you must draw my icy skin, pink cheeks, cherry lips, and jade-like appearance later. There was a hint of arrogance in his words. You are good at setting a trap for me. Forget it, I'll play with you today. Then he gave her another meaningful look. Don't let me down, Miss Shen. Quan Minghe stood up from the couch and walked towards the main hall of Yaohua Palace. Li Ming was genuinely shocked at the emperor's unusual attitude towards concubine Shen. He did not show it on his face and quickly and swiftly arranged various matters. He sent someone to place all the painting supplies in the main hall, and then quickly ordered someone to call the court musicians over. Everything was arranged properly. Soon, everything was ready. Shen Yuling stood in the center of the hall. Quan Minghe sat down opposite her, and the painting supplies were neatly arranged on the table that he had brought over. The musicians had also tuned their instruments behind the screen, waiting for the music to begin. Quan Minghe raised his eyes and asked, "What are you dancing for?" Shen Yuling responded crisply, "The imperial concubine is drunk." Quan Minghe frowned. "What is a royal concubine?" "Oh, I was wrong. There was no such position in the Qian dynasty." "No, it's the beauty who is drunk."
Quan Minghe nudda.
He had never heard of this dance before. If it was new, he would be somewhat interested in it. In an instant, melodious music sounded, flowing in the hall like gurgling water. Shen Yuling walked towards Lanning with lotus steps and took the wine jug and wine glass from her hands. Lanning was facing concubine Shen at the moment, and she felt that every step concubine Shen took seemed to be walking on the tip of her heart. So beautiful, so fairy-like, and so charming. Shen Yuling held the wine jug, tilted it slightly, and the wine flowed into the glass. When the glass was full, she held it steadily and began to dance to the music. She spun and swayed with a body as light as a swallow, and not a drop of the wine in the glass was spilled, which showed that her dancing skills were very solid. As she kept spinning, her gauze dress fluttered, which was a beautiful sight. The wine in the glass, his eyes seemed melancholy and lonely. As Quan Minghe sat there, he seemed to be really brought into the scene of a beautiful woman drowning her sorrows in wine. It is hard to tell whether it is the beautiful dance or the sad appearance of the beauty that is more touching. Shen Yuling filled the glass again. Sometimes he would raise the wine glass above his head and look up intently. Sometimes he would put the wine glass close to his chest and shake it gently. Finally, she turned her back to Quan Minghe, bent backwards, raised her head, and her clothes slipped off, revealing her snow-white shoulders. Quan Minghe's breathing suddenly stopped, and dark colors surged in his eyes. When the music reached its climax, Shen Yuling looked at Quan Minghe from a distance with a dazed look in her eyes. One step at a time, stepping on the nodes, tiptoeing towards him. The small white jade bell tied to the end of her hair accompanied the music. One by one, the beats struck Quan Minghe's heart. Shen Yuling has starred in so many idol dramas, and her every frown and smile is a carefully crafted beauty. The cold fairy took advantage of her drunkenness to sit in the emperor's arms, and the wine glass in her hand naturally rested on his thin lips. And Quan Minghe's eyes never left her since she started dancing. As a result, the scroll on the table that was originally intended for painting remained untouched at this moment. He didn't care about much. He saw the wine glass against his lips, and his thin lips slightly opened. With the help of Shen Yuling, he drank the wine in the glass, his Adam's apple rolling slightly. At this point, the dance is over. Shen Yuling raised her eyes and looked at Quan Minghe. "Your Majesty, are you satisfied?"
Quan Minghe răspunde sufli, "Yeah."
The voice from the throat moistened by wine is low and magnetic. After hearing the satisfactory answer, Shen Yuling returned to her original composure. The jade finger pointed to the still blank scroll on the table. She said coquettishly, "But I am not satisfied." After a pause, he continued, "Your Majesty's words are golden. How can you deceive me?" Who was seduced by the beauty, was already thinking about carrying the fairy to bed. After hearing her words, he glanced at the blank scroll again, then looked down at the woman with a puffy face and looking angry.
Sigh.
"Sit next to me, I'm painting now." Shen Yuling got down from his lap and sat obediently on his left. Prepare leisurely to watch the emperor's painting of beauty. In his mind, Quan Minghe recalled every expression and every posture of hers when she was dancing just now. After careful consideration, he chose the moment that he liked the most. Start painting. It's a beauty looking down at the wine in the glass, her eyes filled with thousands of thoughts and a myriad of tenderness. It is the tenderness, charm, and loveliness that Quan Minghe wants to hold in his arms when he sees her. During the Qian dynasty, painting has always been about the beauty of artistic conception. Quan Minghe has superb painting skills. With just a few strokes of the brush in his hand, the image of a beautiful woman who looks both fairy-like and sexy comes to life on the paper. Her eyebrows, posture, and charm were all accurately depicted by Quan Minghe with ink. The painting is completed. Quan Minghe asked, "Are you satisfied?" "I like it." Your Majesty has superb painting skills. The fairy-like figure is reflected in every stroke, and the paper is filled with rhyme.
Excellent.
Shen Yuling walked around the table where the scroll was placed and stood to the right of Quan Minghe. He picked up the black lacquer tube brush with a gold-painted double dragon pattern and looked up at Quan Minghe. Asked, "Your Majesty, can I write an inscription?" Quan Minghe looked at her intently.
Nod.
He never let anyone inscribe words on his paintings. It was just that Shen Yuling's stance just now gave him a pleasant surprise, so at this moment he couldn't help but feel a little bit of anticipation for what she was going to ask. Shen Yuling held the brush, dipped it in ink, and then wrote something on the blank space on the right side of the scroll. Her handwriting is extremely beautiful, with smooth and graceful strokes, revealing a sense of spirit. After writing, she raised her eyebrows slightly.
How?
Quan Minghe's eyes fell on the inscription. The first two sentences are normal inscriptions. Although people are amazed at the girl's literary talent, it is not surprising since she comes from the Yi family of Lingxi. The imperial ink is light and evenly applied to the beautiful face, and her graceful demeanor is like that of a fairy. Lines outline endless emotions, and a piece of painting is worth thousands. Just the last sentence. Quan Minghe whispered, "I hope that the beauty of the city will always stay in the heart of the emperor." Most of the women in the harem have such expectations, hoping to retain the emperor's favor for a long time with their beauty and talent. Quan Minghe remembered all the wishes Shen Yuling made outside the Fanning Temple. They are all girls, longing for love, pure and passionate. But once she entered the palace, perhaps all he could give her was his favor, and he himself didn't even know how long the favor would last. Quan Minghe was silent for a moment. He picked up Shen Yuling and whispered, "You are in the emperor's arms now. Why bother thinking about the future?" Shen Yuling put her arms around his neck and leaned against him affectionately. He lowered his eyes and sneered in his heart, "If you don't want it now, don't beg me when you want it in the future." Quan Minghe held her and walked towards the bedroom. Only the scroll that had not been put away remained in the hall, quietly emitting the scent of ink under the candlelight. Inside Yahua Palace, before the morning light penetrated the heavy curtains, Quan Minghe woke up. He frowned slightly, looking at the woman who was still sleeping soundly in his arms, and couldn't help thinking to himself. Every time she came to Yahua Palace, she seemed to stay overnight inadvertently. I don't know if she did it on purpose. Last night, it took me a long time to wait for her to change her clothes. Then he watched her dancing. She danced to the song Drunken Beauty so beautifully that he was mesmerized. Also painted for her at her request. In the end, he even played around with her and couldn't control himself at all. The love, the clouds and rain at Wushan, the warmth of the hibiscus tent. All the trouble, it was almost evening time before they stopped. In less than 2 hours, it would be time for the morning court session. Quan Minghe no longer had the heart to return to Weiyang Palace to sleep. But Shen Yuling, who had never been taught any court etiquette, always clung to him before falling asleep. At this moment, Quan Minghe only felt a numbness in his shoulders. His dark eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked carefully at the woman sleeping soundly beside him. Her peaceful sleeping face looked particularly pretty in the hazy morning light. Though he felt helpless, he still resisted the urge to wake her up. He opened the bed curtain, got up from the bed, put on a robe, and walked out.
Li Ming.
As soon as Quan Minghe came out of the bedroom, he called out in a low voice. Li Ming hurried forward and bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, may you be well." Quan Minghe paused and wanted to instruct Li Ming to find a nanny to teach Shen Yuling etiquette, but when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. He pursed his lips, his face grim, and weighed the options secretly in his mind. Well, her current status is special. If we rashly arrange a nanny for her now, if the news leaks out, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Although it would not be difficult to make those rumors disappear if she was really discovered, how could she, a weak woman, withstand the rumors in the palace? What if this really turns her beauty into a withered skeleton? Then all the efforts I have put into her during this period of time would be in vain? Well, let's wait for another 3 months. Li Ming quietly waited for His Majesty's instructions, but after waiting for a long time, he only heard His Majesty utter 2 words. Nothing. Change your clothes.
Yes.
The sunlight shines through the carved window lattices, casting mottled shadows. Shen Yuling woke up. The light and shadow had moved to most of the room, and it was almost noon. Lanning was busy outside. When she heard the noise coming from the bedroom, she walked over. She carefully hung the bed curtains on both sides, then reached out and helped her master up. Lanning moved closer to the bed and inadvertently took a light sniff, only to find that the bed was filled with the faint fragrance of her master. It is quiet and elegant, lingering in the nose, and smells very pleasant. No wonder the master is so loved by His Majesty. Even His Majesty is willing to stay in Yaohua Palace for the master. Thinking of this, Lanning became happier. Master, lunch will be served soon. I will help you wash up right away. Lanning said softly, with a tone of attentiveness. Shen Yuling nodded slightly, put her jade hand on Lanning's hand, and went with her to wash and change clothes. My whole body aches. Quan Minghe was really too harsh on me last night. But since I have promised to stick with you to the end, I have to hold on even if it means gritting my teeth. Fortunately, I don't have to get up as early as Quan Minghe today to go back to the prince's mansion. Because Feng Maheng was sent by Quan Minghe to inspect a county town outside Tianjing, he will not be back until tomorrow. Moreover, the prince's mansion now even has a maid whose voice is similar to Shen Yuling's. I think this is also Quan Minghe's trick. Everything is arranged so meticulously. He is worthy of being an emperor. Shen Yuling finished dressing up. She walked leisurely to the gilded rosewood dining table and sat down. She looked at the table full of exquisite meals, then raised her eyes and looked at Lanning, who was standing beside her. He asked softly, Lanning, Your Majesty, won't you come for lunch today? Lanning couldn't help but be slightly stunned. I never thought that the master would suddenly ask about His Majesty. Isn't it perfectly normal that Your Majesty doesn't come to the Emperor and concubine's place for meals? Your Majesty, no one around His Majesty, has said they will come over for dinner today. Shen Yuling frowned. She wondered if she could ask if she could invite someone to dine with her. But after opening his mouth, no words came out. Never mind, this is an emperor. But Shen Yuling still has some understanding that he is not a boyfriend who can talk about love with her and coax her to be with her. She picked up the chopsticks and started eating alone. Shen Yuling actually doesn't like this feeling of loneliness. After being reborn into the Shen family, he gradually developed a deep relationship with the Shen parents. In addition, Shidong was always by his side, and every day was lively and bustling, so he did not feel lonely. When I entered the palace, Shidong was not around. Such a huge palace, there was no one to entertain and cheer up. She is in modern times. She either eats with her agent or assistant, or gets together with her only 2 friends, or attends various dinner parties. She rarely eats alone. It was for this reason that she had originally thought that it would be nice if she could have a system that could transform into a maid and stay by her side. After all, as a modern soul trapped in ancient times, she always hoped that there would be someone who could understand her incomprehensible words. Shen Yuling picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Suddenly, I seemed to finally understand the sorrow of those women in the harem that I had seen on TV before. There is only you in my world, but anyone can be me in your world. Shen Yuling couldn't help but shed a tear. Lanning, who had been watching her, was startled when she saw this. He hurried forward and asked, My lady, what's wrong with you? Do you miss His Majesty? Your Majesty is very busy with government affairs during the day and rarely enters the harem. Shen Yuling had no expression on her face. She just raised her left hand lightly and wiped away the tears nonchalantly. He picked up a piece of fresh fish and put it into the bowl as if nothing had happened. He said calmly, I'm fine. It's just that my empathy is too strong. When I think of something sad, I can't help but shed tears. In modern times, several directors praised her as a natural actor, just because her tears were almost out of her control. Lanning listened with a puzzled look on her face. She didn't quite understand what Her Majesty meant by empathy and thought it was just an excuse Her Majesty made up because she missed His Majesty. Afternoon. After lunch, Quan Minghe took a copy of Emperor's Chronicles and flipped through it casually. Just consider this as a rare moment of rest. Li Ming stood aside, but he was still struggling in his heart whether or not to report what happened in Manhwa Palace to His Majesty. Your Majesty has said before that as long as the affairs of the harem do not involve the royal heir or state affairs, there is no need to report them specifically. But Li Ming thought about His Majesty's unusual and special treatment of concubine Shen, and finally prepared to speak. Your Majesty, today when concubine Shen was having lunch, she seemed to
cry.
Li Ming said cautiously. Quan Minghe frowned and looked at Li Ming with a bit of displeasure on his face. Asked, "You didn't serve me well?" Li Ming felt a lump in his heart. He chose to serve concubine Shen were all carefully selected. How could they not serve their master well? Perhaps concubine Shen wants Your Majesty to accompany her? Li Ming hurriedly explained in a low voice. I stayed with her in Manhwa Palace all night last night. Quan Minghe had a calm expression and a peaceful gaze.
Li Ming pausa.
He reported to His Majesty everything that Lanning had reported to him today. After listening to this, Quan Minghe frowned. Was I too indulgent towards her? Before she knew her identity, it was okay for her to act a little bit arrogant. The first time she entered the palace, she raised her hand to hit him, but he handled it gently and did not bother with her. The second time he entered the palace, he not only watched her dance, but also painted for her and even allowed her to write an inscription on the painting. Could it be that these actions made her become spoiled and feel that I should be with her all the time? Quan Minghe's eyes couldn't help but turn a little colder. After concubine Shen has rested, send her back to the prince's mansion. Yes. Li Ming quickly responded, and then turned and left. I sighed to myself as I walked. Sure enough, His Majesty's thoughts are not something that servants like them can easily guess. Originally thought that concubine Shen always had some special weight in His Majesty's heart, but today concubine Shen cried, but His Majesty didn't seem to be very distressed. He didn't even go to Manhwa Palace to see her, and sent her away so easily. Shen Yuling returned to the prince's mansion from the imperial palace. Ninglan court were placed by Quan Minghe, which made things very inconvenient for her. Therefore, every time she wanted to talk to Shidong, she could only do it in her own room. As soon as she returned home, Shen Yuling hurriedly confirmed tomorrow's arrangements with Shidong again, and then silently thought about the lines she would say tomorrow. Wait till evening. Earlier than Shen Yuling expected. When returning home this time, Feng Maheng initially headed for Ninglan courtyard, but was intercepted by Lu Jingyi halfway. The corners of Shen Yuling's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Could it be that I have become part of the play played by these two people? Feng Maheng deliberately made Lu Jingyi jealous, and Lu Jingyi fought for him as he wished. Only she, Shen Yuling, is nothing. Because Lu Jingyi always managed to snatch the prince away from the princess, and in many aspects of food, clothing, housing, and transportation, she could actually compete with the princess. The princess first entered the mansion. The prince even exempted Lu Jingyi from the etiquette of serving tea to his wife. Nowadays, the servants in the prince's mansion are secretly plotting against the prince's consort. I feel that the princess is not favored by the prince. Naturally, Shen Yuling fulfilled Lu Jingyi's wish and spent every day in the prince's mansion in a depressed mood, pretending to be wronged. No matter what Lu Jingyi took away, Quan Minghe would make up for it after he knew about it. Even better ones. Shen Yuling had a lot of fun pretending to be sad. The second day, Feng Maheng sent someone to call Shen Yuling to go to the famous Yingshu Mountain outside Qianjing to appreciate the flowers. This Yingshu Mountain has always been a favorite place for many talented men and beautiful women in Qianjing. They often go to the mountains to appreciate flowers, drink tea, recite poems and write lyrics, and enjoy the fun of traveling. Shen Yuling received the summons and walked to the gate of the prince's mansion. Lu Jingyi was standing intimately beside Feng Maheng. Their hands were tightly held together. The look could see the intimacy between them. Could it be that Lu Jingyi still cares about the day when she and Feng Maheng went to pay their respects to the eldest princess and held hands? Shen Yuling acted as if she didn't see it and always had a proper smile on her face. Now her character in the prince's mansion is to act gloomy in her own yard, but outside, She must be the elegant and noble princess of the county. As a lady of a noble family, she cannot tolerate even the slightest stain on her face. She looked calm and walked up to the two of them. She bowed slightly and said softly, "My dear, I took a long time to dress up, so I am a little late. I hope you can forgive me." Feng Maheng's gaze fell on Shen Yuling. She was wearing a blue shirt and a white skirt. The colors of the skirt were matched just right, fresh and elegant. Her hair was tied into an exquisite butterfly bun, and her head was embellished with only simple pearls and jade, making it look more simple and elegant. There are 2 strands of hair in front of her body, which are lightly tied up with ribbons and then hang down, giving her a unique style. Feng Maheng looked at her and felt that she was cool and bright. How could these 2 contradictory words appear in one person at the same time? However, appreciating beauty is just like appreciating beautiful scenery. After seeing it, you can only praise it with a few words. It won't leave any trace in his heart. Feng Maheng replied, "It's okay, Jingyi and I just arrived." Lu Jingyi on the side followed the rules and knelt down to salute. He said softly, "Greetings to the princess of the county." Shen Yuling had a smile on her face. "Sister, you don't have to be so polite. Just call me sister when you go out." Today was the first time she and Lu Jingyi met. Lu Jingyi has a gentle and peaceful appearance, delicate features, and is indeed a beauty. Lu Jingyi, "Yes, sister." Her gentle and smiling eyes. Ever since Shen Yuling called Feng Maheng husband as soon as she arrived, and now asking her to call her sister, Lu Jingyi felt uncomfortable. Before I had any dealings with the principal wife, I didn't have such a strong feeling about the difference between a concubine and the principal wife. Because her Sujin courtyard was no worse than Ninglan courtyard, and even because of Feng Maheng's favor towards her, everyone in the mansion respected her very much. But she is a person with a modern soul, and the discomfort of the confrontation between a concubine and a wife is very strong. At this moment, Lu Jingyi's strong desire to become the legal wife suddenly emerged. Feng Maheng held Lu Jingyi's hand and felt her body slightly stiff. I smiled secretly in my heart. It seems that it is a good idea to ask Shen Yuling to go flower viewing together this time. The warm spring sun was high in the sky, and a gorgeous carriage stopped in front of the prince's mansion. Feng Maheng was the first to board the carriage, and Lu Jingyi stepped in lightly afterwards and sat down next to him, their posture very intimate. Shen Yuling followed slowly and got on the carriage. Inside the carriage, Lu Jingyi smiled and took the initiative to talk to Feng Maheng. Her voice was soft and gentle, and her words were full of intimacy. Sometimes she leaned slightly towards Feng Maheng, and sometimes she gently pulled a sleeve. During this time, she would occasionally glance at Shen Yuling out of the corner of her eye, to see a look of jealousy on Shen Yuling's face. But Shen Yuling seemed unaware and just looked out the window quietly. His expression was indifferent. Although Lu Jingyi did not see the scene she expected, she felt somewhat satisfied when she saw Shen Yuling being so understanding. Soon, the luxuriously decorated carriage of Prince Lingyang arrived steadily at the foot of Yingshu Mountain. At this time, the foot of Yingshu Mountain was extremely lively. There were already quite a few newlywed couples, or talented men and beautiful women, young men and young ladies who had come together, gathering in groups of 2 or 3, talking in low voices or joking with each other. Laughter and joy echoed in the mountains. April is the time when spring comes back to life and flowers bloom. But the most famous thing about Yingshu Mountain is the cherry blossom trees planted halfway up the mountain. Flowers all over the mountains are competing for beauty, and the pink and white cherry blossom forest is like clouds falling from the sky, beautiful as a dream. Feng Maheng brought Lu Jingyi and Shen Yuling out this time to enjoy the magnificent scenery of the cherry blossom forest. When the carriage stopped, Shen Yuling and Lu Jingyi both put on veils to cover their beautiful faces, and then followed Feng Maheng out of the carriage. Shidong held Shen Yuling's hand and gave her a look. Everything has been arranged. Shen Yuling understood and nodded slightly. She took a deep breath and fully enjoyed the comfort brought by the natural scenery. Looking up, you can see green mountains, green waters, and colorful flowers all around, which is truly breathtakingly beautiful. Walking up the mountain road, there are blooming flowers and tender green grass on both sides of the road. The breeze blows, and the fragrance of flowers and grass interweaves together, refreshing the heart. When they arrived at the cherry blossom forest, Feng Maheng's behavior made Shen Yuling roll her eyes in her heart. He acquiesced to Lu Jingyi's slightly jealous behavior. He let Lu Jingyi pull him through the cherry blossom forest, looking here and there, and from time to time he would pretend to be magnanimous and turn his head to ask Shen Yuling's opinion, but there was no sign of genuine concern in his eyes. She could imagine how heartbroken the original owner must have been when faced with such a scene. Seeing how loving and sweet Feng Maheng and Lu Jingyi are, perhaps he is ready to take his heart back. But when he returned home, Feng Maheng would show concern for the original owner. The original owner's mood swings were completely controlled by Feng Maheng, as if he was so close yet so far away. Although she thought so in her heart, Shen Yuling pretended to be sad because of their closeness, but also tried to remain calm. I reluctantly accompanied the two of them for a while. After a while, he found an excuse to leave. Shen Yuling took Shidong along a path and came to the edge of a cliff across the cherry blossom forest. In fact, long before that, Shen Yuling had asked people from the Shen family to come here and investigate carefully. The cliff is shrouded in clouds and mist all year round and looks bottomless, which is frightening. But in fact, the terrain below is not straight down but a slope. Even if you accidentally fall, at least you won't lose your life. Shen Yuling went out today. She had taken special protective measures for all the joints of her clothes. Fortunately, she was thin to begin with, so it didn't look weird and others couldn't notice it. As for Feng Maheng, it's fine as long as he doesn't die from the fall. At this moment, she stood on the edge of the cliff, looking around casually. Occasionally, when she saw a few flowers in full bloom, she would reach out and gently pick a few and play with them in her hands. And the other side, a group of assassins in plain clothes are chasing Feng Maheng and Lu Jingyi. All the other directions they tried to escape were blocked by the killer. In this case, they could only flee to an unknown place, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a cliff. When Feng Maheng saw this group of killers, his eyes became even darker. All of his guards were knocked unconscious by this group of people without anyone noticing, and now they are isolated and helpless. Feng Maheng held Lu Jingyi's hand tightly and ran away. Lu Jingyi was extremely panicked at this moment, and her mind was in chaos. Does the novel describe the protagonist being hunted down? How come I have no impression of it? Shen Yuling was enjoying the scenery and picking flowers on the edge of the cliff. When she saw the group of masked plainclothes killers chasing her, a look of shock appeared on her face. But the situation was so critical that she couldn't afford to think too much. Soon, Feng Maheng, Lu Jingyi, and the other two reunited together. However, at this moment, they were already blocked by the killers on the edge of the cliff. Shen Yuling mustered up the courage to stand up. She shouted loudly, "Who are you? Do you know who I am? My father is the Grand Protector Shen Yuan. If you dare to take another step forward, the people of my Shen family will not let you go." Feng Maheng looked at Shen Yuling, who was standing bravely in front of him, even though she was afraid. His expression became complicated, as if he was exploring and puzzled. The leading plainclothes assassin said coldly, "Our only target today is Feng Maheng. You two ladies, get out of the way." Feng Maheng looked at them coldly and asked sternly, "Who sent you?" "We were not sent by anyone. You are the eldest princess's only son." The killer made no secret of his intention. When Feng Maheng heard the word princess, his eyes froze. "It turned out to be my mother's enemy again. Over the years, my mother's enemies have appeared one after another." He didn't expect that today's group of people were so powerful that they could knock down all his guards. The killer stopped talking and moved closer to them. Feng Maheng, Shen Yuling, and Lu Jingyi could only retreat step by step, but behind them was a bottomless cliff, and it seemed that they had nowhere to retreat. The killers raised their knives and rushed towards them. Lu Jingyi was trembling with fear. She came from a peaceful society and had never seen such a real killing scene with guns and knives. Feng Maheng was rescued. The assassin was just a woman, and she knew the plot, so she had the courage to face it. But now, facing these masked and cold-blooded killers, she felt as if all the blood in her body had frozen, and her body was shaking violently and uncontrollably. She couldn't retreat any further, or she would fall off the cliff. "I'm afraid I'll be smashed to pieces." The moment the killer rushed over, Lu Jingyi's body softened, and she fell to the side. Feng Maheng glanced at the bottom of the cliff, then looked at the killer rushing towards him like a ferocious monster. With a determined mind, he decisively chose the cliff. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. However, just as he was about to fall, Shen Yuling suddenly turned around, with his entire back facing the killer, facing Feng Maheng. The two looked at each other. Feng Maheng's pupils widened.
Why?
About to hit Shen Yuling. Feng Maheng didn't have time to think about it. He put his arms around her waist, and the two of them fell down the cliff together. When the killers saw Feng Maheng fall off the cliff, they burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. The Prince of Lingyang has lost his body. She and that witch have lost their only child, and finally their revenge has been achieved." After that, all the killers stopped lingering. Before the matter got out of hand, the killers quickly took off their veils and instantly transformed themselves into ordinary men enjoying the flowers and going for an outing. Then they blended into the crowd and left quietly. On the cliff, Lu Jingyi still hasn't come back to her senses. Her legs were weak, but she still struggled to climb to the edge of the cliff. Looking at the bottomless cliff, she kept shaking her head, her eyes full of disbelief. They are the male and female protagonists. How could they die? But if they didn't die, would the relationship between the hero and heroine be rekindled?
No.
Lu Jingyi felt a chill running from the soles of her feet straight up to her heart. What should I do? If Feng Maheng came back, how would she explain what happened today? No, she needs to calm down. She was just too scared, so she fell to the side. There was a gleam in Lu Jingyi's eyes. No, who said that only Shen Yuling jumped down? She could do it too. Lu Jingyi gritted her teeth. He forced himself to stand up with his weak legs and ran along the path towards the bottom of the cliff. As long as I pretend to jump down as well, I will have an excuse when the people from the prince's mansion come looking for me. Shen Yuling fell off the cliff with Feng Maheng. At the moment of falling, the sound of wind whistled past my ears, like the howling of death. When he was about to land, Feng Maheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not too high. He turned around. Shen Yuling was on top of him. The two men rolled down the slope. Fortunately, there were many trees growing along the way, which either blocked them or provided a buffer, so they stopped before they rolled too far. Shen Yuling was protected in Feng Maheng's arms, and she had already made some protective preparations before going out. At this moment, apart from a few minor scratches on his body, he was not seriously injured. She hurriedly got up from Feng Maheng's body, her eyes full of nervousness. He hurriedly looked at Feng Maheng's body carefully. Anxiously, "Husband, are you okay?" Feng Maheng had multiple abrasions on his body, just fallen suddenly from a great height, and although the impact was much lower than expected, the force of the impact was still not small, and I'm afraid his heart meridians must have been injured a little. At this moment, I felt a bloody smell rising up in my throat. But he still held back and responded to Shen Yuling's concern.
I'm fine.
Shen Yuling then breathed a sigh of relief and quickly helped him up, letting him lean on her. Comforting her softly, "It's okay. The guards from the prince's mansion will find us soon." Feng Maheng was well aware of his physical condition. Although he suffered some injuries, his life was not in danger. At least he could return to the prince's mansion alive. Only. Feng Maheng moved slightly and glanced at Shen Yuling out of the corner of his eye. His eyes were puzzled and suspicious, with many questions lingering in his mind. In the end, I couldn't help it. "Why did you block that knife for me?" Shen Yuling glanced at him in confusion, but Feng Maheng's eyes were extremely complex and deep, hiding many emotions that she could not understand. She seemed to not understand why he suddenly asked such a question. "Because you are my husband." Shen Yuling raised the corners of her mouth and smiled at him very sweetly, her tone sounding as if she was stating something that was a matter of course. After a pause, she raised her chin slightly, with a bit of arrogance. No matter who I marry, no matter who becomes my husband, I will love him. Just like mother loves father. It's not because of Phong Maheng. She said it very bluntly. But Phong Maheng didn't understand why Shen Yuling had such courage. Is loving someone such a simple thing? Why can she love someone so easily? Even when she knew clearly that he didn't like her and would never fall in love with her, she still loved him with the kind of love that was enough to give her life for him. Phong Maheng knew it clearly. Lu Jingyi loves him because he loves her too. Because of this, Phong Maheng always deliberately distanced himself from Shen Yuling in front of Lu Jingyi, but from time to time he would show some concern for Shen Yuling just to make Lu Jingyi jealous and to prove her love for him. But now, listening to what Shen Yuling said, Phong Maheng fell into deep thought. Is it true that there is someone who can love someone without asking for anything in return? Just as he was thinking, Phong Maheng, who was leaning on Shen Yuling's shoulder, raised his head slightly, and Shen Yuling happened to lower her head and look at him at this moment. When their eyes met, time seemed to stand still. Phong Maheng looked at the undisguised sincerity in Shen Yuling's eyes and was stunned for a moment. For some unknown reason, he couldn't help but slowly move his lips closer. Shen Yuling's eyes suddenly widened. The shock in his eyes was partly acted out due to the situation at the moment, but also partly genuine surprise. The first kiss of this body was given to Phong Maheng. Shen Yuling only found out that Quan Minghe didn't like women when she first entered the palace and was with him. Now, between her and Quan Minghe, he was obsessed with her beauty. She coveted his power and used him as a weapon. It doesn't matter whether we are close or not. I would be kissed by Phong Maheng today. Never mind, I'm just an actor. It doesn't matter who I kiss. Phong Maheng's lips touched Shen Yuling. A soft touch came. I saw the silly and dazed look of the woman in front of me. Only then did he realize that his wife, whom he had always neglected, didn't know how to kiss. Phong Maheng subconsciously put his arms around her waist and held her close to him. The brief taste just now was no longer enough to satisfy him. An irresistible urge surged in his heart. He wanted to go further and attack wantonly. However, at this moment, tears suddenly welled up in Shen Yuling's eyes. Tears slowly rolled down her cheeks. She stretched out her little hand, placed it on Phong Maheng's shoulder, and gently pushed him away. Phong Maheng could clearly feel the tears sliding down his lips, with a faint salty taste. He was slightly startled and stopped. What's wrong? Shen Yuling looked straight at him with moist eyes, with a hint of stubbornness in her tone. Whether it's kissing or consummating marriage, I only want to do it with someone who loves me. Are you kissing me because I saved you? Are you touched or feeling guilty? Phong Maheng didn't say anything for a while after hearing her words. Move? Guilt? These emotions were too unfamiliar to him. It was the way Shen Yuling firmly said she loved him that made his blood boil involuntarily. It made him excited and his heart beat so fast that it almost burst out of his throat. He insulted her on their wedding night, and then repeatedly ignored her for Lu Jingyi, but no matter what he became, she always loved him. Is it true that, even if he reveals his darkest side in front of her, she can accept it calmly? Thinking of this, a morbid stubbornness flashed in Phong Maheng's eyes. He thought he would have to hide in the darkness for the rest of his life, but suddenly, a woman came and seemed to accept all of him. How could this not make Phong Maheng's blood boil? The look in his eyes was quickly hidden in the seemingly gentleness and weakness in an instant. Phong Maheng was silent for a moment, and then rubbed Shen Yuling's ear with his nose. Whispered, "What if I say, I like you? It's not touching nor guilty." Shen Yuling couldn't help but open her mouth slightly and stared at him without blinking. Incredible. These were actually the words spoken by Phong Maheng. Is even more love-deprived, crazier, and more sick than she thought. But just what she wanted. But you said you loved Lu Jingyi. If you love her, how could you like me? There was a hint of sadness in Shen Yuling's voice. She didn't believe what he said. Phong Maheng looked at her seriously. Jingyi once saved me, and I am grateful for her life-saving grace. Before I met you, I really thought I loved her deeply. But after meeting you, even if I resist, I can't help but be moved by you. This is indeed true. At this moment, Feng Maheng could clearly feel his own heartbeat, beating wildly because of Shen Yuling in front of him. She just said that she could only accept intimate things from people who loved her. Coincidentally, so is he. If I fall in love with someone else, will you think I'm a bad person? In Feng Maheng's eyes. Before this, he had deliberately created an image of a loyal and righteous man in front of her. As long as Shen Yuling has a little bit of liking and love for him, it will be enough to make Jingyi jealous. But he didn't expect that every word Shen Yuling said was sincere and without any falsehood, including the words that I love him. In fact, her love seems purer than Jingyi's love. That was a kind of love that Feng Maheng had never expected, a love that came without asking for anything in return, just like a mother's love for her child, selfless and anonymous. Shen Yuling and Feng Maheng looked at each other quietly. After a moment, she shook her head slightly. No matter who you are, I will love you, because you are my husband. Shen Yuling stretched out her hands and gently held his face. Then, the soft lips touched Feng Maheng's cold, thin lips. This kiss was like a warm current that instantly flowed into Feng Maheng's heart. Feng Maheng felt warm in his heart, and he reached out to hold her head, deepening the kiss. He kissed her from shallow to deep, indulging his inner emotions without any scruples, until Shen Yuling was kissed to the point of being unable to breathe. She gently pushed him away and said in a tender voice, "Husband, that's enough." Feng Maheng then slowly stopped. He stared at Shen Yuling in front of him. Her face was covered with rosy clouds, and she looked shy, truly stunningly beautiful. I like it very much. I like it very much. A man who loves his wife with all his heart. Was this the wife that God had sensed his deepest desires and specially created for him? Shen Yuling saw the possession in Feng Maheng's eyes that was not concealed at this moment. If a normal person heard what Shen Yuling said, most of them would not believe it, because normal people know that no one can love unconditionally.
Pity.
Feng Maheng is not normal. He longed for was inherently morbid. What he wants is impossible. When this impossibility occurs, he will support it and firmly believe in it because he believes in himself. Feng Maheng and Shen Yuling walked slowly down the mountain road. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they saw the people from the prince's mansion who came to follow them. When the butler saw the figures of the prince and princess, he hurried forward. He respectfully helped the two of them into the carriage. Everyone was about to set off to return home. The housekeeper caught a glimpse of the prince hugging the princess tightly, and he couldn't help but hesitate. I opened my mouth, but didn't know whether I should say what was in my mind. But on second thought, the prince has always doted on Lu Ji, so this matter should be told to the prince. Prince Lu Ji has not returned home yet. Feng Maheng's expression suddenly froze, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. What did you say? Since Feng Maheng fell off the cliff, and the sky had already darkened. According to common sense, Lu Jingyi should have returned home long ago. Feng Maheng recalled Lu Jingyi's performance on the edge of the cliff. Although he was not very satisfied, he was not dissatisfied either. It's a conflicting feeling. Perhaps it was because he had too high expectations of Lu Jingyi, and he would be disappointed if her performance did not meet his expectations in the slightest. But Lu Jingyi was the woman he had secretly trained for several years after all. That's right, it's training. From when she was 8 years old until now when she is 18, we have been together for 10 years. He poured all his feelings into Lu Jingyi. Feng Maheng's hand holding Shen Yuling tightened slightly. Shen Yuling naturally noticed this subtle movement. She knew in her heart that Feng Maheng was worried about Lu Jingyi. Shen Yuling lowered her eyes, and a cold light flashed quietly in her eyes. Lu Jingyi is really smart. She is cruel to herself and has some tricks up her sleeve. Feng Maheng hesitated for a moment, then looked at Shen Yuling and said, "Yuling, you go back home first.
I have to go find Jingyi."
His voice was a little hoarse. The two of them were so affectionate just now, but now he is looking for another woman. Feng Maheng feels a little uncomfortable. "My husband, go ahead and bring Lu Ji back safely." Shen Yuling had a caring look on her face, and her words were full of concern. Feng Maheng nodded slightly and then ordered the housekeeper in a deep voice, "Take good care of the princess. When we return home, immediately have the doctor examine her carefully." Feng Maheng finished speaking. He hurriedly got off the carriage. With the guards of the prince's mansion, he turned and ran towards the cliff. After a while, they returned to the bottom of the cliff again. It was dark at the bottom of the cliff, with only the dim moonlight casting some cold light. Feng Maheng was extremely anxious. He searched carefully all the way up the slope, not missing any corner where someone might be hiding. It was unknown how long it had been, but finally, Feng Maheng saw Lu Jingyi huddled in a pit. She was shivering there alone, surrounded by tall grass that mostly obscured her figure. If you don't look carefully, it's hard to notice that there is someone here. "Jingyi, why are you here?" Feng Maheng's heart suddenly tightened. When Lu Jingyi heard the noise, she stood up from her curled-up body, raised her head, and looked in the direction where the sound came from. She saw Feng Maheng. Her eyes lit up instantly, as if there were tears flickering in them, full of surprise and excitement.
Monta Keng.
Lu Jingyi's voice trembled. Feng Maheng walked forward quickly. Lu Jingyi hugged him tightly. "Mo Hung Wu, I thought you were dead." Lu Jingyi spoke while crying, her cry revealing endless fear and dread. "Why are you here? If you fell off the cliff and died, how could I survive alone? When I saw you fall, I jumped down too, but I broke my leg and couldn't walk anymore." Lu Jingyi hugged Feng Maheng's neck, as if she was afraid that if she let go, he would disappear again. Feng Maheng listened to her words with a very complicated look in his eyes. He misunderstood Jingyi. Jingyi still loves him so much. How could he doubt the woman he has personally trained for 10 years? "Jingyi, we are all still alive. I will take you home," Feng Maheng said softly, then bent down and picked up Lu Jingyi horizontally. Behind him hurriedly followed, and the group returned towards the direction of the prince's mansion, and their figures gradually disappeared into the vast night. Night fell over the prince's mansion, and Lu Jingyi and Feng Maheng returned all the way to Sujin courtyard. As soon as they entered the yard, the maids came rushing over, helped Lu Jingyi lie down on the bed, and then called a doctor to bandage the wound on her leg. Feng Maheng also asked the doctor to examine his body and treat his wounds. Then he sat beside the bed and looked at Lu Jingyi worriedly. After the doctor carefully treated Lu Jingyi, Feng Maheng asked hurriedly, "How is it?" The doctor replied respectfully, "Your Highness, it's nothing serious. You just need to walk less in the next few days. Apply the medicine for a few days, and it should be healed." After the doctor packed up the medicine box and left, only Lu Jingyi and Feng Maheng were left in the room. Lu Jingyi sat up slightly, hugged Feng Maheng's waist, and put her face on his chest. She kept repeating her worries about him today. Confirmed that he is still alive. Feng Maheng chuckled and patted her on the back. "Comforting? I am fine, am I not?" After a pause, he continued, "It's very late now, you should go to bed early." When Lu Jingyi heard this, she suddenly felt uneasy. "He's leaving again?" That's what he said that night, and then headed towards Ninglan courtyard. "Mo Hung, I'm really scared. Can you stay with me tonight?" Lu Jingyi looked at Feng Maheng with tears in her eyes, her voice pleading. Feng Maheng looked helpless and said slowly, "I have to go see Shen Yuling. She also fell off a cliff today to save me." When Lu Jingyi heard this, she hugged him even tighter. She cried, "No, Mo Hung, I want you to stay with me. I'm too scared on the cliff in broad daylight." The princess of the county grew up in the northwest, so I think she has seen many such scenes. I envy her courage. I am too cowardly. She saved you today, do you fall in love with her? Her voice trembled as she asked this question. Feng Maheng's body stiffened for a moment. He remembered that he had told Shen Yuling that he liked her and even kissed her deeply. By Lu Jingyi, he felt a little uncomfortable. "No, Jingyi, I will only like you." Feng Maheng didn't want to lose this woman whom he had carefully trained for 10 years and who had grown up completely according to his wishes. Even though he had some special feelings for Shen Yuling, Lu Jingyi's position in his heart and her treatment in the mansion would not change. Feng Maheng reached out and wiped the tears from Lu Jingyi's face. Softly said, Okay, don't cry. I won't go to Ninglan Courtyard today. I will stay with you all the time. Lu Jingyi, leaning on Feng Maheng's chest, finally felt relieved. It seems that even if Shen Yuling saved Feng Maheng today, Feng Maheng would at most be grateful to her and would not have any other feelings towards her. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and acted out a passionate scene. After Shen Yuling returned to the prince's mansion, she went back to her own residence. First, he handed all the protective items prepared before going out to Shidong and asked her to destroy them quickly without leaving any trace. Afterwards, he called a doctor and carefully bandaged the abrasions on his body caused by falling off the cliff. Now most of the people in Ninglan Court are people planted by Quan Minghe, which makes things very inconvenient for them. Therefore, Shen Yuling basically does not allow anyone except Shidong to enter her room on weekdays. Openly, only Bai Hua was allowed to enter after getting her permission. As for the others, although Shen Yuling knew in her heart that they were Quan Minghe's people, she pretended not to know on the surface. At this moment, many candles were lit in the room. The bright candlelight illuminated the entire house, dispelling some of the gloom brought by returning home at night. Shidong stood aside and couldn't help but curl her lips when she thought that today's plan was only half successful. Muttered, "This Lu Jingyi is really smart." Shen Yuling knew that Shidong always liked to complain, so she just smiled and said nothing. He lazily lay on the beauty couch, picked up a strange novel, and started reading. Seeing her master like this, Shidong couldn't help but say, "Master, you still laughing. With Lu Jingyi's actions, all your work today has been in vain, right?" Shen Yuling didn't even raise his head, still looking at the book in his hand. He smiled and said, "It's not all in vain. Feng Maheng's change in attitude towards me is the biggest success today." After hearing this, Shidong was still a little indignant. She pouted and said, "They are all bad men who only know how to bully their masters." Shen Yuling couldn't help but smile and shook her head and reached out to touch Shidong's head. "Comfort her." Weiyang Palace. The candlelight flickered, and the light and shadows were scattered among the carved beams and painted buildings. Li Ming came in a hurry, but his steps were a little hesitant. When he arrived at the palace, he reported, "Your Majesty, today the Prince of Lingyang, his wife, and his concubines went to Yingshu Mountain outside the city to enjoy the flowers, but they did not expect to encounter an assassination attempt. In order to save the princess fell off the cliff with him." Li Ming was really scared when he heard the news. After much hesitation, he did not dare to come directly to report the matter to His Majesty. Quan Minghe was looking down at the memorial in his hand. He raised his head instantly, and a cold light flashed towards Li Ming in his eyes. Shen Yuling, save Feng Maheng? However, Li Ming did not seem to understand the meaning in His Majesty's eyes. He simply thought that His Majesty was worried about the safety of the princess. Then he continued, "Your Majesty, the princess of the county is blessed by heaven and has now returned home safely." Quan Minghe's mind is as deep as the sea. How could others easily guess it? Even a eunuch like Li Ming, who was by his side every day, found it difficult to fully understand his thoughts. Quan Minghe turned around and asked, "Who is the mastermind behind those who assassinated the prince?" "Your Majesty, it must be someone the princess offended in the past. Those killers acted quite arrogantly and did not hide their intentions. The princess is now investigating the matter."
Li Min uriadli raplia respectfully.
"But there are quite a lot of people on Yingshu Mountain today. If the killer hides in the crowd after the mission, it may not be easy to find him. And if we rashly send a large number of troops to question the people who went up the mountain today, I'm afraid it will cause panic among the people." Li Ming paused and then continued, "So the princess is only conducting an investigation in secret now." Although it was a secret investigation, in fact it simply did not involve the use of government power. The eldest princess has always been domineering, and upon hearing that her precious son was in danger, the guards of the princess's mansion had already set out. After all, Feng Maheng is her only biological child, and she regards him as her sweetheart. Quan Minghe frowned. He didn't care who tried to assassinate Feng Maheng. Although Feng Maheng was his nephew, if he was really assassinated like this. For him, some things can be handled much easier and simpler, and he no longer needs to go to great lengths to plan and arrange things. The only thing that made him unhappy was that Shen Yuling actually went to save Feng Maheng. Didn't she always hate Feng Maheng? Wasn't she in Manhwa Palace yesterday, crying and asking him to go and accompany her? Why did you decide to die with Feng Maheng without hesitation today? Could it be that she still delusionally hopes that Feng Maheng can fall in love with her? Are you still dreaming of living in harmony with your husband? Taking advantage of the situation to use a self-torture tactic? Then she was really dreaming. Take her into the palace. Quan Minghe ordered coldly. Li Ming didn't react for a moment. Your Majesty, weren't you just talking about the assassination? To bring into the palace? Oh, it should be the princess of a county. Well, I will arrange it right away. Li Ming responded quickly, and then hurriedly retreated. Sujin courtyard were extinguished one by one. After confirming that Feng Maheng would stay in Lu Jingyi's Sujin courtyard tonight, Shen Yuling followed Quan Minghe's men into the palace. Manhwa Palace. Shen Yuling was half leaning on the couch, her eyes a little dull, staring blankly at something she was thinking about. Quan Minghe comes in. Shen Yuling was so immersed in her own thoughts that she didn't notice anything. It was not until Quan Minghe sat down on a chair farther away from her, which happened to be within her sight, that Shen Yuling suddenly came to her senses. Quan Minghe's face was gloomy and his emotions could not be seen. He just sat there quietly, without saying a word, and there seemed to be a low pressure around him, which made people feel afraid when they saw him. Shen Yuling's heart tightened, and she quickly propped herself up. What's wrong with him? After hesitating for a moment, she called softly, Your Majesty? Miss Shen, you are becoming more and more unruly. Quan Minghe frowned and said this coldly. Shen Yuling was puzzled. Is Quan Minghe angry? He started to find fault as soon as he entered the door. Calling myself like this, the reason for my anger is probably because of myself. Shen Yuling whispered back. It was His Majesty who allowed me not to perform the ceremony. Quan Minghe still had a cold face, as if he didn't hear her and didn't respond to her words. Shen Yuling stood up from the couch and prepared to salute him. But as soon as his feet touched the ground, he lost his balance and fell. Fortunately, the carpet in Manhwa Palace was extremely luxurious and soft, so nothing happened. But Shen Yuling still deliberately called out softly. Ah. Quan Minghe has seen all kinds of women, and he is already accustomed to women pretending to be pitiful. Faced with Shen Yuling's pretense, he sat in the chair motionless, with an indifferent expression on his face. If you are so delicate, how did you get the courage to jump off the cliff? Quan Minghe spoke coldly, with a hint of sarcasm in his words. Shen Yuling heard this and sighed. Well, it was the Emperor's inexplicable possessiveness at work again. If Quan Minghe knew that she not only saved Feng Maheng, but also kissed him, teased him, and seduced him. No, Quan Minghe will never know in his life. Now I know that Shen Yuling will die soon. Shen Yuling stared at Quan Minghe aggrievedly, with tears glistening in her eyes. Yesterday, the prince took Lu Ji to Yingshu Mountain to enjoy the flowers and the moon. The two of them were enjoying the flowers sweetly, but I was alone, just wanting to find a quiet place to relax. There was a hint of helplessness in Shen Yuling's voice. But who could have expected that the group of assassins would suddenly appear and force the prince and Lu Ji all the way to where I am?
There was a cliff not far from that place.
The three of us were forced to the edge of the cliff by the assassins. The situation was extremely critical at the time. The prince couldn't bear to see Lu Ji suffer, so he pulled me off the cliff with him. Shen Yuling raised her chin slightly and looked at Quan Minghe. Why does it sound like I was happy to do that, Your Majesty? Anyway, there was no one from Quan Minghe there at the time, so she could say whatever she wanted. Shen Yuling choked up and said, It seems that I should die under the cliff. This is good. I won't be stuck between the prince and Lu Ji and cause dislike, and I won't make Your Majesty so upset. Shen Yuling lowered her head, her voice becoming increasingly low, revealing a deep sadness. Quan Minghe frowned and turned to glare at Li Ming. Didn't it say that the princess tried to save the prince? And then they both fell off the cliff? Li Ming was startled.
This.
Although Quan Minghe was confused, he did not say anything more. Instead, he stood up and walked towards Shen Yuling. When he got to her, he stopped and looked down at her. Asked, "Can't get up?" Shen Yuling raised her head. Her pupils were black and her eyelashes trembled slightly. She looked at him with watery eyes. "I want your majesty to hold me." Shen Yuling bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth. He opened his hands and stretched them towards Quan Minghe. Quan Minghe's heart trembled inexplicably. Stared at her for a long moment. A moment, the entire hall was too quiet. Shen Yuling felt that he would not hug her and felt disappointed. She withdrew her hand and planned to get up by herself. "We can't keep staying in a stalemate. If Quan Minghe refuses to give in, then she'll have to. The dog emperor is really ruthless." But Quan Minghe suddenly bent down, hugged her waist, and picked her up, all in one smooth move. Shen Yuling was stunned at first, then reacted instantly. She hugged his neck tightly and rubbed it gently, like a kitten. Mona said, "Thank you, your majesty." Quan Minghe held Shen Yuling in his arms and walked to the couch, intending to put her aside. But Shen Yuling hugged his neck and refused to let go. Quan Minghe held her in his arms and sat on the couch. "I heard that you fell off the cliff because you saved the prince." Quan Minghe looked at the person in his arms and spoke lightly. Shen Yuling replied sullenly, "Your majesty, who told you that?" Quan Minghe did not answer. Li Ming on the side hurriedly explained, "Madam, it was the prince who said that. I got the news from the steward of the prince's mansion."
Ha!
If the prince didn't say this, would he be accused of murdering his newlywed wife? "Your majesty, you know that the prince has always loved Lu Ji. After I married into the prince's mansion, the prince treated me very well. Do you think I can risk my life for the prince?" Quan Minghe fell silent. "That's true. Yesterday she cried because I didn't have lunch with her. Her to like foam mahing to the extent that she would risk her life for him. Your majesty, the prince used me as a cushion to cushion the situation. If it weren't for the fact that there was only a slope below the cliff, your majesty would not have been able to see me today." Her voice was choked with sobs, fear, and grievance. In fact, foam mahing was the scapegoat for her, but that did not stop her from confusing right and wrong. It would also let Quan Minghe know his difficult situation in the prince's mansion. Quan Minghe subconsciously tightened his arms around her waist. For some reason, when this word was associated with Shen Yuling, he felt inexplicably irritated. Originally, Quan Minghe planned to send foam mahing to the wealthy Jiangnan area 3 months later. At that time, Shen Yuling, as the Shen family's hostage in the capital, naturally would not be able to go with them. He also planned to forge an identity for her as the second daughter of the Shen family. The eldest and second daughters of the Shen family were twins, so the problem of appearance would be solved. But this matter needs to be arranged by his father in the northwest, so it takes 3 months to prepare. These things took up a lot of his mind and energy. However, foam mahing's actions today made Quan Minghe change his mind. He planned to throw foam mahing directly to a remote coastal area and let this pampered prince try out the life of a fisherman. Shen Yuling saw that he didn't say anything. Her skin was delicate and her waist was in pain. Slightly, and looked at Quan Minghe. When she turned her head, she met his deep gaze, which seemed to contain many emotions that she could not understand. "It's too tight. It hurts." There was dissatisfaction in her coquettishness. Quan Minghe came to his senses and loosened his grip. Then, his hand began to gently stroke her waist, as if to comfort her. But none of the words that came out of his mouth were what Shen Yuling liked to hear. He leaned close to her face, his eyes full of possessiveness. "Don't worry, if you die today, I will bury you with honor and send you to the mausoleum of the emperor's concubine." Shen Yuling was choked for a moment. She usually plays so many roles, but at this moment, she couldn't continue the conversation. She almost died today. Couldn't he comfort her? Even if they don't have love, they still have desire. A day of marriage brings 100 days of love. Forget it. This dog emperor doesn't treat women as his wives. Shen Yuling's mind raced. Looking into Quan Minghe's eyes, Her black eyes were clear and tender. "But I think I'm always there whenever your majesty wants to see me." Quan Minghe sneered in his heart. Is it that she is always there when he wants to see her, or does she want him to be with her all the time? Quan Minghe likes women who are tactful and don't have any unnecessary fantasies. Just like in the harem now, no woman dared to mention the words emperor and empress in front of him, not even Lu Jiaoyi, who gave birth to two princes. Quan Minghe's favor and power can only be given by him. The more you expose your greed, the less you will get. Shen Yuling dispelled Quan Minghe's suspicion and began to get into the topic of her entry into the palace. The candlelight flickers and the light and shadows are hazy. Quan Minghe looked at Shen Yuling in front of him and wanted to go to Wushan with her to share the joy of love. But Shen Yuling was not in a hurry. When he was aroused, she gently said, "Your Majesty, my period has come." As soon as these words were spoken, Shen Yuling clearly saw that Quan Minghe, who usually had a calm expression, suddenly turned ugly. Shen Yuling was very proud. She knew she was having love before coming here today, but Quan Minghe was so cold to her. Shen Yuling was not feeling well, so he could not expect to have an easy life. Because of the arrival of Kue Shui, Shen Yuling told Quan Minghe that she wanted to return to the prince's mansion. "I don't want to stay in Manhwa Palace for long." After all, Feng Mahan couldn't tell when he would go to Ninglan Courtyard to find her. It was because they had already fallen in love under the cliff. She is very busy now, having to coax two men at the same time. Quan Minghe is very hard-hearted. In that case, why not give him the cold shoulder first? Although Quan Minghe was in a bad mood about her coming to Kue Shui, he thought about how she was hurt by Feng Mahan today and how he ignored her feelings yesterday and did not come to have dinner with her. Even if they didn't do that tonight, Quan Minghe could still stay with her in Manhwa Palace for one night. Anyway, this is not the first time I have stayed overnight in Manhwa Palace. But Shen Yuling took the initiative to ask to return to the prince's mansion. Because she took the initiative to return home, Quan Minghe's face turned cold and then cold, cold and then cold again, and changed several times. But in the end, he did not say anything to stop her. But the color of his eyes became darker, like a ball of thick ink that could not be dissolved.
Then,
Shen Yuling returned to the prince's mansion. "If I don't go back tonight, I can only go back tomorrow when Quan Minghe goes to court, which is too early. If I don't sleep well, my condition will be very bad, which will not be conducive to dealing with Feng Mahan." On the second day, after Feng Mahan accompanied Lu Jingyi to finish breakfast, they came to Ninglan Courtyard. Now that Feng Mahan has different feelings towards her, Shen Yuling is still afraid that Quan Minghe will know that she has close contact with Feng Mahan. If they knew now, both Shen Yuling and Feng Mahan would die. Just in case, she had already told Shidong to stay outside the room. Even specially had someone bring breakfast to the inner room and place it on a small table. When Feng Mahan entered the inner room, he saw Shen Yuling sitting there having breakfast. He paused for a moment, walked to the other side, and slowly sat down.
"How are you?"
Feng Mahan raised his eyes and looked at her. "Husband, I'm fine, just some minor scratches, nothing serious." Shen Yuling smiled and responded softly. After saying that, she paused for a moment. "How is Lu Ji doing?" "Her leg was injured. She will be fine after a few days of rest." "It's nothing serious," Feng Mahan answered truthfully. Shen Yuling nodded slightly. Then he quietly took the spoon in the bowl and drank the porridge slowly, without saying another word. Feng Mahan sat aside, not knowing what to say for a moment. "Just follow her every move with your eyes." Shen Yuling felt that she had almost finished eating, but the intense gaze staring at her had not yet dissipated. She chuckled and put down the spoon. Putting her hands on his shoulders, you slowly stand up and walk around him to his left. Feng Mahan could react. She leaned against him and sat tenderly on his lap. Her beautiful eyes curled up slightly, close to his ear. "My dear, am I that good-looking?" Feng Mahan's body froze. But soon, he regained some of his normal self, but there was still a hint of unnaturalness in his expression. If Jingyi knew Feng Mahan's mind, he quickly shook his head. No, she would know. Feng Mahan subconsciously reached out and put his arm around Shen Yuling's waist. His voice was a little low as he said slowly, "It looks very good." In the past, Quan Minghe thought that Shen Yuling was a person who said one thing and meant another, and always talked about love. But because of what happened yesterday, he knew that she was a person with a heart full of love and a deep affection for him that was selfless. Quan Minghe only felt that he was becoming increasingly unable to resist her beauty. No, not irresistible. But now he doesn't want to resist at all. Quan Minghe closed his eyes slightly and leaned his head gently on Shen Yuling's neck with a bit of obsession. There is a faint fragrance lingering in the nose. It seemed to be there and not there, stirring his heartstrings. He opened his thin lips slightly and kissed Shen Yuling's neck. One wet kiss after another, like fine raindrops, fell on Shen Yuling's neck. Then the wet kiss slowly moved to the collarbone, and then to the shoulders. Shen Yuling only felt a tingling sensation. She raised her neck and placed her hands behind Quan Minghe's head, responding to his intimate gesture. About a cup of tea passed. Shen Yuling finally put her hand out to hold Quan Minghe, stopping his increasingly intimate and seemingly out-of-control behavior.
"Husband, it's daytime now,"
Shen Yuling said softly. Quan Minghe stopped the passionate kiss. He rested his head on her shoulder, breathing slightly. The breath he exhaled was hot and rapid, spraying on Shen Yuling's neck. Quan Minghe became increasingly immersed in the hazy and seductive atmosphere between the two. Doing it anymore. Shen Yuling raised her hand and stroked his hair as if comforting a child. Again and again, the movements were gentle and soothing. "Husband, it's time to take care of government affairs," Shen Yuling reminded again. In order to reduce the time that Quan Minghe spends in front of Shen Yuling, Quan Minghe arranged many trivial and complicated patrol tasks for him during the day. When he returned home in the evening, he still had to deal with some long-pending and trivial cases. Quan Minghe took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his disordered breathing. A moment later, he picked up Shen Yuling, walked to the bed, and put her on it. He placed his hands on the sides of her head and leaned over, staring at her for a long moment. Inexplicably restless. Quan Minghe pushed her chin down, pried open her teeth with the tip of his tongue, and pushed inside with force. The extremely hot breath was fed into Shen Yuling's mouth. Heavy breathing hit Shen Yuling's face. Shen Yuling felt suffocated and hot. But thinking that he was having love these days, Quan Minghe couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. She raised her head slightly and took the initiative to respond to Quan Minghe's kiss. This posture reveals a unique charm. After a long while, Quan Minghe finally stopped the passionate kiss. His lips did not leave, but remained on Shen Yuling's earlobe. The voice was low and a little hoarse. "I'm coming to Ninglan Courtyard tonight." After saying that, Quan Minghe took a deep breath, as if he wanted to inhale all the beautiful scent in the room into his lungs. He turned around and strode out of the dormitory. Shen Yuling slowly sat up and leaned against the head of the bed. He raised his hand and stroked his soft black hair, a faint smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Quan Minghe is good at kissing. Come on, come on. It just so happens that there is a lot of sunflower water these days. Even if Quan Minghe rests in Ninglan Courtyard, Quan Minghe will not suspect anything. It's just right to use Quan Minghe to stimulate the cold-blooded Quan Minghe. If Quan Minghe asked, he would say that Quan Minghe was just doing it for the princess to see. Even if he stayed in Ninglan Courtyard, he slept on a couch and did not share the bed. Who knows what happened in the dormitory? Night fell over the prince's mansion. After dealing with a pile of tedious government affairs, Quan Minghe walked towards Ninglan Courtyard. Halfway through the journey, he was stopped by a maid from Su Jinyuan. The maid tried to persuade Quan Minghe to go to Su Jinyuan. But Quan Minghe frowned slightly, impatience flashed in his eyes, and he sent the maid away with just a few words. Without stopping, he arrived at Ninglan Courtyard. Shen Yuling was lying lazily on the couch. When Quan Minghe entered the room, she stood up and went forward to greet him. The two were flirting. Quan Minghe carried the girl to the bed. But when Quan Minghe wanted to get close to her, Shen Yuling said shyly and helplessly, "Husband, my period has come." It's really interesting that this sentence was said to two men. The little devil in Shen Yuling's heart came out. Quan Minghe paused, but still hugged the person in his arms. It doesn't matter. We still have a long time to live. Shen Yuling leaned on his shoulder, tapping Feng Maheng's chest with her small hands from time to time. There are so many thoughts in my mind. She is really curious. What method did Feng Maheng use to appease Lu Jingyi? It's not like he told her he liked her, and then turned around and told Lu Jingyi he liked her. A smile appeared on Shen Yuling's lips, like a blooming poppy. Then let Lu Jingyi see with her own eyes how Feng Maheng, who always claims that he likes her, is so affectionate towards another woman. It would also be good for Lu Jingyi to taste the heartache that the original owner had felt in her previous life. First treat them in their own way, and then there will be double punishment. At this moment, Feng Maheng's attention was completely drawn to the numbness coming from his chest. The strange smile on the woman's lips in his arms and the thoughtful look on her face could not be seen or noticed. Hasn't Feng Maheng always disliked you? Why did he stay in your yard last night? Quan Minghe had no expression, but his voice was chilling. He learned the news today. Quan Minghe's face turned dark and filled with a thick gloom. In the past, Shen Yuling would only be brought into the palace at night. But today, he was hurriedly brought in broad daylight. Shen Yuling stood in front of Quan Minghe, while Quan Minghe sat on the couch. His eyes were as sharp as torches, as if he could see through her. Shen Yuling looked at Quan Minghe with a gloomy face, and there was a hint of fear in her pupils. She pursed her lips, lowered her head, and didn't dare to speak. Seeing Shen Yuling silent, Quan Minghe became even more furious. But his expression gradually returned to normal. He stretched out his hand. Shen Yuling raised her eyes and looked at the hand that Quan Minghe extended to her. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she looked at Quan Minghe with a little hesitation. Then she carefully and tentatively placed her hand in his palm. Quan Minghe used force to pull Shen Yuling in front of him. He also sat up straight. His half-closed eyelids lifted slightly, and deep in his eyes, there was a hint of cold light that Shen Yuling could not understand. The silent and calm Quan Minghe is even more captivating. Shen Yuling felt a panic in her heart and subconsciously tried to pull her hand out of Quan Minghe's hand. Wanna run, wanna escape. But Quan Minghe would never let her break free. He held her tightly with one hand and raised the other hand to gently touch her face with the back of his hand. Although the movements were gentle, there was a special sense of oppression in this atmosphere. Where did he touch you last night? Quan Minghe's voice was calm and without a trace of emotion. But asking this question almost convicted her. The coldness in the words seemed to be able to penetrate into one's bones. No, not anywhere. Shen Yuling answered quickly, her voice trembling. She didn't know whether Quan Minghe believed her words, but Quan Minghe never stopped caressing her cheek. Illustrate. He doesn't believe it. Not satisfied with this answer either. In Quan Minghe's heart, there was another man lying next to his woman. Even if they did nothing, it was unacceptable to him. Shen Yuling could only continue. Last night, Feng Maheng slept on the couch, and I slept on the bed. We didn't sleep together. Her voice was soft, and she looked at him with her big, clear eyes. I want Quan Minghe to believe it. Fortunately, I had thought of an excuse in advance. But of course, you can't just blurt out all the reasons like you have prepared a draft. You have to say them step by step according to Quan Minghe's emotions. Now is not the time to let Quan Minghe go crazy. The crazier he gets, the more dangerous her life will be. Quan Minghe's hand paused slightly because of Shen Yuling's words. He lifted her chin, forcing her to look directly at him. Give me a reason to believe otherwise. Quan Minghe narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of fierceness flashed through his narrow pupils. Shen Yuling was so frightened by his eyes that she dared not look him in the eye. I was panicking. She threw herself on him, subconsciously spread her legs and sat on him. Your Majesty, please don't do this,
I'm scared.
Shen Yuling's voice trembled slightly, revealing genuine fear. Feng Maheng doesn't like me, and I don't like him either. It's just that during the cliff assassination, everyone thought I saved him. In order to save his own face and not let others say he was ungrateful, he had to come to Ninglan courtyard anyway. And Your Majesty, you also know that I have been having sunstroke these days. Feng Maheng knew that I was coming to Kueishui, so he stayed at my place. He only likes Lu Jingyi. It was the same on our wedding night. He slept on the couch, and I slept on the bed. There was nothing innocent between us. When Shen Yuling sat down, Quan Minghe placed his hands on both sides of his body. After she finished explaining everything, Quan Minghe slowly stretched out his right hand and put his arm around her waist.
I want to check.
Obviously, he did not completely believe Shen Yuling's words. Quan Minghe reached out and pulled Shen Yuling's dress down to her elbows. Shen Yuling's shoulders were shaking and her collarbone was trembling slightly. There was shame and anger on her face, but she didn't dare to stop him. After seeing that there were no unusual marks on her flawless white skin, Quan Minghe personally put it back on her. The movements became much gentler. Shen Yuling's skin is delicate, and any slight force would leave red marks on her skin. If Feng Maheng had had close contact with her last night, and she was taken to the palace by him early in the morning, the traces would not have disappeared. Since that wasn't the case, it seemed that the two of them were indeed, as Shen Yuling said, clean and innocent. Shen Yuling looked at Quan Minghe's actions and felt a little scared. Fortunately, when she was close to Feng Maheng before, she would stop him as long as he used a little force. Feng Maheng is much easier to coax than Quan Minghe. Moreover, in terms of feeling, Feng Maheng felt more comfortable when kissed, while Quan Minghe was more concerned with making himself comfortable, being overbearing and domineering. In addition, she brought back from the western regions some ointment to reduce redness and swelling, which was specially formulated for her skin. After these 2 times of getting close to Feng Maheng, Shen Yuling would apply some lotion, even on her lips. She didn't dare to doubt the attentiveness of an emperor, let alone gamble on her current position in Quan Minghe's heart. If he knew about what happened between me and Feng Maheng, she is really going to die. Shen Yuling's eyes were already filled with tears, but she was holding them back and not letting them fall. At this moment, due to Quan Minghe's gentle movements, it fell down. Why are you crying? I believe it now. Quan Minghe looked indifferent. The tears from Shen Yuling's cheeks, again and again. But the tears seemed to be unable to be wiped away and kept rolling down. I am already a married woman. Does your majesty dislike me? Shen Yuling stared at him blankly with empty eyes. The sadness in her eyes was clearly visible. Quan Minghe lowered his eyes, and his expression suddenly became a little cold. He said coldly, "You are my woman. Even if you are someone else's wife, your husband can only be me." Shen Yuling pulled up a slightly bitter smile, but tears were still in her eyes. There was a hint of sarcasm in the words. In half a month it will be Tianchong Festival, your birthday. That day, I will go to the palace with my husband, Prince Lingyang, to celebrate His Majesty's birthday. Shen Yuling even deliberately emphasized the word husband. Everyone knows that Shen Yuan's daughter Shen Yuling was granted marriage to the Prince of Lingyang by imperial decree. No one knows that Shen Yuling is your majesty's woman. Shen Yuling's words were like thorns, piercing directly into Quan Minghe's dignity as an emperor. No one has ever dared to speak so brazenly in front of Quan Minghe. Quan Minghe's gaze was almost cold. On that day of the long festival, the Prince of Lingyang does not need to go to the palace. Princess Lingyang will go to the palace alone. Quan Minghe also deliberately emphasized the 3 words princess of the county. He had never called Shen Yuling princess of a county prince, because in his heart Shen Yuling was his woman, and the identity of princess of a county prince was just an accident. Then, just like Shen Yuling had stabbed his heart just now, he spat out 3 words, "Serve me." A moment, an atmosphere of shame quietly spread between the 2 of them. It was like a layer of haze covering them. Shen Yuling suddenly laughed out loud, revealing a stubborn spirit. "Your Majesty, why don't you let him enter the palace?" On the day of the flower viewing, Feng Maheng deliberately showed affection to Lu Ji in front of me. "Your Majesty, didn't you keep saying that I was yours? Weren't you still suspecting that there was something fishy going on between Feng Maheng and me?" Shen Yuling paused, then slowly leaned close to Quan Minghe's ear. He lowered his voice and said, "Then, Your Majesty, how about you let him come into the palace and watch us being intimate?" After saying that, she stepped back a little, still that stubbornness in his eyes, and he continued, I hate him. Quan Minghe stared at her for a long time. Suddenly, the coldness in his eyes disappeared instantly. Even the emotions that had been raised to a high level by Shen Yuling's words suddenly dropped. After a moment, Quan Minghe actually laughed. He reached out and touched Shen Yuling's head. That's good. Shen Yuling's undisguised words and actions completely dispelled Quan Minghe's doubts that she still cared about Feng Maheng. Shen Yuling saw this. Her body softened, and she naturally leaned into Quan Minghe's arms. Your Majesty really scared me today. Her voice is soft and tender, which makes people feel pity for her. Not anymore. Quan Minghe stroked her smooth black hair. Feng Maheng will never stay overnight in your courtyard again. Quan Minghe looked calm and spoke of this decision in a light tone. Shen Yuling looked puzzled. How could Quan Minghe stop Feng Maheng from coming to her yard without making any noise? Sometimes, the methods that Quan Minghe revealed in his calmness always frightened Shen Yuling. It allowed her to clearly feel the power of an emperor. It seemed that there was nothing he could not do, and everyone was under his control. Shen Yuling returned to the prince's mansion from the imperial palace, where she admired flowers and played with birds every day. I don't have to coax the guy in the palace during the day, and I rarely see Feng Maheng. Life is so comfortable. In addition, although she is the legitimate princess of the prince's mansion, she does not have to worry about many affairs of the mansion now. Feng Maheng handed over all matters in the mansion to the housekeeper. In addition, there is Aunt Ini sent by the eldest princess, who is also in charge of many affairs in the mansion. She felt a lot more relaxed without having to manage these things. However, the servants in the mansion are the kind of people who treat people differently based on their status. Although Lu Jingyi's status was lower than Shen Yuling's, the treatment she received in the mansion was almost the same as Shen Yuling's. Even because of Feng Maheng's favor towards her. The courtyard where Lu Jingyi lived was built even more luxuriously. Paintings by famous artists are hung on the walls, and rare and precious ornaments can be seen everywhere. It truly has everything you need, displaying an atmosphere of wealth. On the contrary, in the room of Shen Yuling, the legitimate princess, there were many priceless items, which were her dowry brought from the northwest. For example, there is the large Wangwali carved screen with dragon and phoenix patterns, and the inlaid blue and kingfisher inlaid screen with flower and bird patterns. Exquisite, and was specially prepared for her by her mother. Feng Maheng stayed at Ninglan courtyard last night, which not only irritated Quan Minghe, but also Lu Jingyi. The level of stimulation is far from enough. Shen Yuling sat on the swing she had someone build in Ninglan courtyard and swayed gently. She had to give Lu Jingyi a deeper stimulation. Let Lu Jingyi no longer believe Feng Maheng's words. Presumably, Feng Maheng's explanation to Lu Jingyi last night was just to repay her for saving his life on the cliff, and also to show it to the eldest princess. Lu Jingyi is also pitiful. But there must be something hateful about pitiful people. Shen Yuling has no sympathy. Lu Jingyi has been controlled by Feng Maheng over the years. Feng Maheng said, since that's the case, let Lu Jingyi take a good look at what the real Feng Maheng looks like. Master, Lu Jingyi is enjoying the flowers in the peony garden right now. Shitong reported softly. A faint smile appeared on Shen Yuling's lips. Then let's go and put on a good show for Lu Jingyi. After saying that, Shen Yuling tiptoed and got up from the swing. She calmly adjusted the hem of her skirt. Peony garden. Peonies of various colors are blooming, vying with each other in beauty. The flowers are so gorgeous and beautiful. There is an exquisite peony pavilion in the center of the courtyard, with a stone table and stone benches inside. Opposite the peony pavilion is an elegant peony pavilion. The window was half closed, and through the carved window lattice, one could vaguely see the interior layout of the house. There are also rockery arranged in an orderly manner in the garden. No wonder Lu Jingyi chose this place to appreciate the flowers. Sometimes when people are in a bad mood, looking at these beautiful scenery can really help them relax a lot. Shen Yuling walked gracefully to a few peonies that were about to bloom. At this moment, the peony buds are like shy girls waiting to be married, tightly wrapped up their delicate faces, yet faintly revealing a vigorous energy that is about to bloom. Shidong, pick all these buds that are about to bloom. When my husband returns home in the evening, I will put them in a vase and send it to him. Shen Yuling instructed softly. Yes, master. Shidong began to reach out to pick the flowers. He picked the fruits and laughed and joked. Your Highness, the prince said yesterday that the master has a faint fragrance and hoped that the master could embroider a sachet for him. But you, my master, only sent him a vase of flowers. How lazy you are. Shen Yuling's face flushed immediately, and she glared at Shidong in embarrassment and anger. Don't talk nonsense. How can a sachet be embroidered in just a few moments? I just think this flower is very pretty. If my husband looks at it more, he will feel happier. You also know that he has been busy with official duties recently. He has to comfort Lu Ji when he returns home at night. He is tired physically and mentally. Shen Yuling paused. If this flower can make my husband relax a little, it would be the best thing. Shidong's eyes rolled. He said, Then why don't you invite His Royal Highness the Prince to have dinner at the Peony Pavilion in the Peony Garden tonight? This garden is full of beautiful scenery. Sitting in the Peony Pavilion, you can have a panoramic view of the entire garden. His Royal Highness will surely be delighted to see it. Shen Yuling lowered her head slightly, a thoughtful look flashing in her eyes. Then he raised his eyes and looked around at the picturesque scenery. What you said does make some sense, but I don't know if my husband is free tonight. I can't guarantee that Lu Ji will not use the grace of saving my life in the past to blackmail my husband and force him to go to Sijinyuan. Shen Yuling said this. Her tone couldn't help but drop a little. After a moment of silence. Forget it. When His Royal Highness returns home, you can send someone to invite him. If His Royal Highness is really busy, then don't bother him too much. Yes. Behind the rockery, Lu Jingyi was originally quietly admiring the flowers. Feng Maheng stayed at Shen Yuling's place last night, which really made her feel bad. Unexpectedly, Shen Yuling also came, but the more she listened to the conversation between the master and servant, the uglier her expression became. Why does Shen Yuling seem so close to Mo Heng in both her words and deeds? Why did Shen Yuling know that she had saved Mo Heng's life? What does Mo Heng look like in front of Shen Yuling? The relationship between Mo Heng and Shen Yuling really just a show to deal with the eldest princess? Too many questions popped up in Lu Jingyi's mind. Because Feng Maheng was the male protagonist, she always had full faith in his character. She also always felt that if Feng Maheng said he loved her, he meant it sincerely. If one day I no longer love her but fall in love with Shen Yuling, I will tell her the truth and will never hide anything. Reality seemed to give her a hard slap in the face. Lu Jingyi hid behind the rockery. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, digging his nails deeply into his palms. But she seemed not to feel any pain, her heart filled with sudden suspicion and resentment. At this moment, he even wanted to rush to Feng Maheng and question him clearly. But reason was pulling at her in her heart, telling her to stay calm. On the other side, Shen Yuling spoke again. Shidong, go back to Ninglan Courtyard. Go pick out a dress that's suitable for the occasion, in case your husband comes to the Peony Garden to have dinner with me later. After saying that, Shen Yuling casually glanced in the direction of Lu Jingyi. A slightly meaningful smile appeared on his face. Walk away gracefully. After Shen Yuling walked away, Lu Jingyi's personal maid Li Su saw that her master was uneasy. With a worried look on his face, he said, Master, you can't believe everything the princess says. The prince has always doted on you, so how could he be like what the princess says? You came to the Peony Garden today. If the princess asks around, she will definitely know. She is deliberately saying this now. It must be to alienate you and the prince. You must not be fooled by her and believe her words. After hearing Li Su's consolation, Lu Jingyi's emotions, which had been surging like waves, calmed down a little. Maybe Shen Yuling really knew that she was here, so she said those words on purpose. I didn't expect that the naive and innocent heroine in the original text would do such a scheming thing. The heroine's personality has changed a lot after the hero was taken away by her. Lu Jingyi snorted softly. If the heroine really becomes very different from the original character, then the hero probably won't like her either. She raised her leg to leave the peony garden. But just as I took a step, I suddenly thought of something. The footsteps paused. Shen Yuling wants to invite Feng Maheng to have dinner here in the evening. In that case, then why not stay and take a look? See how the two of them get along. What you hear is not as good as what you see. Thinking of this, Lu Jingyi turned back. As it was less than an hour before dinner time, she went to the peony pavilion to rest and wait for Feng Maheng and Shen Yuling to come. It was dusk. The peony garden is illuminated by the evening glow, adding a touch of tranquility and beauty. Shen Yuling had already been sitting in the peony pavilion. After Feng Maheng returned home, she sent someone to invite him to have dinner together. Feng Maheng gladly agreed. She instructed the kitchen to bring the northwestern delicacies that had been specially prepared for Feng Maheng to the peony pavilion one by one. However, she took the initiative to invite Feng Maheng to prevent Quan Minghe from going crazy again after knowing about it. Shen Yuling had already made plans in her mind, and even thought of a way to speak. Only said that Feng Maheng wanted to have dinner with Lu Jingyi in private. She was just helping to provide cover. Anyway, Lu Jingyi was indeed in the peony garden at the moment. Thinking of this, Shen Yuling also relaxed. She thought about her plan, occasionally smiling as she looked at the scenery of the peony garden in the evening. The peony pavilion is surrounded by lush flowers and plants, forming a natural green barrier around the pavilion. Not far from the pavilion, it is the time when peach blossoms are in full bloom. The branches are full of tender pink petals. The petals dance lightly in the breeze, which is truly a beautiful sight. Shen Yuling felt the gazes from behind, and the smile on his lips became more and more obvious, with a hint of deep meaning in his smile. Not long after, Feng Maheng was seen walking in with big strides. Shen Yuling quickly stood up and went forward to greet him. The little hand reached out naturally. Feng Maheng also held her hand very familiarly. The movements were smooth and natural, as if this intimate act had been done countless times. My dear husband, I have sent all the servants out of the peony garden today, not even my personal maid.
So,
Today, I am the only one serving my husband with his meals. Shen Yuling told him her plans in a coquettish tone. Feng Maheng took her hand and sat down with her. That's just what I wanted. Shen Yuling introduced today's dishes to her with a smile. The food we prepared is from the northwest and the western regions. Although it may not be as exquisite as the food in Tianjing, it has its own unique flavor. My husband, please try it. Feng Maheng smiled and nodded. Okay, the delicious food from Yuling's hometown. I missed it last time. I must taste it today. The two of them had a harmonious meal.
and Lu Jingyi.
Ever since Feng Maheng stepped into the peony garden and walked into the pavilion, she had been watching them from afar through the window of the peony pavilion. Feng Maheng had an extremely gentle smile on his face, and then he took Shen Yuling's hand so naturally. Lu Jingyi saw this and felt like she was struck by lightning. Her eyes were vicious, and she gritted her teeth secretly. It turns out that Feng Maheng has been lying to her all along. Judging from the looks of them, they might have already developed feelings for each other. But Feng Maheng was still in front of her, saying that he only loved her. Lu Jingyi stared at the two people who were sitting together in a very intimate posture. Shen Yuling excitedly told Feng Maheng about interesting things in the northwest. From time to time, I would drink a glass of wine with him. Feng Maheng would also tease Shen Yuling from time to time. This made Shen Yuling blush, and she leaned involuntarily into Feng Maheng's arms. Lu Jingyi couldn't hear exactly what they were talking about, but the laughter and sweet interactions were enough to make her angry.
Why?
What exactly did she not do well enough? Did Feng Maheng fall in love with Shen Yuling on their wedding night? Or was it the time when Shen Yuling saved him from an assassination attempt on the cliff that changed his opinion of Shen Yuling? Or maybe, between the male and female protagonists? There are so many whys in Lu Jingyi's mind. But now she can only suppress herself. If it were in modern times, she would definitely rush up and beat up this scumbag couple.
But what about now?
Those two were the legitimate couple, and she was just a concubine deceived by a scumbag. No, not cheating. It was she who seduced the hero and took the initiative to become his concubine. Shen Yuling and Feng Maheng had almost finished their dinner. She picked up the handkerchief and leaned forward, carefully wiped the corners of Feng Maheng's mouth. At this moment, their faces were so close that they could almost feel each other's warmth, and Shen Yuling's breath hit Feng Maheng's face. The warm breath seemed to touch his heartstrings. Feng Maheng stared at her quietly. His eyes were deep and fiery. Shen Yuling raised her eyes and saw that he was staring at her intently. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, with a hint of playfulness in his eyes.
Why does my husband like to stare at me so much?
Feng Maheng did not respond immediately. He stretched out his arms and wrapped them around her waist. With a little effort, he lifted the person onto his lap. The intimate posture made Shen Yuling's cheeks slightly blush. Feng Maheng pursed his thin lips slightly. A low, mellow voice. After looking at it for a long time, I can't take my eyes away. Shen Yuling was already quite satisfied with her appearance, and after hearing this, she raised her head proudly. Then, she approached Feng Maheng mysteriously. Before I married you, I had a wish in my heart. Can you guess what it was?
Oh,
What is it? I wish my beloved to be handsome, with starry eyes and sword-like eyebrows, and a face as beautiful as jade that will attract people's love. There was a look of longing in Shen Yuling's eyes, as if she had become the girl who had stood under the marriage tree with beautiful expectations. When I saw my husband on our wedding night, I knew that the gods and Buddhas must have had pity on me, a little girl who had traveled thousands of miles to Tianjing, and that's why they fulfilled my wish. Shen Yuling had a smile on her lips, and her eyes were full of sweetness. Feng Maheng was stunned at first, then he chuckled. Laughter echoed in the pavilion, carrying a bit of joy. He lowered his head, his eyes full of amusement. He teased, "No wonder the lady threw herself at me, hugged me, flirted with me that night." Shen Yuling glared at him with her beautiful eyes and hit him on the chest with her little hand. He scolded, "Don't say that." Feng Maheng was very close to her. At this time, you can clearly see the woman's white and translucent skin. Pink lips, a straight nose, and a hint of red at the corners of her eyes, making her look charming and beautiful. It is really too beautiful. Feng Maheng's heart couldn't help but beat violently a few times. As if possessed by a magic power, he slowly closed the distance between himself and Shen Yuling. "Lower your head."
Gently.
The lips touched each other. Shen Yuling seemed not to have expected him to be so sudden, or perhaps she didn't want to kiss him in broad daylight, so she subconsciously clenched her teeth, leaned back slightly, and wanted to step back. Feng Maheng was not in a hurry and remained patient. His lips were still pressed against hers. The movements were gentle, yet carried an irresistible persistence. Gradually, Shen Yuling felt her whole body go weak, and she was no longer able to resist. My clenched teeth loosened involuntarily. Feng Maheng took advantage of the opportunity and deepened the kiss with a bit of aggressiveness. A moment, a faint swallowing sound was heard in the pavilion. Warm and lingering. A long kiss. The two of them stared at each other with the affection still lingering in their eyes. Shen Yuling leaned lazily on Feng Maheng's shoulder. Just now made her lips slightly red, and her whole face was filled with a touching and delicate color which seemed to outshine the afterglow of the evening. She raised her eyes slightly and looked lightly in the direction of Lu Jingyi. She curled the corners of her mouth and was as charming as a fairy. "Lu Jingyi, today I helped you see through Feng Maheng's lies. You really should thank me." There was a cold flash in Shen Yuling's eyes. "However, no matter whether you continue to fight for Feng Maheng or kick him away, I will not let you go. The hatred between us is not something that only exists in this life. It is deep in our bones." Shen Yuling hates the phrase "put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha" instantly the most. If a wicked person who has committed many evil deeds puts down his butcher knife, she will pick up the knife without hesitation and stab the wicked person fiercely. After dealing with Lu Jingyi, it will be the next one's turn. Seal up in Kung. Shen Yuling narrowed her eyes slightly, and there was an elusive chill in her eyes. After Feng Maheng and Shen Yuling left hand in hand, Lu Jingyi walked out slowly. Her steps were unsteady and she even staggered, as if it was extremely difficult for her to even stand up straight and keep her footing. In order to avoid being discovered, she had already sent away all her personal maids. At this moment, she was the only one left in the huge peony garden. The cool night breeze blew past, caressing her body. The chill penetrated deep into my bones, making me feel chilly. But no matter how cold it was, it couldn't compare to the chill in her heart at the moment. She didn't love Quan Minghe to the extent of giving up her life for him. They were childhood sweethearts and had been together for 10 years. In these 10 years, she gave all the love she could to Quan Minghe without reservation. But he didn't expect that, in the end, 10 years of affection could not outweigh the feelings between Quan Minghe and Shen Yuling, whom he had only known for 10 days. Is she, Lu Jingyi, destined to play only an insignificant supporting role in other people's stories? Watching everything that belongs to you being taken away? No, she would never give up. She spent a full 10 years of effort on Quan Minghe. He was supposed to be hers. No one can take him away from her. Shen Yuling, there is a road to heaven but you don't take it. There is no door to hell but you come anyway. Lu Jingyi's usually gentle and lovely face was slightly distorted at this moment. In the dark night, there was an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. After Lu Jingyi returned to Sejingyuan, she sent someone to invite Quan Minghe, without saying a word. Shen Yuling seemed extremely magnanimous and just waved her hand and let Quan Minghe go. Quan Minghe stayed at Ninglan courtyard last night, which made Quan Minghe very angry. He acted like a madman early this morning. If Quan Minghe stayed overnight again tonight, I don't know who would suffer first or Quan Minghe would die first. Quan Minghe was in a very good mood at the moment. Ever since he realized that Shen Yuling's love for him was genuine, every time he was with Shen Yuling, she naturally showed concern for him, and the flirting and love between the couple made him happy. As for Lu Jingyi, every time she got jealous, she would send people to call him away from Ninglan courtyard, but Quan Minghe was not angry about it. Because Lu Jingyi truly loves him. She needs him. He is her only support. They had been affectionate for 10 years. When she was angry, he would coax her. He also liked this kind of relationship. Soon, Quan Minghe arrived at Sujin courtyard. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Lu Jingyi sitting on the couch with a cold face. He looked like he was full of grievances and resentment. Quan Minghe hurriedly walked forward and gently held the person in his arms. Softly, what's wrong? Why are you so unhappy? You had dinner with the princess tonight. If I hadn't sent someone to call you, would you have stayed in Ninglan courtyard tonight? Lu Jingyi said coldly, her words revealing an undisguised bitterness and resentment. Even if I stay at Ninglan courtyard, I won't touch her at all, so why should you worry? Responded calmly. He was already familiar with how to comfort Lu Jingyi. He even enjoyed the process of comforting her. Her emotions were instantly raised by her own words, and then gradually calmed down by her own gentle words. The feeling of controlling her made him obsessed. Quan Minghe then leaned his head gently on Lu Jingyi's shoulder. He whispered, Jingyi, don't worry. No one can replace your position in my heart. If it were in the past, Lu Jingyi would have been moved to tears after hearing his words. But now, her mind was filled with the scene she saw in the peony garden tonight. Quan Minghe hugged Shen Yuling and kissed her passionately. Although she did not see the situation from the front, the embarrassing sounds that came faintly were enough to make her mind imagine all the unbearable scenes. Quan Minghe, Quan Minghe, aren't you the male lead? And you say you don't touch women you don't like? Original book. Weren't you and the heroine a couple for life? I came to you several years earlier than the heroine in the original book.
Why?
Why did I get you, a person who lies to me? But even if I know your true face, I don't have the courage to turn against you. Haha, that's ridiculous. Because I have nothing now. She is the daughter of the Dali temple minister and could have been his wife, but now she can only be his concubine. He is her only support in this world. Quan Minghe, are you quite proud of yourself? Lu Jingyi's hatred grew stronger. Yuling is my enemy, and I will definitely kill her. The position of the princess of a county must be mine. Since I am entangled with you in this life, even if I die, I want to die with you. Lu Jingyi leaned her back in Feng Maheng's arms, her eyes faintly revealing a determination and ruthlessness that was exactly the same as Feng Maheng's occasional madness. His Majesty's Tianchong festival will be in half a month. As a concubine, she is not qualified to enter the palace. But her sister was all-powerful in the palace, and Shen Yuling's entry into the palace was like a sheep into a wolf's mouth. By then, Shen Yuling will be brought to ruin. A princess whose innocence has been tarnished. Feng Maheng, I want to see if you still like her. Feng Maheng saw that Lu Jingyi's mood was gradually improving, and the corners of his mouth curled up. I feel very satisfied. Without saying a word, he leaned over and picked up Lu Jingyi. Lu Jingyi subconsciously put her arms around his neck. Feng Maheng held her and walked steadily towards the inner room. He entered the inner room and put Lu Jingyi on the bed. She looked up at him, her eyes full of affection and a smile on her lips. She raised her hand and hooked it around his neck. With a gentle pull, Feng Maheng leaned over and pressed down. The two of them were intimate for a while, and the atmosphere in the room became more and more charming. Just when Feng Maheng was filled with enthusiasm and was about to get to the point, his expression suddenly changed. In his eyes, Lu Jingyi was puzzled. Hurriedly asked, "Mo Heng, what's wrong with you?" Feng Maheng's eyes flickered. Just casually replied, "Nothing, Jingyi. I suddenly remembered that I have some unfinished business today, so I need to go to the study." After saying that, Feng Maheng hurriedly stood up. He straightened his clothes and left the inner room quickly without looking back. Only Lu Jingyi was left lying on the bed in a daze.
Montag Heng.
Lu Jingyi looked at his hurriedly departing back and couldn't help but stretch out her hand to grab something, but she only grabbed nothing. Her hands slowly clenched into fists, her knuckles turning white. My heart is filled with loss and resentment. When everyone thought that the two of them were overwhelmed with passion and were about to make love together, one of them pulled away so quickly. Lu Jingyi just felt that she was severely humiliated. The feeling of shame surged into her heart like a tide, almost drowning her. Li Su, the personal maid, walked in. She looked at her master's cold appearance, frowned, and felt a little worried. He reported softly, "Master, His Highness is indeed heading towards the study. Perhaps he has some very important official business to attend to." Lu Jingyi took a deep breath. Force your heaving chest to calm down. But how can the waves in my heart be calmed down easily? Could it be that Feng Maheng really has begun to dislike her? Just because he fell in love with Shen Yuling, he actually started to keep himself clean for her? Many thoughts kept emerging in Lu Jingyi's mind. These thoughts were like sharp thorns, piercing her heart and making her feel extremely uncomfortable and full of fear.
And the other side.
Feng Maheng hurried back to his yard, his back revealing an indescribable panic and anxiety. The maid Qingyi saw Feng Maheng returning. There seemed to be a subtle hint of deep meaning flashing across her eyes. "Your Highness." Qingyi bowed slightly and called softly. Feng Maheng walked straight into the room and sat on the chair. His brows were furrowed, and his face looked gloomy. Just now, when he was being intimate with Lu Jingyi, his body did not react at all. This surprised and annoyed him. Can't even figure out why. Next to her was wearing a light blue dress and had a slender and graceful figure. Standing beside Feng Maheng, she lowered her head slightly, so her face couldn't be seen clearly, but her charming figure was very eye-catching. After a while, she seemed to notice that Feng Maheng looked unhappy. When she raised her head, a beautiful and refined face appeared. She is the person His Majesty placed beside Feng Maheng. And Feng Maheng has already noticed something strange in his body tonight. His Majesty secretly gave her a pair of mother and child goo. The son goo is now in Feng Maheng's body, and the mother goo is with her. As long as the poison is not removed, Feng Maheng will find it difficult to talk about any woman he faces. Only when facing her with the mother goo in her body will things be different. Moreover, this poison will occur every full moon day of each month. Unfortunately, today is the full moon. A gloomy face suddenly smelled a faint fragrance wafting towards him. He subconsciously raised his head, and his eyes met Qingyi. Foam Maheng couldn't help but frown, his eyes confused. Then, my body suddenly became inexplicably hot. Looking at the light clothes in front of me, an indescribable impulse surged in my heart.
Why?
What's wrong with me? Foam Maheng was full of doubts and even panic. Qingyi seemed to feel the prince's gaze and slowly raised her head again. The beautiful face appeared in front of Foam Maheng without any cover. Foam Maheng shook his head violently, as if trying to sober himself up. At Qingyi, get out. Suppressed anger and irritation in his voice. Qingyi knew clearly that Foam Maheng was trying his best to fight against the poisonous insect in his body. But she also knew that he could not resist the power of the poison. Your Majesty initially only sent people to the northwest to deal with matters related to the princess of the county. This strange poisonous insect by accident in the western regions. Last night, the prince stayed in the princess's courtyard, which completely annoyed His Majesty, who had been lurking in the prince's mansion, soon received an order from His Majesty to put a curse on the prince and become his woman. Qingyi's gaze fell on Foam Maheng. As expected, not long after, Foam Maheng's eyes turned bloodshot. The clarity in his eyes gradually disappeared, as if he had completely lost his rationality. He just felt hot all over, and there seemed to be a fire burning in his heart, but he was very confused. What do you need? Foam Maheng stood up suddenly. Staggering steps but clear goals. Following the faint fragrance, he walked step by step to Qingyi's side. Foam Maheng hugged Qingyi, and then took a deep breath. Murmured, "What a nice smell." As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up Qingyi and walked towards the dormitory. Seeing this, Qingyi had some plans in her mind, but she still pretended to struggle slightly on her face. He kept saying words that showed weakness and pity. Because when Foam Maheng wakes up tomorrow, he will remember everything that happened tonight, including how he forced her to have love with him. She wanted to let Foam Maheng know that it was not her who took the initiative, and even dispel his doubts about her. Her struggle was of no use in front of Foam Maheng, who had already been controlled by the poison and lost his mind. Soon, the temperature in the room rose sharply, as if an invisible fire was burning all over the floor, creating a messy scene, indicating the uncontrollable madness that was happening in the house at that moment. The second day, Foam Maheng woke up slowly, and it was already bright outside. In order to save her own life, Qingyi had packed herself up long before Foam Maheng woke up and left the room quietly, pretending that nothing had happened. Foam Maheng felt a splitting headache, as if thousands of needles were pricking his brain. He raised his hands to his head. He slapped it a bit, trying to ease the unbearable pain. Suddenly, memories of last night came flooding back. He actually touched Qingyi, the maid beside him. Foam Maheng's eyes suddenly widened. He pulled the quilt off him. When I saw my naked body and the messy marks on the bed, I suddenly realized that everything that happened last night was not a dream. His eyes instantly became hazy and dark, and the thick black color seemed to cast a layer of gloom on the surrounding air. At the beginning, his father was ruthlessly divorced by his mother because he fell in love with a maid and had an affair with her. From then on, he secretly swore in his heart that he would never fall in love with, let alone touch, those lowly maids. But last night, Foam Maheng clenched his teeth tightly, trying hard to suppress the anger that was about to burst out from the bottom of his heart. There must be something wrong with my body. For the entire day, Foam Maheng did not step out of the prince's mansion, even secretly invited several doctors to treat him. But what he never expected was that the doctors all said with certainty that there was nothing wrong with his health. Foam Maheng was full of doubts. There was obvious annoyance on his face. He frowned and ordered someone to call Qingyi in. His eyes were stern as he stared at Qingyi in front of him, as if nothing had happened last night. Coldly, "Qingyi, what did you do last night?" Qingyi's face was as calm as water, and she was unhurried. "Your Highness, I rested in my room last night and did not do anything special." "How dare you? Do you think I know nothing?" Foam Maheng scolded harshly. Qingyi then seemed to realize that he actually remembered everything clearly. He fell to his knees with a plop, tears welling up in his eyes. She choked up and said,
Your Highness, I thought you were just poisoned by the aphrodisiac last night, so you came to me to relieve yourself. I thought that when you wake up this morning, you will definitely not remember this matter, so I will just pretend that this matter never happened. Qingyi wiped away a tear. She continued, I also know that His Royal Highness the Prince would never like a body as lowly as mine, so I deliberately concealed this matter. I hope your Highness will forgive me. Feng Maheng originally had towards Qingyi gradually dissipated after hearing what she said. If she had any intention of attaching herself to a rich and powerful man, she would not have pretended that nothing had happened. Feng Maheng clenched his fists, the resentment and confusion in his heart growing stronger. So what happened to his body? Back off. Feng Maheng ordered expressionlessly. On the other side, the afternoon sun shone warmly on Ninglan courtyard. Was leisurely basking in the sun in the yard, suddenly saw Feng Maheng coming in. You know, Feng Maheng is usually very busy during the day because of Quan Minghe's troubles. What happened today? How do you have time to come to her place? Although Shen Yuling was confused, she didn't think too much about it. Followed Feng Maheng into the room. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered the room, Feng Maheng suddenly hugged her. They kissed without saying anything. His hands roamed freely on her body, touching her all over. Shen Yuling was so surprised that she didn't know how to respond. She quickly gave Shidong beside her a look, indicating that she should keep an eye on the people outside and not let anyone break in. Then, Shen Yuling asked softly, Husband, what's wrong with you? Feng Maheng pretended not to hear and said nothing. He even became more rough and took off most of Shen Yuling's clothes. He looked at Shen Yuling's flawless body with burning eyes. My mind was distracted for a moment. His body didn't react at all. Feng Maheng pursed his thin lips. His eyes became increasingly dark and obscure, revealing a strong sense of frustration. Afterwards, he silently put on Shen Yuling's clothes one by one, as if the impulsive action just now had never happened. I suddenly remembered something else, so I left first. Feng Maheng said this, and hurriedly left the room without looking back. Shen Yuling looked at Feng Maheng's hurriedly leaving back in silence. So, what on earth was he doing in Ninglan courtyard? Is there something wrong with your brain? Half a month later, in the palace. The night is falling and the sky is dotted with stars. Today is Tianchong Festival, Your Majesty's 27th birthday, and also the most solemn day in the entire Qian dynasty. Lu Jiaoyi, who was in charge of all matters concerning His Majesty's birthday, had already decided to hold the birthday banquet in Taiji Hall. The Taiji Hall stands tall and majestic, and its architecture is magnificent. The golden Namu beams and pillars are inlaid with sparkling gems, reflecting the golden splendor of the space. At this moment, there was singing and dancing in the hall. The royal relatives and ministers who attended the banquet came in one after another under the arrangement of the palace maids. According to the etiquette of the Qian dynasty, everyone took their seats in an orderly manner. The royal family and ministers were placed in more advanced positions. Now that His Majesty has not arrived yet, they are all having a relatively relaxed conversation. The ministers are their wives. Most of them are dressed in gorgeous clothes, with exquisite makeup, and their every move is elegant. Although they were talking in low voices, their voices were soft and gentle, not daring to make the slightest noise. Before entering the palace, they were taught by special etiquette maids. If they offended their superiors and were punished or brought disaster to their families, these noble ladies could not afford to lose face. Later on, it is the legitimate son or daughter of the family. Young men and women, if they enter the palace for the first time, will curiously and silently look at the magnificent palace. But he was also reserved and sat in his seat properly. The palace maids shuttled back and forth, delivering wine and food. Although the entire Tai Chi hall was noisy, it also exuded a sense of order and solemnity. Shen Yuling followed Feng Maheng into the banquet hall. The two of them were positioned below the eldest princess, almost at the front. According to palace rules, when ministers came to attend royal banquets, they could only bring their wives and legitimate sons and daughters with them. Therefore, only Shen Yuling came to the prince's mansion this time.
She sat down next to Feng Maheng. The table used for the banquet looked very grand, but after all, the space was limited. As they sat down like this, their clothes inevitably touched each other. Feng Maheng had just sat down and wanted to hold Shen Yuling's hand, but Shen Yuling used the excuse of being shy, pulled her hand back, and politely rejected him. If she really dared to hold hands with Feng Maheng, she might lose her hand tomorrow. Feng Maheng did not force her, thinking that she was not used to such a large-scale palace banquet. But today's protagonist, Quan Minghe, hasn't arrived yet. Shen Yuling was bored, and her mind was full of curiosity about one thing. In the past half-month, Feng Maheng has never come to her Ninglan courtyard to stay overnight. Sometimes, when Feng Maheng came to Ninglan courtyard for dinner, she would deliberately use some tricks to tease him. Feng Maheng always pretended to be calm on the surface, but he could not hide the panic in his eyes. In the end, he always ran away in a hurry. She was puzzled. What methods did Quan Minghe use? He was thinking. He heard a loud shout, "Your Majesty has arrived." Everyone turned to look. Quan Minghe was wearing a black dragon robe with a golden dragon embroidered on it that looked lifelike, with bared fangs and claws, exuding an unparalleled majestic aura. Behind him followed Lu Jiaoyi, as well as several imperial concubines, beauties, and other concubines in the harem. Even though concubine Lu has almost absolute power in the harem, she cannot walk side by side with His Majesty in such occasions. I can only follow behind silently. She looked at His Majesty's tall and straight back, and her inner ambition never ceased. Originally, she thought that if His Majesty never had an empress or empress in his life, then she could accept being the only Jiaoyi in the harem for the rest of her life. But His Majesty has protected concubine Shen so well since she recently appeared in the harem. No matter how she investigated, she couldn't find any news about concubine Shen. She was afraid that His Majesty would fall in love with someone else, and that the throne would be taken by someone else. Lu Jiaoyi would never allow anyone in the harem to be superior to her. She just didn't believe that His Majesty could lock someone up in Yahua Palace for the rest of their lives. What a coincidence. My sister Jingyi's opponent is also named Shen. Since her sister wrote to her asking her to help her, Shen Yuling would never leave unscathed today. There was a smile in Lu Jiaoyi's eyes, but there was some calculation hidden in her smile. Quan Minghe looked solemn and walked straight towards the dragon throne without looking around. In an instant, everyone present stood up and knelt on the ground respectfully. They shouted in unison, "Long live His Majesty. We wish His Majesty great blessings, great favors for the whole world, a long-lasting rule, and a long-lasting country." The sound is uniform. After Quan Minghe sat down, he slowly said in a deep voice, "Stand up." His deep and sharp gaze swept across the entire hall as if it were real. Wherever they passed, everyone felt as if there was an invisible pressure looming over them. Soon, the palace maid stepped forward and skillfully filled the glass in front of him with wine. Quan Minghe immediately stood up. Everyone in the hall quickly raised their wine glasses and respectfully stood up along with His Majesty. Quan Minghe's extremely majestic voice resounded in the hall like a huge bell. "I have received the mandate of heaven and laid the foundation for the founding of the country." He vowed to create great achievements in the world and leave a great name that will last through the ages. Our dynasty has been established for 9 years now. The world is peaceful and the country is stable. This is a blessing for our dynasty and for all the people. Be here with you all on the occasion of my birthday. I will work with all the ministers to uphold justice, safeguard our country, and protect our people. At this moment, I drink this cup with you all. As soon as he finished speaking, the ministers raised their heads, drank the wine in their cups, and then saluted together. In unison, the congratulations that seemed to have been carefully discussed long ago. "Your Majesty is the founding emperor of the country. You have received the mandate of heaven and have established this unprecedented great cause. It is truly a blessing for all the people and a blessing for the country. As birthday today, I wish you good health and may you achieve immortal achievements." Shen Yuling also picked up the wine glass and drank it all.
in the palace today are all from the power center of Qian dynasty. But at this moment, they all knelt at Quan Minghe's feet. How does it feel for Quan Minghe to be in such a high position? Her eyes inadvertently raised slightly. But unexpectedly, she ran into Quan Minghe's deep and sharp gaze. Shen Yuling's heart trembled. He lowered his head very quickly. Quan Minghe caught a glimpse of her and Feng Maheng being very close to each other, and he gently lowered his long eyelashes, with a cold light appearing in his eyes. Feng Maheng became more and more displeased with him the more he looked at him. Lu Jiaoyi sat at the lower left of His Majesty. As she drank, her eyes vaguely fell on Shen Yuling. The eldest daughter of the Shen family is really capable. Her sister Lu Jingyi and the prince are childhood sweethearts and have been in love for 10 years, but she was able to easily pry them apart. Ever since concubine Wang entered the palace 2 years ago, Lu Jiaoyi has been extremely disgusted with women who are flashy in appearance and tend to charm men. Lu Jiaoyi withdrew her gaze coldly and resumed her dignified and serious appearance. She tilted her head slightly and gave the maid beside her a subtle look. The palace maid understood what he meant, nodded, and then quietly retreated. Shen Yuling was also quietly observing another enemy, Lu Jiaoyi, who had given Lu Jingyi a lot of help. In the original owner's previous life, Lu Jiaoyi drugged the original owner at this birthday banquet. The original owner thought he was just drunk, so he went out to get some fresh air to sober up. But I never expected that my consciousness was becoming less and less clear. Even led by a palace maid, and took off her clothes in the pavilion without knowing what was going on. Fortunately, Lu Jiaoyi did not take the matter to the extreme at that time. I think Lu Jingyi didn't hate the original owner so much at that time. She just wanted Feng Maheng to feel disgusted with the original owner. In addition, the original owner was a member of the Shen family. If the matter really got out of hand and His Majesty started investigating, it would be difficult for Lu Jiaoyi to end the matter. So in the end, only His Majesty, concubine Lu, the princess, Prince Lingyang, and other people who should have discovered the original owner's ugly behavior saw the embarrassing scene one by one. Quan Minghe originally brought the daughter of the Shen family to Qianjing as a hostage. Naturally, he didn't want to bring shame to the Shen family and the Yi family because of a woman, so he forced himself to keep the matter secret and not let it be made public. After the original owner woke up, he was depressed for a long time because of this incident. A heart full of grievances and shame almost overwhelmed her completely. But Feng Maheng's liking for the original owner was just to anger Lu Jingyi and make her jealous. Therefore, Lu Jingyi's calculations did not affect Feng Maheng's continued display of so-called love for the original owner. However, Lu Jingyi mistakenly thought that Feng Maheng didn't mind that the original owner brought shame to the prince's mansion because he truly liked her. As a result, he used even more cruel methods against the original owner. Only Shen Yuling was secretly confused. If Feng Maheng didn't like the original owner, why did he consummate the marriage with her? Even let the original owner have a child? Why, after having a child, was he so heartless, watching the original owner die tragically in the raging fire? Always lingered in Shen Yuling's lowered eyes. Well, there will always be a time when the truth will be revealed. And tonight, the most important person is Lu Jiaoyi. When Lu Jingyi passed by the peony garden that day, she was overly stimulated by her, which was different from the original owner's situation at that time. I really don't know what kind of sinister means Lu Jiaoyi will use to deal with her tonight. While Shen Yuling was thinking, the royal family and ministers began to present gifts to His Majesty. The first to present gifts was Princess Shiha. As the emperor's elder sister, she was deeply loved by the emperor and had an extremely noble status. Then there was Prince Lingyang Feng Maheng, who had benefited from the glory of Princess Shiha. Feng Maheng stood up calmly. Shen Yuling followed him silently, keeping his head down from beginning to end. Before, when Quan Minghe heard Shen Yuling say in person that she and her husband, Prince Lingyang, would celebrate his birthday together, his face darkened. And now, the scene described by Shen Yuling appeared before his eyes. He had never seen Shen Yuling and Feng Maheng together.
But even though they were standing side by side so politely now, Quan Minghe felt a surge of violence in his heart. Quan Minghe's eyes became more and more profound. The desire to immediately drive Feng Maheng out of Qianjing became stronger and stronger. Fortunately, he is not worried about any affair between Feng Maheng and Shen Yuling.
Quan Minghe naratinwarli.
Let's wait until Feng Maheng leaves Qianjing before removing the poison from his body. During this period of time, I can only let my nephew suffer, but I can't let myself suffer. Quan Minghe still maintained a dignified and steady look on his face. Just stared at the two people who were saluting below with eyes as deep as the abyss. Shen Yuling never looked up. She didn't want to anger Quan Minghe. Quan Minghe should not vent his anger on her, but should go and mess with Feng Maheng. Feng Maheng's eyes met with His Majesty's. I always feel that there is something indescribable weird in my uncle's eyes tonight. But when I think about it carefully, I can't tell what's wrong. Just when Feng Maheng and Shen Yuling had finished presenting their gifts and were about to return to their seats, Lu Jiaoyi suddenly spoke. She turned her head slightly. She said to His Majesty in a tender voice, "Your Majesty, I never thought that the princess of the county would be so beautiful. Your Majesty originally issued an edict to grant the marriage, betrothing this beautiful woman to the Prince of Lingyang. Now it seems that the prince and his wife are truly a match made in heaven." Quan Minghe's dark eyes seemed to be able to drip ink. Shen Yuling still kept her head down. She tried her best to hold back, fearing that she would burst out laughing. This Lu Jiaoyi really knows how to make herself hated by Quan Minghe. Quan Minghe said nothing. Shen Yuling didn't want to step forward now, and even less wanted to answer Lu Jiaoyi's question. Let Feng Maheng answer. Feng Maheng's expression was calm and steady, and he spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Your Majesty, thank you for your compliment. It is a great blessing for me and my wife to be married by Your Majesty. I hope that my wife and I can support each other, abide by our duties, be loyal to Your Majesty, serve our dynasty, and live up to Your Majesty's grace. Lu Jiaoyi nodded gently. Then his eyes fell on Shen Yuling, who had been keeping her head down. Princess, I am only the daughter of a civil official. I have heard of the many heroic deeds of the Grand Protector General in the battles with Your Majesty, and I admire him very much. I am honored to meet the princess today. It is as if I have met the Grand Protector in person. Shen Yuling, who was named, was helpless. He had no choice but to raise his head, force a smile on the corner of his mouth, and look at Lu Jiaoyi with a fake smile. She didn't even dare to glance towards Quan Minghe. Your Majesty, you are too kind to me. My father has fought in battles all his life, and everything he did was his duty. It is an honor for the Shen family to have Your Majesty's trust. Shen Yuling paused and blurted out words of praise. Your Highness was born in a family of civil officials, so her talent is extraordinary. Now she is the head of the harem, and she is both virtuous and kind. I am glad to meet her today. She is just as the rumors say, graceful and elegant. Lu Jiaoyi secretly sighed in her heart that the daughter of the Shen family was indeed difficult to deal with, and she was very careful with her words. But because of the praise, the smile on her face became even brighter. But there seemed to be a hint of calculation in his eyes that was difficult to understand. The princess has such a sweet mouth. The Grand Protector has made great achievements in battle and has made remarkable contributions. Today is His Majesty's birthday banquet, but the Grand Protector is not here. Could you trouble the princess to take the Grand Protector's place and have a drink with me? When Shen Yuling heard this, she was sure that Lu Jiaoyi had no good intentions. They also said that father had made great military achievements, and also said that father did not come to celebrate the birthday of Your Majesty. Since she was drinking on behalf of her father, she didn't even have a reason to ask Feng Maheng to help her drink. She didn't have time to think of a suitable excuse to refuse. A palace maid came over, holding a tray in her hand, on which was a glass of wine. But can you just drink Lu Jiaoyi's wine? The original owner drank the wine that Lu Jiaoyi had medicine in it. Shen Yuling stared at the glass of wine and gritted her teeth. But he could only reach out and pick up the wine glass. She held the wine glass, staring at the wine, but she didn't dare to bring it to her lips. But in this situation, Everyone's eyes are on her. She couldn't find any reason to refuse the drink. When the high-ranking concubines in the harem saw Lu Jiao's behavior, they couldn't help but feel ashamed. It would have been fine if concubine Lu had been secretly plotting against the concubines in the harem, but now she is actually using such means on the princess of the county. It goes without saying that it was because of her sister, who was a concubine in the prince's mansion. However, although these concubines were aware of what Lu Jiao had done and either felt disgust or hatred for her, they all maintained an attitude of indifference and kept aloofness. Lu Jiao's power in the harem is extremely huge, and it is not easy for others to resist her. The two princes she gave birth to alone were enough to make His Majesty's heart lean towards Lu Jiao. Who dares to provoke her easily? Shen Yuling's eyes suddenly rolled. Got an idea. Since Lu Jiao took the initiative to provoke her, don't blame her for setting a trap for her. Your Majesty, although my father was unable to come to Tianjing in person to celebrate Your Majesty's birthday, he has always been thinking about the upcoming birthday. Shen Yuling spoke calmly, her voice clear and audible in the hall. My father is a warrior, but my mother is a talented woman from the Yi family. My father once told my mother about the many times he accompanied His Majesty in battle. My mother was moved by this and wrote a poem for His Majesty's birthday. Let me present this to Your Majesty today as a birthday gift. Since I am serving on behalf of my father today, I should offer the first cup of wine to His Majesty on his behalf. Shen Yuling looked at Quan Minghe with sincere eyes. Quan Minghe didn't expect that the woman who could only act coquettishly and foolishly towards her could be so eloquent. With just a few words, she erased the disrespect of Shen Yuan for not coming to celebrate his birthday. Your Majesty, could I personally bring the wine to you? This would also show my father's respect for Your Majesty. Lu Jiao's expression suddenly tensed. I almost stood up from my seat, but finally I forced myself to hold it back. She was just about to open her mouth to reject Shen Yuling's proposal. But Quan Minghe looked at Shen Yuling and said slowly and solemnly, "Bring it up." After hearing this, Shen Yuling walked upwards step by step. At this moment, Lu Jiao's heart was in her throat. No, Your Majesty must not drink this glass of wine. Lu Jiao's hands tightly grasped the armrests of the chair. She now hoped that Shen Yuling would fall while walking up the stairs and spill the wine in her hand. But Shen Yuling did not do as she wished. She just watched Shen Yuling walk closer step by step and then handed the wine glass to His Majesty. At this moment, Quan Minghe spoke again. Since you are toasting on behalf of the Grand Protector, I will serve the wine. Li Ming on the side immediately poured a glass of wine and handed it to Shen Yuling. Shen Yuling didn't expect Quan Minghe to be so understanding, so she gladly accepted it. As long as she handed this glass of wine to Quan Minghe, she would no longer have to worry about Lu Jiao putting drugs in her second glass of wine. After all, if the drug was really administered and the princess and His Majesty had some problems at the same time, everyone would immediately think that there was something wrong with the wine that concubine Lu offered. Shen Yuling held the wine glass in both hands, with a dignified posture and a solemn expression. Her expression now is exactly the same as her father's. Shen Yuling raised her head slightly and looked directly at Quan Minghe. The voice was clear and loud as he read out the blessing. At the beginning of the Qian dynasty, a great emperor was born, and his name will be remembered for all eternity. He expanded the territory, and his talent was outstanding. He brought peace to the country and settled the chaos, and his ambition was soaring to the sky. Emperor Yuan appeared, leading his brave warriors, and his ambition for hegemony began to show. The world turns around, and the grand plan of the prosperous era is drawn from now on. The magnificent palace city stands tall and majestic. The mountains and rivers are splendid, and the scenery is beautiful. No matter who you ask, no matter how the situation changes, the emperor's example is clear. He reformed the old and established the new, making all industries flourish and commerce prosper. He created achievements in civil governance, gathering talented people. He made achievements in military governance, putting out all wars. Thousands of years later, we will remember the Emperor Taizu of the Qian dynasty, whose name will be recorded in history. Reading it, Shen Yuling deliberately made his tone calm. he said in a loud voice. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you." As soon as the words fell, the entire banquet fell silent. Everyone was so immersed in the grand picture painted in the blessing that they couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Quan Minghe listened quietly. The surprise in his eyes was clearly visible, and he did not hide it at all. Ha 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 ha. A moment later, Quan Minghe suddenly laughed out loud, revealing a sense of heroism and joy. What a great Emperor Yuan has appeared, leading his brave warriors, and his ambitions for hegemony are beginning to show. Quan Minghe exclaimed with a smile, his eyes full of admiration. Who can judge? No matter how the situation changes, the emperor's rules are clear. He repeated it again, his words expressing his appreciation for the blessing. After saying that, Quan Minghe stood up, his figure as straight as a pine tree, with an imperial majesty. But I must pay tribute to thousands of years later. We will remember the Emperor Taizu of the Qian dynasty, whose name will be recorded in history. There was an irrepressible sense of ambition in Quan Minghe's voice. He had not expected to hear such a congratulatory speech today, which not only included all the achievements of his first half of life, but even the comments and praises made his blood boil and his heart surge. Which emperor doesn't want to leave his name forever? After saying that, Quan Minghe raised his head and drank the wine in his hand. Shen Yuling drank the wine in her hand without hesitation, her movements quick and decisive. Fortunately, the praise touched Quan Minghe's heart. At the banquet, all the ministers who could understand the profound meaning of this toast were shocked. The Grand Protector really married a good wife. As expected of a girl from the Yi family in Lingxi, she is truly talented. Not everyone can write such a blessing. Because Quan Minghe stood up, everyone hurriedly stood up as well, raised their glasses, and toasted Quan Minghe. They shouted in unison, "Thousands of years later, we will remember the Emperor Taizu of the Qian dynasty, whose name will be recorded in history." Lu Jiaoyi had no choice but to stand up with everyone else. But her face looked a little pale at the moment, and her body was trembling slightly. She was secretly upset. She didn't expect that Shen Yuling could resolve her plans so easily, and even win the favor of His Majesty. What a bad decision. Everyone sat down again. Shen Yuling then calmly raised her glass and toasted Lu Jiaoyi. Seeing the ugly look on Lu Jiaoyi's face that could not be concealed, her guess turned out to be correct. There was something wrong with the glass of wine that Lu Jiaoyi handed her. In the original owner's life, when Lu Jiaoyi did such a despicable thing, she covered it up and did not let Shen Yuling die. Now Lu Jiaoyi wants to embarrass her in public. Lu Jingyi must have been mad at her. Unfortunately, Shen Yuling never fights a battle without preparation. That congratulatory speech just now on a whim. Long before coming to Qianjing, Shen Yuling had studied several important figures in Qianjing City based on the memories left by the original owner. At present, only Feng Maheng was far different from what she expected. From the image of a scumbag to the image of a yandere and pervert. As for Lu Jiaoyi, when she officially enters the palace in the future, I will have a good discussion with her and settle this account. Today's visit will be regarded as a greeting gift to her. Let her deal with the great god Quan Minghe. Quan Minghe doesn't care about the affairs of the harem, but if he is the one being plotted against and affected, then his attitude will be completely different. Lu Jiaoyi was filled with panic. His Majesty had already drunk the glass of wine that she had drugged, so she had no time to focus on the banquet, let alone help Lu Jingyi deal with Shen Yuling. She put in the wine was quite sinister. If a woman drinks it, she will feel dizzy and then do all kinds of ugly things that are unsightly. But for men, this medicine has become an aphrodisiac. But she gave was based on the female dose, so perhaps Your Majesty wouldn't feel anything. Even if he did, Your Majesty had drunk so much alcohol tonight that he was not conscious, so perhaps he wouldn't be able to notice it. Lu Jiaoyi comforted herself in her heart. She originally wanted Shen Yuling to behave wildly at the banquet. In this way, she would have a reason and a legitimate reason to take Shen Yuling away from the banquet. She had already prepared an adulterer for Shen Yuling. When the affair is discovered, Everyone will think of Shen Yuling's promiscuous behavior at the banquet, and no one will think she is innocent. The charge that the princess of the county was shameless and had an affair with a man outside her home would be proven. As for matters between women, His Majesty has always left them to her. It's not something she can handle however she wants. Even if His Majesty doesn't want to make a big deal out of it because of Shen Yuling's identity, everyone who should know knows about it, and the plan has succeeded. What's more, what happened was such a scandal that tarnished the reputation of the royal family. How could Shen Yuling still have a good life? How could the prince continue to like a woman who had already lost her virginity? Her series of plans were originally conceived to be flawless and perfect, but I didn't expect that Shen Yuling would actually give the glass of wine to His Majesty. Did Shen Yuling notice something, or was it just a coincidence? Lu Jiaoyi was upset and looked extremely ugly. Not long after, he left the banquet on the grounds of feeling unwell. Shen Yuling saw her leaving and sneered. Most likely, he was in a hurry to deal with the tail end of this matter. Quan Minghe was drugged at his own birthday party, and who knows how furious he will be. I don't know which unlucky guy will become Lu Jiaoyi's scapegoat, who had no idea what was going on, was still drinking with many ministers and royal children at the banquet. The atmosphere was quite lively and harmonious. However, not long after, Quan Minghe noticed something was wrong with his body. His eyes suddenly narrowed.
Li Ming, iyang tired.
I will return to Weiyang Palace. Those ministers who were about to continue toasting His Majesty saw that His Majesty's face suddenly turned ugly. They thought that they had offended His Majesty at some point, and for a moment, they felt anxious. I was a little overwhelmed and stood there in a daze. When concubine Wang saw His Majesty stand up and leave, a hint of speculation flashed across her beautiful eyes. Your Majesty drank the glass of wine from concubine Lu. Was there anything unclean in the wine? Your Majesty just drank too much with the ministers, so go back and rest. Or is it because? Concubine Wang was full of doubts. After a little thought, he left the Tai Chi hall calmly. She was accompanied only by a personal maid as she walked towards the corridor outside the Weiyang Palace. Your Majesty's Weiyang Palace has always been strictly guarded. Without Your Majesty's summons, the concubines are absolutely not allowed to appear near the Weiyang Palace. The place where concubine Wang was standing at the moment was exactly the only way for the Imperial Medical Bureau to go to the Weiyang Palace. She wanted to find out whether His Majesty was unwell or just went back to rest. Not long after, the imperial physician who was treating His Majesty hurried towards the Weiyang Palace. When Lady Wang, who was hiding in the dark and observing, saw this scene, an expression of as expected immediately appeared on her face. If Lu Jiaoyi really gave you that kind of vile drug, then Your Majesty, tonight. As she thought about it, Lady Wang couldn't help but feel a little excited. On his birthday in the past, Your Majesty has never stayed overnight at the Emperor's or concubine's place, and no Emperor's or concubine has ever been able to enter Your Majesty's Weiyang Palace.
Tonight, is it possible that she...
The more Lady Wang thought about it, the more hopeful she felt. Quickly turned to the maid beside her and ordered, "Go back to the palace. I need to take a bath and change clothes." Concubine Wang hurried back to her palace and quickly bathed and changed her clothes. Then I looked forward to Your Majesty's visit. But she waited for a long time, but the Emperor never came, and she never received the summons to go to the Weiyang Palace. Shen Yuling, who was at the banquet, remained calm when she saw Quan Minghe get up and leave. Enjoy the exquisite palace cuisine at a leisurely pace. About a quarter of an hour passed. Dressed as an ordinary palace maid, came to Shen Yuling's side. She held the wine jug in her hand and leaned over slightly to whisper in Shen Yuling's ear while pouring wine for her. He whispered softly, "Your Majesty invites you." Shen Yuling was about to put a piece of food into her mouth with chopsticks, but her hand paused. Does Quan Minghe want her to be the antidote? In his harem just for decoration? What if Feng Maheng comes to find her then? Are they really going to be intimate in front of Feng Maheng? She said that at the time just to let Quan Minghe know that she didn't like Feng Maheng, but she didn't really want to expose her relationship with Quan Minghe in front of Feng Maheng. Even if the relationship is to be exposed, it is definitely not now. Could it be that Quan Minghe likes this kind of excitement? But since Quan Minghe has summoned her, she can't not go. Lanning was probably called by Li Ming to deliver the message. If it was some other unknown palace maid who said this to her, she certainly won't go. You must always be on guard against others. Every step Shen Yuling takes in revenge must be steady and well thought out. After Lanning left, she pretended as if nothing had happened. He put the dish into his mouth, chewed it carefully and swallowed it, then took a sip of the wine. Then he slowly turned his head. Who was chatting enthusiastically with the adults at the next table. My husband, I just drank a few more sips of wine. I feel a little stuffy now. I want to go out for some fresh air. Foam Maheng didn't think much about it. He responded casually, okay, don't go too far, don't get lost. Shen Yuling nodded, then stood up and left the banquet. Had been waiting for Shen Yuling in the dark took her directly to the back hall of Weiyang Palace. The Vermilion Palace door is inlaid with gilded copper nails, showing its majesty. Of Li Ming, Shen Yuling stepped into the palace. Under your feet is paved with white marble, emitting a faint cold light. In the hall have silk lampshades embroidered with exquisite auspicious patterns of dragons and phoenixes. The light shines through the lampshade, creating a hazy shadow. Shen Yuling continued to walk inside and came straight to the bedroom. The huge dragon bed is made of precious red sandalwood, and the golden dragons carved on the bedposts are lifelike. Quan Minghe was half leaning on a soft pillow. The canopy above the head is made of gold, silver, pearls, gems, and other materials interwoven together. Under the illumination of palace lanterns, it sparkles with brilliant light, is extremely luxurious, and fully demonstrates the royal noble style. Quan Minghe closed his eyes, looked irritable, breathed heavily, and his face was flushed. Shen Yuling walked in front of Quan Minghe. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Quan Minghe had his eyes closed, but opened them when he heard her voice. There was a strong love in his eyes. Without saying a word, he reached out and pulled Shen Yuling into his arms. Just now, the imperial physician came to see me. There was something wrong with his body. Just that the effect of the medicine wasn't that strong, perhaps because of Quan Minghe's strong physique, so Quan Minghe was actually able to hold it in. However, the imperial physician still asked Quan Minghe to release the dryness in his body, which would be beneficial to the dragon's body. This was the second time he had been drugged. Drugged you last time was very ruthless and killed almost all the people involved who were found by the secret guards. This is obviously not just a matter for the women in the harem. He is so cruel and has the financial resources to hire assassins. He must be someone in the imperial court, or the remnants of the country he destroyed. It seems that there is a spy in his harem who is either collaborating with the enemy and committing treason, or attempting to rebel. Because of the last experience, Quan Minghe's depression has not yet dissipated. Unexpectedly, he was drugged again in his palace, and at his own birthday party. Beneath Quan Minghe's lustful eyes, there was an undisguised rage like a violent storm. He didn't trust any of the concubines in the harem. The only thing was that it was impossible, and there was no reason for the woman in front of him to drug him. So, he immediately sent someone to bring Shen Yuling over. Shen Yuling still pretended to be completely unaware. She stretched out her somewhat cold little hand and gently placed it on Quan Minghe's hot chest. Said worriedly, Your Majesty, you feel so hot. Are you sick? I will ask Li Ming to ask the imperial physician to come and see you. I am sick, and you are my medicine. Before Quan Minghe finished his words, he turned over and pressed Shen Yuling under him. The curtain of the dragon bed slowly fell, hiding the figures of the two people. Soon, the black dragon robe that symbolized royal nobility was thrown onto the white jade floor. Then, the colorful brocade, silk coat, peony-embroidered lining, and other clothes were also peeled off one by one. Finally, the green lotus-pink belly band also fell down. This time, the effect of the medicine in Quan Minghe's body wore off quite quickly. One possibility is that the drug administered this time was not that strong. Secondly, perhaps after he returned to his bedroom, he immediately took the antidote prescribed by the imperial hospital.
Shen Yuling lay on Quan Minghe's chest.
His chest rose and fell slightly, and he was breathing heavily. Quan Minghe stroked her smooth back. His eyes were looking forward, and I don't know what he was thinking about. Shen Yuling raised her head slightly. She asked in a tender voice, "Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Why are you so fierce today?" Quan Minghe looked down at him. With a half-smile, he said, "Today is my birthday. You haven't given me any gifts, so I will take the initiative to receive them. Is that not okay?" Quan Minghe drank a lot of wine tonight, and the wine he was offered came from all directions. There were ministers, and many of them wanted to offer their daughters to the harem. There are royal relatives who have intricate relationships with the concubines and ministers in the harem. Not to mention the concubines in the harem, they were the most likely people to have drugged him. At this moment, he had not yet figured out who had drugged him, nor did he intend to tell Shen Yuling that he had been drugged. This kind of thing is a great shame for him. Shen Yuling snorted softly. She said coquettishly, "The words of praise I give to your majesty today are my gift to your majesty." Quan Minghe had previously had a vague guess that the eulogy was written by Shen Yuling. He had fought with Shen Yuan before and knew that Shen Yuan was not a person with a meticulous mind. I would never think of writing any special praise for him. Moreover, the memorial from Shen Yuan congratulating him on his birthday was still on his desk, and there was no mention of the eulogy at all. Therefore, he guessed that this poem was written by Shen Yuling. But after confirming it, I still couldn't help being a little surprised. "How old are you this year?" Quan Minghe suddenly asked. Quan Minghe never paid attention to her age, but thought that she was only 16 or 17 years old, and no older than 18. 16. It seems that the saying that the Yi family in Lingxi produces talented women is true. Your mother was also famous for her talent when she was young.
Quan Minghe siga.
Shen Yuling is talented at a young age. Compared with those ministers who only spoke flattering words to him, the eulogy she wrote was more exquisite and more to his liking. Then it seems that His Majesty is very satisfied with the poem. Shen Yuling placed her hands on his chest and raised her head. There was a hint of pride in his eyes as he looked directly at Quan Minghe. "It's very well written. I, the client, am very satisfied." Quan Minghe's praise of the two words extremely was direct and powerful. Shen Yuling couldn't help but laugh out loud. If any minister received such praise from him, he would probably be so excited that he would cry bitterly. However, since you wrote that poem, why do you say it was a congratulatory message from your father to me? Which woman doesn't want to show off her talents in front of him in order to win his attention and favor? What woman wouldn't want to take advantage of his birthday party to make a name for herself? If Shen Yuling had said frankly at the birthday banquet today that this poem was written by herself, I'm afraid that tomorrow her title of the most talented woman in the Qian dynasty would have spread throughout the capital of Qian. Until then, fame and fortune come one after another. Since Lu Jiaoyi asked me to drink on behalf of Daddy, if Daddy were here in person, he would definitely toast to His Majesty, whom he most respects. As Daddy's only daughter, I naturally know what Daddy wants. Although my father is not a thoughtful man, as his daughter, since he is not here, I will naturally take his place and serve His Majesty loyally. What I wrote is what Daddy wanted to say. Quan Minghe was quite afraid of the fact that his father had a large number of troops in the northwest. If not, why would she be allowed to come to Tianjing? But Daddy is actually a very loyal person, with the kind of blind loyalty that means if the king orders him to die, the subject has to die. So, when His Majesty issued the imperial decree to grant the marriage, even though my mother was reluctant and didn't want her to marry far away, my father still let her come. Quan Minghe is the monarch of Qian Kingdom and the Emperor Yuan of Qian Dynasty. He is the person my father swore allegiance to until death. Shen Yuling still hopes that Quan Minghe can believe in her father's loyalty. She answered very carefully. By the way, increase his father's favorability towards Quan Minghe. You can't say that Lu Jiaoyi is Lu Jingyi's sister, and she didn't dare to drink Lu Jiaoyi's wine, so she gave it to him. Doesn't that mean Chun Chun is using Quan Minghe as a guinea pig for drug testing? Moreover, between her and Lu Jiaoyi, it can only be Lu Jiaoyi who targets her first, and she cannot be the first to be hostile to Lu Jiaoyi. After all, concubine Lu gave birth to 2 sons. Even if Quan Minghe doesn't care about Lu Jiaoyi, he can't ignore his two sons. Between the prince and herself, who is more important? Doesn't Shen Yuling have any self-awareness? The reason why concubine Lu could call the shots in the harem and even blatantly drug Quan Minghe at his banquet was because she relied on the two princes, right? Quan Minghe's eyes were complicated and difficult to understand. Although Shen Yuling grew up in the Northwest, she was well educated. Performance at the banquet today almost left the ministers with nothing to criticize about Shen Yuan. Her talent and responsiveness are both excellent. Quan Minghe never expected that his great achievements in the first half of his life could be summarized so brilliantly by a girl who is only 16 years old. I didn't expect her to say this and speak of Shen Yuan's loyalty. Although Quan Minghe knew Shen Yuan's personality quite well. But Shen Yuan is a powerful official in the Northwest who holds a large number of troops, although he is loyal at the moment. But in Quan Minghe's heart, no one can be sure that Shen Yuan's loyalty will not change as time goes by. Quan Minghe has always been accustomed to keeping everything under his control, just in case, and in order to be able to check and balance Shen Yuan when necessary, he summoned Shen Yuan's only daughter to Qianjing. Maybe everything is destined. Because of his decision, the woman in his arms is his. Quan Minghe stretched out his bony left hand and supported half of Shen Yuling's cheek. The thumb with the ring on it slid slowly across her delicate cheek, caressing it unconsciously. Shen Yuling tilted her head and leaned towards his palm. A pair of bright eyes, blinking. Just looking up at Quan Minghe like this, there is a touch of purity and agility. Quan Minghe couldn't help but frown. A strange emotion suddenly arose in my heart. He actually raised his other hand in panic and covered Shen Yuling's eyes. He was afraid to watch any further. I can't help it. Quan Minghe and Shen Yuling were making love in Weiyang Palace. On the other hand, Feng Maheng was extremely anxious because he couldn't find Shen Yuling anywhere. He searched every possible place outside the Taiji Palace, but nothing was found. Taiji Hall belonged to the former Imperial Palace. If you want to conduct a large-scale search for someone here, you must get permission from His Majesty. Therefore, as soon as the banquet ended, Feng Maheng rushed to Weiyang Palace in a hurry. He is preparing to ask for an audience with His Majesty and beg His Majesty to allow him to find the person. Li Ming originally wanted to directly reject Prince Lingyang's request to enter the Weiyang Palace. After all, the princess was with His Majesty at the moment. But he was just a servant after all, and could not be such a master. I still have to ask His Majesty's opinion first. Your Majesty, the Prince of Lingyang requests an audience. Li Ming gritted his teeth and reported with difficulty. The relationship between the three nobles is really awkward. He had served His Majesty for so many years, but he never expected that such a complicated and difficult relationship would appear between His Majesty and him. When Shen Yuling heard the words Prince of Lingyang in the house, she was shocked. She quickly reached out and removed Quan Minghe's hand that was covering her eyes. Almost like a conditioned reflex, she got up from Quan Minghe, moved to the edge of the bed, and put her legs on the footstool. Looked panicked. Quan Minghe leaned against the head of the bed nonchalantly. He stretched out his right hand and directly hugged Shen Yuling's slender waist as she was sitting on the edge of the bed. Where are you going? Quan Minghe raised his eyebrows slightly. Is she scared? Shen Yuling turned around and looked at him in surprise. He said urgently, Hide. Didn't you say you wanted to let Prince Lingyang see how close we are? A meaningful smile appeared on Quan Minghe's lips. He wondered if she had meant it when she said it. But Quan Minghe listened carefully. He originally really planned to find an excuse to get Feng Maheng to go to a palace, and then have love with Shen Yuling on the other side of the wall. By the way, it also pierces Feng Maheng's heart, which is already broken due to his impotence. Quan Minghe still can't accept that his woman is another man's wife. If he hadn't wanted to see the woman's reputation damaged, why would he have to endure so much pain like he is now? However, he was drugged tonight, and all his plans went awry. Unexpectedly, Feng Maheng came to the door on his own initiative. Quan Minghe exerted force on his hands and pulled Shen Yuling against his chest again. Shen Yuling was stunned. This She said to let Feng Maheng see the intimacy between the two of them, but it was impossible for the three of them to meet face to face in the bedroom. When Quan Minghe saw her reluctant look, the possessiveness in his heart instantly erupted. At today's banquet, he watched Feng Maheng and Shen Yuling attend the event as a couple and were praised by Lu Jiaoyi as a perfect match made in heaven. I felt depressed, but couldn't express it. He is the emperor, and it has been a long time since he felt this suffocating feeling. Originally, he thought that Shen Yuling was really brave and could let Feng Maheng see their intimacy without fear. Quan Minghe's narrow eyes narrowed slightly. He ordered Li Mingdao, "Let him in." Li Ming was stunned for a moment. "Your Majesty just say? Let the prince in?"
This.
What does this mean? Is your Majesty preparing to make this matter public? Li Ming was full of doubts and shock. He did not dare to ask more questions. I could only reply, yes. On this side, before Shen Yuling could react, Quan Minghe pulled her back to the bed.
Dress.
Shen Yuling couldn't help but exclaimed and pointed at the scattered clothes on the ground. If Feng Maheng came in and saw her skirt thrown on the ground, there would be no way to hide it. Quan Minghe calmly gave instructions to Li Ming. Let the maid come in and clean up. Li Ming went out and called the palace maids, and they quickly cleaned up His Majesty's bedroom. After everything returned to normal, he readjusted his expression, made himself look calm, and walked out. Your Highness, His Majesty allows you to come in. Feng Maheng nodded. Wait until he walks into the house. Quan Minghe was leaning leisurely against the head of the bed. Shen Yuling pretended to be scared and huddled her whole body into the quilt, leaving only her head sticking out. Since Quan Minghe wanted to play, she would just play with him. Didn't he just want to see her looking ashamed and embarrassed? I guess this is the kind of unique stimulation that men enjoy. Shen Yuling snorted inwardly, but he still pretended to be terrified on his face. Feng Maheng didn't dare to look inside anyway. Feng Maheng kept his head down. He didn't dare to look around randomly. After all, this was the emperor's bedroom, so majestic and solemn that he couldn't afford to be disrespectful. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Stand up. Quan Minghe spoke calmly, and the majesty of an emperor was overwhelming. When Feng Maheng heard the voice, he immediately felt something was wrong. As a man, how could he not hear the love hidden in the words? His Majesty, he just... The time I came here doesn't seem to be a coincidence, but... What are you doing so late? Your Majesty, my wife left the Taiji Hall in the middle of the banquet, saying she was going out for some fresh air, but she has not returned yet. Feng Maheng's words were full of worry. I wonder if your Majesty could send a guard to help look for it. When Quan Minghe heard the word wife, he subconsciously pursed his lower lips. His eyes darkened. He reached out and brought out Shen Yuling, who was curled up in the quilt with her back to him. Still kept his head down, not daring to look up, separated by the heavy bed curtains. But the rustling sound can be clearly heard. Your Majesty's Taiji Palace has never been visited by any emperor or concubine. What's more, your Majesty has never summoned the emperor and concubines to sleep with you on his birthday. There is actually an imperial concubine in His Majesty's bedroom today. Could it be that there is a new extremely favored concubine in the harem? It seems that recently there has appeared in the harem an extremely mysterious concubine Shen who is extremely favored by His Majesty. Could it be that the person in His Majesty's bedroom right now is concubine Shen? If it is really her, it seems that His Majesty really dotes on her. Those rumors are not groundless. Quan Minghe's gaze fell on Shen Yuling, who was in his arms, covering her mouth and staring at him shyly with her beautiful eyes because of his touching her. The wife of Prince Lingyang has disappeared in the palace. It's late at night now. If we conduct a large-scale search, it will probably cause quite a panic. Quan Minghe deliberately emphasized the word wife to Shen Yuling. When Feng Maheng heard what His Majesty said, he was about to reject his request. Suddenly, I felt anxious. Yuling has always been a very sensible person, and it is impossible for her to disappear in the palace for no reason. He was afraid. Lu Jiaoyi will take the opportunity to harm her. Feng Maheng knew that Jingyi was jealous of Shen Yuling. Originally in the prince's mansion, no matter how much trouble Jingyi put in, she couldn't cause any big trouble. It's nothing more than fighting for some things, pretending to be pitiful and showing weakness in front of him, or using some petty tricks to frame Shen Yuling for having impure intentions. But now this is in the palace. Lu Jiaoyi has absolute power in the harem. She is Jingyi's elder sister. If Jingyi instigated Lu Jiaoyi to deal with Yuling, it would be completely beyond his control. Your Majesty, this is Yuling's first time in the palace. She is not familiar with the layout of the palace, and it is impossible for her to run around. I suspect she. Feng Maheng hadn't finished speaking yet.
Sudden.
Because of Quan Minghe's action, Shen Yuling subconsciously covered her mouth and made a slight sound. Feng Maheng's words stopped abruptly. His Majesty. He is. Shen Yuling was anxious and angry, staring at Quan Minghe, eyes full of anger. But Quan Minghe's face was still calm and composed, and he seemed to be enjoying the current scene. Shen Yuling's fearful and nervous look. Shen Yuling played with him for a while and didn't want to be a little white rabbit forever.
A bow.
Bit Quan Minghe on the chest. Quan Minghe didn't expect her to do this. Let out a muffled groan. She is bold. Feng Maheng stood there, feeling uneasy and awkward. When did your Majesty become so impatient? Ever since he discovered in Sujin Courtyard and Ninglan Courtyard that he had no reaction to the two women he liked, but instead couldn't help himself from Qingyi, the maid in his courtyard, Feng Maheng felt that something was wrong with his body. But he not only had people check his own body, he even checked Qingyi's body but found no problems. It was not until he met a few businessmen from foreign lands a few days ago that he learned about the existence of poisonous insects. Therefore, Feng Maheng has urgently sent people to the western regions to find an expert who knows about goo. Even if Feng Maheng believed that there was a poisonous insect in his body, he was unwilling to believe that he was really impotent. Because of his current physical condition, Feng Maheng hated hearing or seeing anything related to love between men and women these days. Even when he went out for drinks with some friends in official circles, he would never go to brothels. But the one who is performing the pornographic act in front of him right now is His Majesty. Feng Maheng could only bear it. What kind of person is this concubine Shen? She is so capable that she can make His Majesty keep her in the palace when he summons her. He opened his lips slightly and hesitated. Finally he said, Your Majesty, if it is not convenient at this moment, I. Shen Yuling no longer pretends to be a little white rabbit. She raised her eyebrows, with a hint of provocation in her beautiful eyes. Your Majesty, the Prince of Lingyang is so concerned about his wife. I am really moved by his deep love for his wife. Your Majesty, will you send someone to help the Prince of Lingyang? Said this in a true queenly voice. Almost impossible to tell the original voice. Mature and calm, charming and enchanting, noble and gorgeous. Quan Minghe's eyes suddenly showed a hint of surprise. She even has the ability to change her voice. Shen Yuling is an actor, and dubbing is part of her job. From a dubbing teacher before, I also learned the mature woman voice and the lowly voice, which are quite popular on the internet. Since my beloved concubine has spoken, let Li Ming take people to look for her. Quan Minghe was obviously attracted by her voice, which was different from her usual soft voice. Her eyelids were drooping, covered by her long eyelashes. The dark eyes stared at Shen Yuling, as if trying to see through her. Feng Maheng didn't want to listen to such voices, so Quan Minghe simply agreed. Feng Maheng heard the voice of concubine Shen on the dragon bed. His body even shook uncontrollably. This lady is indeed capable. No wonder His Majesty is obsessed with love. Just one sentence made His Majesty change his mind. Thank you, Your Majesty, and thank you, Your Majesty. I will take my leave. Feng Maheng bowed respectfully. He turned around and quickly left the slightly ambiguous bedroom. After Feng Maheng left, Quan Minghe lowered his voice, with a hint of inquiry and interest. Said in a deep voice, How come I didn't know that you have such a voice? Your Majesty, I have such a voice. There are many things you don't know. Shen Yuling's voice suddenly became higher in pitch, her voice deliberately became sharper, and her nasal tone became more pronounced. Her tone instantly became extremely childish, and she performed a lowly voice for him on the spot. I really underestimated my concubine Shen. Quan Minghe's lips curled slightly. Shen Yuling put her arms around his neck and shrank back into his arms. Then she changed to the voice of a mature woman. Yu said, "Your Majesty, I still have many secrets, waiting for your Majesty to slowly discover them." Quan Minghe was secretly surprised as he listened to her ever-changing voice. It turns out that just a sound can make people's hearts flutter. Quan Minghe's desire arose again, even more than the Chinese medicine he had just taken. He was about to push the woman down again and have some intimacy with her, but Shen Yuling stopped him. "Your Majesty, Feng Maheng is already looking for me everywhere. I have to go." Quan Minghe's unsatisfied look was too obvious, but Shen Yuling wanted him to see it but not be able to eat it. Thinking about her and missing her. Quan Minghe had never been rejected by a woman before, and his hot body felt like a bucket of cold water was suddenly poured on it. His expression turned cold. But it didn't stop her from leaving. All his women came to him on their own initiative. He never took the initiative to fight for them. Shen Yuling knew that Quan Minghe was being stubborn. Since he didn't want her to stay, there was no way she could stay. She got up from him and got out of bed barefoot. In the future, he returned to the bed. He reached out and rolled up the bed curtain. At this time, Quan Minghe was still leaning against the head of the bed, looking up at her. "I thought Shen Yuling wanted to stay." He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Didn't you say you were leaving?" Shen Yuling did not respond to this question. Instead, he bent down, and their faces were instantly close to each other, their eyes meeting. Shadow is reflected in each other's eyes. "Your Majesty, Chen Quick happy." Shen Yuling spoke word by word and tilted her head after each word. After saying this, she smiled at him, her smile as bright and charming as a blooming spring flower.
Quan Minghe's pupils suddenly shrank.
I felt like my heartbeat stopped for a moment. Shen Yuling finished speaking. She turned around and left. Unexpectedly, Quan Minghe suddenly reached out and pulled her back. Shen Yuling was caught off guard. She stumbled and sat on his legs, her body leaning back involuntarily. Quan Minghe placed one hand firmly on the back of her neck. "Steady her body. Just lower your head." Kissed her tender pink lips. Shen Yuling opened her eyes wide, her thick, curly eyelashes blinking constantly, looking surprised and at a loss. Quan Minghe actually kissed her. Quan Minghe didn't expect that he would do such a thing. He just followed his body's instinctive reaction. He had never been kissed before. First, he felt that it was a bit disgusting, and second, he had never met anyone who made him want to kiss. But just now, he couldn't help it. Although he had been taught about love affairs between men and women, including kissing, when he was a prince, he had never practiced it himself. He is not really good at it. At first, he just gently touched Shen Yuling's lips. But Shen Yuling's eyes were too surprised and too straightforward. He was a little annoyed for a moment. Quan Minghe moved away a little. He whispered, "Close your eyes." Shen Yuling laughed secretly in her heart. It turns out that there are things that Quan Minghe doesn't know. However, since Quan Minghe is not very good at it, she naturally cannot be more skilled and experienced than him in this matter. She closed her eyes obediently. "Tsk." The words coming out of Quan Minghe's mouth are hard, but his lips are soft. Seeing that she had her eyes closed, Quan Minghe touched her soft lips again, and the touch felt like the most delicate petals in spring. He thrust his teeth in tentatively. The tips of their tongues touched accidentally. It was just a simple touch, but it made Quan Minghe feel his scalp tingling. He seemed addicted to this feeling and kissed her deeper and deeper. It was also the first time that Shen Yuling felt how gentle Quan Minghe was when they were intimate. Is it because he is not very good at kissing? Just like this, the kiss caressed and rolled between the two of them. Shen Yuling couldn't help but respond to him. An ambiguous swallowing sound rang in the ears of both of them.
But
there is much less passion and desire, but much more tenderness and affection. They both seemed lost in the kiss. Only then did Quan Minghe realize that a kiss could be soft and sweet, and could stir his heart and make him fall in love with it. Shen Yuling was immersed in Quan Minghe's rare tenderness. But gradually, as the kiss continued, Quan Minghe gradually regained some of his rationality, and clarity, entanglement, and restraint appeared in his eyes. Suddenly cruel.
He left her lips. Shen Yuling then opened her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. There was a hint of moisture in her eyes as she looked at him innocently. Go back. Li Ming will find a good excuse for you. Quan Minghe's voice returned to its usual calmness. But his thin lips were now red and wet, which seemed quite contradictory to his regained, dignified expression. It was as if a god who was high above and had never understood the 7 emotions and 6 desires had suddenly fallen into the abyss of desire and was now struggling to return to the cold and lofty state. Okay, thank you, Your Majesty. Shen Yuling responded softly, not caring about Quan Minghe's sudden change of expression. She got up from him and walked out of his chamber. Shen Yuling placed her fingertips on her lips and smiled. Quan Minghe, have you found yourself moved? I have a surprise waiting for you. Shen Yuling did not suffer any harm in the palace this time, so Lu Jingyi might have sent assassins to kill her in advance. If the original owner hadn't been protected by the Shen family, he would have died that time. This time, Shen Yuling will naturally take advantage of the situation. Lost her memory and fell in love with Feng Maheng. Let's try using the common TV drama routines on this male protagonist. Quan Minghe, you will want to kill me by then. Still. Robbery? Shen Yuling's smile became more evil. She really wanted to see cracks appear on Quan Minghe's dignified and calm face. At this time, Quan Minghe was still leaning against the head of the bed in the bedroom. His eyes were a little dazed, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Shen Yuling sat quietly in the carriage. The carriage was very quiet at this time. Feng Maheng frowned slightly. When Li Ming found Yuling just now, he just said that she was lost in the palace and then rested in a palace. But since he saw her, he has been silent and there is no special expression on his face. Just now when Li Ming was around, Feng Maheng was concerned about many things and didn't ask many questions. Getting on the carriage, Feng Maheng couldn't help but ask her what was wrong, but she just replied indifferently, saying that it was nothing, she was just tired and wanted to rest. At this moment, the only sound in the carriage could be heard was the rumbling sound of the carriage wheels turning. Over and over again, monotonous and dull. Because Shen Yuling said nothing, Feng Maheng's mind was in turmoil. Could it be that Lu Jiaoyi really did something to her? He was a little worried and wanted to ask for clarification, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know how to ask. If he asked, it would seem as if he had already expected that something would happen to her in the palace. But if I don't ask and don't know what happened to her, I will always be guessing. Just like this, the two of them walked all the way from the imperial palace back to the prince's mansion without saying a word. Shen Yuling's eyelids drooped slightly, her expression seemed a little cold, and no one knew what she was thinking. Fortunately, the distance between the imperial palace and the prince's mansion was not far. In just 2/4 of an hour, the carriage stopped in front of the prince's mansion. Feng Maheng got off the carriage first. He stood beside the carriage and reached out to lead Shen Yuling down. But Shen Yuling seemed not to see it. She just lifted the hem of her skirt lightly and then got off the carriage by herself. After she came down, she didn't even look at Feng Maheng. Get past him. Walk towards the mansion. Feng Maheng strode forward and reached out to grab Shen Yuling's elbow. The action was somewhat urgent. Yuling, what happened to you? Feng Maheng frowned. In the palace. Did someone bully you? He asked this question with some difficulty. He was also afraid of hearing the news that Shen Yuling was bullied in the palace. Shen Yuling suddenly turned her head and looked at Feng Maheng with a forced smile. He said coldly then, my husband, who do you think dares to bully the princess of Lingyang County in the palace? Feng Maheng was so choked that he was speechless and could only stare at her blankly. Shen Yuling shook his hand off and continued walking forward without looking back. Feng Maheng had no choice but to follow her quickly. As he walked, Feng Maheng became more and more confused. They had clearly arrived at Ninglan Courtyard just now. Why didn't she go in? Feng Maheng became more and more anxious. Yuling, where are you going? The voice was a few notches higher. Shen Yuling seemed not to hear and continued walking forward without saying a word. Feng Maheng looked at the direction she was heading, and his heart sank. She heading towards Sijinyuan? Is she going to look for Jingyi? Foam Maheng's face darkened instantly, and an inexplicable irritation and uneasiness surged in his heart. Shen Yuling, stop! Foam Maheng shouted loudly. Shen Yuling's footsteps paused slightly. Your Highness, I just want to go to Lu Ji to ask her about some things.
You don't have to follow me.
Shen Yuling's tone was still very cold, without any emotion fluctuations in her voice. Foam Maheng was suddenly shocked. She stopped calling him husband. She also said so bluntly that she was going to find Jingyi. It seems that something really happened to her in the palace, and Jingyi is closely related to it. Foam Maheng was at a loss at this moment. I have no idea what happened to her in the palace. He opened his mouth. I didn't know how to comfort her, nor did I know what method to use to stop her. Just when Foam Maheng hesitated, Shen Yuling has already arrived at the gate of Sujin Courtyard. Sujin Courtyard and Ninglan Courtyard are both the most strategically located courtyards in the prince's mansion. They are very close, less than a quarter of an hour away. At this moment, Lu Jingyi in Sujin Courtyard naturally had not rested yet. She was looking forward to her sister bringing her good news. Lu Jingyi leaned back on the couch with a smile on her lips, as if she had already secured victory. She seemed to be able to imagine Shen Yuling committing adultery in the palace and being caught in bed by everyone. Humph, doesn't the eldest princess like this daughter-in-law very much? If she became a daughter-in-law whose innocence was tarnished, would she still like it so much? And what about Foam Maheng? Didn't he also gradually fall in love with Shen Yuling? If he were to see with his own eyes his wife enjoying herself with another man, would he still continue to like her? Thinking of this, Lu Jingyi couldn't help but snort coldly, which sounded particularly harsh in the silent room. Suddenly, Li Su walked in quickly with hurried steps. Master, the princess is here. Lu Jingyi raised her eyebrows in surprise, secretly surprised. Why are you back so soon? Shen Yuling come to her? Could it be that he guessed that she had contacted her sister and asked her sister to find a way to make her suffer such humiliation in the palace? If so, doesn't that mean my sister has already succeeded? An unconcealable look of joy instantly appeared in Lu Jingyi's eyes. Then she stood up with a smile and walked gracefully into the lobby. When Lu Jingyi was heading towards the lobby, Foam Maheng, who had arrived shortly after, also hurried along because he was worried that something might happen. Ever since he realized that he had feelings for Shen Yuling, Foam Maheng has been deliberately trying to avoid letting Shen Yuling and Lu Jingyi be alone together. He didn't even want the two of them to meet. But I didn't expect. When Lu Jingyi arrived, she saw Foam Maheng walking over with her, as well as Shen Yuling, who looked noble and beautiful in her attire today, and she suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness in her heart. Looking at Shen Yuling's appearance, it seems that she hasn't encountered anything terrible. But why was her expression so cold, as if covered with a layer of frost, making people feel chilled when they looked at her? However, Lu Jingyi had been immersed in the prince's mansion for a long time, and her mind was working very quickly. Even though he was full of doubts in his heart, he still smiled gently and appropriately. He walked up to Shen Yuling and pretended to salute her. But just at the moment she squatted down. Pa! An extremely loud slap suddenly echoed in the hall. The sound was crisp and abrupt, shocking everyone. Foam Maheng was stunned for a moment, his face full of astonishment. Lu Jingyi was completely stunned by this sudden slap. She couldn't even keep her balance for a moment. She stumbled and fell directly to the ground. She subconsciously covered her beaten face. His eyes were full of shock and disbelief, and he just stared at Shen Yuling. Shen Yuling raised her chin slightly and looked down at her condescendingly. There was a cold look in his eyes. Princess, I did something wrong. You hit me? Lu Jingyi was the first to come back to her senses and spoke in a trembling voice. After saying that, he hurriedly looked at Foam Maheng, his eyes full of grievance and a request for help. Woo-woo. Mo Heng. Lu Jingyi cried and called Foam Maheng's name, looking really pitiful. Foam Maheng finally reacted at this time and hurriedly walked to Lu Jingyi's side, reaching out to help her up. With the help of Foam Maheng, Lu Jingyi stood up, then stretched out her finger and pointed directly at Shen Yuling. She continued to cry, Mo Heng, you
Are you just going to watch the princess beat me? Quan Minghe frowned. He was really embarrassed. He didn't know what to say several times tonight. But now he can't just say nothing. Just when he was about to say something, Shen Yuling, who had been silent all the time, finally spoke first. Lu Ji, why did I hit you? Don't you really know why? Shen Yuling stared straight at Lu Jingyi with a chill and questioning look in her eyes. Although Lu Jingyi was usually a little scheming, she had something to hide at the moment. When Shen Yuling questioned her in person, she suddenly felt panicked. Lost my sense of proportion. But she was also quite shrewd and soon managed to calm herself down. Princess, I don't understand what you are talking about. I have no grudge against Lu Jiaoyi. Why did she treat me like that? Shen Yuling's originally cold face gradually turned into a look of grief and anger. There were faint tears in his eyes. Lu Jingyi was stunned. My sister always does things flawlessly. How could Shen Yuling find out that she was the one who did it? Quan Minghe looked at Lu Jingyi, who was in a panic and didn't know how to answer. Thinking about what happened tonight, I understood. It must be that concubine Lu did something shameful to Shen Yuling. Lu Jingyi felt her mind was in a mess at this moment. She didn't even know how to answer Shen Yuling's question. She didn't know what had happened in the palace. Was her sister really discovered? Lu Jingyi stood there, her lips trembling, unable to utter a complete sentence. Quan Minghe saw Lu Jingyi so flustered, he became even more certain of his guess. His eyes couldn't help but darken, and a hint of coldness flashed in them. He turned to look at Shen Yuling with a complicated expression. I was confused and worried. She disappeared in the palace? Quan Minghe turned his head and looked at Lu Jingyi coldly. Jingyi, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Where did your former kindness go? These days, you should reflect on yourself in Sujin Courtyard. Quan Minghe's words were full of disappointment. Jingyi really went too far this time. He could tolerate her being a little bit petty, but he would never do something so vicious. Lu Jingyi looked shocked and stared at Quan Minghe. Quan Minghe hardened his heart. In the end, he didn't look into her eyes again and turned his head away. Even if you are jealous and act like a little witch, there has to be a bottom line. He had to make Jingyi understand that what he liked was always the simple and kind-hearted her, the generous and considerate her, not the calculating her. This is the kind of Jingyi that he can control. Quan Minghe turned his head again and looked at Shen Yuling. Let me take you back to Ninglan Courtyard. We can have a good talk about this matter. Shen Yuling nodded. I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. Since Lu Jingyi dared to plot against her, she shouldn't expect to get away with it. This slap is just the beginning. It is far from enough. Tonight, she wanted to take action when Lu Jingyi was caught off guard and before she had time to make any preparations. The banquet had just ended, and Lu Jiaoyi knew that His Majesty had drunk drugged wine, so he must be too busy to take care of himself. I guess there hasn't been any news from the palace yet. In this situation, as long as she puts herself in the position of the victim, Lu Jingyi has something to hide, and not everyone has such superb acting skills as hers. In this way, Lu Jingyi would naturally be exposed very easily. Let her admit that she and Lu Jiaoyi were indeed plotting against her. Whether it succeeds in the end is not important. Shen Yuling flicked her sleeves coldly and left Sejingyuan without looking back. Quan Minghe hurriedly followed behind her. Lu Jingyi stood there blankly, watching the two of them leave. After a while, she clenched her teeth, angry and unwilling. This was the first time Quan Minghe spoke to her with such cold words. Her previous kindness? How kind had she ever been before? She is a selfish person who only wants to snatch away all the opportunities of the heroine and become the heroine of this world. What did she do wrong? In her opinion, when she went to rob, the heroine hadn't arrived yet, so it couldn't be considered robbing, right? Now that the heroine is here, it was the heroine who took away her emotion, wasn't it? Li Su, send someone to the palace to ask my sister what happened in the palace today. Lu Jingyi touched the place on her face where she was hit and gave orders calmly. As long as Shen Yuling's sister's scheme finally succeeded, then this slap in the face was worth it. Quan Minghe followed Shen Yuling all the way back to Ninglan Courtyard. Because I didn't know what had happened to Shen Yuling in the palace,
I felt like a heavy rock was pressing on my heart. Seeing Shen Yuling's unprecedented cold face, Quan Minghe couldn't help but think of the worst outcome. The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt. Shen Yuling walked into the room, and Quan Minghe followed her in. Just when Quan Minghe was worrying about what to say, Shen Yuling suddenly turned around and hugged him tightly. Then, the sound of her sobbing softly was heard. The crying was sobbing, revealing endless grievance and fear. Just now in Su Jinyuan, she was so strong, but now she suddenly became so weak and pitiful. So, I was just holding on? Quan Minghe felt his heart suddenly tightened, and there was a trace of pain. In the past, he never really cared whether Lu Jingyi would hurt Shen Yuling, and he was only concerned about his own feelings. But look at the woman crying in his arms. He cried so quietly, like a trapped animal, scared, pitiful, and helpless. Quan Minghe felt a strong sense of heartache. He hugged Shen Yuling with a confused look in his eyes. He feel this way? And he feel this way? Seeing Jingyi jealous and afraid of losing him, he only felt excited when she needed him. Seeing Shen Yuling blocking the assassin's knife for him because of her love for him, he felt his blood boiling. It turned out that she loved him so much. But the feeling now, what is it? Quan Minghe subconsciously stretched out his hand and slid it across Shen Yuling's back. Comfort her. He spoke softly, his voice full of tenderness. What happened tonight? Shen Yuling shook her head in his arms, as if she didn't want to say anything. I am your husband. Please believe me. I will always stand behind you. Shen Yuling seemed to feel safe because of his words, and told him what happened tonight in a disjointed manner. There is a very scary person who
Wants.
Shen Yuling's voice trembled a little. I ran as fast as I could, and he chased me as fast as he could, and even asked me, saying, didn't I take medicine? How come I still have the strength? I was so scared. When I was running away, I hit him on the head with a stone, and he fell to the ground with blood all over his face. I was so scared that I ran away. I ran to an unknown palace, and then I hid myself. At the banquet, when concubine Lu toasted me, I felt something was strange. Later, after listening to what that person said, I realized that maybe the wine I handed to His Majesty was drugged. My husband, if His Majesty finds out that I am responsible for this matter, what should I do?
That wine
was handed to Your Majesty by me personally. The more Shen Yuling spoke, the more frightened she became, and her crying became louder. Woo-woo. Quan Minghe listened to her intermittent and disorganized narration and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If Lu Jiaoyi really put drugs in the wine, then everything that happened tonight seemed to make sense. Your Majesty does seem unusual today. Before the banquet was over, he hurried back to the Weiyang Palace and even summoned the Emperor and his concubines to the Weiyang Palace. When Quan Minghe thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. He didn't expect Lu Jingyi to be so cruel and actually wanted to make Shen Yuling lose her virginity. It's okay, nothing happened, don't be scared. Jingyi did go too far. I will keep her confined to Sujin Courtyard for the time being. I will never let such a thing happen again, okay? Quan Minghe hugged Shen Yuling tightly and comforted her softly. Shen Yuling loosened her arms around Quan Minghe and moved them away from his waist. She took a few steps back, raised her eyes slightly, and looked at Quan Minghe coldly. There were still tears in his eyes. The coldness in them did not diminish in the slightest. Your Highness, Lu Jingyi is your savior. This time I just slapped her. Because I love you, I can let her go for once. But if it happens again, I will definitely order the Shen family army to come and take her life. I, Shen Yuling, am not only the wife of the Prince of Lingyang, but also the daughter of the Kangwu Shen family. I carry the glory of my family and am born with a proud character. If anyone dares to bully or humiliate me, I will resist with all my might and will never allow it. Your Highness, please know this. Quan Minghe's eyes were complicated. It was obvious that she loved him so much that she was willing to let Lu Jingyi go this time, but for some reason, when he saw Shen Yuling so determined, Feng Maheng inexplicably felt in his heart that he could not catch the woman in front of him, no matter what. Feng Maheng hurriedly took a step forward and hugged her tightly in his arms again. He used force with his arms, as if he wanted to rub her into his body. No, no, I will never let this happen again, believe me. Shen Yuling buried her face in Feng Maheng's chest. But I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. Men say the 3 words believe me, they begin to make promises. But Shen Yuling knew in her heart that at this stage, Feng Maheng could not bear to be cruel to Lu Jingyi. In addition, she did not suffer any substantial harm in the palace this time, and there was no evidence pointing to Lu Jiaoyi. Feng Maheng will not punish Lu Jingyi severely.
But
she hadn't verified tonight. A gleam of light flashed in Shen Yuling's eyes. She seemed to really believe Feng Maheng's words and hugged him tightly. There is a sense of dependence. Husband, do you like me? Shen Yuling looked up. Feng Maheng answered very straightforwardly. Yes, of course I like Yuling, my wife. He looked into her eyes. Be sincere and be serious. Like Shen Yuling, who loved him wholeheartedly and was so pure and innocent?
then
Why doesn't my husband touch me? Shen Yuling bit her lower lip, a look of grievance appearing on her face. She has been married into the prince's mansion for a whole month, but Feng Maheng has never touched her until now. Feng Maheng's body, which was holding her, suddenly stiffened, and his movements stopped for a moment. It wasn't that he didn't want to touch her, but when he wanted to get close to her, something went wrong with his body. Feng Maheng's eyes darkened, but he quickly found an excuse. Yuling, I just want to prepare for our wedding night seriously and give you a complete and wonderful wedding night again. It's just that I've been busy with official duties these days, and it's also the birthday of His Majesty. So many things have piled up, and I'm so busy that I really can't spare the time. Feng Maheng lowered his head as he spoke. He licked her earlobe gently, his movements carrying a hint of intimacy and ambiguity. Don't think too much, Yuling. Do you know how hard it is for me to have such a beautiful wife like you by my side? But no matter how hard it is for me to endure, it doesn't matter, because I will definitely give you the best wedding night and make you unforgettable for the rest of your life. Shen Yuling shrank back because of his intimate actions. A blush quietly appeared on her cheeks. TSK, hearing what he said, it does seem to be the case. But if she had not had her period that day, I'm afraid she would have been eaten up long ago. And what about preparing for the most wonderful wedding night? Doesn't he find it ridiculous when he says this himself? Shen Yuling slowly lowered her eyelashes. Could it be that Quan Minghe really made Feng Maheng impotent? But if he didn't raise it, Feng Maheng wouldn't be so calm. This concerns a man's dignity. How can he act as if nothing has happened? So that's how it is. I misunderstood my husband. You were frightened today, so you should rest early. I won't stay with you.
I'm afraid.
I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. Feng Maheng let go of Shen Yuling, but his hands were still on her shoulders. Shen Yuling responded softly, yes. Feng Maheng hugged her again and kissed her on the forehead, turned around and left Ninglan courtyard. The moment he turned and left, the gentleness on Feng Maheng's face disappeared without a trace. Instead, there was a gloomy look hidden in the darkness. There have been so many upsetting things happening recently. I don't know what went wrong with his body. Lu Jingyi also gave him a lot of worry. Even joined forces with Lu Jiaoyi in the palace to deal with Shen Yuling. He knew she would be jealous, but he didn't expect her to change from her previous spoiled self to vicious. Could it be that Lu Jingyi has always been pretending to be kind in front of him? He had already told Lu Jingyi that his feelings for Shen Yuling were just a passing fancy. She hates Shen Yuling so much? She teamed up with Lu Jiaoyi to let a foreign man defile Shen Yuling. Was it to make him dislike Shen Yuling, or was it because she was determined to get the position of princess consort? As Feng Maheng walked, he couldn't help but think of the assassination incident on the cliff. The ink color in his eyes became increasingly darker, gradually spreading like the deep black night, looking somewhat eerie and terrifying. Lu Jingyi, you'd better do all this because you really love me. Otherwise. Changle Palace. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. Crack,
Pa, I saw concubine Wang sitting in the main seat in the hall. Stretch out your hand. He yelled, bring it here. The palace maid Qing'e held an exquisite vase in both hands, looking embarrassed. He hurriedly comforted her. Madam, this vase was sent by the Xiaofu yesterday. It is very precious. Qing'e could finish her words. Concubine Wang glared at her fiercely, with a look full of anger. Qing'e was so scared that she didn't dare to say a word. Trembling, he handed the vase to Lady Wang. Lady Wang took the vase. There was a crisp pop sound, and the vase shattered instantly, turning into countless pieces that flew everywhere. A moment, the hall was filled with porcelain fragments, scattered all over the ground, a mess. When the servants in the hall saw this, they were all trembling with fear and dared not breathe. He was afraid that his master's anger would accidentally affect him. His Majesty's birthday celebration had just ended yesterday, and a new story was already spreading throughout the harem. It was said that concubine Shen was summoned to the Weiyang Palace by His Majesty. Who exactly is this concubine Shen? Concubine Wang has been in the palace for more than 2 years. Because there was no emperor or empress in the palace, His Majesty always slept alone in the Weiyang Palace on his birthday and had never summoned any emperor or empress to visit him. Even His Majesty's Weiyang Palace never summoned anyone to sleep with him on weekdays. But now, concubine Shen, who had never even met the concubines in the harem, had broken all of His Majesty's principles in one fell swoop. Moreover, up to now, Your Majesty has only stayed overnight in Yahua Palace, where concubine Shen lives. Concubine Wang did not give birth to a prince in the 2 years since she entered the palace. She was favored by His Majesty and was promoted to the rank of concubine. She has always believed that she has a unique position in His Majesty's heart. Her beauty was the most beautiful in the harem. She looked down upon everyone except Lu Jiaoyi, who gave birth to 2 princes. In fact, she was the only one who could act coquettishly and arrogantly in front of His Majesty, even bullying those concubines of lower rank. Your Majesty will not bother with her about these things. Concubine Wang sat there with a sullen face. Her personal maid Yingji looked at her master worriedly, but she did not dare to speak to persuade her at this moment. All I can do is wait quietly. Only after Lady Wang had vented most of her anger did Yingji carefully speak out to comfort her. Master, please calm down. Shen Jiu is now so well protected by His Majesty that she has long been the target of public criticism in the harem. Lu Jiaoyi will be the first one who will not let her go. Just bear with it for a while. Besides, concubine Shen will come out one day, and it won't be too late to deal with her then. When concubine Wang heard the words Your Majesty protected her so well, it was like adding fuel to the fire. The anger that she had finally suppressed a little suddenly rose up again. She picked up the teacup on the table beside her and threw it forward with force. His movements were quick and fierce, completely lacking his usual graceful demeanor. What a coincidence! The teacup landed right at the feet of Quan Minghe as he walked in. With a crisp clang sound, the teacup fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Li Ming on the side was shocked. Hurry and stand in front of His Majesty. Be brave. Protect the emperor. Quan Minghe glanced at the broken teacup and said nothing. When concubine Wang looked up and saw that it was His Majesty, she was immediately shocked. She got up hurriedly and straightened her clothes. He walked quickly forward and saluted. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. The other palace servants in the hall were so frightened that they trembled all over and knelt down in unison. His head was lowered, not even daring to breathe. What is this doing? Quan Minghe glanced at the mess in the hall. Concubine Wang hurriedly walked up to His Majesty. Looking at the porcelain fragments all over the floor, he gave the palace maid behind him a calm look. The palace maid was also smart. She understood immediately and started to clean up quickly. Lady Wang forced herself to calm down and put on that delicate look again. She said softly, Your Majesty, I was just feeling bored, so I smashed some bottles for fun. I didn't expect to disturb Your Majesty. I hope Your Majesty will forgive me. Quan Minghe just looked at her intently, but didn't say much. He raised his feet and walked towards the inner hall. Concubine Wang followed behind His Majesty, her heart in turmoil. His Majesty didn't say anything, and she couldn't figure out what His Majesty was feeling at the moment. Quan Minghe sat on the couch. His facial features were firm, and he always looked expressionless. And those ink-black eyes always reveal a chilling coldness in their depth that can make people shudder. He can see through people's minds at a glance, but it is impossible for people to tell what he is thinking. Concubine Wang just said to His Majesty in a coquettish and spoiled manner that she was just throwing bottles for fun and just hoped to easily cover up the matter. If His Majesty responded to her words, it would mean that His Majesty was not angry. Then she can continue to act coquettishly in front of His Majesty as usual. But at this moment, His Majesty didn't say a word, just sat there quietly, without leaving. Concubine Wang suddenly felt unsure. I can't figure out what your Majesty's attitude is. She became much more careful in what she said. Your Majesty came here today, but you didn't send anyone to inform me in advance. It's almost time for dinner, so I'll order someone to go to the imperial kitchen to prepare the meal. Quan Minghe raised his eyes lazily and glanced at Lady Wang indifferently. She was wearing a yenluo skirt with gorgeous peonies embroidered on it, which set off her fair skin very well. With her exquisite makeup, she was charming and attractive, with a unique style. Shen Yuling also likes bright colors. Every time I see her, she is wearing a dress of a different color. Red, as bright as the most gorgeous flowers in spring, dazzling and eye-catching. Green, exuding a sense of spirituality. Pink, delicate, charming and lovable. Blue, elegant and refined. Purple, with a sense of charm. Every color with her own unique charm and characteristics, which makes people unforgettable after taking a look at it. From the first time he met her at Fanning Temple, Quan Minghe made up his mind to let her enter the palace. Even though he knew that she was marrying Feng Maheng, he suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. Thinking of this, Quan Minghe's eyes became increasingly darker. Perhaps because of his favor for Concubine Wang, people in the harem thought that he liked bright, elegant, enchanting, and charming women. But in fact, Quan Minghe always felt, no one in the world can truly wear the color white to bring out the coolness and ethereal feeling. Until Shen Yuling was allowed into the palace for the second time. She was wearing a white dress, and at that moment, Quan Minghe suddenly understood what the word stunning meant. It was also at that time. His desire to have this woman enter the harem became stronger and stronger. Even felt that the 3 months originally scheduled for her to enter the palace was too long. But at that time, Quan Minghe also felt that his attitude towards women had never changed, even though he had many first experiences with Shen Yuling. He also didn't think Shen Yuling was that special. But she is a pet prettier than anyone else. But until last night, he couldn't help it. Kissed Shen Yuling. It seemed that at that moment, he finally realized that this woman seemed to be a little different in his heart. But Quan Minghe doesn't like this feeling. It means losing control. It means that you have weaknesses. It also means many unknowns. And each of these is enough to make Quan Minghe resist from the bottom of his heart. So after reviewing the memorials today, the irritable Quan Minghe came to Concubine Wang. They are both beautiful, have hot-tempered personalities, and love bright colors. If one person is replaceable to another, then the so-called liking is not worth mentioning. Well, I will have dinner in Changle Palace tonight.
Quan Minghe spoke calmly.
I brought you a set of skirts today, go try it on. After saying that, Quan Minghe winked at Li Ming. Li Ming immediately ordered a palace maid to present the skirt respectfully. Concubine Wang's face immediately lit up with joy. His Majesty actually personally sent her a dress. Your Majesty has never done such a sweet thing before. Concubine Wang looked at the neatly stacked skirts on the palace maid's tray. On the side, which is very thoughtful. However, when Lady Wang saw the skirt clearly, her expression became a little stiff. Li Ming introduced on the side. My lady, this is a tribute recently presented by a foreign country, and it is called the Snow Lotus Feather Gauze Skirt. This material is extremely rare, and it is not available in the Qian dynasty yet. Li Ming was serving His Majesty, so he understood something about it. Fabric of this material would not be introduced into the Qian dynasty until the trade routes were unblocked in the second half of the year. Isn't this the only one now? It seems that His Majesty still dotes on concubine Wang very much. He saw the skirt before. He thought that His Majesty would send the skirt to Yahua Palace. After all, the last time concubine Shen wore the white pearl and snow gauze dress, she astounded His Majesty. But I never thought that His Majesty would personally deliver the skirt to Changle Palace. Lady Wang felt that the color white was not very suitable for her. She was very happy after hearing Li Ming's explanation. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will change my skirt now. Your Majesty, please wait for a moment. Lady Wang said this with a smile, and then hurriedly took her skirt into the inner room to change. Not long after, Lady Wang changed into her skirt and looked at herself in the mirror. Somewhat nervous and full of worry. Yingji, does this dress not match my makeup today? Lady Wang frowned. Your Highness's usual makeup is indeed a bit gaudy, but the palace dress His Majesty bestowed upon you today exudes a sense of coolness and nobility. Yingji looked carefully at her master's makeup. Suggested, how about revisiting your makeup? Lady Wang pursed her lips. Your Majesty, how can you wait for me to change your makeup? Not to mention that it would take a lot of time to wash off all the makeup. If His Majesty was ready to get up and leave before he could put on new makeup, it would be a waste of time. Besides, when His Majesty leaves, she will certainly go to pay her respects to him. Could she really go to see His Majesty with unfinished makeup? After thinking for a moment, Lady Wang decided to just keep her current makeup for the time being. Although it doesn't match the skirt very well, the face is still beautiful. Doesn't Your Majesty like her pretty face? Lady Wang took a deep breath and calmed herself down. He walked out gracefully. Your Majesty, I have changed. This skirt fits me perfectly and is soft and comfortable to wear. Lady Wang's voice was gentle. Quan Minghe was sitting there. After hearing the voice, he looked up at concubine Wang. There was no change in his expression. He still looked cold and indifferent. He stood up from the couch and said calmly, "Let's eat." Concubine Wang had long been accustomed to His Majesty's serious temperament, so she didn't say much at the moment. She followed His Majesty obediently to the dining table. Tonight, Your Majesty must stay in Changle Palace. In recent days, the harem has become increasingly lively. Since that concubine entered the palace, His Majesty has almost never summoned other imperial concubines to sleep with him. But who could have expected that in recent days, concubine Shen, who had always been able to break many of His Majesty's principles, seemed to have suddenly fallen out of favor. Your Majesty has not set foot in Yahua Palace for half a month. As a result, concubine Wang became even more arrogant and domineering in the harem. Concubine Shen was in favor. She stayed indoors in Yahua Palace and never went out. Others said that it was because His Majesty was keeping her as a beautiful girl in his golden house and doting on her. Now that concubine Shen has lost favor, she still stays indoors in Yahua Palace. In the eyes of everyone, she is under house arrest after falling out of favor. Recently, concubine Wang has become less and less concerned about concubine Shen. She has been in the palace for 2 years and has never made His Majesty tired of her. But concubine Shen has only been in the palace for a short month and His Majesty already dislikes her. She is really useless. Unfortunately, she had originally wanted to go to Yahua Palace to see the disgraced concubine Shen, but His Majesty's defense of Yahua Palace did not decrease at all, which made her very angry. Naturally, the many things that happened in the harem every day did not reach Shen Yuling's ears. He leisurely planned his own plans in the prince's mansion. In the past half-month, Quan Minghe did not send anyone to pick her up into the palace. Instead of feeling sad, Shen Yuling became even happier. If Quan Minghe remained indifferent after kissing her and secretly had someone take her into the palace to serve as usual, she would instead feel that perhaps in Quan Minghe's eyes, she was just a beautiful pet for his entertainment. But now, Quan Minghe himself began to care about her and deliberately distanced himself from her and ignored her. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, Quan Minghe dislikes her. As for the third possibility, Shen Yuling can currently do nothing. She has not yet entered the palace, and the maintenance of her current relationship with Quan Minghe depends entirely on Quan Minghe's initiative. However, a man who couldn't help but kiss her didn't look like he was disgusted with her. Now there is something different in Quan Minghe's heart. Well, it's time to start working on some plans. Wouldn't it be necessary to give Quan Minghe's calm heart some ups and downs? Shen Yuling then stopped thinking about Quan Minghe and analyzed Lu Jingyi's condition in her mind. During the past half-month, Lu Jingyi has been confined to Sijinyuan. I guess Lu Jingyi has already communicated with Lu Jiaoyi and learned about the situation in the palace that day. Then Lu Jingyi would understand that she was cheating when she went to Su Jinyuan to cause trouble for her that day. Had to suffer in silence, unable to speak out her pain. In this situation, Lu Jingyi's anger must have accumulated to the extreme. I don't know if Lu Jingyi has come up with any brilliant way to take revenge on her during the past half-month when she was trapped in Sujin courtyard. Shen Yuling actually curled up the corners of her mouth in anticipation. However, the original owner was assassinated by Lu Jingyi during the Chinese Valentine's Day. Now, it is still a long way to the Chinese Valentine's Day. And according to Quan Minghe's arrangement for Shen Yuling, she should have entered the palace during the Chinese Valentine's Day. Married Feng Maheng in early April. However, Shen Yuling has created an excellent opportunity for Lu Jingyi. That is the Lantern Festival 5 days later. At this moment, Shidong, who is standing on the side and gently pushing Shen Yuling on the swing, couldn't help but show a bit of worry on her face. Master, if you do as you planned, you will hurt your head. What if you fail to grasp the scale well? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Shen Yuling swung gently on the swing with a calm expression. What her master said, Shidong didn't ask any more questions. The master is really too smart. It is not so easy to know the limits in this matter. However, since the master didn't say anything, she wouldn't ask any more questions. Who made her master set up such characters as loyal, quiet, and lively? Her master didn't ask herself. Shidong, is an extremely competent and good system. The Lantern Festival in 5 days, Feng Maheng will definitely take Shen Yuling out with him. If Lu Jingyi could find a way to come out and follow them, but if she couldn't come out by herself, Shen Yuling would help her. Anyway, during the Lantern Festival, 3 people must go together. Then we'll just have to wait for Lu Jingyi's killer. Since Lu Jingyi wanted to kill her, Lu Jingyi would naturally send Feng Maheng away, but this was exactly what she wanted. Since Feng Maheng and Lu Jingyi were not around, she and Shen Jiejun could naturally do whatever they wanted. On the other side, Lu Jingyi had been under house arrest for half a month. Ever since she learned the truth from her sister, it took her several days to calm down the anger in her heart. Sure enough, this heroine is really different from before. Shen Yuling in the book is clearly a complete naive person. But now, is it because of her arrival that Shen Yuling has changed, or is it that Shen Yuling has been traveled through time like her? Lu Jingyi couldn't understand the reason. But no matter whether Shen Yuling is the heroine of the original book or someone else, she and Shen Yuling can only be enemies in this life. My sister has almost never failed in her work in the harem. But this time, Shen Yuling actually dug a big hole for her sister. Fortunately, my sister was a very capable person and she found a scapegoat for herself early on, so she was able to deal with the situation. But Your Majesty has always been suspicious. From what I heard in my sister's letter, I'm afraid I've begun to have some doubts about her. Because of this incident, my sister has become restrained in her actions in the harem during this period of time. I just hope this troublesome matter can be over soon. So now there is no need for her to actively ask her sister for help to deal with Shen Yuling. Her sister herself cannot swallow the anger of being schemed against by Shen Yuling.
Oh.
Shen Yuling, since you dare to offend my sister, you are courting death. It will be difficult for you to survive. Lu Jingyi turned her head and gave a cold order to Yin Ji beside her. Today I will take a cold shower. Master, how can your body withstand such torture? I just couldn't stand it, so I soaked it in cold water. Lu Jingyi's expression was cold. How can I make Feng Maheng feel bad if I don't treat myself a little harshly? Tomorrow, when I get sick, you don't need to ask a doctor for me. Just go and ask the prince to come over. For example, I have been reflecting on myself these days.
I can't eat well or sleep well. I caught a cold at night, and now I have a high fever that won't go away. Master, if you want to see the prince, I can help you with some arrangements. I think you can still see him. If the prince knew that you wanted to see him, he would definitely come. Ji said hurriedly. She had stayed in the prince's mansion for a long time and had seen the prince's unbridled doting on his master many times. How could the prince not come to see his master? But Lu Jingyi no longer believes in Feng Maheng's feelings for her. In order to ensure that the Lantern Festival plan her sister mentioned would go smoothly, she had to be fully prepared. If she went directly to call Feng Maheng over, and if Feng Maheng was determined not to see her, then she would pretend to be sick, and her purpose would be too obvious. It would be better to just make himself sick so that Feng Maheng would come over on his own initiative. While Feng Maheng still has some feelings for her, she must go out on the Lantern Festival. Lu Jingyi's face remained expressionless. He said coldly, "Don't say anything more, just do everything according to what I say." Feng Maheng sat quietly beside the bed, his eyes fixed on Qingyi, who was naked beside him. She was still sleeping soundly at this moment, with a peaceful face. Feng Maheng lowered his eyelashes, and the ink-black color in his eyes seemed to be shrouded in dark clouds, appearing even thicker and deeper. Last night kept coming back to his mind. But Feng Maheng felt more and more that there was an indescribable weirdness in the matter. During this month, he could only have that kind of reaction towards Qingyi. The last time I had love with Qingyi was on a full moon night a month ago. And last night, before having love with Qingyi, he seemed to have the same confused mind as last time. But when I woke up the next day, the memories of last night appeared in my mind so clearly. It seemed that something happened between him and Qingyi unconsciously on the full moon night of every month. Some time ago, he asked someone to go to the western regions to find a Gu master who had arrived in Qianjing 2 days ago. However, Feng Maheng thought about it again and always felt that the prince's mansion was not safe now. There might be some spies lurking in the dark. Therefore, the Gu master was not brought directly to the prince's mansion. His current physical condition is too strange. Not only can he only respond to one woman, but at certain times, he will have love with her unconsciously. In this situation, Feng Maheng could almost conclude that his body was either infected by some strange poison, or he had been poisoned by someone. I have to meet that Gu master today. Feng Maheng lowered his head and stared at Qingyi, who was still sleeping beside him. She has been serving him since she was a child, and it has been 7 years now. When she first came, she was only 11 years old. So is Qingyi a spy with evil intentions, or just a victim who is also kept in the dark? Feng Maheng couldn't be sure for a moment. He took a deep breath, stood up, and left the room quietly. Feng Maheng hurriedly left the prince's mansion and rushed towards the courtyard on the edge of the city, where the Gu master was. The yard was extremely quiet. Feng Maheng stepped into the courtyard and saw a Gu master, who was dressed rather strangely. He was wearing a dark gray robe which was so wide that it almost completely covered his body, leaving only a mysterious face exposed. At this time, the two were sitting face to face at the stone table in the yard, drinking tea quietly. Feng Maheng spoke first. There was a hint of urgency in his tone. "Master, can you tell if there is any Gu in my body?" The Gu master put down the teacup in his hand. He said slowly, "Your Majesty needs to explain your recent physical condition in detail so that I can make an accurate judgment based on it." Feng Maheng calmed down and explained in detail to the Gu master all the strange physical conditions that had occurred during this period. The Gu master waited for Feng Maheng to finish speaking and nodded slightly. The prince's condition is indeed very similar to the effect of the love poison in our western regions. Feng Maheng couldn't help but frown. A puzzled look on his face. Love Gu? Yes, the love Gu is the mother-child Gu. According to what you just said, Your Highness, the son Gu should be in you, and the mother Gu is in the maid you mentioned. The Gu master explained slowly and calmly. Feng Maheng's brows were still furrowed. He asked, "Is it possible to solve it?" The Gu master picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. He said slowly, "The effect of the love Gu only lasts 4 months, because the child Gu can only survive in the human body for 4 months after it is separated from the mother Gu. Your Highness,
Just wait patiently. Foam Maheng murmured to himself. For months? Doesn't that mean there are still 3 months left? Again, is there any way to cure the poison in advance? In Miaojiang, there is a very precious insect called blood insect. This goo can be said to be the natural enemy of all goo insects. If you can get it, you can control the love goo in your body and completely get rid of the control of the love goo. Then, is there any way to get this blood poison? Foam Maheng certainly wanted to get rid of the poison as soon as possible. Otherwise, Foam Maheng would feel very uncomfortable whether facing Shen Yuling or Lu Jingyi. The goo master shook his head, looking helpless. Blood goo is a rare goo worm that only the Miao royal family possesses. Now, there is only one left in the Miao royal family, and another one is in the palace. 2 years ago, the Miaojiang royal family presented a blood goo to Emperor Qianyuan. Foam Maheng clenched his fists. I wonder if my uncle would agree if I asked him for blood parasites? Foam Maheng paused, then asked, can I kill the woman that the mother goo parasite is parasitic on? In this way, the dilemma of the love goo may be solved. When the goo master heard this, his expression suddenly turned serious. He said seriously, no, all mother and child goo have their own characteristics. Once the mother goo's parasite dies, the child goo's parasite will also die. Foam Maheng's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. In this case, doesn't it mean that Qingyi and he have now become one in which they live and die together? Doesn't this mean that if someone wants him dead, they can achieve their goal by simply killing Qingyi in secret? What is the purpose of the person behind the scenes who put the love poison on him? Foam Maheng was puzzled. If Qingyi is innocent and someone wants to use the poisonous insect to murder him, he and Qingyi have been bound together for a month. If those people wanted to do it, they should have done it long ago, but now he is still alive and well. Now the only reason he could think of was that Qingyi was in love with him, so she took the initiative to give him the love poison. But Qingyi has served him for so many years. Why would she put a curse on him now? And where did she get this poisonous insect from? Foam Maheng had many puzzles, but today he was sure that he had been poisoned. After returning to the prince's mansion, Foam Maheng immediately ordered someone to submit a letter to the palace requesting an audience. In the Weiyang Palace, Foam Maheng stood in the hall, explained the purpose of the visit to Quan Minghe. However, Foam Maheng did not reveal what kind of poison he was infected with, nor what effects it had. Quan Minghe sat on the dragon throne and sneered in his heart. The antidote here, the man behind the scenes. The blood parasite was already used as medicine by the Imperial Hospital last year to treat the hidden illness I suffered from during my years of war. There is no blood poison in the palace now, Quan Minghe said slowly. Foam Maheng couldn't help but purse his lips. So, he can only wait another 3 months? In this case, I will take my leave. Foam Maheng bowed respectfully, then turned and left. Of mine really has leaks everywhere. He was a prince of a county, but he was secretly poisoned by someone without even realizing it. If someone secretly poisoned you, would you be completely unaware of it? Quan Minghe looked at Foam Maheng's back with a deep look in his eyes. The blood parasite is in the palace. But, of course, he would not let Foam Maheng recover before Shen Yuling entered the palace. Shen Yuling is temporarily not allowed to enter the palace for the next few days. He will feel relieved if Foam Maheng is impotent. Some women are truly addictive. But as an emperor, what Quan Minghe lacks the least is restraint and patience. The time when they went out to appreciate the flowers together, when Shen Yuling arrived at the gate of the prince's mansion, Foam Maheng and Lu Jingyi were already waiting at the door. This time, Lu Jingyi and Foam Maheng behaved more intimately. Even the clothes they wore were of very similar styles. From a distance, they really looked like a perfect couple. Lu Jingyi fell ill a few days ago and resorted to a self-torture tactic. Foam Maheng felt pity for her, so he released her and allowed her to go out and play with him. Shen Yuling came over. Foam Maheng's eyes fell on her. He wanted to pull back Lu Jingyi's hand, but felt it was inappropriate. He looked slightly uncomfortable. The last time they went out to enjoy the flowers, he didn't care about Shen Yuling's feelings. But now he has told Shen Yuling many times that he likes her, and that she is his wife many times. He was holding hands with another woman, even wore similar style of clothes as other women. What would Yuling think? Will you be jealous like Jingyi? Shen Yuling approached them. His eyes glanced at their clothes and the hands they were holding. Her eyelashes drooped, and there was obvious disappointment on her face. Feng Maheng frowned. He pursed his lips, feeling more and more uncomfortable, and even wanted to shake off Lu Jingyi's hand. Lu Jingyi was feeling proud. Shen Yuling, since you are already a latecomer in Feng Maheng's life, just accept this ending. First come, first served. I just want to be the heroine of this world. The three of them strolled along the long street in such a strange atmosphere. This time when going out, Shen Yuling clearly felt that Feng Maheng had brought a lot more guards with him. They were surrounded by guards in plain clothes, following them quietly on both sides, always keeping an eye on the movements around them. The last assassination attempt on the cliff, Feng Maheng became more cautious, and his protection became more solid and strict. Soon, they arrived at the busiest long street. The bright moon hangs high in the sky, casting a cool glow. Tianjing's annual Lantern Festival is extremely lively. Either hung high under the eaves of buildings, swaying gently in the wind as if competing with the bright moon, or held in the hands of passers-by, moving with their footsteps like a flowing river of stars. Of lanterns, including the exquisitely crafted jade rabbit chasing the moon lantern and the majestic Kirin stepping on the cloud's lantern. The breeze blows gently, the lanterns sway, and the light and shadows interweave, like a dream. Feng Maheng and Lu Jingyi held hands the whole time. The same style of clothes looked even more harmonious under the light of the lanterns, and they really looked like a couple. Shen Yuling seemed like a superfluous person standing aside. Feng Maheng and Lu Jingyi walked side by side, and their behavior was very intimate. It looks affectionate. Mo Heng, look at this lantern, it's so beautiful. Buy me one, and then we can go to the lake to light the lanterns, okay? Lu Jingyi gently shook Feng Maheng's arm and spoke coquettishly.
Good.
Feng Maheng responded lovingly and went to buy the lantern as he was told. After Lu Jingyi got the lantern, she looked at it happily and then handed it to the servant beside her. She seemed to accidentally see Shen Yuling, who was alone on the side. Mo Heng, buy one for my sister too. I think the one with the crabapple pattern is pretty good. Lu Jingyi raised her hand and pointed at an extremely exquisitely crafted lantern. When Feng Maheng heard this, he turned to look at Shen Yuling. Do you like that? Shen Yuling shook her head slightly. No need, my husband. Mother grew up in Tianjing, and she also likes lanterns very much. After that, every year, Dad made lanterns for Mom himself. Because my mother said that no matter how exquisite the lanterns sold outside are, they can't compare to the ones made by your lover. So, I'm not interested in lanterns made by others. The smile on Lu Jingyi's face suddenly froze, and a hint of imperceptible displeasure flashed in her eyes. Feng Maheng took Shen Yuling's words to heart. Seeing that she really didn't like it, I stopped trying to persuade her. Lu Jingyi naturally didn't want Feng Maheng to focus too much attention on Shen Yuling, so she took Feng Maheng's hand again and continued walking forward. But as Feng Maheng walked, he would still look at Shen Yuling from time to time. Seeing the increasingly lost look on Shen Yuling's face, he couldn't help but feel a little distressed. But he felt a little bit of enjoyment in his heart, just like he enjoyed the feeling when Lu Jingyi was jealous. Feng Maheng sometimes cursed his own weird psychology that was different from that of ordinary people, but this was indeed his truest feeling. He has a lovely wife and beautiful concubines by his side, and they are two women who love him deeply. In the past, Feng Maheng never dared to imagine that he could get the complete love of someone. But now, it seems as if there is a divine will in the dark, and it seems to be a gift from God. He got everything he wanted easily. Even a double portion. No regrets in this life. The three of them strolled along the way. Not long. Lu Jingyi then began to lead Feng Maheng with a smile, gradually walking from the bustling and crowded streets towards the lake where lanterns were being set off. Shen Yuling's hands were empty, without any lanterns. She raised her eyes and looked at Feng Maheng. Husband, you guys go and light the lanterns. I want to go to the clothing store next door to have a look. Feng Maheng frowned. She is a weak woman, and she might be in danger if she were to go shopping alone in such a crowded place. Lu Jingyi smiled and said, "Mo Hung, I'm not interested in lanterns, so let me go shopping for clothes." "It's fine. You can send a few guards to follow my sister so that she can be well protected." Feng Maheng thought about it for a moment and felt that what Lu Jingyi said made some sense, so he nodded in agreement. Shen Yuling turned around and walked slowly towards the clothing store. Lu Jingyi also took Feng Maheng's arm and took him to the lake. Shen Yuling was walking alone in the bustling crowd, but before she had gone far, the several guards who had been following her disappeared for some reason. Shen Yuling couldn't help but sneered secretly. "Humph, these guards are probably not Lu Jingyi's men. However, it is better this way. If these guards continue to follow her, it will be difficult for her to carry out her subsequent plans." Thinking of this, Shen Yuling smiled. Without stopping, continue walking in the predetermined direction. Soon, she walked into a relatively remote alley. And those assassins who had been following Shen Yuling became arrogant when they saw that their target had brought himself to a dead end. "Princess, stop struggling. Today is the day you die." The assassin had his face covered and spoke in an arrogant tone. Shen Yuling raised her eyebrows slightly. There was a fierce look in his eyes. He ordered in a cold voice, "Kill them all." "Yes, miss." The Shen family army, who came out from nowhere, responded in unison. They were all iron-blooded soldiers who had followed Your Majesty and Grand Protector Shen in the battlefields and fought through life and death together. They had a majestic aura of having experienced hundreds of battles. Once this kind of momentum was released, the assassins who followed immediately felt vaguely uneasy. I felt an inexplicable chill in my heart. The princess was actually well prepared. The Shen family army did not hesitate and attacked the group of assassins swiftly. The two sides immediately started fighting fiercely. Sharply under the attack of Shen's army, the remaining assassins prepared to scatter and escape quickly. But it was too late. The road they came from had already been arranged in advance by the Shen family army, and it was completely blocked, leaving them with no way to escape. Shen Yuling stood quietly by the side with a stern look. He watched calmly as the Shen family army methodically dealt with all the assassins. Faced with such a brutal killing scene, he seemed unconcerned and his face remained calm. If she were to see such a scene in modern times, she probably wouldn't be so calm. But after all, she's been in this unstable dynasty in the northwestern border area for 16 years. After the Shen family army cleaned up all the bodies of the assassins, Shen Yuling calmly began to make his next preparations. At that time, Shen Yuling was being assassinated. Shi Tong looked frightened and ran all the way to the lake, anxiously looking for Feng Maheng in the crowd who was accompanying Lu Jingyi to release lanterns. Soon, Shi Dong saw Feng Maheng and she hurriedly pushed through the bustling crowd. He hurried over, jogging all the way. "Your Highness, something bad has happened." Shi Dong's voice was trembling a little, and her face was full of anxiety. After the master left, he was attacked by an assassin. Feng Maheng's expression tensed. He asked, "Then why did you run back and not stay by your master's side to protect him?" "It was the master who made a prompt decision to let her and I flee separately so that he could find an opportunity for you to rush over to support us. After I separated from my master, all the assassins went after my master." "Your Highness, please go and save my master." Shi Dong's eyes were red and tears were welling up in them. Feng Maheng's heart sank suddenly. He no longer cared about the lantern in his hand. Casually, and was about to take his guards to look for Shen Yuling. Lu Jingyi, on the other hand, was still squatting calmly on the lake. There seemed to be a hint of deep meaning in the eyes as he looked at the lake, which was hard to fathom. But at this critical moment, something unexpected happened. A group of men who originally looked like they were just out for fun suddenly pulled out shiny knives from their pockets in the blink of an eye. The cold light of the knife, illuminated by the colorful lanterns around it, exudes a chilling chill that can make people feel terrified. Instantly shot out from Feng Maheng's dark eyes. Coming for him again? His mother's enemies are so numerous. Fortunately, Feng Maheng was well prepared before going out this time. Soon, the guards in plain clothes saw that the situation was not good and took quick action. They ran towards where Feng Maheng and Lu Jingyi were in perfect tacit understanding, and in the blink of an eye, they surrounded the two of them, forming an extremely solid protective barrier. The assassins and the guards faced each other in pairs, and the atmosphere was tense. But Feng Maheng was extremely anxious at the moment and could not wait for the stalemate to be resolved. "Deal with them." Feng Maheng gave an order in a cold and stern voice. The guards immediately launched an attack and instantly engaged in a melee with the assassins. Because Feng Maheng brought enough guards with him this time, many guards rushed forward and hindered the assassins a lot. Feng Maheng seized the opportunity during the melee and prepared to leave with a few guards around him. Yuling is a weak woman. If we delay any longer and don't rescue her, I'm afraid she will be in great danger. Lu Jingyi had sharp eyes and noticed his movements immediately. She quickly grabbed his hand and asked with a worried look on her face, "Mo Hung, where are you going?" "Jingyi, I'm going to save Shen Yuling." Feng Maheng's eyes were complicated. "Mo Hung, the guards are all here fighting the assassins. If you leave now, how will the guards find you later? If there are still assassins hiding somewhere else, and this time they are using the princess to lure you over, what should we do?" Lu Jingyi spoke earnestly, her eyes full of worry. "During the last cliff assassination, those people were only targeting you and they didn't hurt our two women in the end. Mo Hung, the princess will be fine. Don't worry too much. Protect yourself." Lu Jingyi continued to persuade. Feng Maheng paused. Shi Tong, who was standing by, quickly spoke up and said, "Your Highness, an assassin pretended to be an ordinary citizen and quietly approached the master. He suddenly drew out a knife and stabbed the master fiercely. But there were a lot of people on the street at the time, and the master was always perceptive. He noticed the assassin's movements in time and managed to dodge. Later, we both fled in the crowd, but those assassins only chased after our master. I finally got rid of them and ran back to ask you for help. Your Highness, please save the master. It will be too late if you delay any longer." Feng Maheng no longer hesitated. This assassination was indeed different from the last time. Shen Yuling is his, and without his permission, even if he dies, he can't do it. "Jingyi, I will protect myself and will not let Shen Yuling die at the hands of an assassin." Feng Maheng looked determined. After saying that, he shook off Lu Jingyi's hand without hesitation, turned around and prepared to leave in the chaos with a few guards. Lu Jingyi stared blankly at her hand, which Feng Maheng had fiercely shaken away. In his eyes, and he clenched his teeth. "Feng Maheng, you said you would never let go of my hand. Since Shen Yuling is so important to you, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. I must kill her." Lu Jingyi had a sinister look in her eyes and glanced casually in the direction of the assassin. In a flash, several assassins suddenly jumped out, moving as quickly as ghosts. In a flash, they surrounded Feng Maheng and blocked all his escape routes. Feng Maheng had no choice but to work together with the guards around him to get rid of the assassins who had surrounded them. But just when everyone was fighting fiercely with the assassin, no one saw that a long sword was stabbing straight towards Feng Maheng's back. The sword blade flashed a cold light under the cold moonlight. Lu Jingyi gritted her teeth and made up her mind. "Feng Maheng, I won't let you go find Shen Yuling." She rushed forward and blocked the sword for Feng Maheng. With a swish, the long sword pierced into the flesh without any hindrance, which was extremely harsh. Feng Maheng's eyes widened in shock. I watched Lu Jingyi's body slowly fall down. He quickly reached out and hugged Lu Jingyi's shaky body. The other hand frantically covered the wound on her side from which blood was oozing out, as if doing this would stop the blood from flowing. But the warm blood still kept seeping out from between his fingers and dripping onto the ground, which was shocking to see. Lu Jingyi lay in Feng Maheng's arms, her face pale, without a trace of blood. There was a feeling of weakness and powerlessness. She slowly raised one hand and gently stroked Feng Maheng's face. There was a hint of attachment and reluctance in his eyes. "Mo Hung, you have to protect yourself." Lu Jingyi's voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. After saying this, her eyes slowly closed and she fainted. At this time, The other guards who had just dealt with the assassins returned to Phong Maheng. When the assassins saw that it was hopeless to assassinate Phong Maheng, they did not dare to bother him any further and fled. Phong Maheng was only worried about Lu Jingyi's injury at the moment and no longer had the intention to look for Shen Yuling. He hurriedly picked up Lu Jingyi and ran towards the carriage in a hurry. Holding Lu Jingyi, "Go home," Phong Maheng ordered loudly. But after a pause, he still ordered the guards. "Half of the guards go find the princess. Make sure she is safe." After saying that, he asked the coachman to drive the carriage towards the prince's mansion. On the other side, the guards searched anxiously all the way and finally found the princess in a remote alley. The princess's head was covered in blood and she fainted in the alley, looking extremely miserable. At this time, the masked assassin was holding a long knife high, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Shen Yuling. Fortunately, the guards arrived in time. He rushed forward quickly and blocked the assassin's long sword in an instant. When several assassins saw the large number of guards, they knew that they would not be able to succeed today, so they did not dare to fight and fled the scene. When Shidong saw Shen Yuling like this, she rushed to Shen Yuling's side anxiously. "Master, what's wrong with you?" Shitong cried. "Hurry up and send the master to Darantang. The master's wound is too serious. He must see a doctor as soon as possible." Gave instructions to the guards anxiously. The guards did not dare to delay and sent him to the nearest clinic. Darren Hall. After Shen Yuling was settled, some of the guards returned to the mansion to report, but a few guards were left in Darantang to protect the safety of the princess. At this time, in Darantang's single room, when Shen Yuling heard Shidong say that Lu Jingyi was stabbed for Phong Maheng, her expression was indifferent. She hadn't even started to take revenge on Lu Jingyi yet, but she was already hurting herself. Lu Jingyi is really hard on herself. I am ashamed of myself for this. There is a reason why she can succeed. Shen Yuling couldn't help but sigh. Shitong rolled her eyes and said, "Serves you right. For such a scumbag." Then he asked again, "Master, are you going back to the prince's mansion?"
No.
"When the time comes, just say that I have suffered a severe brain injury. The doctor has instructed that I cannot move around until I wake up. Wait for Phong Maheng to come here himself." This Darantang was opened by Shen Yuling's cousin Yi Jinshu. What belongs to Yi Jinshu is also hers. To implement her plan in Darren Hall. "Shidong, okay." Shen Yuling suddenly raised her eyebrows and looked at Shidong. Jokingly said, "I'm not worried that you won't be able to remember what to say in front of Phong Maheng. I'm just worried that your acting skills are not good enough and your emotions are not strong enough. You have to practice well in private, understand?" Shitong couldn't help but curl her lips when she heard this. "I performed very well in front of Phong Maheng today. Just wait and see my second show. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Shen Yuling raised her eyebrows. "Then she will wait and see." The next day, the dawn broke. Phong Maheng hurried to Darantang. Yesterday, he brought Lu Jingyi back to the prince's mansion. Although the wound was not fatal, it was very deep and frightening to look at. He and the doctor stayed by Lu Jingyi's side for 2 whole hours without leaving. Phong Maheng heaved a sigh of relief only after the doctor said her condition was stable. But just when he was about to set off for Darantang to visit Shen Yuling, Lu Jingyi woke up. Phong Maheng couldn't bear to see her sad, so he stayed in Sijinyuan and stayed with her. It was not until early this morning that Phong Maheng arrived at Darantang. He walked hurriedly into the room. Shen Yuling was still unconscious, with thick gauze wrapped around her head. His face was as pale as paper, without a trace of blood, and he looked extremely weak. Shidong stood quietly beside her, and when she saw Phong Maheng come in, she just bowed slightly. Phong Maheng saw Shen Yuling, who had lost her former vitality. He frowned, feeling as if a huge rock was pressing down on his heart, making it heavy. "How is the princess?"
How is she?
"What did the doctor say?" Shitong already had some opinions about Phong Maheng in her heart, but as a servant after all, she could only maintain the proper attitude at this moment. The master's head was seriously injured. Although his life is not in danger for the time being, but... Shidong paused. "But what?"
Feng Maheng's tone suddenly became a little anxious as he asked, "But I don't know if the master can wake up. Even if he wakes up, I don't know if his consciousness can still be as clear as before." Shitong lowered her head and spoke softly. Feng Maheng's body seemed to shake violently. I was a little unsteady on my feet and subconsciously took 2 steps back. He lowered his head in silence, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Was this assassination aimed at him or Shen Yuling? But what enemies could Shen Yuling have in Tianjing? After thinking about it, Feng Maheng could only think of Lu Jingyi and Lu Jiaoyi. Lu Jingyi loved him so much that she never cared about her own safety. Feng Maheng's heart was in a mess. He walked aside and sat down on a round stool, his expression revealing a hint of fatigue and solemnity. Inadvertently, I caught a glimpse of the lantern placed beside the bed. Did the princess buy that lantern herself? Feng Maheng murmured, a strange emotion inexplicably rising in his heart. Could it be that what Shen Yuling said before, that she only wanted the lanterns made for her by the person who loved her, was a lie? Shitong sighed softly. She said slowly, "Last night, after the master separated from you, he did not go to the clothing store as she said, but went to the lantern shop to make a lantern especially for you. After the master made it carefully, he wanted to go to the lake to find you and give you the lantern himself, but who could have expected that he would encounter those assassins on the way? I thought of your kindness to you, so I went to the long street and picked up the lantern that you accidentally dropped in panic." Shitong's face was full of sadness, and her eyes were slightly red. But in her heart, she was silently complaining. Humph, her host would never really make a lantern for the scumbag, let alone harm her own body for the scumbag. Feng Maheng frowned. His eyes were fixed on the lanterns for a long time. She said that lanterns are meaningful only when they are made by loved ones themselves. Because Shen Yuling loved him, she made lanterns for him, but she never asked him to make one for her. Feng Maheng stood up, walked to the bedside and sat down, staring at the unconscious Shen Yuling. He reached out and stroked Shen Yuling's cold cheek. His movements were gentle and cautious, as if he was afraid of hurting her. It was clear that Lu Jingyi had just blocked a knife for him yesterday and was still lying in Sijinyuan of the prince's mansion, her injuries not yet healed. But his mind was involuntarily focused on Shen Yuling. She just made a lantern for him. Why did it make him feel so empty inside? Feng Maheng suddenly seemed to be bewitched by something and slowly bent down. His thin lips gently touched Shen Yuling's cold lips. The movements were gentle yet a little eager, as if he wanted to convey his feelings to her and wake her up in this way. "Shen Yuling, wake up, I don't want to lose you." After a moment, Feng Maheng stood up and left the bed. His expression returned to being stern again, as if the affectionate person just now was not him at all. "Have someone send the princess back to the prince's mansion," Feng Maheng ordered calmly. Shitong hurriedly stepped forward. He said, "Your Highness, the most respected doctor in Darren Hall, Su Helling, has specifically reminded you that the master is in the critical period of recovery from his injuries and should not be moved. The master has injured his head. We cannot allow his head to be injured again due to shaking." Feng Maheng pursed his lips and remained silent for a moment.
Then,
"Take good care of the princess." After saying that, he turned around and left the room. And in the palace, Li Ming received the news from the prince's mansion. He felt overwhelmed. "Your Majesty has just given the order." He said that there was no need to report any news about concubine Shen to him recently. But who could have expected that news would come from the prince's mansion today? Concubine Shen was injured while out for fun during the Lantern Festival last night and is currently recovering in Darentang. However, no one in the prince's mansion had ever seen with their own eyes how seriously concubine Shen was injured, so they did not know the specific situation.
why?
The more Li Ming thought about it, the more upset he became. This matter was really tricky. Forget it. He should report the truth, and at the same time test His Majesty's attitude towards concubine Shen. Li Ming walked into the hall. At this time, Quan Minghe was sitting behind the imperial desk reviewing memorials. His expression was meticulous, revealing a cold and majestic air. "Your Majesty, Yesterday, during the Lantern Festival, the prince took concubine Shen and her concubines out for a walk, but they never expected to encounter an assassin again. Shen Jiyu was unfortunately injured and is still recovering in Darren Hall. Quan Minghe, who was originally holding a pen to review memorials, paused. He frowned subconsciously. However, the strange expression only flashed by for a moment. Continued to review memorials leisurely, as if nothing had happened. Just asked casually, "Is the injury serious?" "Your Majesty, the people in the prince's mansion did not report that concubine Shen was seriously injured." Li Ming reported truthfully. "I understand."
Go out.
Quan Minghe said calmly, without even raising his head. Li Ming hurriedly bowed respectfully and walked out. After Li Ming left, Quan Minghe's expression turned a little ugly. Could it be that because he hadn't summoned her for more than half a month, she had begun to learn to use self-torture to attract his attention? Quan Minghe had never cared about the concubines using these little tricks. But when I heard that she was actually hurting her own body, I felt inexplicably uncomfortable. He put down his pen. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and frowned. "Since it's not serious, you should recuperate outside the palace." Shen Yuling was in a coma in Darantang for 5 full days. He woke up 5 days later. During these days, Feng Maheng would take some time out every day to visit her. She was unconscious. The heavier Feng Maheng's mood became, and he even felt scared. He was afraid that Shen Yuling would not wake up. Didn't even dare to think about what he would do if she really didn't wake up. Why does Shen Yuling occupy such an important position in his heart? Why was it that every time he thought that she might never wake up, he would toss and turn and couldn't fall asleep when he was with Lu Jingyi in Sujin courtyard at night? All I could think about was Shen Yuling's pale and fragile face, which I couldn't get rid of.
Today.
Feng Maheng was having dinner with Lu Jingyi in Sujin courtyard. The house was silent, with only the occasional sound of dishes and chopsticks clinking against each other. Lu Jingyi's knife wound had recovered well, and she was able to get up from the bed and move around. However, her body was still in the process of recuperation, and the meals she ate were all light. While she was eating quietly, she glanced at Feng Maheng silently. He looked a little dazed and absent-minded. Lu Jingyi couldn't help but tighten her grip on the chopsticks, her knuckles turning slightly white. Is he thinking about Shen Yuling again? These days, Feng Maheng slept next to her every night, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. There was even one night when he fell asleep and was worried about Shen Yuling in his dreams. He murmured Shen Yuling's name. The voice was soft. It pierced Lu Jingyi's heart like a sharp needle. She really couldn't understand. Hadn't she done enough for Feng Maheng? Why is Feng Maheng unwilling to give his true heart to her? He spoke before were lies. Is it destined that the hero and heroine can only fall in love? Her sister specially found a killer from the underworld to deal with Shen Yuling. But none of them could take Shen Yuling's life. The heroine's halo is really powerful. Suddenly, a maid came in. This maid was from Feng Maheng's courtyard. "Prince, there's news from Darantang that the princess has woken up," the maid reported. Feng Maheng's originally somewhat erratic look instantly became firm. He didn't care about much at the moment. "Jingyi, I'm going to check on Shen Yuling's health." Feng Maheng said this and stood up to leave. Before Lu Jingyi could open her mouth to persuade him to stay, the figure quickly disappeared at the door. Lu Jingyi was so angry that she waved her sleeves violently. On the table fell to the ground instantly, making a crisp sound. It was particularly harsh, just like her broken heart at the moment. Soon, Feng Maheng arrived at Darantang. At this time, Dr. Su was standing in the room, frowning. While observing Shen Yuling's complexion, he was considering prescribing medicine for her. Shen Yuling was leaning against the head of the bed, looking a little tired, and was drinking the tea that Shidong handed to her. Feng Maheng pushed the door open. Shen Yuling subconsciously shifted her gaze to him. But his eyes were full of confusion. She turned her gaze to Shitong again. It seemed as if he was asking her who he was. Shitong frowned and said quickly, "Master, this is His Royal Highness the Prince, your husband." Feng Maheng met Shen Yuling's puzzled and confused gaze. My heart tightened, and I asked anxiously, What happened to her? Why doesn't she remember me? Shitong looked embarrassed. Your Highness, after the master woke up, he couldn't remember many things. Feng Maheng was shocked for a moment. Without saying a word, he strode towards the bed. A slight breeze blew. Was treating Shen Yuling at the bedside and was ignored. Quickly gave up his seat. Then he walked slowly to a round stool nearby and sat down, picked up the pen on the table, and began to write the prescription attentively. When Shen Yuling saw Feng Maheng approaching so aggressively, she couldn't help feeling a little scared. He subconsciously shrank towards the inside of the bed, with a hint of vigilance and uneasiness in his eyes. Feng Maheng had no choice but to stop. Just stood there by the bed, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists and his lips pursed. There was a sense of repressed emotion in his expression. You really don't remember me? Feng Maheng's voice trembled slightly, and he stared straight at Shen Yuling. Shen Yuling raised her head, her beautiful fox eyes wide open, looking at him innocently. Silently. It looks both innocent and heartbreaking. Feng Maheng instantly became depressed. Shen Yuling seemed a little reluctant. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly moved his body away, a little closer to Feng Maheng. Shidong said you are my husband. Shen Yuling's eyes sparkled. Feng Maheng sat down beside the bed and responded softly. Yes, I am your husband. What does Yuling remember now? Feng Maheng continued to ask, his voice still gentle, but the worry in his eyes could not be hidden. Shen Yuling frowned slightly and thought for a moment. Just now he said, It seems that I can't remember many things after coming to Tianjing, but I remember everything before clearly. Feng Maheng became visibly more depressed. The man who said he loved his wife has lost his memory, especially the memory after coming to Tianjing. That. From the time they first met, they treated each other with respect, and later on they became deeply in love. She doesn't remember anything? Shen Yuling felt his emotions. Sitting up, Yu hugged his waist. Then she leaned her head on Feng Maheng's shoulder, her movements natural and intimate.
Don't be sad, my dear.
Even though I don't remember many things, I still love you the most. Shen Yuling's voice is soft and sticky. When Feng Maheng heard the word favorite, he subconsciously turned his head to the side. The two looked at each other. It was obvious that she had lost her memory, but at this moment she was blinking her long eyelashes and comforting him with a sweet smile on her face. The look is truly heart-melting. Yes, even if she has lost her memory, she is still the Shen Yuling who loves him the most. As long as he is her husband, she will like him and love him. Just like Shen Yuling's father loved her mother. Feng Maheng stretched out his hand and also put his arm around her waist. He rubbed Shen Yuling's face gently with his own. The action is full of pampering and affection. Madam, be well, and we will have peace and prosperity every year. Feng Maheng murmured in her ear, his voice low and gentle. Shen Yuling was also very happy. I woke up to find such a handsome husband. My husband has a handsome face and an extraordinary demeanor. I fell in love with him at first sight and couldn't help myself. Shen Yuling raised her head and looked at Feng Maheng, her eyes full of admiration. Chuckle when listening to Shen Yuling's straightforward expression. The hand behind her back stroked back and forth. Maybe it's a good thing that Shen Yuling can't remember what happened before. Ever since she married into the prince's mansion, both he and Lu Jingyi had hurt her a lot. Now that she doesn't remember, he will give her a beautiful and happy new start. Let her have only happiness and laughter from now on. Feng Maheng thought about this and suddenly felt warm in his heart. It instantly blew away the recent haze. He was already very close to Shen Yuling at this time and could almost feel each other's breath. With an idea in mind, I pressed it down, kissed her lips. Shen Yuling's eyes suddenly widened, as if it was the first time they kissed. Her beautiful eyes were full of astonishment, and she subconsciously blinked her long eyelashes a few times. She inadvertently caught a glimpse of Dr. Su, who was concentrating on writing a prescription at the table. A blush instantly appeared on her face. He quickly reached out and pushed Feng Maheng away. Slightly shyly said, "Husband, someone." Feng Maheng knew that he was a little impatient just now. Although they were used to being intimate with each other before, she has lost her memory now. He has to take it slow. Feng Maheng's expression regained some of its solemnity. He turned and looked at Dr. Su. Asked, "Doctor, why did my wife lose her memory?" Dr. Su shifted his gaze from the prescription. "Your Highness, the princess suffered a severe head injury this time. The head is where the soul is stored, and there are various meridians and blood running inside, maintaining a person's memory, consciousness, and many other functions. This severe blow damaged the meridians in the head, causing the blood and qi to become disordered. I think this is the reason why Madam has lost her memory. Madam, you were able to survive this dangerous situation. It was a life-threatening situation. Now you have only lost your memory, which is a blessing." Feng Maheng asked again, "Is it possible for my wife's memory to be restored?"
Doctor nodded slightly.
"Madam, you only need to follow my prescription and take good care of yourself. Over time, your qi and blood will be calmed down. If you drink more tranquilizers, you should be able to recover your memory. But I can't say exactly how long it will take." Feng Maheng pondered secretly. Whether or not the memory can be restored is not that important. He turned to look at Shen Yuling, who was leaning against him obediently. Now, she seemed to trust him and rely on him more than before she lost her memory. "Then when will my wife be able to return home?" Feng Maheng looked at Dr. Su again. Now that the princess is woken up, she is no longer in danger and can return home today. Dr. Su said, "This is the prescription I wrote for Madam. Please take the medicine according to the prescription. In 5 days, I will go to your house to take Madam's pulse again and then consider writing a new prescription." Feng Maheng, "Thank you, doctor." Shidong stepped forward and put away the prescription. After Shen Yuling returned home, Feng Maheng concealed the fact that she had lost her memory. Feng Maheng was suspicious when he encountered an assassin during the Lantern Festival. I investigated it carefully. The more he investigated, the more frightened he became. Although after some investigation, no connection was found between this matter and Lu Jingyi. But he discovered that the assassins had close ties with the people in the palace. In fact, from the very beginning, Feng Maheng had a vague suspicion that this assassination attempt was not aimed at him. After finding out that it was related to the imperial palace, he couldn't help but think of Lu Jiaoyi as the mastermind behind it. Lu Jiaoyi's plan on the day of Tianchong festival failed, and even because of Yuling, His Majesty was drugged. Your Majesty seems to have neglected concubine Lu quite a bit in the palace these days. If Lu Jiaoyi holds a grudge against Yuling because of this, of the lively Lantern Festival to commit the assassination, and then try to put the blame on someone else, and asked Lu Jingyi to take the blame for him. In this way, he could not only get rid of Shen Yuling, the thorn in his side, but also make him feel more sympathetic towards Lu Jingyi because of her blocking act. It was really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Only. Should he think so? Jingyi's wounds are so deep. Will she really take the risk? Feng Maheng actually already had some guesses in his heart. It's just that there is no solid evidence in front of him, so he would rather choose not to believe it. He just hoped that everything was not as bad as he imagined. What he likes is the simple and kind-hearted Lu Jingyi. At the tender age of 8, she sacrificed herself to protect him without hesitation and has been engraved in his heart ever since. Every time they went out together, she would always stop, with eyes full of pity, and give food or money in her hand to the beggars on the street. Her kindness warmed many people, including his heart. Did he do something wrong? Was it he who aroused Jingyi's jealousy? Was it him who made her become so vicious? Thinking of this, Feng Maheng frowned. After bringing Shen Yuling back to the prince's mansion, Feng Maheng deliberately prevented Lu Jingyi and Shen Yuling from having any contact with each other. In the past, he had intentionally made the 2 of them jealous of each other, just to satisfy his own hidden and somewhat twisted thoughts. But now, Lu Jingyi's actions are increasingly out of his control. Feng Maheng was helpless. He could only choose not to let Lu Jingyi know anything between him and Shen Yuling. Way can the situation be stabilized temporarily? Besides, Yuling has lost her memory now. She didn't know what Lu Jingyi had done to her. If she knew that Lu Jingyi had been dealing with her one after another,
Given Yuling's stubborn personality, she would not let Lu Jingyi off easily. The last time she came back from the palace, Yuling slapped Jingyi. Feng Maheng has already seen another side of Shen Yuling. Thinking of this, Feng Maheng was even glad that she had lost her memory. If she had her memory and found out that the assassination was related to Jingyi, she would probably not let it go. At that time, I will be in a dilemma. Feng Maheng sighed. It was really me who lifted the rock, and now it has hit my own foot. These days, Feng Maheng comes to Ninglan courtyard to see Shen Yuling every day. And Shen Yuling did not shy away from the servants in the courtyard at all. Every time Feng Maheng came, she would hold Feng Maheng's hand in an intimate manner and enter the room together. They look really close. At first, Bai Hua couldn't help but frown when he saw the intimacy between the princess and the prince. He looked down at the ground, his mind full of mixed thoughts. Eunuch Li Ming hasn't been paying much attention to the princess affairs lately. Could it be that the princess has fallen out of favor with His Majesty? So the princess is thinking of finding another way out for herself? Could it be that he is preparing to win the favor of the prince wholeheartedly? But the princess is your Majesty's woman after all. Can your Majesty really tolerate his woman being so intimate with another man? Never mind. She had already said everything she needed to say. As for whether Eunuch Li Ming would report the matter to His Majesty, that was not something she could control. Only, Bai Hua still hoped to follow the princess back to the palace. In the imperial palace, or being an insignificant maid in the prince's mansion. Now Shen Yuling doesn't care what the maids in the courtyard think. In front of Feng Maheng, Shen Yuling looked like a newlywed wife who loved her husband. Feng Maheng also seemed to experience the other feeling that Shen Yuling brought him. Shen Yuling loved him before, but her love was restrained because of Jingyi's existence. It is something that is hidden deep in one's heart and watched silently, but one dares not to express it freely. Even when emotions surge, one will try hard to suppress and endure it. Shen Yuling now loves him passionately and unrestrainedly. It blooms without reservation and is as dazzling as the sun. It reveals its feelings frankly and without any concealment. Let him. My heart is pounding. Depravity and addiction.
Today.
Feng Maheng entered the room. Shen Yuling was standing in front of the vase, fiddling with it. He couldn't suppress the emotions in his heart and picked the person up. Shen Yuling was shocked. Subconscious. Her legs were wrapped around his waist, and her hands were hooked around his neck. Her back touched the cool wall. A passionate kiss followed. Shen Yuling's breathing became rapid, and her head gradually felt dizzy due to his kiss. Thinking that she still had things to do today, Shen Yuling pushed Feng Maheng away. Feng Maheng opened his eyes slightly, looking slightly drunk. Shen Yuling's pink little mouth exudes an alluring hue. A pair of wet fox eyes with a bit of cuteness. Husband, I want to go out for a walk today. I have no memory of Tianjing anymore. I want to go shopping. My husband, please come with me. Shen Yuling was acting coquettishly and still hanging on Feng Maheng. The corners of Feng Maheng's eyes were stained with a hint of scarlet at some point. He stared at Shen Yuling. A hoarse voice. Okay. Soon, the two arrived at the busiest street in Tianjing. Shen Yuling was wearing a light blue dress today, with a green belt that perfectly tied around her slender waist. More graceful and elegant. Although she had a thin veil on her face, her graceful figure alone was already extremely beautiful and lively. It attracted the attention of passers-by. Shen Yuling seemed to have seen something interesting. Suddenly, she let go of Feng Maheng's hand and trotted briskly to a small stall selling hairpins. Feng Maheng had a faint smile on his face. Following Shen Yuling slowly, his eyes never left her, full of doting. She picked and chose among the pile of hairpins for a long time. Then, with a smile on her face, she ran back to Feng Maheng happily, holding a hairpin. My dear, this blue butterfly hairpin is so beautiful. It matches my dress perfectly. Can you help me put it on? Shen Yuling raised her head, her eyes full of anticipation. Madam is beautiful, and any hairpin will look good on you. Feng Maheng reached out and took the hairpin. He put it on her head, his movements gentle and focused. His eyes fell on Shen Yuling, so gentle that it seemed as if water could drip out of them. The deep affection in his eyes seemed to drown Shen Yuling completely. Mingxiang Pavilion, Quan Minghe stood by the carved window. The coldness emanating from a pair of black eyes seemed to be able to condense into substance, and the chills spread wantonly. There was a dangerous aura surrounding him. It is an extremely overbearing and powerful possessiveness that is intimidating. A few days ago, Li Ming came to report that Shen Yuling had many intimate actions with Feng Maheng from time to time in the prince's mansion. Quan Minghe was unhappy. But on second thought, considering Feng Maheng's current physical condition, I don't think Shen Yuling would be so brave. Maybe she just wanted to get his attention. I want to make him jealous this way. As an emperor, when has he ever been jealous of a woman? If Shen Yuling really dared to be close to Feng Maheng, even if he captured Shen Yuling and brought her into the palace to let her live out her life alone in the palace, he would never let her continue to be his princess in peace. Today, Li Ming came to report again, saying that she and Feng Maheng went out shopping together. Quan Minghe was already in a bad mood because of what happened to her a few days ago. After a little thought, he decided to leave the palace. Come and see for yourself. How bold and presumptuous she is. Quan Minghe saw every move, every frown and smile of Shen Yuling on the street below very clearly, especially her exposed eyes. When she looked at Feng Maheng, her eyes were full of sweetness and endless happiness. Even others could clearly see her deep love for Feng Maheng with just one glance. The two of them holding hands tightly, the clothes of similar styles and colors, and the scene where Feng Maheng gently inserted a hairpin into Shen Yuling's hair. In public, Shen Yuling dared to be intimate with Feng Maheng openly without any scruples. As for what happened in private, I think the servants' reports were not thorough enough. Maybe it's closer. Shen Yuling, do you think that I care about you, so you are so unscrupulously and madly testing my bottom line? Do you really think I won't kill you? No, I won't kill you. I will lock you up in the palace and torture you. No one had ever dared to trample on his dignity as an emperor like this. The color of Quan Minghe's eyes became increasingly darker, like an endless night, revealing an elusive darkness. Zhao Tsong stood silently by, with his head lowered. Although concubine, Shen still holds the title of princess consort of a county prince on the surface. But she already had a status in the palace and was truly His Majesty's woman. How dare she act like this? If she angers His Majesty, not only will her life be difficult in the future, but they, the servants, will also suffer, and their lives will not be peaceful. Zhao Tsong sighed secretly in his heart.
Tonight.
Quan Minghe spoke coldly, his voice piercing. Bring her into the palace. The night falls, the sky is dotted with stars, and the silence is profound. Feng Maheng had some urgent official business to attend to in the evening, so after speaking hurriedly to Shen Yuling, he went to deal with it. Ninglan courtyard alone. From the long street, I just felt a little tired. So I thought about washing up and changing clothes early, so I could have a rest. The white birch trees in the yard were waiting early. I had planned to inform the princess of the county that His Majesty had summoned me as soon as she returned to the palace. You know, the Princess Royal hasn't been to the palace for almost a month. Now that His Majesty has finally remembered the princess, this matter cannot be delayed any longer. But who would have thought that the princess wanted to take a bath as soon as she returned to the courtyard? Seeing this, Bai Hua could only wait for a while. I thought it wouldn't be too late to tell the princess after she finished her bath. After all, if you take a bath in the prince's mansion first, you can save a lot of trouble when entering the palace. The inner room was filled with steam. Shidong was standing aside, carefully tying Shen Yuling's hair. Techniques. She prevented the water in the bathtub from wetting her inky hair. Master, Quan Minghe is not a good person. You and Feng Maheng have been getting along so recklessly these days. I'm afraid he'll have a hard time getting through that test. According to the character setting in the original book, Quan Minghe has a very strong possessiveness. If he determines that a woman has betrayed him, he will kill all the 9 clans of her family. Shidong said softly, while tying her hair. She didn't dare to claim that she knew Quan Minghe very well. she was still clear about Quan Minghe's character in the book. Originally, ordinary men have a certain possessiveness towards their women. What's more, in ancient times, men had many restrictions on women. And Quan Minghe was not an ordinary man in ancient times. He was the emperor of a country. The possessiveness is naturally stronger than that of others. Even the consequences of angering him are not something that can be taken lightly. Shitong was afraid that Shen Yuling would get out of control. Shen Yuling sat in the bathtub and scooped up water with both hands. Slowly pour it down from the shoulders. The movements were casual and nonchalant. Shitong, you only see Quan Minghe's strong possessiveness, but are you aware of his desire to conquer? Shen Yuling's eyes were a little dazed. He seemed to be lost in his own thoughts as he asked this. Shitong was helping her organize the clothes nearby. He couldn't help but frown, looking puzzled. Desire to conquer? Shitong repeated it, obviously confused.
Oh, yes.
Shen Yuling snorted, and a faint arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. Men are born with a desire to conquer, so you have to learn how to torture him. Shen Yuling slowly got up from the bathtub. Fair and delicate skin, which looked like a piece of bright and beautiful jade under the flickering candlelight. She has a graceful figure with beautiful curves, and her well-proportioned body is faintly visible in the light mist.
Add a bit of charm.
She paused slightly and gently brushed a strand of wet hair off her shoulder. Then he whispered, Shitong, I will add some useful things to your database today. Men generally have 4 desires: the desire to possess, the desire to conquer, the desire to protect, and the desire to prove themselves. Shen Yuling raised her chin slightly. There is a clarity and wisdom in his eyes that shows he has a full understanding of the world. At first, I met Quan Minghe, and then I deliberately married Feng Maheng, which aroused Quan Minghe's possessiveness. Shen Yuling's gaze is deep and far-reaching. At that time, he didn't have any real feelings for me. He just couldn't bear to see his property being coveted and possessed by others. She sighed softly, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. And now, after I lost my memory, my heart and eyes are full of Feng Maheng, just to stimulate Quan Minghe's desire to conquer women. Shen Yuling put on her clothes slowly and turned to look at Shitong. Shitong looked worried. The Quan Minghe in the book is a very cruel person, especially hard-hearted. Even if there is a woman he is interested in, if she violates his principles, he would rather be uncomfortable for a while than let the woman control his emotions. You are his woman, but you fall in love with another man. This is almost hitting his reverse scale. Doesn't he really want to kill you? Shen Yuling shook her head. If I hadn't lost my memory, he might have really killed me. But I lost my memory, which gave him a reason not to kill me. Besides, I naturally have to play the role of a simple woman who is deceived by Feng Maheng. I am the victim. Shen Yuling straightened her clothes and looked calm. Shitong continued to ask, even if Quan Minghe didn't kill you, why would you feel a sense of conquest? The reason why Quan Minghe has not had an empress yet is that he feels that there is no woman in the world who is qualified to stand by his side, and there is no woman he can spend his time and energy to conquer. Shen Yuling raised her hand slightly and gently played with a strand of hair. Because I fell in love with Feng Maheng, wouldn't he want to know whether I loved him before I lost my memory? Don't you think he won't compare himself with Feng Maheng? As an emperor, he doesn't want to lose to anyone. He not only wants to conquer me, but also wants me to fall in love with him. The curve of Shen Yuling's mouth became more and more obvious. In the past, he may have simply wanted to possess me, but later on, his thoughts may have become more complicated and profound. He is not only satisfied with possession, but also wants to completely win my heart. As for the desire to protect and prove, I will stimulate it step by step. There was a cunning light in Shen Yuling's eyes. Who says that male protagonists in male-oriented movies can't love? Shen Yuling insisted on giving it a try to see if she could keep the emperor's heart firmly in her hands. Although in her relationship with Quan Minghe, it always seemed that she was the one taking the initiative.
But
Shen Yuling's expression became somewhat cold and stern. On the surface, it seemed that Quan Minghe had taken away her virginity and forced her to abandon her husband and have an affair with him. Letting her into the palace was nothing more than his possessiveness,
as an emperor. She enters the palace. Maybe he will abandon her once the novelty wears off. Discard it like a worn-out shoe. Quan Minghe is an emperor who is high above everyone else, and a man who does not care about women. What's the harm in torturing him? What's wrong with taking revenge on him? There was a ruthlessness in Shen Yuling's eyes. Let Quan Minghe also taste the feeling of being unable to get the love he wants and of worrying about gains and losses. Finally, everything is settled. She walked away gracefully. Shen Yuling wrapped a light gauze dress over her tube top and walked out. Seeing Shidong asking people to carry water out, Bai Hua walked in. "Master, His Majesty invites you." Bai Hua bowed respectfully. Shen Yuling looked at Bai Hua in confusion, with a bewildered look on her face. "Your Majesty? Where are you going so late?" Shen Yuling's voice sounded puzzled and surprised. Birch frowned. "What happened to the master? His Majesty has summoned me. Is there any need to ask?" "Naturally. He went to the palace to sleep with her." "Master, of course you have to go to the palace. It's already 11 a.m. now, and His Majesty must be getting impatient waiting." Bai Hua explained patiently. "What nonsense are you talking about? I am the princess of a county. It's so dark now. Why would I go into the palace?" Shen Yuling vaguely heard the hidden meaning behind Bai Hua's words and raised her voice slightly. Bai Hua found the princess's reaction even more bizarre. "Master, are you going to disobey my order?" Bai Hua's voice also became a little colder. "It is already late. If your Majesty waits too long for the princess to enter the palace, I am afraid that everyone in Ninglan court will be punished." But Shen Yuling was still very resistant, and she took a few steps back. "Look, I won't go."
Get out.
"If you push me again, I'll call for help." Shen Yuling glared at Bai Hua. Bai Hua's eyes suddenly darkened. "You can't do that as you please." In a flash, Bai Hua suddenly moved. He raised his hand and chopped Shen Yuling's neck accurately with a knife. Shen Yuling felt a black screen before her eyes, and her body fell limply to the ground. Passed out. In Yahua Palace, candlelight flickers. Quan Minghe stood there quietly. On Shen Yuling, who was carried in by the female secret guard. The female secret guard walked lightly and quickly put Shen Yuling on the bed. He knelt down respectfully and began to report, "Your Majesty, when concubine Shen heard that you had summoned her tonight, she refused to come to the palace." Bai Hua had no choice but to chop concubine Shen unconscious. "I hope your Majesty will forgive me." After hearing this, Quan Minghe's expression did not change at all, like a deep pool without ripples. Returning to the palace today, Li Ming found that His Majesty had hardly spoken a word. His expression was as solid as a rock, and he remained unshakable no matter what the situation. Such a majesty made him feel even more creepy. Not only was he careful in what he said and did, he also instructed all the servants in the Weiyang Palace not to make any mistakes. "What happened to your Majesty outside the palace today?" "I don't know what happened to concubine Shen. She dared to disobey the order and refused to enter the harem. She was only able to enter after being knocked unconscious by the female secret guards." Quan Minghe waved his hand. The female secret guard immediately retreated quietly. Li Ming was thinking about something at the moment and didn't pay attention to his surroundings. Subconsciously, I followed His Majesty into the bedroom. Quan Minghe noticed the movement behind him and stopped immediately. He glared at me. Li Ming instantly broke out in a cold sweat. "Your Majesty, I will withdraw now," Li Ming said hurriedly in panic, and then retreated in a hurry. When he retreated, he did not forget to send away all the people serving around him. A moment, the only people left around the bedroom were Quan Minghe and the still unconscious Shen Yuling. Quan Minghe walked to the bed and stood still. The tall figure cast a heavy shadow beside the bed. Most of Shen Yuling on the bed was covered in it. His pair of black eyes were deep and dark, and his handsome features carried a cold and intimidating aura. "But it's only been a month since we last met, and now she's so bold." Not only did she dare to have unscrupulous close contact with Feng Maheng outside, she also dared to openly disobey the imperial edict and refuse to enter the palace. Quan Minghe had a stern expression on his face and sat down beside the bed. He stared at Shen Yuling, his eyes becoming more sinister and ruthless as time went by. He raised his hand slowly. The back of his broad hand caressed Shen Yuling's delicate and smooth cheek. The movements seemed gentle, but they revealed an indescribable chill. The hand slid down slowly, inch by inch, as if it was feeling something carefully or measuring something. Finally, it stopped at her jaw. Quan Minghe suddenly exerted force from his palm. He directly strangled Shen Yuling's neck with a quick and decisive move. Quan Minghe narrowed his eyes slightly, and his narrow eyes were full of coldness and anger. "The strength in my hands is also increasing," he whispered. "Dare to betray me? Have you ever thought about the consequences?" Shen Yuling suddenly found it difficult to breathe. The feeling of suffocation came over her, and her face turned abnormally red. At this time, she had not yet fully woken up from her coma and could only make faint sounds from her throat. The sound is as thin as a mosquito. In the silent palace, I felt increasingly helpless. Not long after, the severe pain in her neck and the strong feeling of being unable to breathe finally woke Shen Yuling up. She opened her eyes with difficulty, her eyes full of fear and panic. But at this moment, she couldn't speak at all because her neck was strangled. She could only try her best to hold Quan Minghe's hands that were strangling her neck with both hands, trying to break free, which were once lively and beautiful, no longer had their former luster, and were replaced by fear. The pupils contract sharply. I didn't know if it was because of the physical pain or fear, but tears quickly gathered in my eyes. Quan Minghe's cold and ruthless face was reflected. Shen Yuling forced out a broken and helpless sound from the depths of her throat. Quan Minghe pursed his thin lips. After a moment, he finally let go. Shen Yuling recovered from the near-suffocating fear. The body was shaking violently and uncontrollably. Sitting up suddenly. Subconsciously, I wanted to shrink towards the inside of the bed. She just wanted to stay as far away from the man who almost killed her as possible. But as soon as she moved, Quan Minghe clamped her waist tightly. The force was so great that she couldn't move at all. "I can only be trapped where I am, like a lamb to be slaughtered." Quan Minghe came closer to her. His lips curled up coolly, but the smile did not reach his eyes. The look made Shen Yuling's scalp tingle, and a chill ran from the soles of her feet up to her heart. "Where did Quan Minghe touch you?" Shen Yuling's tears kept falling down her cheeks like beads that had broken off the string. Trembling, he said, "You are. Your Majesty? I don't understand what you are saying. Why am I here?" There was panic in his words. She didn't understand why she was there, and why she was being questioned so horribly. Quan Minghe's pupils couldn't help but shrink. His brows furrowed. He stood up and looked down at Shen Yuling, who was curled up on the bed. "Again, what's wrong with you?" There was a hint of inquiry in his tone. Shen Yuling saw that he had loosened his grip on her. She felt as if she had been pardoned. In panic, he hid in the corner of the bed and curled up in the corner. She had a very bad feeling in her heart that His Majesty seemed to have some unusual relationship with her. She is already married. She is the princess consort of Prince Lingyong, and she and the prince and his wife are in perfect harmony and love with each other. How could she betray her husband? Shen Yuling kept shaking her head helplessly. Get rid of all the sudden horror from his mind. Quan Minghe stared at the obvious helplessness in her eyes, and, confused, my heart sank.
She
doesn't recognize him anymore? Quan Minghe wouldn't think she was pretending. If I really don't remember it, then many things that happened before would make sense. He couldn't help but bite his back teeth. It's all useless garbage. He arranged so many people to be around her outside the palace, but no one noticed that there was anything wrong with her. Quan Minghe got up from the bed, his clothes raising a gust of wind, and walked out of the bedroom.
Li Ming.
There was no hiding the anger in Quan Minghe's voice. Li Ming, who was waiting outside the hall, was so frightened that he trembled all over. He quickly pushed the door open and walked in. Your Majesty. Li Ming lowered his head. Go check everything about concubine Shen this month.
Check it out for me.
If there is anything I missed, I will hold you responsible. Quan Minghe ordered coldly.
Yes.
Li Ming did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. After responding, he quickly retreated. His steps seemed a little flustered. Quan Minghe suppressed the anger in his heart and re-entered the bedroom. But when he reached out and pulled back the bed curtains, there was no one inside. He stood by the bed and didn't move for a while. However, Quan Minghe has been practicing martial arts since he was a child and has sharp ears and eyes. Things that are difficult for ordinary people to perceive are not difficult for him. He heard Shen Yuling's pounding heartbeat and her rapid breathing due to fear. Quan Minghe followed the direction of the sound. Step by step, I walked over. His footsteps were light, like a ghost in the darkness. Shen Yuling curled up in a corner, feeling that the silence in the palace was becoming increasingly frightening. Quan Minghe walked around the large folding screen with 12 panels and 5 panels, which was an extremely exquisite Wangwali landscape painting. And continue forward. Reach out and lift up the hanging curtain of the pillar. Shivering, Shen Yuling squatted in the corner, hugging herself with her arms. Quan Minghe never imagined that a month ago, she was standing in front of him with a beautiful smile, wishing him a happy birthday. But after a month, she actually treated him as a stranger. How could he not feel angry after seeing such a change? Stand up. Quan Minghe's voice came from above Shen Yuling's head. Shen Yuling didn't even dare to raise his head, and his body, which was originally squatting, suddenly knelt down. Your Majesty, please let me go. I don't remember what happened between us. But my husband and I have a deep love for each other, and I cannot do anything to betray my husband. Shen Yuling's voice was obviously trembling, and her words were full of pleading. Upon hearing this, Quan Minghe bent down, sneered. He stretched out his hand and lifted Shen Yuling's chin up forcefully, forcing her to look him in the eyes. He said coldly, a loving couple? Do you want me to help you recall how you and I fell in love? Shen Yuling didn't realize what he meant at first, just staring at him blankly. But when she saw the playful yet cold look in his eyes, Shen Yuling suddenly understood it with disbelief. She and His Majesty actually have. Shen Yuling shook her head desperately. She murmured, No, no, no. How is it possible? I am the princess of a county. I can't. I don't have. Quan Minghe frowned. He leaned over and picked up Shen Yuling, who was still kneeling on the ground begging desperately. Shen Yuling was suddenly panicked, struggling extremely hard, kept pushing him with his hands and kicking in the air with his feet. He shouted loudly, Let me go, it's wrong for us to do this. The voice was crying and full of resistance. At this moment, Quan Minghe didn't want to waste any more words with someone who had lost his memory. His face turned cold. The strength in his hands suddenly increased, tightly clamping Shen Yuling like an iron clamp. Shen Yuling couldn't break free at all and could only be trapped in his arms, struggling in vain. Shen Yuling was anxious and afraid. I made up my mind. She suddenly bit Quan Minghe's shoulder. Quan Minghe didn't expect her to do this and groaned. Frowning, he turned his head and gave her a cold look. The voice was low and contained an unquestionable threat. How long you bite, your husband will be punished for you. Shen Yuling loosened her teeth instantly, facing this powerful emperor who holds the power of life and death. A feeling of powerlessness came over me. All my strength was drained away in an instant, and I felt completely limp. They can only be slaughtered like a lamb to be slaughtered. Seeing that she stopped struggling, Quan Minghe carried the docile Shen Yuling, walked to the bed, and put her on it. Shen Yuling was brought to the palace after bathing in the prince's mansion, and at the moment, she was only wearing a thin gauze dress. The thin gauze dress is almost transparent. You can vaguely see the fair and delicate skin on her arms. As soon as Shen Yuling was put on the bed, she was like a frightened bird. He reached out and grabbed the quilt, wrapping himself tightly around it. Quan Minghe sat down beside the bed. His posture was upright, revealing an indescribable sense of oppression. He looked at Shen Yuling with a deep gaze and began to interrogate her. You have no impression of me at all? Shen Yuling pursed her lips. Not in response. She doesn't want to talk. You only remember Feng Maheng? Quan Minghe continued to ask while casually turning the ring on his finger. There seemed to be a different meaning in the tone. Shen Yuling shook her head. He spoke timidly. I don't remember anything after coming to Tianjing. When did you lose your memory? Quan Minghe continued to ask. My husband said that I was attacked during the last Lantern Festival and my head was injured. After I woke up, I couldn't remember many things. Shen Yuling answered truthfully. Quan Minghe's original gaze was only on the empty and silent hall, as if he was thinking about something. But when he heard the word husband coming from Shen Yuling's mouth, he couldn't help but turn his head, looked sharply at Shen Yuling who was lying on the bed. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes.
What?
Your neck doesn't hurt anymore? Shen Yuling subconsciously touched her neck, recalling the feeling of suffocation just now, and felt a sense of fear. She say something to irritate him again? Didn't she answer his question? Quan Minghe sarcastically asked. In just half a month, you and Feng Maheng have become deeply in love? Shen Yuling raised her head and looked straight at Quan Minghe. She was obviously irritated by Quan Minghe's sarcastic tone. We are husband and wife. My husband is handsome and gentle, and he treats me very well. Naturally, we have a deep affection for each other. At this moment, the fear in her heart had been reduced a lot, and there was a bit of stubbornness in her words. To Quan Minghe's ears, her words sounded like stabbing him with a knife. Oh, a fool who lost his memory and was deceived. Quan Minghe couldn't help but sneer. What do you mean? Shen Yuling looked annoyed and glared at him. Feng Maheng has a childhood sweetheart, and their love is as deep as the sea and as strong as gold.
Who are you?
Quan Minghe had no expression on his face. But the words he said were like sharp arrows, piercing Shen Yuling. No, Lu Jingyi is my husband's savior. He has a brother-sister relationship with Lu Jingyi. It's just that Lu Jingyi loved my husband so much that my husband didn't want to hurt her, so he took her as a concubine. Shen Yuling quickly retorted. She had a stern face and a serious expression, dedicated to protecting Feng Maheng. Every sentence tells of Feng Maheng's deep love for her and his loyalty and righteousness. My husband once said that if he knew he would meet me and marry me in the future, he would not have married Lu Jingyi in the first place. The more Quan Minghe listened, the more ridiculous he found it. Feng Maheng is good at coaxing innocent little girls. And this fool actually believed in his words. It's really stupid. What if I tell you that everything he said to you was a lie? Quan Minghe narrowed his eyes slightly. Why would he lie to me? Feng Maheng treated her with all his heart, so there was no reason or need for him to make up lies to deceive her. Faced with her question, Quan Minghe was choked for a moment. He has always disdained to talk about love with women, and he would never use any means of coaxing just to make a woman fall in love with him. He doesn't care whether a woman loves him or not, as long as he can get the woman he wants. Therefore, he really couldn't understand why Feng Maheng went to such great lengths to deceive the woman. Both his wife and concubine belonged to Feng Maheng. Feng Maheng lie? Your Majesty, it's late today, and I want to go home. Shen Yuling cautiously probed him softly. She didn't want to stay in the palace. She just wanted to return to the prince's mansion as soon as possible, back to the place that made her feel at peace. You must stay in the palace for the next few days and are not allowed to go anywhere. Quan Minghe's gaze fell on her again, and his tone was indifferent. But the unquestionable tone instantly shattered the glimmer of hope in Shen Yuling's heart. My husband will notice it. Shen Yuling looked anxious and blurted out. So, what if I noticed? Quan Minghe raised his eyebrows slightly and asked coldly. There was an indifference in his eyes that overwhelmed everything. At the beginning, if he had not taken her reputation and the outside world's gossip into consideration, he would never have allowed her to continue living in the prince's mansion. I'm afraid he had already forcibly brought her into the imperial palace and imprisoned her by his side. Shen Yuling looked at his resolute and determined expression and felt flustered. It seems that Quan Minghe really wants to use his imperial power to forcibly separate himself from his current life. No, don't. The Shen family and the Yi family will be criticized because of this, and my husband. He will become a laughingstock in Tianjing and will never be able to hold his head up again. Shen Yuling's eyes were red. The voice was trembling and choked. What does it have to do with me? Quan Minghe had a blank expression on his face. The cold words pierced Shen Yuling, causing her heart to suddenly tighten. She didn't expect that the person in front of her would be so hard-hearted and cold-blooded. Then, Your Majesty, strangle me to death. Shen Yuling made up her mind. Was originally huddled inside the bed moved to the side of the bed, next to Quan Minghe. She looked up. She presented the delicate and fragile neck to Quan Minghe. Under the fair skin, light blue blood vessels are faintly visible. It can be broken with a slight bend. There is still a circle of faint red marks on the neck. Quan Minghe's eyes narrowed. He reached out his hand, placed it on the back of Shen Yuling's neck, and with a little force, pulled her closer to him. He leaned over. A deep voice seemed to be squeezed out from between teeth. Threatening me? Oh, I really don't want you to die now. But if you die, I have plenty of ways to make the people you care about wish they could neither live nor die. Do you want to try? Shen Yuling heard this. She seemed to be at a loss of any means. In the black and white eyes, tears rolled down one by one like beads that had broken off the string. It passed across her smooth cheek and dripped onto the bed, leaving a small wet mark.
Quan Minghe frowned unconsciously.
Looking at her pitiful appearance, my throat felt inexplicably dry. His Adam's apple rolled slightly. He subconsciously raised his hand to wipe away the tears from her cheek. But I forced myself to hold it back. Quan Minghe looked at her for a long time. He said, Feng Maheng has gone out of the city and will not be returning to the prince's mansion in the next few days. Shen Yuling breathed a sigh of relief. The tense nerves finally relaxed a little. That were soaked in tears were still a little red and swollen. But he looked straight at Quan Minghe. He said softly, Thank you, Your Majesty. After a pause, she seemed to suddenly remember something. There was a hint of uneasiness and hesitation in his expression again. Your Majesty, tonight. Since she is not going back to the prince's mansion, does Your Majesty have to rest in the palace as well? As soon as this thought came to her mind, her heart began to hang in the balance again. I will stay in Manhwa Palace tonight. Quan Minghe seemed to see through her thoughts and spoke in a calm tone.
But
we are a man and a woman, staying in the same room. Isn't it? Not good. Shen Yuling lowered her head as she spoke. The relationship between me and Your Majesty is not in accordance with etiquette. She didn't want to betray her husband, nor did she like His Majesty. However, she didn't finish her words. Quan Minghe pressed her under him. Shen Yuling's body was instantly trapped on the bed, unable to move. Shen Yuling, even if you lose your memory, you must remember that you will always be my woman. Quan Minghe came close to her, his eyes as deep as a pool, and spoke word by word. Every word went straight into Shen Yuling's heart. Your body and your heart, keep them safe for me. Otherwise, I don't mind taking them back by my own means. His voice was still faint, without any ups and downs. But the threat in the words made Shen Yuling shudder. I'm married. Shen Yuling's eyes were stubborn. She bit her lip and mustered up the courage to retort. Yes, I know. Wait a little longer, and you will no longer be the princess of the county, but my concubine Shen. If you can't wait, I will kill Feng Maheng and bring you directly into the palace. How about that? Quan Minghe stared at Shen Yuling. The tone was so calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. The coldness in his eyes made people feel afraid. Shen Yuling's pupils dilated instantly. No, don't. In the voice. I'll stay here. Quan Minghe saw that Shen Yuling became obedient and submissive. He stood up and began to take off the dragon robe. In a few seconds, he took off the dragon robe that symbolized the supreme imperial power and threw it onto the gilded clothes hanger beside him. The dragon robe slid down the hanger, making a slight rustling sound. When Shen Yuling saw him taking off his clothes, she suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. Avoided in panic, not daring to look at Quan Minghe again. Subconsciously, he shrank his body further into the quilt. Want to avoid this embarrassing and awkward situation. Quan Minghe looked at Shen Yuling, who was lying with her back to him. I understand it in my heart. She was very disgusted with herself at the moment, and was probably still thinking about Feng Maheng. But Quan Minghe will not tolerate her having another man in her heart. Even if he had to use force, he would leave his mark on her heart. Thinking of this, Quan Minghe also lay down on his side. He put his arms around her slender waist and, with a little force, pulled her towards him. Shen Yuling's back was pressed against his chest. But Quan Minghe could feel it clearly. Her body went rigid. She was afraid of her own power. So I endured it and dared not resist. Originally, Quan Minghe was going to punish her in bed tonight. But I didn't expect it. Not only did she lose her memory, but her heart was also stolen by another man. In this situation, if anything excessive is done to her again, I'm afraid she will resist to the death. Quan Minghe also has no interest in forcing women. Then take it step by step. I just didn't expect that I had been patient for a month and didn't summon her. I wanted her to recognize her position and stop harboring any unrealistic fantasies. But I don't want to make myself feel bad in the end. My house was also robbed. Quan Minghe felt suffocated. He bowed his head slightly. However, his eyes inadvertently swept across a red mark on the right back of Shen Yuling's neck. That location is extremely secretive. How could someone not be close to you and leave traces here? Think of this. A nameless anger suddenly rose up. Quan Minghe's eyes darkened. Before I could think about it, a warm kiss covered the mark. It seems to want to erase the mark. It also seemed like he was venting his anger and jealousy. Shen Yuling only felt a strange feeling in her neck and suddenly shuddered. His body trembled violently. He shouted in panic, No, you can't do this.
The voice was crying. Quan Minghe frowned.
One hand pinched her slender waist with such force that Shen Yuling couldn't help but let out a soft cry. With the other hand, she turned her head over. He then pinched her jaw and forced her to face him. His hands were broad and rough. The scorching temperature penetrated through her skin and entered Shen Yuling's body. Quan Minghe kissed her red lips, which were slightly opened because she shouted no without any hesitation. His kiss was irresistible and domineering. In an instant, all the countless whimpers coming out of her mouth were swallowed up. This was their second kiss. Quan Minghe didn't let her close her eyes. Instead, he stared at her, letting her eyes filled with fear and panic run directly into his cold and deep pupils. Shen Yuling was stunned by his gaze. The fear in my heart intensified. He was so obedient that he didn't dare to struggle at all. She could only allow Quan Minghe to patrol and seize cities and territories at will in her soft territory. A moment, their lips and teeth were entangled. An ambiguous atmosphere spread between the two of them. The faint sound kept echoing in the silent bedroom, adding a touch of charm. A moment later, Quan Minghe's lips moved to her ears. Lick gently. Then bite and lick slowly. The movements were gentle, but carried a sense of punishment. Shen Yuling's body couldn't help but tremble, and her body felt sore and weak. Quan Minghe's lips continued to move down her neck inch by inch. Soft earlobes and a white and slender neck. Bullied at will. Shen Yuling only felt that her body was out of control, numb, soft and weak. And her dress had inadvertently fallen to the ground when Quan Minghe kissed and caressed her. The thin cloth was thrown out of the bed curtain by Quan Minghe, making a slight rustling sound. Under the quilt, she was only wearing a lotus belly band with gold thread, and her snow-white skin was slightly pink. By Quan Minghe had obvious red marks. There were even bruises on his waist, wrists, and thighs from the force he exerted. When Quan Minghe finally vented his dissatisfaction, he barely suppressed the possessive desire that was almost out of control. He raised his head. The voice was low and hoarse, but full of inquiry. Has Feng Maheng done what I just did? Shen Yuling was already frightened out of her wits. Even if Feng Maheng really did it, she didn't dare to tell the truth.
No.
Shen Yuling's voice was soft and trembling. She avoided looking at Quan Minghe. Quan Minghe seemed not to believe her answer. He played with her hand, rubbing his thumb gently over the back of it. Where did he touch you? Shen Yuling's heart tightened. She was also angry about his questioning. She and Feng Maheng are the legitimate couple, so what right does Quan Minghe have to question her like this? Shen Yuling suddenly shook off his hand. He turned completely around and came face to face with Quan Minghe. He gritted his teeth and said, "I've touched him everywhere. I've done it with him. You can kill me or punish me. It's up to you." Quan Minghe had been suppressing his anger, but when he heard Shen Yuling's reckless words, it instantly came out again. If he had known that Feng Maheng couldn't touch her at all due to his physical condition, he would have been unable to hold back and would have executed her on the spot. How could she be allowed to be so stubborn here? Wantonly challenged to one's own dignity.
Quan Minghe sudan lisnarat.
Feng Maheng will never touch you, no matter who you are. Shen Yuling frowned. What do you mean? She asked quietly, a hint of uneasiness in her voice. Quan Minghe slowly moved closer to her ear, his warm breath spraying on her ear. She couldn't help but flinch slightly. Quan Minghe whispered, "Didn't you say Feng Maheng loves you? 3 days later, I will take you to see for yourself how he favors other women. Do you dare to look?" Quan Minghe wants to completely break the illusory love in her heart. His voice was like a poisoned arrow, gushing out from his throat coldly and piercing Shen Yuling's heart. Her body froze instantly, but she immediately retorted, "My husband and I can talk about anything. He has talked to me about many things. Because of his biological father, he never touches a woman he doesn't like. Your Majesty, please don't make up lies."
Quan Minghe smiled coldly.
"Did he touch you?" Shen Yuling wanted to refute, but Quan Minghe interrupted her directly. "Don't lie to me. I know he never touched you." Quan Minghe locked his eyes on Shen Yuling. Shen Yuling's eyes widened, obviously in disbelief at what he said. "I was assassinated, and my health is not good. My husband is concerned about my health, so we did not have love." She hurried to explain. "But I married her 2 months ago. Didn't he touch me? Don't make up nonsense just because I don't remember." Shen Yuling's voice rose slightly. She couldn't accept Quan Minghe's firm denial. Quan Minghe sneered, full of contempt. "I've said, I'm your only man, and I'll be your future husband too." His words were powerful and unquestionable. Shen Yuling bit her lower lip with her pulley teeth, tears glistening in her eyes. Replied stubbornly, "I don't want to." She took advantage of Quan Minghe's unpreparedness and pushed him away with force. Quan Minghe's body swayed slightly because of his sudden movement. Shen Yuling retreated to the corner of the bed in panic and huddled into a ball. His eyes stared blankly ahead. He whispered softly, "Although I have lost my memory of the past 2 months, when I woke up this time, I still..." She paused slightly. "I thought all my wishes had come true. I wish our love will last forever. I wish I could stay with you without regrets, and we can be happy together day and night. May your marriage be happy, your music be harmonious, and your love last forever." She was reading to herself. These were her beautiful visions of love and marriage, and the future she once thought she and Feng Maheng could have. Not Quan Minghe. Quan Minghe is definitely not the right husband to accompany her for the rest of her life. He was the almighty and awe-inspiring emperor of the Qian dynasty, and there should be no entanglement between them.
Quan Minghe frowned.
Her wish is clearly wishful thinking. Not to mention Feng Maheng, even among the other dignitaries in Qianjing, who could satisfy her innocent expectations. How did Shen Yuan raise such an innocent and simple daughter? But suddenly Quan Minghe changed his mind. Haha, perhaps only Shen Yuan could raise a daughter like this. Mrs. Shen was in poor health and gave birth to only one daughter, Shen Yuling. Shen Yuan never took a concubine, nor did he force Mrs. Shen to have another child. Such deep affection was truly rare. Quan Minghe's eyes fell on Shen Yuling with complicated expressions. "I feel mixed emotions. There would actually be a day when I would be despised and rejected by a woman. Had not had such an entanglement with me when she first came to Qianjing, I am afraid she would have fallen in love with Feng Maheng like a moth to a flame. By then, Feng Maheng would gnaw at her until not even a bone was left." Quan Minghe's thoughts became increasingly confused. She likes Feng Maheng so much now, and she has complete faith in him. So, what was her attitude towards him before she lost her memory?
Are you forced to submit to him only because of his power and pressure? In the past, Quan Minghe believed that women only needed to obey him and there was no need for too many emotional entanglements. But because of Shen Yuling's completely different attitude towards Feng Maheng and herself, Quan Minghe felt indescribable and extremely upset. I can only say harshly, Shen Yuling, you have no right to choose. Her no doesn't matter. No matter whether he had betrothed her to Feng Maheng in the first place, or wanted to take her back from Feng Maheng now, she has no right to choose. Shen Yuling bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth. She raised her head and looked directly at Quan Minghe. There was an unyielding look in his eyes. No one has the right to choose in front of you, but you cannot control what my heart desires. Her voice was soft, but every word was as sharp as a nail. Quan Minghe's pupils shrank slightly. There was a hint of coldness and amusement in his eyes. Let's wait and see. Her heart can only be with him. At this point, two people with strong qualities at different levels were caught in a silent contest, and neither was willing to compromise first. They did not discuss the issue any further. By Shen Yuling's words, Quan Minghe actually forgot for a moment that he was still concerned about the intimacy between her and Feng Maheng and those annoying things that happened when Feng Maheng kissed her. It's not forgetting. It was just the fear that Shen Yuling revealed. To Quan Minghe, it was like a silent admission and provocation, which made his inner desire to completely control her stronger, so he kept treating her in a threatening manner. But when she was like a trapped beast forced into a desperate situation, she showed her sharp claws and showed a determined attitude of fighting him to the death. Quan Minghe suddenly felt reluctant. He reached out his hand again and held Shen Yuling, who was curled up on the side, into his arms. The force seemed to merge her into his body. Their bodies were pressed against each other, so close that they could clearly hear each other's heartbeats. After 3 days, your heart will only be with me. In the past, Quan Minghe was quite annoyed by Shen Yuling's habit of unconsciously leaning into his arms after falling asleep. But now, the situation is completely reversed. Shen Yuling did not refute him, but she knew she could not resist him, so she forced herself to fall asleep. Quan Minghe also closed his eyes. He wasn't going to touch her tonight. Shen Yuling is now completely resistant to him, and he disdains to use force in matters between men and women. Except for the first time, for special reason. The full moon will be in 3 days, and then he will personally break Shen Yuling's expectations of Feng Maheng. He slightly opened his eyes and looked at Shen Yuling beside him with a sharp gaze. His expression was cold and indifferent. Even if you lose your memory, it doesn't matter. You will return to my arms on your own initiative. You will know that I am the only one in this world whom you can truly rely on. Just stay in the palace obediently for the next few days. Let me appreciate the way you look now, unwilling but forced to surrender. Special and interesting. It is also a punishment for you falling in love with Feng Maheng after losing your memory. Shen Yuling was already feeling a little tired because she had gone shopping with Feng Maheng in the afternoon. At first, she had trouble falling asleep while lying in Quan Minghe's arms. But as time passed quietly, she didn't know whether it was Quan Minghe's warm and generous embrace that gave her an inexplicable sense of security. My consciousness gradually became blurred, and before I knew it, I fell into a deep sleep. Only when Shen Yuling's breathing became even and long did Quan Minghe's tense nerves relax a little. He gazed at her peaceful, sleeping face. Such a delicate and beautiful face, but she has no taste at all. Since you can't see clearly, I will help you see it clearly myself. Stared at her for a long time. Quan Minghe closed his eyes again and fell asleep. An hour. The night was still dark and the sky had not yet dawned. The entire palace was still immersed in silence and darkness. Quan Minghe woke up slowly. His consciousness was still a little confused. He felt the soft body in his arms almost lying on his chest. He frowned. But thinking that it was he who took the initiative to hold her in his arms yesterday, he rubbed his brows again. Prepare to push Shen Yuling away. Shen Yuling's brows suddenly frowned, and he muttered something unclear. Perhaps the warm embrace made her extremely comfortable and she didn't want to be disturbed. She murmured, "Don't go."
The voice had a hint of coquettishness and dependence. Quan Minghe stared down at her. I saw that her cheeks were flushed with sleep. His eyes were tightly closed, his long eyelashes trembled slightly, and he looked like he was in deep sleep. I couldn't help but grit my teeth. He whispered, "You should ask me not to leave while you are awake." Because of the delay caused by Shen Yuling, Li Ming had been waiting outside the hall for some time. That it was getting late, he walked in with his head lowered. Quan Minghe noticed Li Ming's arrival and was slightly annoyed. He roughly pried open Shen Yuling's arms that were wrapped around him. He turned over and got out of bed swiftly. When Shen Yuling woke up, the sunlight outside had already penetrated the window lattice and poured into the room. I looked up and saw that it was already the beginning of the sea hour. She got up lazily and called the palace maid to help her wash up. It was still early after breakfast. There was nothing to entertain myself in the Manhwa palace, and I felt extremely bored. Shitong was not around, and there was no one around with whom he could speak freely. Being in the palace, you have to be cautious in everything you do, and it is really uncomfortable to be in a state of acting all the time. Blue Warbler, I want to go out for a walk. Lanning looked embarrassed. He said softly, "My lady, you have a special status. If you go out and are seen by others, you will probably get into a lot of trouble." Shen Yuling frowned. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I will put on a veil to cover myself and try not to run into the concubines in the harem. The palace is so big, there must be a place where the emperor and his concubines are missing. I am trapped in Manhwa Palace, which is really boring. I want to find a place with pleasant scenery, appreciate the flowers, blow the wind, and relax my mood." Seeing that Lanning was still hesitant, Shen Yuling raised her eyebrows. Threatening, "Why don't you go and inform His Majesty that I want to return to the prince's mansion? The palace is too boring." When Lanning heard the words "return to the prince's mansion," her expression instantly became nervous. He hurriedly said, "My lady, His Majesty has been in a bad mood recently. Please do not mention the matter of returning to the prince's mansion in front of him, otherwise it might anger His Majesty." Shen Yuling smiled secretly, but did not embarrass her anymore. "In that case, what do you think is a good place to go in the palace?" Bluebird thought for a moment. She replied, "There is a small garden behind Your Majesty's Weiyang Palace. It is rarely visited by the emperor and his concubines. The scenery is quite quiet and elegant." Shen Yuling was delighted. "Well, let's go there. Get me a veil so I can wear it when I go out so I can avoid being seen." "Yes." Lanning responded and hurriedly retreated. Not long after, he came back holding a veiled hat. Shen Yuling took the veil and put it on carefully. White silk veil covered her entire body, making it so airtight that even her figure could hardly be discerned. She still felt it was not secure enough, so she put on another veil inside, and only then did she feel relieved. After all, many people in the palace had seen her appearance during the last Tianchong festival. Under the guidance of Lanning, Shen Yuling quietly walked out of the small door of Manhwa Palace. Because His Majesty stayed overnight in Manhwa Palace, Lanning was worried that many emperors and concubines would pay close attention to the movements of Manhwa Palace. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I chose a small door that few people knew about to go out. Shen Yuling glanced at Lanning out of the corner of her eye and praised her inwardly. As expected of someone close to Quan Minghe, he is thoughtful and careful. According to the palace rules, given Shen Yuling's status, she should be surrounded by a large crowd when she goes out, with at least a dozen palace maids and eunuchs following her. But they didn't want to attract attention this time. Only brought 2 palace maids and a eunuch with him. Manhwa Palace, where Shen Yuling lived, was almost the closest palace to Quan Minghe's Weiyang Palace, except for the Fingyi Palace where the emperor and empress lived. So in just a moment, they arrived at the small garden. Along the way, I didn't meet many people. Occasionally, there were a few palace maids passing by, but they all lowered their heads and hurried past. No one dared to look around or act ostentatiously on the palace road. Shen Yuling felt a little relieved. In addition, she was wearing a veil and felt that she was sufficiently concealed. He simply lifted the curtain in front of him to both sides. In this way, The view is clearer and wider, and the surrounding scenery can be seen at a glance. It was early June, and the weather was starting to get slightly warmer. The sunlight shines on my body, and I feel a little warm. However, there seems to be another world in this small garden. Not only are there a wide variety of flowers planted there that are no less than those in the Imperial Garden, there are also several peach and pear trees. Although the trees have not borne any fruit at this time of year, their lush and verdant branches and leaves add a touch of tranquility and elegance to the garden. Shen Yuling strolled around, his eyes wandering casually. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said in surprise, "There's a swing." The swing is made of vines and hangs between two trees. It looks simple and has a unique charm. Shen Yuling was delighted, and her pace quickened unconsciously. "Run to the swing." Bluebird followed behind her. Shen Yuling raised her foot and stepped onto the swing pedal. After sitting firmly, apply a little force, and the swing will swing gently. As the breeze blew across her face, her mood gradually eased. Shen Yuling had just immersed herself in the fresh air in the small garden. Before we have time to enjoy ourselves, unexpected guests arrive.
Landing Thawen.
He whispered, "My lady, Lady Wang is here." Shen Yuling quickly pulled the veil closer to cover her face tightly. Continued to swing leisurely. Concubine Wang originally wanted to invite your majesty to have dinner at her Changle Palace today, but if she'd just send a maid, she was afraid that your majesty would refuse, so she decided to come in person. The reason why His Majesty was asked to have dinner at Changle Palace today was naturally because of Concubine Shen. Yesterday, when Concubine Wang learned that His Majesty was staying overnight at Yahua Palace, she was greatly shocked. Was thought to have fallen out of favor, unexpectedly regained favor. When Concubine Shen fell out of favor, she relied on the Majesty's favor and felt that there was no need to take her seriously, so she did not take any measures. After all, in the past month, His Majesty has almost only visited her Changle Palace. Concubine Wang became increasingly arrogant and thought that no one in the harem could compete with her. A disgraced concubine Shen is not worth mentioning. However, no one expected that Concubine Shen was so talented and capable. You can regain favor after falling out of favor. Because His Majesty treated Concubine Shen in a number of special ways, people in the palace were saying that she would give up the title of the most favored concubine. How could Lady Wang swallow this? Your Majesty went to Yahua Palace yesterday, but today she went to her Changle Palace for dinner. Who dares to say that she is going to fall out of favor? It's just that when Concubine Wang goes from Changle Palace to Your Majesty's Weiyang Palace, she happens to pass by the small garden. I didn't expect that there was a woman wearing a veil swinging on a swing in this place. What a courage! Could it be that he wanted to attract His Majesty in this way? Concubine Wang directly ordered the servants to carry her sedan chair next to the woman. Beside her was displeased when she saw the woman covered in a veil continuing to swing on the swing as if nothing had happened. He shouted, "Who are you? Why don't you greet Lady Wang when you see her?" Lanning looked calm and composed. As long as it wasn't Lu Jiaoyi, she would not be afraid at all. Bluebird still held one side of the swing as if nothing had happened, swinging it gently, rocking the swing steadily, for Shen Yuling. "This is Concubine Shen, and I am Concubine Shen's personal maid Lanning." Lanning responded neither humbly nor arrogantly. According to the palace rules of the Qian dynasty, Concubine Shen's status is higher than that of Concubine Wang, so Concubine Wang and her maids should pay their respects first, and then Lanning should return the greetings to Concubine Wang. The surprise on Lady Wang's face was obvious. Look carefully at Shen Yuling sitting on the swing. Is this Concubine Shen who caused so much trouble in the harem? Why is your whole body covered in a veil? Is there something shameful? Concubine Wang sat upright on the phoenix sedan chair, her posture showing her pride. She raised her chin, her eyes full of disdain and arrogance. If you say she is Concubine Shen, then she is Concubine Shen? Everyone in the harem knows that Concubine Shen is recuperating in Yahua Palace. Without Your Majesty's permission, no one is allowed to enter or leave at will. Besides, she doesn't even dare to show her face. She is so secretive. How dare she claim to be Concubine Shen? Lady Wang's words were sharp, and every one of them was thorny. Even if the person in front of him was really concubine Shen, so what? If she fell out of favor once, she might fall out of favor again. There was nothing to be afraid of. Lan Ying's expression remained calm. She took out the palace card from her sleeve calmly. She raised her hand high to prove that she was the head maid of Yaohua Palace. She said calmly, "Lady Wang, this is my palace badge. I am Lan Ying, the chief maid of Yaohua Palace. Your Majesty only stipulated that no one could enter the Yaohua Palace without his permission, but he did not specify that Your Majesty could not step out of the Yaohua Palace. My queen is in poor health. She cannot stand the wind or the sun, so she wears this veil." Lan Ying spoke clearly and neither servilely nor arrogantly, and she resolved Lady Wang's doubts one by one. Lady Wang's face turned dark. This maidservant of concubine Shen is quite eloquent. Looking at concubine Shen again, she never uttered a word from beginning to end, as if all the disputes had nothing to do with her. She sat on the swing, looking as if she was out of the loop. Since it is really concubine Shen, then I cannot lose my manners. Although Lady Wang said this, she was filled with resentment in her heart. However, in public, she did not dare to blatantly violate the palace rules. What's more, concubine Shen had just regained the emperor's favor yesterday. Before she knew her background clearly, she would not act rashly. We're carrying the sedan chair slowly lowered it. Lady Wang stepped out of the sedan chair with light lotus steps and walked gracefully to Shen Yuling's front. She bowed slightly and gracefully saluted towards Shen Yuling. She said, "I pay my respects to my sister." As she spoke, Lady Wang's eyes were fixed on concubine Shen, whose face she could not see clearly. The palace, she was given the position of Jiushi, which was a higher honor than the position she had obtained 2 years after entering the palace. Before this, Shen Yuling had been living in seclusion and avoiding the palace, but concubine Wang could still tolerate it. Now, she was asked to address a new person as sister and even to pay respect to him. "I am really angry in my heart," Shen Yuling said softly. "Get up." In order to prevent others from discovering her identity, she deliberately lowered her voice, making it seem even colder. Lady Wang stood up as she was told. She walked slowly and casually around the swing and stood leisurely on the other side of Shen Yuling. Just as concubine Wang was about to lift up concubine Shen's veil unexpectedly, Shen Yuling tapped the ground with her toes and stood up from the swing.
Bold.
Shen Yuling chuckled. Lady Wang gently shook the handkerchief in her hand and covered her mouth with it. She chuckled. "Shen Jiyu, why are you so nervous?" "I was just joking." Shen Yuling raised her eyebrows and counterattacked. "I've always heard that concubine Wang is the most favored lady in the harem and the most beautiful woman in the harem. Seeing her today, is it because she jokes too much that she looks even funnier?" These words were spoken. Concubine Wang was choked up. He stood there in a daze for a long time, without reacting. "You." Then he taunted her. "I have to go to see His Majesty today, so I won't have any more conversation with concubine Shen." But concubine Shen is really mysterious. I wonder when she can have tea with the sisters in the harem so that the sisters can get to know each other? Once I have recovered from my illness, I will have a chance. Shen Yuling responded calmly. But her sickly voice reached concubine Wang's ears, which made her even more disdainful. "What's the use of having a good mouth? A person with a weak body will never be able to gain Your Majesty's favor for long. Your Majesty has always liked women as beautiful and charming as her."
Oh.
She snorted softly. Thinking that he had important things to do, he didn't want to get too entangled with Shen Yuling here. Concubine Wang swayed her waist and sat back on the sedan chair. After concubine Wang left, Shen Yuling sat on the swing again, but her thoughts drifted back to the second life of the original owner. In that life, the original owner chose to enter the harem. Her overthrow of concubine Liu was to expose concubine Liu's plot to murder the royal heir. The royal heirs who were murdered, there were also children of concubine Wang. Concubine Wang became pregnant in the first year after entering the palace, but unfortunately, she had a miscarriage. Since then, she has not been able to get pregnant again. Unfortunately, If it weren't for the original owner, concubine Wang would probably never know that concubine Liu was her enemy. The original owner joined forces with concubine Su and finally succeeded in winning over concubine Wang. However, he was able to overthrow Liu Jiaoyi only at the painful price of losing his own child. Because the matter involved the royal heir, Quan Minghe followed the clues and found out more dirty deeds of Liu Jiaoyi. Quan Minghe was furious. Not only was concubine Liu deposed, but even the crown prince, who was concubine Liu's eldest son, was not spared. Shen Yuling pondered secretly. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Concubine Wang is arrogant and domineering. If she were in a TV drama, she would be a typical cannon fodder concubine. Would be a good idea to recruit her to help him deal with Liu Jiaoyi. But after meeting concubine Wang today, concubine Wang must be very concerned about Quan Minghe's favor, so she is very hostile to her. To win over Lady Wang. However, the original owner's method cannot be used to deal with Liu Jiaoyi. The original owner used pregnancy as bait to set a trap to lure Liu Jiaoyi into the trap, but ultimately failed to save her child. Injure 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of your own. Shen Yuling had no intention of getting pregnant and having a child. She just wanted to complete the task and return home as soon as possible. She has more important things to do. Therefore, we have to find another way to deal with Liu Jiaoyi. Liu Jiaoyi has been in power in the harem for many years and has a deep foundation. She had already destroyed and cleared away all the evidence. Now Shen Yuling is isolated and helpless in the harem, without any power of her own, and even the people serving her are Quan Minghe's spies. Instead of spending a lot of time searching for evidence of past crimes that has disappeared, it is better to set up a clever trap and lay waste. Lure Liu Jiaoyi into the trap. Shen Yuling was swinging leisurely on the swing, lost in her own thoughts. Weiyang Palace. Li Ming stood beside Quan Minghe and bowed his head slightly. He said softly, "Your Majesty, Lady Wang requests to see you."
Quan Minghe frowned, sa aming impation.
But he just casually responded, "Let her in." After a moment, concubine Wang walked into the hall with light lotus steps. Today she was wearing a purple palace skirt with a waistline. The color was bright and eye-catching, like a blooming purple peony. She walked forward gracefully, greeted Quan Minghe first, and then walked straight to his side. Was originally standing next to him, was pushed aside. Quan Minghe's eyes were still on the memorial in his hand. Without even raising his head, he asked, "What are you doing here today?" Lady Wang smiled and spoke in a soft and gentle voice. "Your Majesty, I have specially asked the Imperial Kitchen to carefully prepare your favorite abalone and bird's nest porridge today. Your Majesty, would you like to move to Changle Palace for lunch?" Concubine Wang knew that His Majesty rarely entered the harem during the day. But for some reason, he made an exception some time ago and went to the Emperor's palace to have lunch. "So she came here specially to invite me today. Usually agree to simple requests." She looked at His Majesty expectantly. When Quan Minghe heard Lady Wang mention lunch, his eyes paused. Instead, he remembered that a month ago, Shen Yuling cried bitterly in Manhwa Palace and wanted him to have dinner with her. Then he remembered that Shen Yuling cried and rejected him last night. Such a contrast was hard for Quan Minghe to accept for a while. How could she forget him? Concubine Wang saw that His Majesty was slow to respond. He whispered, "Your Majesty?" Quan Minghe came to his senses, but his expression remained unchanged and concubine Wang did not notice anything wrong. He said casually, "Concubine Shen has been in poor health recently. I have already promised her to go to Manhwa Palace to accompany her at lunch today." Li Ming was secretly puzzled. When did Your Majesty agree to concubine Shen's request? Could it be that Your Majesty has something on his mind and is using this as an excuse? He couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that in His Majesty's heart, concubine Shen's status has already surpassed concubine Wang? Last time, His Majesty did not accompany concubine Shen for lunch, but the next day, he sent a tribute of gorgeous clothes to concubine Wang. He also thought that concubine Wang had been with His Majesty for 2 years, and in His Majesty's heart, she should be more important than concubine Shen in any case. Now it seems that nothing is known. Li Ming shook his head secretly. That's all. Your Majesty's mind is unpredictable, and no matter how smart he is, it is difficult to guess. In this palace, which emperor or concubine can enjoy long-lasting favor? Since ancient times, prosperity has always been like a dream, fleeting, and grace is hard to rely on. The smile on Lady Wang's face froze instantly. Your Majesty actually used concubine Shen as an excuse so directly. She managed a forced smile. So your Majesty wants to accompany concubine Shen. Would your Majesty like to come to Changle Palace for dinner tonight? I have lost my appetite recently, and I would like your Majesty to accompany me. I have come to Weiyang Palace in person today to invite His Majesty, but if I fail to persuade him, I will become a laughingstock in the harem. Then how will she maintain her reputation in the palace in the future?
Quan Minghe nudda.
Was considered as agreement. When concubine Wang saw that His Majesty agreed, the gloom on her face disappeared. Immediately smiled. I will take my leave. She bowed, turned and left. She turned around. The smile that had just been on her lips disappeared instantly. Lady Wang had a cold look in her eyes as she pondered secretly. Your Majesty has changed his taste and now prefers this sickly beauty? Concubine Shen. It's really frightening. It seems that I still need to find a way to place people in Yahua Palace, otherwise I will be too passive in the future. Fortunately, His Majesty agreed to have dinner with her in the evening, otherwise, her situation today would be difficult to resolve. Concubine Wang has always had a high opinion of herself and values her reputation more than her life. If His Majesty had not come today, many people in the palace would have laughed at her. At that time, it was really as funny as concubine Shen said. As she thought about this, she quickened her pace and left. After concubine Wang left, Quan Minghe focused on reviewing memorials. After he had dealt with most of the matters in his hands, he prepared to go to Yahua Palace. Li Ming hurried forward. Your Majesty, concubine Shen is relaxing in the small garden. Quan Minghe paused. Isn't she afraid that others will notice her appearance in the palace? Li Ming seemed to have caught the emperor's doubts. Then he continued, concubine Shen was wearing a veil. When Lady Wang came today, she had a conversation with concubine Shen and did not notice anything unusual. Quan Minghe nodded slightly. Considering her changeable voice, it is indeed not easy to be discovered. He walked towards the small garden. Soon, Quan Minghe arrived at the small garden. Shen Yuling was swinging leisurely on the swing. The white veil fluttered gently with the swing, like a white cloud swaying in the wind. Looking at her from behind, her figure was light and graceful, with an ethereal beauty as if she was floating in the air and seemed to be flying away with the wind. Quan Minghe approached her slowly without making a sound. Lanning had sharp eyes and was the first to spot His Majesty. Just as she was about to salute, Quan Minghe signaled her with his eyes not to say anything. Lanning understood and quietly stepped aside. Quan Minghe walked to the swing, held both sides of the swing with his hands, exerted a little force, and took over Lan Ying's job. Shen Yuling has been thinking about how to deal with Lu Jiaoyi after entering the palace. He didn't notice anything unusual behind him. I just thought it was the blue warbler still swinging for me. He whispered, Lanning, stop. It's almost time for lunch. Let's go back. As soon as the words fell, there was silence all around. Only the swing is still swinging. Shen Yuling was confused and frowned, just about to turn around to check what was going on. Quan Minghe stopped the swing, lowered his body, and put his face close to her ear. Warm breath sprayed on her ears. She whispered, my concubine Shen is quite leisurely. After saying this, Quan Minghe took off Shen Yuling's veil from behind without waiting for her to react. His movements were gentle yet domineering. Shen Yuling was shocked by the sudden situation. His body trembled. She got up from the swing in a hurry, and the veil that had been taken off slipped off and fell to the ground. Quan Minghe bent down to pick up the veil and handed it to Li Ming, who was standing beside him. Then he slowly walked around the swing and sat on it. Your Majesty? Shen Yuling was horrified. Although there are few people here, there is no guarantee that a palace maid will not pass by chance. And who knows which imperial concubine in the harem these palace maids belong to. If he saw me being so close to Quan Minghe, wouldn't I be completely exposed? Quan Minghe has long legs. When he sat on the swing, he found it difficult to place his feet on the footrests, so he just placed them directly on the ground. He raised his head slightly. On Shen Yuling, who was wearing a light-colored palace skirt today. Her hair was casually tied up with just a white jade hairpin, with a few strands falling on both sides of her cheeks. She wore a veil that concealed her bright face. She actually looks a bit like a cool and fairy. For some reason, Quan Minghe felt an urge to pull the fairy into the mortal world. Let her be imbued with her own scent.
Come here and swing with me.
Quan Minghe gave the order. Shen Yuling was unwilling and stood there motionless. No more veil? Quan Minghe raised a nonchalant arc at the corner of his mouth and asked back. Shen Yuling's heart tightened. My hands unconsciously clenched into fists. She was extremely reluctant. She finally walked slowly towards him under Quan Minghe's irresistible gaze. Walk up to Quan Minghe. Shen Yuling wore a veil, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. She looked directly at Quan Minghe. How can I accompany your majesty on the swing if your majesty doesn't make room for me? Quan Minghe didn't say anything, but just stretched out his hand and patted his thigh gently. His dark eyes stared at her with a hint of amusement in them. Shen Yuling clenched her back teeth. Your majesty, I don't want to tarnish your reputation in broad daylight. She still tried to struggle. Now she still has a husband whom she deeply loves, so of course she is as reluctant as she can be. Quan Minghe remained silent, just staring at her with his deep and narrow eyes. Extremely oppressive. Shen Yuling naturally understood what Quan Minghe meant. I have no power to choose at all. In desperation, she gently sat on his lap. Originally, I just sat by his legs, not wanting to have any close contact with him. But as soon as Shen Yuling landed, Quan Minghe hugged her slender waist. With a slight pull, there was no distance between the two of them. Shen Yuling couldn't help but lean on him. I could even clearly feel his warm body temperature and strong heartbeat. Quan Minghe tapped the ground lightly, and the swing began to swing slowly. His voice was lazy and indifferent. You are much more obedient today. Because Shen Yuling lost her memory, Quan Minghe lost the reason to punish her. But he had no way to vent the frustration in his heart. In this case, the more she resisted contact with him after losing her memory, the more he wanted to pluck this flower from the sky. This is her punishment. Shen Yuling forced a fake smile. Responded. Who dares to disobey his majesty? After that, she whispered, Your Majesty, my veil. Quan Minghe acted as if he didn't hear it. Not only that, he even went further and reached out his hand to take off her veil. Shen Yuling was not on guard against him for a moment. When the veil was removed, her pupils suddenly widened. She subconsciously covered the lower half of her face with her hands and looked back at Quan Minghe in disbelief, both questioning and pleading in his eyes. Quan Minghe completely ignored her reaction and looked indifferent, was even more arrogant, and threw the veil in her hand directly to the ground. Shen Yuling wanted to get up from him and pick up the veil, but her waist was restrained and she could not move. Shen Yuling was scared. Afraid that my identity would be discovered by someone with ulterior motives. She was afraid that the truth would be exposed and the family would be disgraced because of her. Afraid that Feng Maheng would lose face because of her. Unconsciously in my eyes, crystal clear tears rolled in her eyes, almost bursting out. Quan Minghe was indifferent to this. Just look at her quietly. It was not until Shen Yuling's tears fell drop by drop and even overflowed from between her fingers that he reached out and gently took away her hands that were covering her face. Why are you crying? My people are all guarding outside. No one will come in, and no one will see the immortal figure of my concubine Shen. Quan Minghe's tone was nonchalant, even playful. Shen Yuling reacted and glared at Quan Minghe. She said angrily, You did it on purpose. Her cheeks puffed slightly with anger. Quan Minghe raised his eyebrows. He really did it on purpose. Otherwise, how could the depression in his heart dissipate? Seeing Shen Yuling's reaction, he felt even more pleased. I want to go back. Shen Yuling naturally did not want to be so close to Quan Minghe anymore. She already had a beloved husband, and being so close to Quan Minghe was not what she wanted. Since Quan Minghe had satisfied the fun of teasing her, he also knew how to control people by giving them a slap in the face and a piece of candy. He ordered, "Li Ming, bring my imperial carriage here." Shen Yuling's face was frosty. He said coldly, "I want to walk back by myself." Quan Minghe raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at her indifferently, said calmly, "Walking back with this ostentatious face? I don't mind. Let's go." The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as if he was waiting to see what choice she would make. Shen Yuling was angry, but helpless, so she could only grit her teeth. Judging from what he said, he might not be planning to give her the veil. After pondering for a moment, she finally compromised. "No, I will take your Majesty's carriage." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Seeing Shen Yuling surrender, Quan Minghe's smile became more obvious, and he chuckled. It seemed like a silent mockery and control of her. Soon, the servants arrived carrying the imperial carriage. Quan Minghe picked up Shen Yuling horizontally and got down from the swing steadily. Li Ming lifted the curtain of the imperial carriage. Quan Minghe bent down and carried Shen Yuling into the imperial carriage. Shen Yuling entered the imperial carriage. She tried to get off him, but Quan Minghe's hands were on her waist, preventing her from moving. She was angry but helpless. "I can only criticize it in secret." Okay. Quan Minghe likes to use force. He prefers women who don't like him, and he is fond of people with rebellious nature, right?
Oh.
The stubborn little white flower is her specialty. Such a character would have been more suitable if she had used her previous appearance. But now this face looks okay, with a little light makeup. Since Quan Minghe likes this divination now, she will definitely do her best to satisfy him. 3 days later, he seemed to be going to take her to see Feng Maheng. Then before you go, give him some stimulation. Carried by 24 people, moved steadily on the palace road. There were layers of curtains hanging around the imperial carriage, all of which were carefully woven with fine silk. Although it can block some vision, it is light and thin. Through the vague veil, one can vaguely see the outline of the person inside. Shen Yuling felt uneasy while sitting in the imperial carriage, afraid of being seen by others. Helplessly, she could only curl up in Quan Minghe's arms and bury her face in his neck. This is to avoid possible prying eyes. When the palace maids passing by saw His Majesty's carriage, they quickly stopped and knelt in unison. The movements were uniform and there was no slackness. Only when the imperial carriage slowly passed by did they dare to raise their heads cautiously. After the imperial carriage went away, he turned around and secretly looked at the carriage's back, which was getting farther and farther away. Suddenly a gust of wind blew up a corner of the curtain. "There is a woman in Your Majesty's carriage?" A palace maid couldn't help but exclaim softly. The sound was small, people nearby could hear it clearly. The maid standing next to the imperial carriage seems to be Aunt Lanning. Wasn't she sent by His Majesty to serve in Yahua Palace? Another maid took over. Could the woman in the imperial carriage be Concubine Shen? That should be the case, but hasn't Concubine Shen fallen out of favor? Concubine Shen regained her favor yesterday. I have never seen His Majesty dote on an imperial concubine like this. I just took a sneak peek and saw Concubine Shen sitting in His Majesty's arms. It turns out that the rumor that Lady Wang was going to fall out of favor was true. All of them, the palace maids who have been in the palace for a long time, know that since His Majesty began taking concubines 6 years ago, no concubine has remained in favor for more than 2 years. Your Majesty's harem was Lu Jiaoyi, who gave birth to the eldest prince. The second favorite concubine was Yan Jiyu, who gave birth to the second prince. The third favorite concubine is the current concubine Wang. But the first 2 had princes by virtue of their favor, while concubine Wang still has no children. Now there is also concubine Shen. I heard that when concubine Shen was in favor some time ago, concubine Wang was throwing things in Changle Palace every day. A palace maid lowered her voice even more. Yes, whether it was Lu Jiaoyi, Yan Jiyu, or Wang Marin, they all rose from the position of chief servant or good lady, but Shen Jiyu, as soon as she entered the palace, she became the mistress of a palace. Shen Jiyu is so favored. If I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely find a way to work in Manhwa Palace. The rewards there must be generous. The palace, maids were whispering to each other. The sound gradually dissipated as the imperial carriage went away. What they talked about seemed to have wings and would soon spread throughout the harem. Shen Yuling has no one of her own in the harem. Her father was originally a military general, and he had devoted himself to following Quan Minghe to build an empire. Later, he was stationed at the frontier and rarely set foot in Qianjing. In addition, due to his blind loyalty, he did not train his own people in Qianjing at all. Not to mention the harem. Since Lan Ying was Quan Minghe's person, she naturally wouldn't tell her many news in the palace. Therefore, she knew nothing about any rumors about herself in the palace. The imperial carriage moved forward slowly and was about to arrive at Manhwa Palace. The servants carrying the sedan chair were preparing to turn and go in at a palace gate.
Suddenly,
a palace maid looked panicked and ran into the palace in a hurry. He staggered and almost bumped into the imperial carriage. Li Ming was shocked. Is this palace maid trying to kill herself? He shouted angrily. How dare you? Come here. This palace maid has bumped into the emperor. Drag her away. The palace maid Rongzi fell to the ground, her face full of panic, and she crawled to her feet. His forehead slammed heavily on the ground again and again. He kept begging for mercy. Your Majesty, please spare my life. Your Majesty, please spare my life. I am Rongzi, the personal maid of concubine Su. Please, Your Majesty, save concubine Su. Quan Minghe rarely interferes in the affairs of the harem, and he always takes a laissez-faire attitude towards the disputes and entanglements among women. All were handed over to Lu Jiaoyi to handle. Quan Minghe was not worried that Lu Jiaoyi would do anything excessive. If she did so, it would be difficult for Lu Jiaoyi to explain herself to him. Li Ming immediately waved the whisk in his hand. The guards following behind stepped forward, ready to take Rongzi away. By the guards, continued to beg desperately. Your Majesty, concubine Lu has punished concubine Su to kneel for 2 hours, but concubine Su has been in poor health recently, and the imperial physician has told her to rest well. If she is punished to kneel for 2 hours, concubine Su may be in danger of her life. Your Majesty. Shen Yuling, who was in the imperial carriage, felt Quan Minghe's indifference. The maid's pleading failed to move him at all. It turns out that Quan Minghe really doesn't care about the affairs of the harem. Lu Jiaoyi's power in the palace was greater than she imagined. She also didn't expect that Lu Jiaoyi could openly punish the concubine to kneel down. It seems that in the harem, only those with power have the ability to protect themselves. Without the emperor's protection, the position of imperial concubine would be helpless under the power of concubine Lu. However, these are not Shen Yuling's focus. If she remembered correctly, Su Jiyu was the one who cooperated with the original owner and eventually succeeded in overthrowing Lu Jiaoyi. The original owner was reborn into the palace. It was concubine Su's son who ascended the throne. But now concubine Su seems to have no prince yet. Shen Yuling fell into deep thought, weighing the pros and cons. Maybe I can help with this today. Shen Yuling, who was leaning on Quan Minghe's shoulder, suddenly whispered softly. It turns out that being Your Majesty's concubine is so difficult. If I am punished, I can't even ask Your Majesty for help. I don't want to enter the palace. The voice was soft. It was clearly heard by Quan Minghe.
Quan Minghe frowned.
Although he didn't care much about the affairs in the harem, for some reason, he finally spoke at this moment. Li Ming asked clearly. Li Ming outside was stunned and secretly surprised. Today is really strange. Your Majesty actually cares about the affairs of the harem. Is the sun rising from the west? However, he did not dare to delay any longer and quickly signaled the guards to let Rongzi go. Quan Minghe seemed to realize what Shen Yuling was thinking and looked down at her. In a calm tone, he said, I was just testing the maid's loyalty and whether she was lying. If every maid came to me to complain, wouldn't I be entangled in these trivial matters and be extremely busy? Shen Yuling curled her lips secretly. When he said this, did he believe it himself? But he still looked well-behaved. He said softly,
I misunderstood your majesty. Please don't blame me. Quan Minghe just said softly. Then he turned around and told Li Ming, go and see concubine Su. Following Quan Minghe's order, the imperial carriage that was originally heading towards Yaohua Palace turned around and headed towards the gate of Yong'an Palace, where concubine Su was punished to kneel. The Yong'an Palace was the palace where Lu Jiaoyi lived. Soon, the imperial carriage arrived at the gate of Yong'an Palace. I saw concubine Su kneeling on the ground. From a distance, her figure seemed slender and fragile, as if a gust of wind could blow her down, and she really looked like a weak willow swaying in the wind. Rongzi hurried over and carefully let concubine Su lean against her. His face was full of heartache and concern. The master and servant through the curtain. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a deep affection between master and servant. Since Quan Minghe has decided to intervene in this matter, he can only take care of the trouble to the end. He stood up and placed Shen Yuling in her seat in the imperial carriage, then straightened his clothes. Go down and investigate in person. Shen Yuling saw him about to get off the imperial carriage. She held his hand. Quan Minghe paused and turned to look at her. Shen Yuling raised her head slightly and looked straight at him. The veil. If there was a sudden gust of wind or some accident that caused the curtain to be lifted, she would be completely exposed. She couldn't let anyone know that concubine Shen was the princess consort. Lanning heard Shen Yuling's words outside the imperial carriage and handed over the veil. Quan Minghe took the veil and put it on her. Only after the veil was put on did he turn around and get off the imperial carriage. Lu Jiaoyi suddenly learned that his majesty had arrived and hurried out. At this time, Quan Minghe was sitting upright on the rosewood armchair with a dragon pattern carved on it that his servants had quickly brought. The chairs are also carefully covered with soft cushions. Behind him, 2 rows of blue-clad guards stood in neat rows, each with an upright posture and a solemn expression, demonstrating the majesty and grandeur of the royal family. With the help of Rongzi, concubine Su was helped to her feet and stood weakly aside. Lu Jiaoyi glanced at Su Jiu calmly. Then a smile quickly appeared on his face, and he walked up to his majesty. Your majesty, I pay my respects to you. Why didn't you let me know in advance when you came to Yong'an Palace? She bowed slightly, with a hint of anger in her tone. I have been disrespectful, your majesty, and I hope you will forgive me. Quan Minghe looked calm. He just said calmly, stand up. He raised his head slightly, and his eyes fell on concubine Su. He asked, what mistake did concubine Su make today? I just heard that concubine Su has been recovering from an illness recently, and I'm afraid she won't be able to kneel for 2 hours. Lu Jiaoyi was shocked. A low profile on matters concerning the harem as long as they did not involve the royal heir. Therefore, as long as the emperor or concubine made a mistake, and the emperor or concubine who made the mistake was not hers, she would always punish them severely. What's more, concubine Su is still. Your Majesty, I have read the medical records of the Imperial Hospital today, and I don't seem to have found any records of physical illness. I am fortunate to have your Majesty's trust and be in charge of the harem, so I naturally have to be considerate of the emperor and his concubine. That's why we invited concubine Su to Yong'an Palace. I used the Hetian white jade teacup gifted by your Majesty to make tea for concubine Su. Lu Jiaoyi paused slightly, as if she was considering her words. Then he continued, but who would have thought that not only could concubine Su not explain the cause of her illness, she also accidentally broke the teacup. I was so angry at concubine Su's deception, and I was also sad that your Majesty's reward was wasted, so I punished concubine Su. Her words were sincere, revealing her grievance.
Concubine Shufrone tightly.
Obviously, I strongly disagree with this statement. She was about to open her mouth to defend herself. However, Lu Jiaoyi seemed to have expected this and quickly admitted her mistake and interrupted her. Your Majesty, I know I was wrong. I punished my sister too harshly today. Lu Jiaoyi turned her head slightly and looked at concubine Su. Words. Sister Su, today I will give you a small punishment and a severe warning. This will not happen again.
You should go back to Changning Palace and rest as soon as possible. As she spoke, she secretly gave concubine Su a warning look. Obvious threat in his tone. As long as she dares to tell the truth in front of His Majesty, she will not be forgiven easily in the future. Concubine Su was angry and unwilling. He even used too much force and his nails dug into his palms. But given the current situation in the harem, she really didn't dare to disobey concubine Lu. Quan Minghe saw that concubine Su seemed hesitant to speak, and he had some doubts in his heart. But he just asked in a deep voice, "Su Jiu, do you agree with what Lu Jiaoyi said? Your Majesty, today I was careless and knocked over the teacup that Your Majesty gave to my sister. It is right for my sister to punish me." Su Jiu suppressed the grievance and anger in her heart and said with her head down. Seeing that the parties involved had stopped talking, Quan Minghe had no intention of continuing to dwell on the matter.
But
his eyes inadvertently looked in the direction of the imperial carriage. She hasn't officially entered the palace yet, so it's better not to let her feel that the harem is too cruel. After a moment's silence, he continued, "Li Ming, send someone to escort concubine Su back to the palace and ask the imperial physician to take another look." When Lu Jiaoyi and Su Jiu heard this, they were both surprised. Concubine Su got the title of concubine because of Yunzi Su's status in the Qian dynasty. After entering the palace for many years, she had neither given birth to any children nor received the favor of His Majesty. Therefore, not only did Lu Jiaoyi not expect that His Majesty would take the initiative to protect concubine Su, but concubine Su herself also felt that this matter was too unexpected. "Yes." Concubine Su and concubine Lu responded in unison, each with their own thoughts in their voices. Lu Jiaoyi also breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want the image she had built up in front of His Majesty for many years to be ruined just because of concubine Su. Today, His Majesty has finally come to Yeoman Palace, and Lu Jiaoyi naturally doesn't want His Majesty to leave. Moreover, His Majesty now spends less and less time in the harem and mostly goes to the palace of the newlyweds. Her Majesty would only occasionally condescend to come to her Yeoman Palace if she was invited in the name of the two princes. A smile appeared on Lu Jiaoyi's face. She said softly, "Your Majesty, it is already lunchtime. Would you like to have lunch in Yeoman Palace today?" Quan Minghe has not yet answered. Suddenly, a crisp shattering sound was heard from the imperial carriage. Pa! Both Lu Jiaoyi and Su Jiu were attracted by the sudden sound. Subconsciously, he shifted his gaze to the imperial carriage. Both of them were shocked. There is someone in the imperial carriage. When Lu Jiaoyi came out just now, her whole attention was on His Majesty, and she did not pay attention to the imperial carriage. When I heard the sound at this moment, I was surprised to find that there was someone hiding inside.
is it?
There was a hint of annoyance and inquiry in her eyes. Fiercely at the imperial carriage. When Quan Minghe heard the noise, he frowned and stood up.
He left.
He rejected her. "No, I'm going to Yahua Palace for lunch today." After saying this, he quickly walked into the imperial carriage. He frowned. Looking at Shen Yuling, he asked, "What's wrong?" Shen Yuling raised her hand slightly and pointed her finger at the broken bracelet on the ground. Looking at him innocently, he whispered, "The bracelet is broken." Seeing this, Quan Minghe didn't say much. He just picked her up again and let her sit on his lap. Then he told Li Ming, "Return to Yahua Palace." Li Ming shouted loudly, "Go to Yahua Palace." The sound was long and echoed in the palace corridor. Lu Jiaoyi's eyes were fixed on His Majesty's carriage, which was getting farther and farther away, and she did not move away for a long time. There was a hint of viciousness in his eyes. Concubine Shen, a mere imperial concubine, actually dared to sit in the palace of His Majesty. Since she entered the palace, His Majesty has broken many rules for her. Today, she came before him, but did not come forward to greet him, and Your Majesty actually indulges her so much. However, since concubine Shen is willing to step out of Yahua Palace, there is an opportunity to take advantage of. So, what even if she is favored by His Majesty now? Your Majesty comes to the harem only a few days each month, and most of the rest of the time, the harem is under your control.
If concubine Shen dares to become my enemy, I will wipe her out as soon as possible. Never allow her to have the opportunity to threaten her position and power. Lu Jiaoyi withdrew her gaze, but a sinister look still flickered in the depths of her eyes. She turned around. The corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of concubine Su being supported by Rongzi. Her eyebrows raised, and she glared at her. A look of contempt. She is lucky today. Immediately, he flicked his sleeves and walked straight into the palace. Suji looked at the bracelet that was broken into 2 pieces on the ground. Walk forward, bend over, and pick it up. Her face was calm, her eyes staring at the long palace road, as if she was thinking about something. She said calmly, "It seems that today, it was concubine Shen who saved me." In the imperial carriage, Quan Minghe asked, "The bracelet was worn on my hand. How could it fall off for no reason?" Shen Yuling said frankly, "I fell on purpose." Quan Minghe said and motioned for her to continue. "My bracelet is also made of Hetian jade. It won't be damaged by ordinary bumps and falls. I was just testing its strength just now. If concubine Su broke concubine Lu's teacup, she must have used some force, so she must have done it on purpose. I used to feel sympathy for her, but now I feel that concubine Su is deliberately provoking concubine Lu." There was a hint of indignation in his words. The best Hetian jade has a fine texture and is not easy to break unless it is hit from a very high place or with great force. Quan Minghe just felt funny. Many matters in the harem are true and false and difficult to distinguish, so he has never been willing to delve into them. Lu Jiaoyi is not a simple person. Don't believe everything you hear. Quan Minghe reminded her, just to prevent her from being deceived by Lu Jiaoyi when she enters the palace in the future. Your Majesty, do you think concubine Su didn't do it on purpose? Shen Yuling asked back. Maybe Quan Minghe is not completely ignorant? It just didn't involve his interests. Well, I don't care who did it on purpose and who did it unintentionally, and you don't need to worry about it. Quan Minghe didn't want to dwell on this matter any further. Shen Yuling stopped talking. It seems that Quan Minghe indulged Lu Jiaoyi a lot because she had 2 sons. When you enter the palace in the future, don't argue with her. Quan Minghe added another sentence. Lu Jiaoyi has a relatively gentle personality. It is inevitable to feel proud after giving birth to 2 princes. Moreover, he has been in a high position for many years, so it is inevitable that he has some temper. Quan Minghe certainly knew something about these situations. But most of the superiors are like this. As long as the behavior is not excessive, they can turn a blind eye. Shen Yuling sneered in her heart. Before he even entered the palace, Quan Minghe's heart had already leaned towards Lu Jiaoyi. Don't argue with her? If Lu Jiaoyi deliberately picked a fight with her? Besides, the purpose of entering the palace was to get rid of Lu Jiaoyi, so how could he coexist peacefully with her? I am already married and cannot enter the palace. Shen Yuling was angry in her heart because of Quan Minghe's special treatment of Lu Jiaoyi, but she could only show her anger on the surface because Quan Minghe brought her into the palace without her consent. Quan Minghe acted as if he didn't hear it. The day of the full moon. Shen Yuling had nowhere to go except the palace, and she had no other choice but to rely on him. Quan Minghe kept his lips tightly closed and remained silent. Shen Yuling also pursed her lips and said nothing. She sat stiffly on him, looking extremely uncomfortable. But Quan Minghe seemed not to care at all, and his hand on her waist was gently stroking her. The action is intimate and possessive. Soon, the imperial carriage arrived at Yaohua Palace. As soon as they stopped, Shen Yuling seized the opportunity and quickly got up from Quan Minghe before he could react. He walked straight out of the imperial carriage, looking like Quan Minghe, a ferocious beast. Quan Minghe sneered softly. He then followed out. Li Ming saw concubine Shen's bold move and shook his head repeatedly. Only concubine Shen dared to act in this way and walk ahead of your majesty. When Quan Minghe and Shen Yuling walked into the dining room, lunch had already been neatly placed on the table. A total of 28 imperial meals were displayed on the round ivory, jade, and glass table. Each dish is cooked extremely delicately, with attractive color, overflowing aroma,
and making people salivate. Quan Minghe walked to the table and sat down. Shen Yuling deliberately chose the seat opposite Quan Minghe. That was the farthest place from him. Quan Minghe tapped the table with his fingers, making a crisp sound. His eyes were fixed on Shen Yuling. He said in a deep voice, "Come and sit down. I don't want to disturb your Majesty's meal." Shen Yuling tried to shirk responsibility. Quan Minghe didn't say anything, but just looked at her with dark and deep eyes. Shen Yuling had no choice but to stand up. One step. Walking towards Quan Minghe very slowly. I just walked up to him and was about to sit down. Quan Minghe suddenly stretched out his hand, gently hooked his arm around her slender waist. Shen Yuling was caught off guard. Sat on his lap. "Your Majesty, this is inappropriate," Shen Yuling said in a low voice. There were many palace maids serving her around, and although they all lowered their heads, this situation still made her feel embarrassed. "Shen Jiu, before you lost your memory, you cried and begged me to eat with you. I felt pity for you now that you have lost your memory, so I took the initiative to come and accompany you. But you are not happy about it?" Quan Minghe raised his eyebrows slightly, as if smiling. Shen Yuling immediately refuted. Impossible. Why would she cry and beg him to have dinner with her? "Your Majesty, please do not deceive me because I have lost my memory." Shen Yuling was serious.
Quan Minghe snara.
"I don't intend to argue with a fool who has lost his memory and has been brainwashed by Feng Maheng." Li Ming saw the interaction between His Majesty and concubine Shen. He knew that the two were flirting. So he waved his hand very tactfully. All the people in the hall were driven out. Your Majesty and concubine Shen obviously do not need anyone to serve them during meals. But concubine Shen is already so close to His Royal Highness the Prince, but His Majesty doesn't seem to care? Although His Majesty was angry, he did not punish concubine Shen. Is it really because concubine Shen has lost her memory? Li Ming closed the palace door. He secretly glanced at His Majesty and concubine Shen. There was a faint smile on the corner of His Majesty's mouth, and he seemed to be enjoying the fact that concubine Shen was resisting in her heart, but did not dare to openly resist him. Li Ming shook his head.
What are you thinking about?
Your Majesty has always liked obedient, well-behaved, and docile women. Thinking of this, he closed the door of the palace completely. Quan Minghe reached out and removed the veil from her face. Shen Yuling's frosty face came into view. Quan Minghe is not a patient person. He coaxes her occasionally because he is in a good mood, but he will get tired of it if he coaxes her too much. "Since you don't want me to hold you, then serve me a meal." Quan Minghe's tone was flat. When Shen Yuling heard this, she felt as if she had been pardoned. Immediately get up from his lap. She picked up the bowl and chopsticks, stood aside properly, and prepared to pick up some food for him. Quan Minghe was angry when he saw that she was so eager to leave him. He no longer pretended, and his face turned gloomy. "Please pick up some food." "Yes, Your Majesty." Shen Yuling looked at the large table of food. Suddenly, bad thoughts came to my mind. "Let her serve you, right?" "Okay, she will definitely serve you well." She glanced at the table and caught a glimpse of a bowl of nectar in a porcelain bowl with a lotus petal pattern. Walked over and scooped a few spoonfuls into the bowl. He saw another lotus cake and picked one up with chopsticks. As she walked back towards Quan Minghe, she put the lotus cake into the nectar. Smiling, she said, "Your Majesty, try this cake." I named it Nectar and Jade Dew soaked in withered lotus leaves. After saying that, he handed the soaked lotus cake to Quan Minghe's mouth. Quan Minghe stared at her without opening his mouth. Is this woman mocking me for being unworthy of her service? Comparing him to a withered lotus leaf, soaking it in precious soup, the irony is obvious. But in Shen Yuling's heart, this withered lotus also implies that although Quan Minghe appears to be a noble emperor, he is actually a dirty man. He ignored her wishes and forcibly brought her into the harem to take away his wife. Just like the withered lotus leaves, although they are in the water, they have lost their purity. Your Majesty? Shen Yuling called softly. Although Quan Minghe felt that the name of this dish was inappropriate. But Shen Yuling was seen smiling sweetly, with clear eyes. Didn't say much, Maybe he was just overthinking it. Finally, he opened his mouth and took a bite. Unexpectedly, Shen Yuling became more and more excessive afterwards. Combine various meals and take out various dishes with insulting meanings, such as jade chips mixed with green onions and pearl mud balls stewed with crab apples. Feed him one by one. Quan Minghe's face became increasingly gloomy, almost as if ink was dripping out. She is quite good at scolding. The jade chips may seem elegant, but in fact they imply that he is like crushed jade and is insignificant in her heart. Ching Song even pointed out that he was just a show-off. In comparison, the pearl mud ball clearly implies that Quan Minghe is as precious as a pearl, while he is as vulgar as a mud ball. The crabapple tree looks beautiful on the outside, but is actually flashy and superficial. Quan Minghe gritted his teeth secretly. If she hadn't lost her memory, Quan Minghe would have had her taken to the palace and given a severe punishment. Let's see if she dares to be so arrogant again. He has never been openly scolded by anyone. Quan Minghe stared at her closely. Halfway through the meal, he stood up with a gloomy face and left. Shen Yuling could no longer restrain herself after he left. I burst into laughter. She thought Quan Minghe didn't understand. But the more Shen Yuling resists and distances herself from him, the stronger Quan Minghe's secret expectations become. To fall into an abyss of sadness and despair because of Quan Minghe's betrayal. I even imagined that she would cry her heart out. At that time, she would be like a helpless rabbit, jumping into his arms to seek comfort. Therefore, he has been very tolerant and indulgent towards her in the past few days. Because the full moon night is the perfect time for him to enjoy the delicious food. He will completely control her body and mind, and make her the apple of his eye. Today is June 15th. It was dusk, and the setting sun was as red as blood, dyeing the sky deep red. In the Weiyang Palace. Seeing that Quan Minghe had reviewed the mountain of memorials behind the imperial desk, Li Ming carefully presented the detailed records about concubine Shen that Zhao Tsong had gone to great lengths to find out outside the palace. Your Majesty, this is concubine Shen's experience some time ago. Zhao Tsong ordered people to record it in detail. Quan Minghe's face was gloomy, and he reached out to take the stack of papers. His eyes were as fast as lightning, scanning it quickly. After seeing her return to the prince's mansion from Darantang, Quan Minghe visited her every day. His eyes instantly turned cold as ice. Focusing on the words holding hands, hugging, the jealousy in my heart was like a surging tide, hitting the dam of reason wave after wave. And the words "it's unknown inside the house" were like poisoned arrows, piercing straight into his heart. Although I had a premonition when I saw the red mark on the back of her neck the night before. But now it is written in black and white, and the evidence is irrefutable. Quan Minghe had stepped into her room more than once. All kinds of beautiful and eye-catching images involuntarily emerged in Quan Minghe's mind. Shen Yuling was bewitched by Quan Minghe's sweet words and fell deeply in love with him. Does that mean you have to flatter me every time? Thinking back to the tender times he had spent with her before, Quan Minghe, who had tasted her, knew how charming, enchanting, and alluring she was. In an instant, Quan Minghe suddenly crumpled the paper into a ball.
Hard.
He tried hard to suppress his anger. From between his teeth, "Go to Yahua Palace." Li Ming has served His Majesty for many years, but he has never seen His Majesty so unconcealedly angry. It's like an enraged lion. So frightening. He was frightened and lowered his head even more. He replied timidly, yes. The imperial carriage set off in a hurry, shattering the tranquility of the evening. To Yahua Palace. As per custom, Li Ming wanted to shout loudly, "Your Majesty has arrived." But Quan Minghe raised his hand to stop him. I had to shut up immediately, and dared not say any more. The afterglow of the setting sun shines into Yahua Palace through the window lattices, illuminating the interior with a dim yellow. Outside the window, the breeze blew through the flowers and trees in the courtyard, and the branches and leaves rustled, as if whispering. Shen Yuling was wearing a moon-white silk dress and sitting quietly on the beauty couch. Legs curled gracefully behind her. Colorful threads shuttle between slender fingers, as if she is carefully embroidering a sachet.
Quan Minghe balkasluli.
He stepped into Yahua Palace. The sound of his boots echoed in the corridor. Shen Yuling felt something and raised her head slightly. His eyes met Quan Minghe's stern gaze. There was a panic. It was almost an instinctive reaction, and he quickly hid the thing in his hand behind his back. He hurriedly got up from the couch. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty." Quan Minghe seemed not to hear her greeting, and seeing her frightened look, he walked straight past her. He reached out to the place where something was hidden behind her with a clear goal, intending to take the sachet in his hand and take a look at it. Shen Yuling's heart tightened, totally ignored the constraints of court etiquette. Forward and grabbed the sachet on the beauty bed into his palm. Then quickly turned behind. Her voice was trembling a little. "Your Majesty, I don't embroider well. Please don't look at it." Quan Minghe narrowed his eyes slightly. His look was fierce, and the implied sharpness in his gaze seemed to be able to penetrate her heart. Had he indulged her too much these days, allowing her to not only have no rules in front of him but also no sense of awe? "Give it to me." He stretched out his hand. Shen Yuling bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth and tried to straighten her back to look at him. The strong sense of oppression in Quan Minghe's eyes made her terrified. During these days in the palace, Quan Minghe treated her well. Even though she often treated him coldly and occasionally got willful and angry, Quan Minghe never cared. But Shen Yuling knew Quan Minghe's weak spot that could not be touched, Feng Maheng. If you give him the sachet. She was afraid that she would have a hard time. Shen Yuling bit her lower lip until it turned white, slightly, silently expressing his refusal. "Shen Jiyu, the Emperor's decree is as heavy as a mountain. Anyone who disobeys it will be exterminated, and anyone who disobeys it will be punished without pardon. Didn't Shen Yuan teach you this?" Quan Minghe's tone was as cold as frost. His words were like a thunderclap, giving Shen Yuling a wake-up call. Perhaps it was because of Quan Minghe's indulgence towards her in the past few days that she actually thought in a trance that she was special and that the distance between her and Quan Minghe was not that far away. But at this moment, reality is like a pouring cold water. It seems that she was not cruel enough to Quan Minghe. From now on, she will make him return the humiliation he suffered today. Shen Yuling didn't hesitate at all, and her knees softened. "Kneel in front of Quan Minghe." "Your Majesty, please forgive me." She stretched out her hand and tremblingly handed the sachet to Quan Minghe. The sachet in her trembling hands seemed to be tainted with a bit of uneasiness and fear. Quan Minghe took the sachet. "Lower your eyes and examine it." Embroidered on the sachet, but the appearance of the mandarin ducks is crooked and crude, and at first glance it looks like a duck. This kind of embroidery is the worst I have ever seen. Quan Minghe turned the sachet over and saw words embroidered on the other side. "One person, one heart, never leaving each other until old age." The words Hung Ling are clearly embroidered. Quan Minghe's face suddenly changed, and he tightly grasped the sachet with both hands. The force was so great that the shape of the sachet was changed. Shen Yuling lowered her head. She had intentionally embroidered the sachet today, and she had intentionally protected the sachet as well. She wanted Quan Minghe to be jealous. But Quan Minghe was clearly in a bad mood. Quan Minghe walked to the couch with a sullen face and sat down. He ordered coldly, "Burn it." Handed over the sachet in his hand. Li Ming quickly bent down and wanted to take it. But when Shen Yuling heard that she was going to burn the sachet, she immediately looked up. He snatched the sachet from Quan Minghe's hand. "Since today's play has been performed, let's finish it." After all, after meeting Feng Maheng, she still has to put on a good show for Quan Minghe, and that's the point. She bet that the current Quan Minghe would not kill her.
"No. Can't burn it."
Shen Yuling held the sachet in her arms. Quan Minghe became even more furious when he saw how she protected the sachet. He would punish her severely. But Quan Minghe's face remained gloomy. He lowered his eyes and looked at her calmly. "Then when I ask the prince to come to the palace, will you personally give the sachet to him?" Shen Yuling bit her lower lip lightly. Because of the threat, she had to hand over the sachet. Although the words embroidered on the sachet were by Feng Maheng, it was also embroidered to frantically test Quan Minghe's bottom line. Quan Minghe said that he would help her break her fantasy about Feng Maheng today. She had to lay the foundation for her feelings for Feng Maheng so that she could appear more sincere. It was also to allow Shen Yuling to lift Quan Minghe's mood from the lowest point to a peak state where he would be satisfied in every way. In that case, how can this sachet not be considered embroidered for Quan Minghe? Li Ming quickly stepped forward to take the sachet, then handed it to a palace maid and whispered to her to burn it. Quan Minghe saw Shen Yuling's distraught look. He stretched out his long arms and pulled Shen Yuling into his arms. He placed the back of his hand on her cheek, stroking it gently. He asked slowly, "Unhappy?" Shen Yuling didn't want to pay attention to him and turned her head away subconsciously. Quan Minghe frowned and clamped her jaw with his hands. "Turn her face over." Without waiting for Shen Yuling to react, he leaned down. He bit her lips hard. Shen Yuling only felt a sharp pain on her lips. A hint of bloody smell slowly spread from the two people's mouths.
Ugh.
"It hurts." Her whimpers were swallowed by Quan Minghe's lips, and she could only make vague moans. A moment, Quan Minghe let her go. The thin lips withdrew from her swollen and blood-stained lips. But suddenly, Shen Yuling was pushed away. She was caught off guard and fell to the ground. What stimulated Quan Minghe today? The shock in Shen Yuling's pupils was not concealed at all. "Shen Jiyu, I pity you for losing your memory, but that doesn't mean you have the power to resist me." Quan Minghe leaned over and lifted her chin. With a slight force, he forced her to look up so that their eyes met. His eyes were like a cold pond, bottomless and icy cold. "Do you know that when the emperor gets angry, blood will flow everywhere?" Quan Minghe's hand, which was pinching her chin, moved down, and her slender white neck was instantly held in his hand. Shen Yuling frowned. That suffocating feeling again. It was just an embroidered sachet. Even though she treated him coldly a few days ago, he didn't care. Why has it become so terrifying today? Originally, she just wanted to give her some stimulation before Quan Minghe took her to find Feng Maheng. Is it too stimulating? It seems that I must be more cautious and tread carefully when facing Quan Minghe in the future. Shen Yuling subconsciously held Quan Minghe's wrist with both hands, with fear and grievance in her eyes. He choked up and said, "Your Majesty, please forgive me." Quan Minghe did not tighten the strength in his hands, but the words that came out of his mouth seemed to carry the supreme pressure of imperial power. "I am the ruler of all people. Life and death are entirely up to me. No one dares to interfere. And you, in my eyes, are nothing but an ant." His tone was calm. Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Shen Yuling's heart hard. "Know who you are." Quan Minghe shook her off. Shen Yuling's head tilted to one side due to this force. The thick, curled eyelashes trembled slightly, concealing the condensed emotions in the eyes. As expected of the male protagonist in male movies, the emperor who unified the world, he is indeed a heartless and ungrateful person. She slowly clenched her hands that were supporting herself on the ground, her nails digging into her palms, but she seemed to feel no pain at all. She lowered her voice and said, "Your Majesty controls the world. Life and death are all in your hands. I am aware of my status. Thank you for your indulgence these days." Quan Minghe ordered Li Ming. "Li Ming, prepare the carriage to leave the palace." He lowered his head and stared at Shen Yuling again with deep and cold eyes. There were tears in her eyes. But Quan Minghe had no mercy at all. "Today I will take you to see how your beloved husband deeply loves another person." He also emphasized the word deep love at the end. Zuayin Tower. These days, Feng Maheng has been busy with official duties and has no time to return to the prince's mansion. However, time flies, and the full moon day comes again. Feng Maheng had no choice but to quietly take Xingyi out and place her in Zuayin Tower. At this moment, Quan Minghe and Shen Yuling were in the room next to Xingyi. There is only a wall between them, but it seems like two different worlds. Inside the room, Quan Minghe supported himself against the wall with his hands and pressed Shen Yuling tightly against the wall. Shen Yuling put her hands on his chest. Forced to look up. Enduring Quan Minghe's wild and passionate kiss. The two people's tongues intertwined, rubbing each other with sweet saliva. Shen Yuling felt her mind was in chaos,
and her thoughts seemed to be caught in a vortex. Someone opening the door next door. Then, a woman's voice came from afar. "Your Highness, you are here." Feng Maheng's voice was a little tired and hoarse. "Yeah." When Shen Yuling heard the familiar voice, it was as if a basin of cold water was poured over her head. "Wake up instantly." She opened her eyes suddenly. What caught my eye were Quan Minghe's indifferent, yet tinged with a hint of passion. She struggled hard, trying to break free from Quan Minghe's arms. Escape from this kiss that made her flustered. Her husband is right next door. How can she be so close to His Majesty? Shen Yuling struggled more and more violently. However, Quan Minghe seemed to be aroused by her resistance, which made him have a stronger desire to conquer her. Instead of letting go, he held her waist even tighter. Quan Minghe's thin lips left hers. He reached out and pinched her waist. "Turn her body around so that she lies on the wall." He raised his other hand high and held Shen Yuling's hands firmly above her head. "Hug her from behind." His thin lips pressed against the shell of her ear. The deep and hoarse voice was deliberately lowered. "Do you hate contact with me so much? Unfortunately, your nominal husband doesn't want to touch you at all." Quan Minghe pulled the clothes off her shoulders. Small and passionate kisses fell like raindrops on her exposed jade-like skin. I don't want you to kiss." Shen Yuling resisted, was afraid, and felt guilty.
Quan Minghe snapped.
"Listen carefully. What is your beloved husband doing next door?" He was taking off his clothes, he was kissing another woman, and he was about to do something more intimate with that woman. "Did he ever do that to you?" Sure enough, the sound of rustling clothes came from next door. After a moment, the woman's gentle moans and the man's heavy breathing could be clearly heard. Shen Yuling's pupils dilated instantly, and her face was full of disbelief. She shook her head and murmured, "No, it won't happen. My husband said that he knew what it was like to be in love only after he met me. He said he would only do such private things with women he liked. He said he only loved me." Her voice trembled, with a hint of self-comforting stubbornness. "No, the person next door is definitely not him." She turned around and pushed Quan Minghe away with force. He glared at her. "You lied to me. Did you find someone to pretend to be my husband? You are the emperor of the Qian dynasty. How could you resort to such dirty tricks?" Quan Minghe just stared at her quietly, without saying a word. Then he took her hand and walked out of the room. His steps were big and fast, and Shen Yuling was holding his hand and couldn't break free at all. I could only quicken my pace and follow him with a slightly staggering step. The two walked forward and finally arrived at a secret compartment known only to the owner of Zuianla. Quan Minghe walked forward and reached out to push open a small window. Then he held out his hand. He pinched Shen Yuling's neck and forced her head straight towards the small window. Shen Yuling looked through the small window. Pupils dilate dramatically. What came into view was the figures of a man and a woman entangled in the house. Quan Minghe put his cold, thin lips close to her ear. The voice was as cold as ice. "Did you see clearly? The man inside is your deeply beloved husband?" Shen Yuling seemed to have instantly turned into a puppet without a soul, with empty and dull eyes. Just stared blankly at the unbearable scene for a long time. It was not until she saw Feng Maheng turn his head slightly that the clear face made her feel as if something deep in her heart was completely broken. Finally gave up. All the strength in her body seemed to be drained away in an instant, and her limbs became limp. Shen Yuling looked away from the small window and looked behind me at Quan Minghe, who seemed to be waiting to laugh at me. Shen Yuling stretched out her hand and pushed him away with all her strength. He fled from here in despair. Quan Minghe frowned. Although he had long anticipated that Shen Yuling would be heartbroken if she witnessed Feng Maheng's behavior with her own eyes. Even in his heart, he secretly expected to see her sad, desperate, and helpless. This is her punishment for falling in love with Feng Maheng. But when you really witness this moment, he suddenly felt blocked for no apparent reason. Quan Minghe followed her out without thinking. Shen Yuling returned to the room she had just left and curled up in the corner, trembling.
Her eyes were empty and lifeless, like a pool of stagnant water, without any ripples. Unbearable pain spreading wildly within the chest. Tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks like pearls that had broken off the string, wetting her clothes. Quan Minghe walked up to her. The tone was low and gentle. "I said that Feng Maheng lied to you." Shen Yuling raised her head very slowly and looked up at him. My tearful eyes were filled with endless sorrow and despair. She raised the corners of her lips, revealing an extremely bitter smile. "Liar, all liars," she murmured to herself, and although her voice was not loud, it seemed that every word could pierce directly into people's hearts.
It turns out that he never liked me.
Quan Minghe looked at her in such a state of collapse and despair, as if she was a puppet who had lost her soul. I couldn't help but feel an indescribable pain and suffocation in my heart. Even the anger caused by her in the palace was dissipating involuntarily. But isn't this the scene he had already imagined in his mind? Wasn't this punishment for her betrayal? But why did he feel so uncomfortable following her mood swings? Quan Minghe maintained an expressionless look, and his voice did not rise or fall at all. "It was Feng Maheng who deceived you." He paused, then continued, "I have never lied to you." Upon hearing this, Shen Yuling sneered softly. The smile was full of irony and bitterness. "You were the one who married me to Feng Maheng, but you disregarded the secular etiquette and brought me into the palace from Feng Maheng. How can I trust you?" Her voice trembled slightly, with a hint of questioning. "What am I?" "It's just a chess piece that your majesty uses to contain my father." "Am I ridiculous to you?" Shen Yuling's tears poured out of her eyes more and more violently. I feel pity for him. Even though tears were flowing freely, there was still a faint smile at the corner of her lips. The delicate face was now pale and bloodless, revealing its extreme fragility and beauty. Quan Minghe lowered his eyelashes and clenched his fists. Why did he feel distressed when he saw her like this? In the Northwest, she was the eldest daughter of the Shen family who grew up being spoiled by her parents and had been bathed in endless love since childhood. It is a shining pearl, dazzling and eye-catching. When she first arrived in Qianjing and met him for the first time, her eyes were full of longing and expectation for her future husband. The light is bright and pure. After losing her memory, she once thought she had everything she expected.
But now,
Quan Minghe personally shattered all her unrealistic fantasies one by one. Now, the look of her being so sad and heartbroken because of Feng Maheng was clearly what he wanted to see before. The anger he felt for her dissipated, but a strong desire to kill surged up in him. If it wasn't Feng Maheng, how could she forget him? If Feng Maheng hadn't deceived her, how could she have fallen in love with him? How could I end up in such a sad and desperate situation now? It's all Feng Maheng's fault. Quan Minghe would never tell her that Feng Maheng was poisoned by a gu and would unconsciously have love with a woman with a female gu in her body on a full moon night. He wouldn't admit it either. The pain she was enduring at this moment was the result of her careful planning and deliberate actions. So he put all his anger on Feng Maheng. Darn it!
Quan Minghe lao squat down.
Half kneeling in front of Shen Yuling, he stretched out his fingers and wiped away the tears that kept falling down her cheeks. But the cold tears seemed like boiling water, burning him so much that it hurt.
Even my throat was dry, and I couldn't speak.
Quan Minghe stared at her, his eyes deep and complex. At this moment, Shen Yuling, who is desperate and helpless, is like a daughter that can only depend on him. That's what he wanted, isn't it? There is nothing that Quan Minghe cannot get if he wants it. He hardened his heart. Whisper, I have said that I will be your only husband in the future. He regards everyone as chess pieces, and all the people in the world are just chess pieces in his chess game of kingdom, being controlled by him and at his mercy. But she is currently his favorite one. It is the one that you cannot bear to put down because of its warm and delicate texture when you hold it in your hand. It is the piece that no one knows where to put in order to create the most exquisite and unparalleled chess game. Quan Minghe continued. Forget him. His expression became much gentler, and his touch on her cheek was extremely gentle. Shen Yuling's eyes turned red,
and crystal tears flowed out from her beautiful fox eyes like a string of beads that had broken off the string. Pink cheeks, leaving traces of tears. Pitiful look is fully revealed. I was confused and extremely sad. She pounced on Quan Minghe, and Quan Minghe seemed to have expected this. He opened his arms at the right time and took her into his arms. With a little effort, he picked the person up. Shen Yuling wrapped her arms around his neck and subconsciously wrapped her legs around his waist. She depended on him as if she really regarded him as her last straw in the world. However, he didn't know that maybe he had not found a safe haven, but had stepped from a wolf's den into a more dangerous tiger's den. At this time, the noise in the next room became more intense. The blushing sound continued to hit Shen Yuling's eardrums. She looked in pain and covered her ears with her hands. With a bit of helplessness and pleading, "I don't want to listen." Quan Minghe took her to the round table and placed her on it. Her legs naturally parted. Quan Minghe stared at her. The voice was low and hoarse. "I will help you." He held Shen Yuling's hands, slowly put them down, and pressed them on the table. "Lean forward and lean upward." He lowered his head slightly and captured her lips precisely. The tongue tip, he pried open her teeth and then went straight in. It swept freely in her mouth. Shen Yuling felt that all the strength in her body was drained away in an instant, and her body became limp and powerless. The only sound in my ears was a faint, ambiguous buzzing sound of swallowing. The hands she held behind her back to support her body gradually became unable to bear the weight of her body.
No.
Quan Minghe let her go. Under his thick eyelashes, a pair of deep black pupils were like the deep night sky, filled with aggression and burning desire that was so strong that it seemed to be about to burst out. Shen Yuling raised her head slightly. A pair of red fox eyes, naturally charming yet innocent and ignorant. Their eyes met, and they stared at each other. Their heartbeats seemed to be beating like drums, getting faster and faster. Quan Minghe's hot breath spread wantonly on her cheeks, making them even hotter. Shen Yuling took the initiative to hug his neck. Then she gently placed her forehead against his. "Your Majesty, can you please call me Cici?" Her voice was soft and light, yet revealed a sense of insecurity and hesitation, as she tried to find a place of security and support in Qianjing, where she was alone. Quan Minghe's throat rolled slightly. The voice was a little hoarse. "Nickname? This is the nickname my father gave me." Shen Yuling responded softly. "Then Yuling must have been named by your mother." Quan Minghe's tone was firm. "How does your Majesty know?" "The mountains and rivers are full of beauty, and the mist and rain bring spring nourishment. Your father can't think of it." A slight arc appeared at the corner of Quan Minghe's mouth. Her name should express the hope that she will grow up in love and care, be full of energy, smart and intelligent, and also express the expectation that she will one day develop her own outstanding qualities and extraordinary talents. Just like the spiritual energy nurtured by mountains and rivers, it is concentrated in her body alone. It is a generous gift from nature and a treasure to the Shen couple. But now, this rare treasure fell into his hands. Shen Yuling's pupils dilated slightly. Obviously, she was surprised and shocked that Quan Minghe knew the meaning of her name. "Then, Your Majesty, do you know the meaning of the nickname my father gave me?" "She is naturally beautiful, stunningly beautiful." Quan Minghe narrowed his eyes slightly, and there seemed to be a flickering fire in his eyes. His left hand caressed her delicate little face, the delicate touch sliding across his palm like silk. The thumb slowly moved down and finally pressed on her delicate lips. His eyes were fixed on her lips, which were slightly swollen but looked even more delicate and tempting. His thumb tried to open her lips, but was blocked by her subconsciously clenched teeth. Shen Yuling felt quite uncomfortable with his intimate yet aggressive behavior. Her body was trembling, but her curiosity still prompted her to ask, "Then, Your Majesty, do you think I am?" Moment she opened her mouth to speak, Quan Minghe's hand slid into her mouth. At the same time, his right hand pushed all the black hair that fell on her chest behind her. His fingers accidentally brushed across her shoulder, causing Shen Yuling to shudder slightly.
Yes.
His Adam's apple rolled, and he responded in a low voice.
to this ambiguous atmosphere, his right hand around her waist, pulling her body closer to him. Because of his movements, Shen Yuling's waist naturally presents a graceful and attractive curve like a weeping willow. Of course, my daughter is the most beautiful. His voice was low and gentle. It seemed to have bewitched Shen Yuling's heart. Shen Yuling originally had her hands around his neck. After a moment, the slender right hand slowly moved down. Her fingers hooked around his belt. As she moved, the belt loosened quietly, and Quan Minghe's black robe opened. The firm and hot chest inside. Shen Yuling's cold little hand slowly reached into his collar. Touch his hot chest. Quan Minghe's eyes instantly ignited with fiery flames, and his eyes were like a hungry wolf staring at its prey, as if he wanted to eat her alive. But Shen Yuling seemed unaware of the strong desire in his eyes. Whispering softly, "It's so cold. Your Majesty, hug me." The last bit of patience in Quan Minghe's heart completely broke. He held Shen Yuling in his arms. The clothes of the two people fell to the ground like fallen leaves. Quan Minghe's kiss spread from her neck all the way to her snow-white shoulders. Wherever he went, it seemed to ignite a fire along the way. Then he raised his hand, intertwined with hers, and placed a hot, wet kiss on her fingertips. The cold fingertips made Shen Yuling's delicate body tremble. She couldn't help but call out softly, "Your Majesty." Quan Minghe also seemed to be in a confused situation. He himself didn't understand why he couldn't help himself and couldn't control himself. But at this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, and that was to indulge himself. Follow the surging emotions in your heart. Soon, the house was filled with a charming atmosphere. The ambiguous atmosphere seems to be able to melt people completely. Inside the house, messy clothes were scattered all over the floor. The messy and ambiguous scene reveals the passion just now. Shen Yuling cried and moaned that the table was too hard. Quan Minghe carried her away and leaned against the head of the bed. The woman in his arms was limp, leaning against him, with only the slight rise and fall of her chest proving that she was still breathing. But suddenly, Quan Minghe suddenly felt a slight wetness on his shoulders. He straightened her in his arms. Shen Yuling's eyes were red and tears began to accumulate slowly in her eye sockets, as if they were about to burst. Quan Minghe frowned slightly. The voice was low and asked, "What's wrong?" "Your Majesty, I have brought shame to my family." Her voice was full of guilt, and she almost choked. "Although the Prince of Lingyang lied to me, I am still his princess after all. I really shouldn't have been with your Majesty tonight. Now, what is the difference between me and him? We are both people with poor morals and depravity." Quan Minghe's brows furrowed more and more. At the beginning, he was tricked and drugged, and Shen Yuling was forced to lose her virginity to him. He found her, she felt aggrieved but still faced it bravely. But tonight, due to his deliberate stimulation and even seduction, she lost her virginity on her own initiative. Now that she had regained her sanity, Quan Minghe could feel the pain and guilt in her heart. But even if it was just a trace of guilt, he didn't want her to still have any feelings for Feng Maheng. Quan Minghe secretly exerted force and hugged her tighter. He said, "I was the one who abducted you into the palace. If you say you are depraved, are you blaming me?" "I don't dare." Shen Yuling pursed her lips. "But your Majesty and I are in conflict with each other. You are his uncle. Even if Feng Maheng deceived me, it would be too absurd for us to do this behind his back. I will take responsibility for all the absurd things. You just need to be my concubine, Shen." Quan Minghe comforted her softly. This matter has nothing to do with her. As an emperor, he should protect his woman and would never let her suffer unwarranted accusations. The only thing I care about is whether you still miss Feng Maheng in your heart. Quan Minghe's eyes were burning, as if he wanted to see through her thoughts. "If it weren't for your Majesty, even if I knew Feng Maheng had lied to me, he would still be my husband. I would respect and love him and stay with him." According to her character setting, Shen Yuling plays the role of a woman who is persistent and stubborn in her feelings. When she regarded Feng Maheng as her husband, he was naturally the only one in her heart. "But your Majesty," Shen Yuling hesitated to speak. Quan Minghe seemed to know what she was thinking. Continued, "It was I who insisted on fighting for her, so Mimi can only belong to me." Shen Yuling's cheeks flushed. She avoided his gaze and lowered her head shyly, not daring to look him in the eye. She just whispered softly, "From today on, I will no longer consider Feng Maheng my husband." Quan Minghe raised the corners of his mouth. This is what he loves to hear. Shen Yuling seemed to have remembered something, with a searching look in her eyes.
Asked, then.
"Your Majesty, how do you plan to make me feel at ease as your concubine Shen? In a few days, the people I sent to the northwest should be able to complete the task and return. Then you will have a twin sister." Quan Minghe has already told Shen Yuan the whole story. Shen Yuan had been loyal to the emperor all his life. Knowing that his daughter already belonged to his majesty and that his majesty wanted to change his daughter's identity to protect the Shen family's reputation, he readily agreed. Therefore, Shen Yuling now has a twin sister who has been lost for many years. "I will send Feng Maheng to Haiyu City, and you will stay in Qianjing." Quan Minghe continued, "You will enter the palace as the second daughter of the Shen family. As for the princess in the prince's mansion, I will cover for you." He had told her a little about this before she lost her memory, but Shen Yuling didn't know his specific plan at the time. Now his plan is going smoothly. To hide anything from her anymore. Shen Yuling, who was leaning on Quan Minghe's chest, moved her eyes rapidly. Quan Minghe actually wanted to send Feng Maheng to such a remote place. This matter had never appeared in the original book or in the original owner's memory. It seems that because of her, Quan Minghe did a lot of things secretly. But he sent her anyway, but from what Quan Minghe said, it seemed that he had no intention of letting Feng Maheng know about the entanglement between her and him. This won't do. She and Quan Minghe have only known each other for 3 months. Shen Yuling didn't need to guess that for an emperor as determined as Quan Minghe, he certainly didn't love her at the moment. He is completely different from Feng Maheng. Feng Maheng's love for her comes from his own lack of love, and because she once risked her life to save him, his love for her is deep and intense, almost paranoid. If Shen Yuling didn't think too much or wasn't narcissistic, she might just be Quan Minghe's favorite person at the moment. But this kind of love is too fragile. Quan Minghe would not kill Feng Maheng just because of this shallow affection. But Feng Maheng was one of Shen Yuling's goals in coming to this world. Not only would his end be death, but also a death that would make him regret it. And she also wants to avenge the humiliation that Quan Minghe inflicted on her today. The best way is to make Quan Minghe want to kill Feng Maheng, and Feng Maheng also want to kill Quan Minghe. Shen Yuling remembered that Feng Maheng was the male protagonist of the romance novel. He was the father who was divorced by the eldest princess. His identity seemed to contain many secrets and was definitely not ordinary. However, in the female romance line, Feng Maheng's plotline was given very little attention, and Shen Yuling didn't know the details. But none of this matters. As long as Feng Maheng knew that Quan Minghe took her away, would he be able to accept it calmly? After she has dealt with Lu Jiaoyi in the palace, if she wants to leave the palace in the future, Feng Maheng might be a good chess piece. It's not like she has to have Quan Minghe's heart. If you are heartless, I will give up. Then, Shen Yuling seemed to be thinking about something. Whispered, "Your Majesty has planned so much for me." "Thank you very much, Your Majesty." Quan Minghe just said him lightly and did not refute. He had indeed devoted a lot of energy to her, and many of his plans were made just for her. To take a bath? Quan Minghe shrugged his shoulders slightly, and Shen Yuling's body also swayed slightly. She shook her head slightly and wrapped her arms around him, not letting go. No strength. Her voice was soft, with a hint of weakness and fatigue. Quan Minghe stared at her intently. What happened tonight was all part of her plan and calculation, and coupled with her extreme emotional ups and downs just now, the two of them were quite intense in their intimate matters. It was understandable that she said she had no strength at this moment. Seeing her relying on him, my heart softened. It's not impossible to serve her personally. Quan Minghe asked someone to prepare hot water. Holding her, he walked towards the bathroom behind the screen. Stepping into the bathtub, the warm water instantly enveloped the two of them. Quan Minghe touched her smooth back and rubbed it gently. Shen Yuling's mind was blank. She sat astride him, leaning on his shoulders, motionless. Quan Minghe felt her breath on his neck and thought she was still depressed because of Feng Maheng. He couldn't help but frown, and his voice was filled with a bit of majesty. Warned, I allow you to feel sad for Feng Maheng tonight, but this will not happen again. Do you understand? She knew he misunderstood, but she still responded obediently, I know.
Pause.
She seemed to remember something and looked somewhat dissatisfied. He muttered, Your Majesty has been looking forward to this day, waiting to see me make a fool of myself? Yes, stupid and foolish. Quan Minghe turned his head and glanced at her indifferently. His words were sharp and pierced her heart. Shen Yuling turned her face to the other side in anger, curled his lips. It seems that the play she directed herself is pretty good. The resistance when she lost her memory, the collapse and despair after knowing Feng Maheng's hypocrisy, and even her current dependence and obedience to Quan Minghe. Aren't these the scenes he's always dreaming of seeing? Even the lines were carefully thought out by her. No matter how heartless he was, there had to be some touch of emotion in it. She would play whatever role Quan Minghe wanted. Only, let's see whether he can withstand the backlash of this deception in the future. Just now, Quan Minghe scolded her sharply, but there was a hint of deliberately cold sarcasm in his words. Today in the palace, he was still so cold and ruthless, and looked like he wanted to kill her. I wonder if Quan Minghe felt a little bit distressed since she acted so hard just now. Quan Minghe's facial expression management is indeed very good. Even a micro-expression expert like Shen Yuling cannot fully understand his thoughts. He saw that she was silent for a long time. Asked, Are you angry? No, Your Majesty is right. I was deceived by Feng Maheng, and then I was deceived by Your Majesty again. If I'm not stupid, who is stupid? Shen Yuling's tone rose, as if she was mocking herself, but also as if she was secretly mocking her. What did I lie to you about? Quan Minghe frowned slightly. I don't know. Your Majesty is in charge of the country. How can a little girl like me guess? Her voice was soft, as if she was acting coquettishly, and Quan Minghe stopped talking. She just thought that she was deceived by Feng Maheng and was afraid of him, so she dared not trust anyone anymore. One hand was around her waist, and the other hand was casually placed on the edge of the bathtub. Shen Yuling lay obediently in his arms, but she sneered in her heart. There must be something wrong with Feng Maheng's body, otherwise it would be impossible for him to do such intimate things with another woman. The mastermind behind this is most likely Quan Minghe. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to torture Quan Minghe in the future. In her eyes for a moment, Shen Yuling followed Quan Minghe back to the palace last night, but she has to return to the prince's mansion this morning. Shen Yuling followed Quan Minghe and got up early. With the help of Li Ming and a group of palace maids, Quan Minghe changed into the black and gold dragon robe that demonstrated the majesty of the emperor. He wears a crown on his head and strings of beads hang in front of him, which makes him look more solemn and dignified. Shen Yuling also changed into a yellow and green waist-hugging skirt. The skirt sways, and the posture is graceful. Before Quan Minghe left, his eyes were burning. But his tone was full of warning. When I take you into the palace, you are not allowed to have any entanglement with Feng Maheng in the next few days. I know everything. A blush appeared on Shen Yuling's cheeks. He replied softly, I understand. Quan Minghe left, and Shen Yuling was escorted back to the prince's mansion by a female secret guard. It was still dark when Shen Yuling returned home. I felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep again. When she woke up again, she heard bursts of noise coming from outside the courtyard. I saw an old woman yelling at the top of her voice. Shidong, bring out the purple abalone stewed with yakuro, ginseng, and antlers. When Shidong woke up in the morning, she saw her master had returned to the room and was still sleeping and resting. Hearing Wang Po shouting, he had to hurry out. Mother Wang, this is Ninglan Courtyard, the residence of the princess of the county. How can you be so loud and noisy? Shitong frowned and was very dissatisfied with Wang Po. But Mrs. Wang held her head high and her chest puffed out, looking arrogant and proud.
Our Lu Ji is pregnant, and now she is the most precious person in the prince's mansion. Hurry up and bring out that bowl of purple abalone stewed with gikuro, ginseng, and antlers. Shitong was filled with resentment and gritted her teeth secretly. Her master was away these days, and every time she went to get breakfast, she would run into Mrs. Wang. And Wang Pa took advantage of the fact that Lu Ji was pregnant and often chose the best meals. Since the master was not at home a few days ago, Shidong did not care too much about it. But today, when the master returned, Shidong went to the kitchen in advance to bring back the dish of purple abalone stewed with gypsum, ginseng, and antlers. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stepped into the yard, Mrs. Wang came after her and robbed her. Although Lu Ji was pregnant, it was too arrogant for Wang Pa to come to Ninglan courtyard and make a scene. Mrs. Wang, the princess wants to eat this dish today. Please ask the kitchen to recook it and send it over. Shidong said while suppressing her anger. Every ingredient in this dish is extremely expensive, and it takes a lot of time and effort for the chef to prepare it. You think you can just remake it? Can the little prince in Lu Ji's belly wait? Mrs. Wang tilted her neck up with her nostrils pointed upwards, and her appearance was extremely annoying. Shitong was annoyed by Wang Po's unreasonable behavior and didn't want to bother with her anymore. So he said bluntly, "Our master wants to eat this dish, but we can't give it to him today." Mrs. Wang didn't expect Shitong to be so tough. A few days ago, Lu Ji just announced that she was pregnant. Didn't Shitong give up all the meals for her? Doesn't this mean that the princess is also afraid of the baby in Lu Ji's belly? Wang Pa became confident and rushed to Shitong and slapped her in the face.
Who are you?
Lu Ji is pregnant. She must eat what she wants. Shitong was caught off guard and fell backwards to the ground in an instant. She widened her eyes and looked at Mrs. Wang in disbelief. I have never been beaten in my life. Shen Yuling was awakened by the noise in the house. When she walked out of the room, she saw Wang Pa slapping Shitong. Her face suddenly turned cold. There was even a sudden pain in my heart. Shitong is a system. It has accompanied her for 16 years in this strange world. Shen Yuling ignored the fact that her skirt was still messy because she had just gotten up and ran quickly to Shitong to help her up. In the corridor beside him, Bai Hua frowned with a serious expression. They are all secretly His Majesty's people, following orders. Except for matters concerning concubine Shen, they can only act in accordance with the status of the prince's mansion in all other matters. This ensures that your identity is not exposed. Fortunately, concubine Shen returned today, otherwise, I really don't know how this old woman Wang would continue to bully us. Shidong hugged Shen Yuling's waist. She complained aggrievedly. Master, she bullied me, woo-woo. Shidong had been thinking about making sure her master had a good meal today, but she never thought that this old woman Wang would dare to come to Ninglan courtyard and act wildly and challenge her. Shen Yuling helped Shidong up. He stared at Mrs. Wang coldly, with chills icy to the bone. But Mrs. Wang still had a playful look on her face, showing no fear at all. He said confidently, Princess, it's your maid in the yard who doesn't know better. If she had brought out the meal that Lu Ji wanted earlier, why would it have come to this? Shen Yuling raised her eyebrows slightly, but said nothing. He turned around and pointed at a few people at random. Bai Hua was among them. Come here, all of you, hold her down. Upon hearing the order, the maids who were secretly His Majesty's people did not dare to slack off in the slightest, and immediately stepped forward quickly. They all practice martial arts on a daily basis, so they are naturally very strong. Mrs. Wang could react. She was suppressed in an instant. He was forced to kneel on the ground with his hands firmly tied behind his back. Mrs. Wang was both shocked and angry. He said loudly, Princess, I am from Sujin Courtyard. I am here on the orders of Lady Lu to get today's breakfast. What do you want? If anything happens to me today, and Lu Ji gets angry and hurts the baby in her belly, how will you explain to the prince? Shen Yuling turned a deaf ear to her shouting. Turn to look at Shidong. Slap her until you are satisfied. There was a gleam in Shidong's eyes, and she became more energetic. A crisp voice replied, Yes. She walked quickly forward. He raised his hand and slapped him.
The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the courtyard, and then he slapped him again with his backhand. Shidong didn't feel any pain. The slap she just received was just a shock. Now is the perfect time to take revenge. Lu Jingyi got up early today and waited for Wang Pa to bring breakfast. However, no matter how long we waited, there was no sign of him. I feel upset. What's wrong with Mrs. Wang today? Lu Jingyi sent Li Su to inquire, and she returned in a hurry after a short while. Master, the soup you wanted to eat today was taken away by Shitong from Ninglan Courtyard. Mrs. Wang went to Ninglan Courtyard and wanted to get it back for you, but she hasn't come back yet. Lu Jingyi's heart tightened. Could something have happened? She hurriedly got up and went to Ninglan Courtyard. Fortunately, her Sujin Courtyard was very close to Ninglan Courtyard, so she arrived there not far away. As soon as I arrived at the gate of Ninglan Courtyard, I heard the miserable wails of Mrs. Wang coming from inside the courtyard. Help! The princess has killed someone. Oh, you little witch, how dare you hit me so hard?
Ah!
Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Princess, I was wrong, please let me go. Mrs. Wang's voice gradually changed from the initial arrogant scolding to a humble plea for mercy. But Shidong's slaps in her hands never stopped for a moment. Lu Jingyi stepped into the courtyard. Seeing Wang Pa being bullied like this, he frowned. Shen Yuling raised her eyes and caught a glimpse of Lu Jingyi, but acted as if she didn't see her and ignored her at all. Lu Jingyi walked up to Shen Yuling. Sister, I am pregnant now. The doctor told me to take good care of myself, so I will not pay my respects to you. After saying that, her eyes swept over to Wang Pa, who was beaten horribly. His expression changed, and he pretended to look pitiful. This old lady Wang is a member of my courtyard. I don't know what she did wrong that you want to punish her so severely. She came to my yard and beat someone up. Shouldn't she be punished? Shen Yuling's tone was flat. Is there any misunderstanding? I saw her beat my personal maid in my yard with my own eyes. Tell me, how could there be any misunderstanding? Shen Yuling's tone became a little more serious. Lu Jingyi didn't expect that Mrs. Wang would be so bold and presumptuous. Directly in Shen Yuling's yard. However, although he was annoyed by Wang Po's recklessness, he could only force himself to remain calm at this moment. He said with a stiff upper lip, "This matter was done by Mrs. Wang, and I shall certainly apologize to you. But Mrs. Wang's face has been beaten to pieces, so I hope you will be magnanimous. Calm down and let her go." She bit her lower lip, and her eyes fell on Mrs. Wang again. This old lady Wang is really more of a hindrance than a help, and she has brought her so much trouble for no reason. When Mrs. Wang saw Lu Jingyi, it was as if she saw a ray of light in the darkness. He quickly shouted, "Master, please save me." Before he could finish his words, Shidong slapped him hard in the face again.
Ah!
Shen Yuling said nonchalantly, "I just promised my maid that I would beat her until she felt relieved." Lu Ji, you can't go back on your word. You. Lu Jingyi was angry when she saw Shen Yuling didn't give her face. She is just a maid. She has slapped Mrs. Wang so many times. What else does she want? Lu Jingyi no longer flirted with Shen Yuling. He gave a straightforward order. Stop them. If anything happens, I will take the blame. With Lu Jingyi hurried forward, ready to push away the maid, who was suppressing Wang Pa. But the maids were tall and strong. The maidservant brought by Lu Jingyi pushed hard but failed to move it at all. She stood aside, anxious but helpless. He could only stare at Shen Yuling, who was standing there leisurely. "Princess, are you really not afraid that I might get a miscarriage? If Imo Hung knew that you bullied me like this, he would definitely punish you severely." Lu Jingyi shouted loudly, trying to intimidate Shen Yuling. Shen Yuling turned a deaf ear and remained calm. Until Shidong had a great time. "Master, I am relieved." Shidong's clear voice rang out. Shen Yuling nodded slightly. A soft reply, "Let go." Mrs. Wang, who had been beaten beyond all recognition, collapsed to the ground in an instant like a puddle of mud. Shen Yuling looked at Lu Jingyi coldly. In a cold tone, "Take your dog back and stop letting it bite around." Lu Jingyi bit her back teeth hard.
Suddenly, Li Su quietly tugged at Liu Ginje's sleeve.
Lu Jingyi seemed to understand what he meant and quickly walked towards Shen Yuling. Taking advantage of Shen Yuling's unpreparedness, he suddenly grabbed her hand. "Princess, I know you hate me, but how can you treat the people in my yard like this? If you want to hit someone, hit me." Shen Yuling frowned. What is she going to do? Shen Yuling shook her hand off. Unexpectedly, Lu Jingyi fell directly to the ground. Just at this moment, Feng Maheng stepped into the gate of Ninglan courtyard. Just in time, I saw Lu Jingyi being pushed to the ground by Shen Yuling with a cold expression. His face changed. He hurried over with big strides. In front of Lu Jingyi. "Jingyi, what's wrong with you?" Lu Jingyi held her stomach tightly with both hands, her face full of pain. She cried and said, "Mo Hung, my stomach hurts so much, woo-woo." Shen Yuling, who was standing nearby, finally understood what was happening when she saw this. "You're giving her this kind of trick, right?" I rolled my eyes in my heart and sneered at this self-torture tactic. Feng Maheng looked up at Shen Yuling, who was still expressionless and indifferent, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. He had just returned home when he heard from the housekeeper that Jingyi was pregnant. So he happily went straight to Sujin Courtyard, but there was no one there, so he turned to Ninglan Courtyard. Whether before or after losing her memory, Yuling has always been kind-hearted and not the kind of person who would do such a harmful thing. He has not been at home these days. Could there be some trouble between the two of them again? But the situation was critical at the moment, and he had no time to think about it. Feng Maheng picked up Lu Jingyi and turned to leave. Before leaving, he did not forget to tell Li Su, "Go and get the doctor." Shen Yuling quietly looked at Feng Maheng's receding back, who was leaning on Feng Maheng's shoulder, had a smug look in her eyes and eyebrows. Even raised his eyebrows and looked at Shen Yuling provocatively. Shen Yuling snorted coldly and turned back to the house. He rolled his eyes. "Funny." Shen Yuling returned to the room, walked towards the beauty couch and lay down on it. "Well, what happened in the past few days?" His tone was lazy, as if he was not affected at all by what happened just now. Shitong's little face wrinkled into a ball, as if she was thinking of many grievances. "Master, you don't know how arrogant Su Jinyuan has been during the few days you have been in the palace." Shen Yuling frowned slightly. She remembered that Lu Jingyi had just asked her if she was not afraid that she would have a miscarriage. He was so arrogant in front of her, so one could imagine how much Shidong had to endure in order to avoid being exposed when she was not around. "Having a child gives me more confidence. But isn't it okay to just Feng Maheng? Could it be that Quan Minghe's medicine is so magical that it only has no effect on Feng Maheng?" Shen Yuling also couldn't understand why Feng Maheng made love with another woman in the restaurant that day. I guess it was Quan Minghe who temporarily reversed the effects of the drug? Or is Feng Maheng mentally ill? Shen Yuling was lost in thought, then she calmed down. Asked, "How many months has Lu Jingyi been pregnant?" "I heard that it's more than 3 months. Lu Jingyi must have noticed the pregnancy before and only announced it to everyone after the fetus stabilized." Shen Yuling nodded slightly. Fortunately, it has been more than 3 months, otherwise, she would really suspect that Lu Jingyi was cheating on Feng Maheng. Shitong continued to tell the story. "The prince has not been in the mansion these days, and she is pregnant again, so the people in charge of the mansion have to follow her in everything. So, how have you been suffering these days? Have you been bullied by them?" No, you were not at home these few days. Su Jinyuan just stole some of your food, and I didn't pay any attention to it. I went to get breakfast early today because you came back. I was afraid that it would be snatched away by Mrs. Wang." As Shitong spoke, she brought the purple abalone stewed with yulu, ginseng, and antlers to Shen Yuling. This dish has precious ingredients and is difficult to prepare. It is good for your health. It should still be warm. Master, please try it. Shidong's eyes were full of anticipation. Shen Yuling stretched out her left hand and took the soup. His right hand and gently stroked Shidong's beaten cheek. "Does it hurt?" Shidong giggled and didn't care. "Master, have you forgotten what I am?"
"I don't feel pain."
"Even if it doesn't hurt, I can't let anyone hit you." Shen Yuling frowned slightly, her tone firm. The reason why Shen Yuling let Shidong accompany her was because she was afraid of being alone and longed for someone to accompany her. Even at that time, she deliberately set Shidong to be lively and cute. She now doesn't know whether Shidong has developed human emotions, but her love for Shidong is real, and there is no doubt about it. I had a great time beating that old woman Wang today. It turns out this is what it feels like to have someone backing you up. Master, it's great to have you here. Shidong's eyebrows were curved, and her face was filled with joy. I feel so good when you are here. Shen Yuling lowered her head slightly, sipped her soup, and whispered softly, "Wait until the food in your mouth is swallowed." She then said, "Shidong, go apply the medicine. Your body's reaction is no different from that of an ordinary person. Applying the medicine can reduce swelling and redness."
Good.
Shidong responded obediently, turned around and walked out. In the room, she held the soup spoon in her hand and drank it slowly, spoonful by spoonful, but her eyes gradually became deep, like a deep pool. Before this, she was worried that she couldn't find a suitable reason to let Quan Minghe know that Quan Minghe had occupied her. Isn't this a godsend opportunity? Shen Yuling was savoring the soup in the bowl and had not yet finished it. Beside Quan Minghe hurried over. "Greetings to the princess." The servant bowed respectfully. "Get up." Shen Yuling looked calm and unperturbed. Princess, His Royal Highness returned home today and learned that Lu Ji was pregnant. He also understood the whole story of today's incident. That bowl of soup was for Lu Ji to nourish her pregnancy. His Royal Highness sent a servant to take it from you. The servant bowed his head and spoke respectfully. Shen Yuling lowered her head slightly and glanced indifferently at the half-remaining soup in her hand. Handed it over. "Hey, there's some left. Bring it to Lu Ji." The servant looked stunned when he saw this. The princess has already drunk a little, so does she still need to bring the bowl of soup over to her? But he didn't dare to say anything more, and he reached out to take it stiffly. After the servant left, Shen Yuling raised the corner of his mouth in a sneer. "As a princess of a county, my life is so miserable that I can't even have a bowl of soup." Lunch. The sun shines into the courtyard. Quan Minghe stepped into Ninglan courtyard again. When Shen Yuling saw him, her face instantly turned cold, and she ignored him. Quan Minghe frowned. "Yuling, do you know that Jingyi is pregnant?" he asked quietly, his voice tentative. Shen Yuling looked indifferent. He responded in a cold tone, "I know. 3 days ago, after Quan Minghe left the house, Lu Jingyi deliberately released the news of her pregnancy. Following 3 days, Ninglan Academy was bullied in many ways, both openly and covertly. She happened to be away from home these few days, so Shidong had to endure it silently to avoid unnecessary trouble. Jingyi had a miscarriage this morning. Since you know she's pregnant, you should be more understanding and give her some leeway." Quan Minghe sighed slightly. He knew the whole story, but he didn't expect Jingyi to suddenly become pregnant. Shen Yuling lost her memory. The two of them spent this period of time together like a loving couple. He also concealed his feelings for Jingyi. Therefore, he could understand why Shen Yuling was angry when she learned that Jingyi was pregnant. But Jingyi was pregnant, and he was busy with official duties every day. He really didn't want to see Shen Yuling bullying Jingyi by relying on her status as the princess of a county when he was away. Shen Yuling stood up suddenly and glared at Quan Minghe with her beautiful eyes. "My husband, are you here to call me to task?" Her voice trembled slightly, with a hint of grievance and anger. "My husband clearly told me that I only regarded Lu Ji as my savior, but this morning you didn't even ask me the reason for what happened, and you hurriedly left with her in your arms. Do you know how much pain I feel?" Shen Yuling picked up the handkerchief and gently wiped the tears that had not yet fallen from the corners of her eyes. She looks pitiful, yet a bit stubborn. Quan Minghe took a few steps forward and gently took Shen Yuling into his arms. "I'm not here to accuse you. I know Jingyi is a little jealous. She snatched your breakfast and made you feel wronged." His voice was low and gentle, sounding softly in Shen Yuling's ears. "But Jingyi is pregnant, and I need to take care of her emotions. Can Yuling understand me?" He didn't want to make Shen Yuling sad. He wanted Shen Yuling to know that he cared about her. "From now on, if Ninglanua needs anything, just send someone to my courtyard to find me. If I'm not here, go find the housekeeper.
Don't argue with Jingyi, okay?
Feng Maheng was also helpless. I don't know how to make her and Jingyi live in harmony. He likes Shen Yuling very much and cares about her very much. Her sincerity, bravery, determination, her brightness, enthusiasm, and freedom all deeply attracted him. What's more, Shen Yuling is deeply in love with him, which makes Feng Maheng obsessed and unable to extricate himself. Even with Lu Jingyi, he was reluctant to let go of Shen Yuling. He knew he was selfish, but as the Prince of Lingyang, he had only one wife and one concubine in his life. Is it too much? I understand you. So, why did my husband come here today? Shen Yuling raised her head slightly and looked at Feng Maheng. Jingyi said that you pushed her this morning. If you are not punished, she will be depressed and cry all the time. Feng Maheng said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuling pushed Feng Maheng's arms away and tried hard to hold back the tears welling up in her eyes. So, my husband believes it? No, I believe you are not such a person. When Shen Yuling heard his belief, she managed to stop crying. She raised her eyes and stared at him stubbornly. Why did my husband punish me? Feng Maheng held Shen Yuling's shoulders tightly with both hands. His eyes were fixed on her slightly fragile face, and his heart suddenly ached. Yuling, I don't really want to punish you. I'm just doing it for Jingyi to see, so that she can rest assured and take care of her baby, okay? Shen Yuling smiled bitterly. Okay, my husband is the head of the family, so I will gladly accept any punishment you want to give me. After saying this, the tear that he had been holding back finally slid down the corner of his eye. Just grounding. Feng Maheng's voice was filled with helplessness and heartache. Looking at her pitiful appearance, a trace of dissatisfaction towards Jingyi suddenly arose in my heart. Shen Yuling choked up slightly. Okay, I won't make things difficult for my husband. My husband, please go and accompany Lu Ji. She is pregnant now. If you are not by her side, she may start to have wild thoughts again. Feng Maheng was reluctant to leave, but he thought that if Jingyi waited for him for a long time and still didn't show up, she would definitely send someone to Ninglan Courtyard to ask him to leave. Yuling would probably feel even worse at that time. Feng Maheng had no choice but to look back every few steps and left Ninglan Courtyard. After Feng Maheng left, Shen Yuling's face instantly turned cold as ice, filled with chilliness. It's really ridiculous. Feng Maheng's so naive as to think that house arrest is just house arrest? He confined the princess to her quarters for Lu Jingyi. This behavior clearly showed that in his heart, Lu Jingyi's status was higher than that of the princess. It also shows that now in the prince's mansion, the pregnant Lu Jingyi is the top priority. Everyone needs to rely on him. Shen Yuling never had real power in the prince's mansion. The servants in the mansion are all opportunists who act according to the situation and do what they are told. In addition, Lu Jingyi was secretly manipulating and fanning the flames behind the scenes. It is conceivable that her Ninglan court will suffer some hardships in the future. But the corners of Shen Yuling's mouth curled up in an imperceptible arc. Just what she wants. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, the sky was filled with pink clouds. Feng Maheng stayed by Lu Jingyi's side the entire day until the evening, when he hurriedly left due to official business. Shitong looked at the meal sent from the kitchen, and her originally cute little face was now wrinkled, full of resentment. Master, Lu Jingyi is really going too far. She must have ordered the kitchen to only send some vegetarian food. Even this rice is probably yesterday's leftovers. It's not fresh at all. Shen Yuling glanced indifferently at the food on the table, raised his hand. Go away. I have no appetite. Shitong immediately shouted loudly, Come here, remove all these dishes. Our master is not hungry. This went on for 2 days. As the princess consort of the county prince, Shen Yuling never complained to the county prince about the grievances suffered by Ninglan Courtyard. The servants in the mansion became more reckless. Even rumors were spreading in the mansion. There were rumors about how doted on Lu Ji the prince was, and how the prince's wife had completely fallen out of favor and become an abandoned woman. What's more, some people even said that the princess of the county was a soft persimmon. No matter what Lu Ji asked for, The princess of the county did not dare to raise any objection and could only endure it silently. Bai Hua heard these rumors and also heard Shidong loudly saying for 2 consecutive days that the princess had not eaten. She was worried. If His Majesty summons concubine Shen next time and sees that she has lost weight and asks her about it, how should I explain it? She wanted to send a message back to the palace, but Shen Yuling unexpectedly stopped her. Bai Hua was a little surprised. Concubine Shen might not be as simple as she imagined. But entering the palace as a concubine, there is a future only if you follow a smart master. There was a gleam in Bai Hua's eyes. Shen Yuling felt that the time was about right, so she decided to go to the palace today and perform a self-torture trick on Quan Minghe. She called Bai Hua and asked him to deliver the message to the palace. Yaohua Palace. The night is as dark as ink, and the palace lanterns are swaying. The dim light and shadow flickered in the night wind, like tiny stars scattered in the palace with carved beams and painted buildings. The flowers, plants, and trees in the courtyard are hazy in the night, as if hiding countless unknown secrets. When Quan Minghe stepped into the palace, Shen Yuling was sitting alone on the couch, looking sad. Inside the room, the dim candlelight illuminated her lonely figure. She seemed to sense something and raised her eyes slightly, waiting to see clearly that the person coming was Quan Minghe. Shen Yuling stood up, gently lifted her skirt, and trotted towards him. She threw herself into Quan Minghe's arms, hugged his waist tightly, and buried her face deeply in his chest. In this situation, it seems that he is the only one who can give her a little comfort and support. Quan Minghe raised his eyebrows slightly. I was quite surprised by her proactive behavior. What's wrong? Shen Yuling just shook her head slightly and remained silent. But the hands around his waist unconsciously tightened and exerted more force. Quan Minghe noticed that something was wrong with her. Jokingly said, "Are you ready to hold me forever?" Shen Yuling loosened his hand, took a small step back, and knelt down to salute. "Your Majesty, I just lost my manners. Please forgive me." She lowered her head, her face hidden in the shadows, and her expression could not be seen clearly. Quan Minghe lifted her chin and looked at her face carefully. "I haven't seen you for 2 days. How come your face looks sharper?" Shen Yuling's eyes were red, and her nose twitched slightly.
Quan Minghe frowned.
"What's wrong? Are you wronged?" Quan Minghe looked at Lanning. Lanning knelt down quickly. "Your Majesty, I'm afraid the Queen has been wronged in the Prince's mansion." "Your Majesty, this has nothing to do with Lanning." "Lanning, please get up. My daughter is the daughter of the Shen family and the princess of the county. How can she be bullied in the county prince's mansion?" "Your Majesty, do you know that Lu Jingyi is pregnant?" Quan Minghe naturally knew it, and he even knew it earlier than Shen Yuling. But he never told her. He thought that once she recognized Feng Maheng's true identity, she would not be sad even if she knew that Lu Jingyi was pregnant. But at this moment, seeing her like this, Quan Minghe's face darkened. "She is pregnant and you're sad? Because of Feng Maheng?" Quan Minghe's voice was clearly displeased. "Feng Maheng lied to me. Why should I feel sad for him? Lu Jingyi framed me, saying that I pushed her and caused her miscarriage. So Feng Maheng punished me by grounding me." Shen Yuling raised her head and looked straight into Quan Minghe's eyes. There was a look of grievance in his eyes. "I never pushed her away, but Feng Maheng didn't believe me. After I lost my memory, he treated me like a fool. He neither liked me nor trusted me." After saying this, Shen Yuling lowered her head. His shoulders were shaking, with a hint of helplessness. Although Quan Minghe did not like the trivial and complicated struggles in the harem, he had heard and seen many things while in the palace. His harem was filled with open and covert struggles and intrigues that never stopped. He simply handed over all the trivial matters in the harem to Lu Jiaoyi to handle. Quan Minghe's hand was stroking Shen Yuling's back slowly, as if to soothe her anxiety. In his heart, he didn't care about Feng Maheng's attitude towards her. The more indifferent and heartless Feng Maheng was to her, the more satisfied Quan Minghe was. Only, she seemed to be strong and resolute, So how could she be bullied by a concubine in the prince's mansion? If I enter the palace in the future? I was confined in the prince's mansion and was treated harshly? He was unhappy to see her today. His face became pointed quite a few. It's nothing more than being deducted from daily expenses such as food, ice, and aromatherapy. Shen Yuling shrugged slightly, pretending to be nonchalant. I don't care. She looked at Quan Minghe steadily. I just want to know, does your majesty believe that I didn't push her? Is my trust important to you? Quan Minghe's eyes are deep and difficult to read. Whether you push her or not, I will only help you. Feng Maheng has been deeply in love with Lu Jingyi for many years, and now Lu Jingyi is pregnant again. Feng Maheng's choice between Shen Yuling and Lu Jingyi is clear. Sometimes a man's behavior is not about trust or not, but his choice shows the status of the person he values in his heart. Your Majesty will really help me? Shen Yuling asked. Help you deal with Lu Jingyi? Quan Minghe's eyes were deep and dark, and Shen Yuling couldn't figure out what he meant. No, Lu Jingyi is pregnant, and I have no deep hatred for her. It was Feng Maheng who deceived me. Maybe he also deceived Lu Jingyi. I hate him. Lu Jingyi is Lu Zhaoyi's younger sister. It would not be wise to rashly ask Quan Minghe to deal with Lu Jingyi at this moment. Moreover, for a male chauvinist like Quan Minghe, asking him to argue with a woman would probably anger him, and he would regard it as an insult. Quan Minghe raised his eyebrows. If it were to deal with Feng Maheng, I would be quite interested. He leaned over slightly, held up Shen Yuling's face with his right hand, and stroked her skin with his fingertips, which felt as delicate as mutton-fat jade. My Mimi wants to take revenge on Feng Maheng? Shen Yuling looked at him for a long time. But the look in Quan Minghe's eyes was deep and gloomy, and it was difficult to see the true meaning. But still lightly. He replied softly, Yeah. Quan Minghe took her hand, walked to the couch, and sat down leisurely. Shen Yuling stood obediently between his legs, and he held her little hand in his palm and played with it at will. Sometimes, she found it difficult to fully guess what Quan Minghe was thinking. Especially when he was so nonchalant, yet gentle and peaceful, he seemed to be shrouded by a veil, making him hazy and difficult to distinguish. But today's plan requires Quan Minghe's help. Shen Yuling's mind changed. Held in Quan Minghe's hand curled slightly and gently tickled his palm. A tingling sensation spread from his palm, and he subconsciously squeezed her hand. Tell me, let me hear how you want to take revenge on him. Feng Maheng lied to me, cheated me, and punished me. Shen Yuling's eyebrows were slightly frowned, and her eyes were full of resentment. Your Majesty, I hate him so much. Can you help me and let him personally send me to your side, just like you married me to him in the past? Let him personally cut off this evil relationship, okay? She paused slightly. He added, Since I want to be your Majesty's woman, even if I am Shen Yuling, I must let Prince Lingyang know that I am not his. Quan Minghe stared at her steadily, silent. Shen Yuling was confused. Could it be that Quan Minghe is unwilling to treat Feng Maheng like this because of his relationship with the eldest princess? But if Quan Minghe didn't do this, then if she wanted to take revenge on Feng Maheng and Lu Jingyi in the future, she would have to wait until she dealt with Lu Zhaoyi herself and found a way to leave the palace to find them. That would be difficult. But if Quan Minghe agreed and Feng Maheng was taken away from him, he would definitely come back to find her. Then she could even use Feng Maheng to provoke Quan Minghe again and let the two of them deal with each other. She was reaping the benefits behind the scenes. Thinking of this, Shen Yuling suddenly felt that she really had the potential to be a demon concubine. Shen Yuling made up her mind. She sat on Quan Minghe's lap and put her arms around his neck. If your Majesty doesn't want to, then forget it. If you act this way, the Prince of Lingyang will hate your Majesty to the core. I am reckless and ignorant. I don't know how to behave. Quan Minghe put his arm around her waist and pressed her delicate body against himself. I am just thinking about how to help you. Since Cece belongs to me, Feng Maheng should no longer have anything to do with you. Quan Minghe had long been dissatisfied with Feng Maheng, but considering that Feng Maheng was his nephew, he suppressed his dissatisfaction. He did not want to use the imperial power to oppress others, but to show off his power in front of him and display his trophies. But I didn't expect her to ask for anything. Satisfy his own selfish desires through her request. After all, Quan Minghe took advantage of her amnesia and deceived her feelings. Such behavior is really disgusting. Quan Minghe recalled the night when she cried bitterly, was heartbroken, and took the initiative to throw herself into his arms, and his heart ached. Mingming always liked to see her crying stubbornly. But after that day, he didn't want to see her cry again. Shen Yuling's eyes suddenly lit up. Quan Minghe actually agreed so easily. Thank you, Your Majesty. The joy could not be concealed in his voice. Your thanks are just words? A playful smile appeared on Quan Minghe's lips, and he stared at her intently. Shen Yuling's cheeks flushed slightly, and she jumped lightly off him. She straightened her clothes and said, Seriously, Your Majesty, it's too early now. Quan Minghe laughed softly. What did I say? I'm afraid that Mimi has some improper thoughts in her mind. He teased playfully. Then he picked up the teacup beside him and took a sip of the fragrant tea. He pretended to be nonchalant and said, I remember that before coming to Tianjing, Qianqian seemed to have many wishes. What plans do you have now? She had not yet entered the palace and did not know about the special treatment she received. Entering the palace and knowing all this, Quan Minghe was afraid that she would become delusional again and try to monopolize the emperor's favor. In the harem, once desires grow, everything will change completely and become unfamiliar to him. If she could still be as bright as the sun, sincere and frank, warm and sincere after entering the palace, become jealous or distorted because she favors other concubines, he will always pamper her and even be willing to protect her. Shen Yuling noticed that Quan Minghe seemed to be testing her. This is setting a trap for her. Quan Minghe really has no self-awareness. Of all her wishes, except for her appearance, which one else could he fulfill? Shen Yuling kept complaining in her heart. Her mind was working very fast. Your Majesty, rest assured. After I enter the palace, I will strictly abide by the palace taboos and will never compete with other concubines for favor. She paused slightly, her eyes moving. I only hope that Your Majesty will not forget me when you are busy with state affairs, and give me more precious and exquisite things to comfort me for missing Your Majesty day and night. I only wish that Your Majesty, while you are busy with all kinds of affairs, will be healthy and successful in your career, and that I, your concubine, will enjoy wealth and splendor in the palace, like the flowers blooming in spring, and be happy and worry-free every year. Shen Yuling finished speaking. She moved her little face closer to Quan Minghe, blinking those bright and lively fox eyes, and the thick and curled eyelashes trembled slightly, which was very charming. Of course, if Your Majesty's private treasury is full and you are generous with your reward, I will definitely take good care of my body and face, hoping to gain Your Majesty's mercy and care, and stay by your side forever to repay Your Majesty's great grace. She spoke very quickly, her mouth opening and closing like a string of cannonballs. The little face has rich and varied expressions, is quirky and endearing. Finally, she clasped her hands together, tilted her head, and stared at Quan Minghe with bright eyes. Shen Yuling's previous wish was to find her ideal lover, but now that she has entered the palace, Quan Minghe does not want her to seek for the illusory true love, so she only seeks money. People and money. Quan Minghe was stunned when he heard this. The word eloquent is a very concrete term. Why does it seem weird the more I listen? But if you think about it carefully, these wishes of hers seem to be in line with what she hopes in her heart. Only. She had originally married Quan Minghe, hoping to live in harmony with him, but now that she had entered the palace as a concubine, Quan Minghe hurriedly dismissed the idea in his mind. Her current wish is very good, exactly what she wants. Quan Minghe locked his eyes on Shen Yuling. After a long while, Fong slowly spoke. You are quite smart and perceptive. Unfortunately, Quan Minghe was completely unaware that his heart, which had always been calm, was beating more and more strongly because of Shen Yuling. Although the changes are silent, each throbbing is intensifying. Foam Maheng was in the majestic hall. The gold bricks under his feet were cold and hard, as if a chill went straight to his heart. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turned white, and trembled slightly from the effort. With his head lowered, his hair was scattered messily in front of his forehead, obscuring his eyes that were filled with shock and unwillingness. He really didn't expect that His Majesty would suddenly issue an order to send him to Haiyu City. Pirates are rampant in Haiyu City right now, and the people are suffering. I have named you the Prince of Lingyang, but you have not achieved any outstanding achievements so far. Haiyu City is also a time of hardship and training for you. Quan Minghe sat upright on the dragon throne, his voice majestic and unquestionable. Foam Maheng pursed his lips tightly, and the redness of his lips gradually faded. His Majesty in some way? Your Majesty's words are magnificent. In the court who are eager to go to Haiyu City to achieve success and realize their ambitions. Why was he chosen alone? And His Majesty didn't even say when he should come back. Haiyu City is located in a remote area, close to the edge of Qian Dynasty. The residence of the city lord may not even be as good as the humble room of ordinary people in Qianjing. Foam Maheng was reluctant, but he also knew the consequences of disobeying the order. I had to suppress the anger in my heart. Yes, I will obey your command. His voice was slightly hoarse. After Quan Minghe hit Foam Maheng, he was ready to say something that was even more unacceptable to him. One more thing. The princess is the only daughter of the Shen family. I marry her to you to contain Shen Yuan. She can't leave Qianjing. Quan Minghe's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Foam Maheng's heart hard. Foam Maheng's body trembled, and his face showed panic. Your Majesty, she is my first wife and should accompany me. I beg your Majesty to show mercy and allow this. His knees went weak and he fell to the ground, his forehead hitting the ground heavily with a dull sound. I heard that you have a deep affection for the concubine in your mansion. Recently, you have been treating Miss Shen harshly because the concubine is pregnant. You have even never slept with Miss Shen. Quan Minghe leaned forward slightly, staring directly at Foam Maheng with sharp eyes. Shen Yuan is a great general of our dynasty. If you are unable to properly protect his only daughter, I will do so. Quan Minghe's face was stern and without any ripples, and he calmly stated his arrangements. But every word and sentence was like a sharp blade, cutting Foam Maheng's heart. Your Majesty, what does this mean? Foam Maheng's face turned pale. There was panic in his voice. It was not what he thought. It was impossible. 3 months ago, I was suddenly assassinated. Fortunately, concubine Shen sacrificed herself to save me, and I was able to survive. After careful investigation, I found that concubine Shen is the long-lost second daughter of the Shen family, and she and Shen Yuling are twin sisters. Quan Minghe sat upright on the dragon throne with a stern expression as he slowly explained the whole story. Concubine Shen was seriously injured while saving me, and she was recuperating in Yahua Palace for many days. However, her injuries were too severe, and she unfortunately passed away yesterday. Quan Minghe paused slightly, as if he was suppressing some of the emotions in his heart. Since you have failed to treat the eldest daughter of the Shen family well, then let the eldest daughter of the Shen family enter the palace as Shen Jiyu, and the eldest daughter of the Shen family, your princess consort, will die suddenly in the prince's mansion after you leave Qianjing. Foam Maheng was struck by lightning. His forehead hit the cold ground heavily, again and again, making a dull and desperate sound. Your Majesty, Shen Yuling is my first wife. I have never treated her harshly. She is the only one in my heart. I beg your Majesty to revoke your order. There was blood on his forehead, but he didn't care. Quan Minghe said in a flat voice, I am informing you, not discussing with you. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Miss Shen came to Qianjing. As the princess of a county, you were unable to protect her, causing her to fall into danger repeatedly. Even in your house, I was bullied by your concubines. How can I explain this to Grand Protector Shen? Now, you have been ordered to go to Haiyu City. The environment there is bad, and life is hard. Miss Shen cannot go with you to suffer. Quan Minghe's words were like sharp blades, ruthlessly stabbing into Feng Maheng's heart. Feng Maheng's pupils shrank rapidly, and the ink color became darker and richer, like an endless night. He seemed to be deaf and turned a deaf ear to the words of His Majesty. He just kowtowed mechanically, and the blood on his forehead slid down his cheeks. It dripped onto the gold bricks, creating dazzling blood flowers. Yuling was his beloved and his first wife, and they had deep affection for each other. Even if Yuling is allowed to stay in Qianjing, she can never enter the palace and become your Majesty's woman. Once this happens, there will be no possibility between them, and all their past love and affection will come to nothing. His heart seemed to be torn apart by a pair of invisible hands. The little details of his time with Yuling kept emerging in his mind. Those sweet moments have now become the most painful torture. Your Majesty, aren't you afraid of being criticized by the public for taking my wife away? Feng Maheng looked at the emperor with resentment. Threatening me? You can try to see whether I will be condemned by the people first, or your prince's mansion will be confiscated and exterminated first. Feng Maheng bit his back teeth hard. Your Majesty, please forgive me. The reputation of the Shen family's young lady represents the reputation of the Shen family and the Yi family, and must not be tarnished. The prince should know what to say and what not to say. Feng Maheng's heart sank to the bottom. Your Majesty has definitely been planning this for a long time. The threatening words just now were just blurted out. If the whole world really knew that your Majesty had taken away his princess, the one who would be condemned by thousands of people would not be your Majesty, but Shen Yuling. If his mother princess Shiha knew that his Majesty had taken a fancy to his wife, she would probably be the first to present Yuling to his Majesty. Feng Maheng sneered inwardly. How pathetic he is. I beg your Majesty to revoke your order. Otherwise, I will kneel down forever. Feng Maheng's attitude was as firm as a rock. Even though his forehead was covered in blood and his body was shaking, he refused to waver in the slightest. Quan Minghe snorted softly from his nose, with a bit of disdain and impatience. I don't understand where Feng Maheng's deep affection comes from. He immediately ignored Feng Maheng, who was kneeling and begging, buried his head in the documents, and began to review the mountain of memorials. Time flows quietly and silently. Feng Maheng knelt on the ground with his legs already red, swollen, bruised, and numb. Quan Minghe raised his eyes and glanced at the hourglass, and saw that almost 2 hours had passed. Quan Minghe just wanted to vent his anger when Feng Maheng was forced to kneel today. When he thought of what Feng Maheng had done during the time when Shen Yuling lost her memory, he became furious. Today's kneeling punishment also relieved the depression in his heart. Tomorrow, I will send a carriage to the prince's mansion to take Miss Shen to the palace. For the next 3 months, you can just assume that Miss Shen is just staying at the prince's mansion temporarily. Quan Minghe put down the red pen in his hand and said expressionlessly. Feng Maheng raised his head suddenly. Your Majesty! Absolutely not! He shouted at the top of his lungs. The engagement between me and Yuling was arranged by your Majesty. Your Majesty has spoken your word. How can you act like this? Does the prince intend to disobey the order? Quan Minghe's eyes suddenly darkened, and his voice became more majestic. I will give you 2 choices. First, I will send a cup of poisoned wine to the prince's mansion tomorrow. If your concubine Lu Jingyi drinks this wine, Miss Shen can continue to be your princess. Only in this way can I believe your sincerity towards Miss Shen. Second, I will send a carriage to the prince's mansion tomorrow, and you will personally escort Miss Shen to the carriage. Feng Maheng's palms that were supporting the ground slowly curled up and finally clenched into fists. He roared in anger and grief. Why? Uncle, why do you force me like this? Since he was born, his mother had ignored him and had no love for him. In fact, because of his mother, he was constantly assassinated by various parties since he was a child. His uncle fought on the battlefield all his life and was cold and ruthless, with his heart filled with concerns for his country and his family. How could he know how important Lu Jingyi and Shen Yuling were in his heart? These 2 women were both willing to sacrifice their lives for him, so why did they force him to make a choice so cruelly?
It was clearly his uncle who personally sent Shen Yuling to him. When he thought that he had finally found pure and sincere love and devoted his love to her, his uncle took it all away with his own hands. He wanted to stay with Yuling forever, grow old together, and become a loving couple that the world envied. Jingyi is gentle and quiet, and now that they have a child, their family of 3 can live in harmony. Feng Maheng believes that he can properly balance the relationship between Jingyi and Yuling. But he has been busy with official duties recently and has no time to take care of it. I didn't know that Yuling was being bullied. Is it because of these things that his uncle wants to take Yuling away from him? Was it because the uncle couldn't bear to see Yuling living in hardship, or had he long coveted Yuling's beauty? Feng Maheng lowered his head, his eyes filled with crazy and burning hatred. But at this moment, he had no power to resist. Seeing that he had been silent for a long time, Quan Minghe did not say anything more, but just waited quietly. Because the final result was already expected. Feng Maheng walked out of the majestic and solemn Weiyang Palace. His legs were weak and trembling from kneeling on the ground for a long time. Every step he took seemed to use up all his strength, and he almost fell down. The eunuch beside him hurried forward to support him, and he was able to walk with difficulty. He slowly raised his head and looked at the blood-red sunset in the sky, feeling sad. I don't know how to explain this to Yuling when I return home. He closed his eyes in pain, his mind replaying the decision he made in the palace. He chose Jingyi. Feng Maheng's originally deep eyes were now bloodshot. There was a faint mist in it. He had never imagined that losing someone could be so heartbreaking, as if the soul was being torn apart. Now he secretly hoped that the journey back to the prince's mansion would be longer, so that he could delay the moment he had to face. But no matter how slow his steps were, he finally stepped into the familiar yet unfamiliar gate of the prince's mansion. The housekeeper was horrified when he saw the wound on the prince's forehead that had not yet healed and his miserable limping appearance. Hurrying forward, "Oh, Your Highness, what happened to you?" The butler's face was full of worry. As he spoke, he carefully supported Feng Maheng and led him all the way to the lobby. Feng Maheng sat in the upper seat, his face as gloomy as ink. "How has the princess been doing in the mansion these days?" His voice was cold as ice and frightening. The butler was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Did the princess of the county complain to His Royal Highness the Prince of the County? But His Highness has been busy with government affairs these days, and the princess has been under house arrest, so she has never been to Ninglan Courtyard. How does Your Highness know the princess's condition? Your Highness, the princess of the county has been confined by you. I am usually busy managing the affairs of the mansion, and I am not very clear about the princess of the county's situation. How about I send someone to ask? The butler tentatively asked timidly. Feng Maheng was so angry that he had no place to vent. When he heard the butler's words of shirking responsibility, his eyes widened in anger. He kicked it hard. She is the princess of a county. You have no idea how she is doing in the mansion. What's the point of keeping you here? The butler was horrified and fell to his knees. Your Highness, calm down. Your Highness, calm down. I would never dare to treat the princess harshly. It's just. Just what? Feng Maheng asked with gritted teeth. Lu Ji is pregnant now, and the people in charge of the mansion are all flattering her. If Lu Ji has any instructions, they dare not disobey them. Feng Maheng's pupils shrank slightly, and his eyes became obscure and unclear. Jingyi, what exactly do you want to do? Is it really me who lost the pure and kind you that once were? I never openly show my favor to Shen Yuling in the mansion, and I confined Shen Yuling to house arrest for you. What else are you dissatisfied with? Now, for you and for the baby in your belly, I will personally send Shen Yuling to your majesty. Feng Maheng was so angry that he was exhausted both physically and mentally after kneeling in the palace for 2 hours, and his emotions were fluctuating. He felt dizzy, his vision went dark, and he suddenly fell forward. The butler had been standing by trembling with fear, and seeing this, he quickly reached out to support the prince. Voice, Your Highness, what's wrong with you? Then he turned around and shouted to the outside, Someone call the doctor. In an instant, there was chaos in the prince's mansion.
At this time, Shen Yuling, who was confined to Ninglan courtyard, was at ease. She was wearing an elegant silk dress, sitting quietly at the table, holding the mysterious mirror of chess in her hand, turning the pages with her slender fingers. Sometimes she frowned in thought, sometimes her lips curled up, and then she cast her eyes on the chessboard. Black and white chess pieces fell alternately in her hands, and she was immersed in the wonderful world of chess. Shen Yuling knew that tomorrow was the day Quan Minghe would send someone to pick her up and bring her into the palace. So tonight she was waiting for Feng Maheng to come and say goodbye to her. She had even thought about how to act and what lines to say. But unexpectedly, I never waited for Feng Maheng. The second day. At dawn, soft light shines into the house through the window lattices. Feng Maheng slowly woke up, his head already carefully bandaged. The knees, which emitted a faint medicinal fragrance. He stared at the bed curtain with dull eyes, and his thoughts were instantly brought back to reality, thinking of His Majesty's cruel decree and the upcoming carriage. At this moment, there was only 1 hour left before His Majesty sent a carriage to pick up Yuling. No matter how much he resisted in his heart, Feng Maheng had to face it. He clenched his hands into fists and punched the bedside shelf hard. There was a dull thud, and wood chips flew everywhere, but he seemed to feel no pain at all. He slowly stood up and walked towards Ninglan courtyard with heavy steps. Along the way, the scenery of the mansion remained the same, but there seemed to be a gray veil covering his eyes. I stepped into Ninglan courtyard. Shen Yuling was having breakfast quietly. Feng Maheng waved his hand, signaling all the servants to leave, walked into the house and closed the door. Shen Yuling raised her eyes, and a hint of surprise flashed across her face when she caught a glimpse of Feng Maheng. "I am still under house arrest. Why did my husband come here?" Her voice was calm and even. Feng Maheng walked closer silently. His eyes fell on the bowl of porridge on her table, and his heart became more bitter. Thinking of what His Majesty had said about her difficult situation in the prince's mansion, her face became increasingly gloomy and ugly. "This is all the food the kitchen gives you?" Shen Yuling glanced at the bowl of porridge indifferently. "Isn't this arranged by my husband?" Her tone was indifferent, as if she didn't care about all this. Feng Maheng pursed his thin lips and was speechless for a moment. He slowly sat down beside Shen Yuling and suddenly held her tightly in his arms. "Yuling, I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be like this. I just put you under house arrest, but I never thought your subordinates would be so bold. Is it the subordinates who are acting recklessly, or is it Lu Ji who is interfering? My husband really doesn't know?" Shen Yuling's face still had that indifferent and distant look.
I'm sorry.
Feng Maheng's eyes were red, and his voice was trembling and choked, almost incoherent. When Shen Yuling saw him like this, her brows furrowed. "What's wrong with you?" she asked quietly, gently pushing him away. Feng Maheng forced himself to calm down. "I have been sent by His Majesty to Haiyu City to take up a post. I will leave Tianjing in 2 days." He took a deep breath. She continued with difficulty. "His Majesty said that you are the daughter of Grand Protector Shen and cannot leave the capital. He also mentioned that the prince's mansion treated you harshly and that I have never slept with you. So..." He paused, not daring to look Shen Yuling in the eye. Shen Yuling felt a strong sense of uneasiness in her heart. "So what?" She raised her voice. "So His Majesty ordered you to enter the palace as concubine Shen." Feng Maheng's voice was as low as a mosquito, but it sounded like thunder in Shen Yuling's ears. Shen Yuling was stunned for a moment, as if struck by lightning. His hands unconsciously. The bowl of porridge on the table fell to the ground with a bang, and the porridge splashed everywhere. She stood up suddenly, and the round stool made a harsh sound as it rubbed against the ground. "What did you say? Say it again?" Her face was pale, and her eyes were full of shock and fear. Feng Maheng lowered his head, not daring to look her in the eye. "Your Majesty will send someone to pick you up later. From today on, you will be His Majesty's concubine Shen." Shen Yuling's legs went limp, and she collapsed to the ground powerlessly. His eyes were empty, as if he had lost his soul. She tried to force herself to accept this cruel reality, but deep down she was desperately resisting. How could she accept it? How can she serve 2 husbands? Shen Yuling placed her hands on Feng Maheng's legs in panic, her eyes full of pleading. "My husband, please don't send me to His Majesty." Her voice was tearful and almost broken. "I beg you, how can I serve 2 husbands?" At this moment, she had completely lost her composure and felt that the string of reason in her heart had completely broken. The beliefs I had held since childhood were ruthlessly shattered at this moment. Feng Maheng helped Shen Yuling up and let her sit back on the stool. His eyes were also full of pain and helplessness. A hoarse voice. "I'm sorry, Yuling. I love you. I really love you, but Your Majesty threatened me with Jingyi and the child. I really have no other choice." Shen Yuling looked at him with empty and dull eyes. "So, there is no room for maneuver?" Her voice was as light as a thread. Feng Maheng suddenly hugged her into his arms holding her like iron clamps, as if this was the only way to keep her. "Yuling, will you wait for me? I will come back to find you. Even if you become His Majesty's woman in the future, I don't care. I will definitely take you back. Just wait for me, okay?" His eyes were bloodshot, traces of pain and struggle. My heart felt like it was being stabbed by thousands of needles. The pain was so severe that I almost suffocated. His hatred for His Majesty surged in his heart, and he even felt resentment towards his own mother. I wish I could completely destroy all the obstacles in this world. Why were the things we desired as children ruthlessly destroyed by our mother? Why, after growing up, was the beloved woman forcibly taken away by his uncle? Shen Yuling pushed him away with all her strength, her eyes full of determination and anger. "Feng Maheng, I, Shen Yuling, have always dared to love and hate. I can accept that you don't love me, and I can also accept that you abandon me and turn to Lu Jingyi's arms. But I just can't stand the fact that you feel comfortable wasting my sincerity, yet you pretend to be affectionate and inseparable from me." Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. "You have been lying to me ever since you lost your memory. You don't love me at all, and Lu Jingyi is definitely not just your savior. You two are a perfect match made in heaven. I accidentally got into this situation and became a superfluous person. No, Yuling, I love you." Feng Maheng knew that no matter what he said now, it would be futile, but he didn't know how to express it. The 2 choices His Majesty gave yesterday were actually no choices at all. If Lu Jingyi is chosen, Lu Jingyi and the child can still survive. If he chooses Shen Yuling, he will lose both of them. Because His Majesty has already made it clear that Shen Yuling is a chess piece used by His Majesty to contain Shen Yuan, and she can only stay in Qianjing. Feng Maheng was forced into a desperate situation and had no other way out. This is the method used by the emperor of the Qian dynasty, cruel and decisive, which makes people feel chilled. The hour has come. The sun is high in the sky, casting a blinding light. Shen Yuling stood straight and moved with light lotus steps. He took Shidong and went straight to the gate of the prince's mansion. She walked with firm steps, as if carrying endless determination, her clothes fluttering in the wind, as if she wanted to cut off all the ties of the prince's mansion. Feng Maheng followed her silently, his eyes locked on her back. He seemed to see a heartbreaking determination through this back. His face was red, his eyes were gloomy and dark. The persistence deep in his eyes was almost crazy, and there was a morbid gloom. "Yuling, please wait for me. I will come back to find you." Shen Yuling walked to the gate and suddenly turned around. Feng Maheng was caught off guard. He quickly retracted his frightening look, fearing that his unusual appearance would scare her. Feng Maheng walked in front of Shen Yuling, opened his lips slightly, but couldn't utter a word for a long time. He had thousands of words in his heart, but at this moment, they were stuck in his throat. Shen Yuling raised her head slightly and looked straight into his eyes. "Feng Maheng, everything that happened to me in Qianjing was just a dream. Should I thank you for the beautiful dream you gave me?"
"No, Yuling.
"If it weren't for Your Majesty, I would have lived with you till old age. We could have been a loving couple. This is not a dream. It is my promise to you." Shen Yuling snorted and tilted her head to one side. Obviously not. Suddenly flashed across Feng Maheng's eyes. He leaned close to her ear and said something extremely treasonous. Yuling, I will definitely take you back from His Majesty.
You will always be my wife.
I know you won't believe anything I say now, but this is from my heart. Shen Yuling turned her head expressionlessly, her voice soft but cold. Feng Maheng, your true heart has never been towards me. Your true heart is with Lu Jingyi. She paused, and her voice seemed a little ethereal. In the 3 months since I married into the prince's mansion, I have been sincere, brave, and hopeful. From now on, I will not be the one who has regrets. Feng Maheng, from now on we will be strangers and never see each other again. Feng Maheng pursed his thin lips, and the hostility between his eyebrows became more and more intense. Full of self-blame and regret. She blamed herself for not letting her feel his love and affection for her. He hated himself for being so incompetent that he couldn't even protect his wife. He couldn't even utter a word to persuade her to stay. She will not have any regrets. If she cannot get her back, she will be the only one suffering in regret and longing for the rest of her life. Shen Yuling turned around resolutely and stepped onto the footrest of the carriage. She got into the carriage, and with a shout from the driver, the carriage started slowly and drove away in a cloud of dust. From today on, she is Emperor Qinyuan's concubine Shen, and there is no more Princess Lingyang in the world. Feng Maheng stood alone in front of the gate of the prince's mansion like a sculpture. His eyes followed the carriage that was gradually moving away. It was as if he wanted to use his eyes to engrave the image of the carriage deeply in his heart. Until the carriage completely disappeared at the end of the street, lost in the noisy world. He remained motionless, as if his soul had been taken away, leaving only an empty shell. In the past, he was busy with official duties and always felt that time was tight, and he had no time to take care of other things. Now, I am about to leave Qianjing, free from the constraints of official duties, but the person I long for to accompany me is about to leave. The pain spread throughout my body. Feng Maheng moved his feet in a daze and unknowingly arrived at Zuayin Tower. This used to be a place for him to relax occasionally, but now it has become his safe haven to escape reality. He sat in a familiar corner, drinking one glass of wine after another. The wine tasted spicy and pungent when it went down his throat, but it couldn't extinguish the pain and regret in his heart. He tried to numb himself with alcohol and forget the cruel reality, until the night was as dark as ink, slowly dyeing the entire sky. The lights in Zuayin Tower are dim. The shopkeeper of Zuayin Tower saw that he was drunk and recognized him as the Prince of Lingyang, so he did not dare to neglect him in the slightest. He quickly sent someone to send him back to the prince's mansion. Feng Maheng returned to his room, and Qingyi was already waiting there. Seeing him return, she hurried forward to take care of him. Qingyi looked at him with complicated eyes. In about half a month, the poisonous insect in Feng Maheng's body will disappear. At that time, I might become the object of his anger. However, she was not panicked because she found an amulet. Qingyi's hand stroked her slightly bulging belly. I silently said to myself, "Child, it's a good thing you came in time. Unfortunately, you are not your father's eldest son." Feng Maheng drank the sobering tea with Qingyi's help. The bitter tea slid down his throat, gradually clearing his confused mind. But even so, he was still muttering Shen Yuling's name. "Yuling, I'm sorry. Yuling, I will definitely come back to find you. Yuling." His voice was full of affection and guilt. If Shen Yuling knew what he looked like. I can only smile sarcastically. When a man loses you, that is when he loves you the most. Unfortunately, the belated love is cheaper than grass. A sneer of contempt appeared on Qingyi's lips. Feng Maheng, His Majesty has promised me that the child in my unborn child will inherit your title of prince. You will never be able to compete with His Majesty in this life. I will be by your side, watching over you at all times for your Majesty. If you knew that His Majesty and concubine Shen had been having an affair and had been communicating secretly, would you find yourself ridiculous at that moment? At first, in order to protect herself, Qingyi wanted to show her loyalty to Feng Maheng and surrender to him. But she knew in her heart that Feng Maheng might not trust her easily. The princess consort once risked her life for him. How could he easily believe that she and his majesty had been having an affair? Just when Qingyi was full of worries and didn't know what to do, his majesty pointed out a way out for her. She was pregnant, and the child in her belly would be the prince's son. Only, there are still conditions. She needs to get rid of Lu Jingyi. Who made Lu Jingyi bully the princess of the county like that in the prince's mansion? Qingyi had never expected that concubine Shen held such an important position in his majesty's heart. Lu Jingyi is the younger sister of Lu Jiaoyi. Lu Jiaoyi has served his majesty for 6 years and gave birth to 2 princes for his majesty, but she is still not as good as concubine Shen. Even the prince, who had vowed to be only in love with Lu Jingyi, fell in love with concubine Shen in just over 3 months. Men's love is so unpredictable and laughable. Fortunately, all she wanted was wealth and glory. Amid the complicated palace struggles and emotional entanglements, she only wanted to protect herself and her unborn child and enjoy all the honor. Her hand slowly touched her belly, which was not yet pregnant. His eyes were full of longing and calculation for the future. And at the other end of Yusujin courtyard, Lu Jingyi heard that Feng Maheng was drunk and unconscious in Zuayin Tower. Although she was more than 3 months pregnant, she still came to Feng Maheng's house. When she raised her eyes, she saw a maid with a cold face and graceful figure taking good care of Feng Maheng. The clothes the maid wore seemed slightly different from those of ordinary maids, and both the texture and style were exquisite. Lu Jingyi glanced over inadvertently and saw the maid's hand gently on her abdomen. This familiar action made her heart sink. But in a moment, she felt secretly relieved. It's impossible. Mo Hung had never even been close to Shen Yuling, so how could he have an affair with a maid like this? What's more, because of his father's affairs, Mo Hung has always avoided the maids in the mansion and would never cross the line. Lu Jingyi walked into the house as usual. Qingyi was startled, but she calmly put down her hand and bowed down. She bowed and said, "Lu Ji, His Royal Highness the Prince is drunk, and I am taking care of him." Lu Jingyi nodded slightly. "Well, I'll take care of him. You can leave now." Qingyi lowered her eyebrows and responded softly, "Yes." Then he left the room. Lu Jingyi walked to the table, picked up the teapot, and poured out a cup of fragrant tea. She turned back to the couch, helped Feng Maheng up, put the teacup close to his lips, and fed him the water. Feng Maheng opened his eyes dazedly. The cold tea slid down his throat into his stomach, making his confused mind a little clearer. Lu Jingyi looked worried. "Mo Hung, why did you drink so much wine?" Feng Maheng suddenly burst into laughter, revealing a bit of sadness and madness.
Ha ha.
"Ha ha. This may be the last drink I have in Tianjing, so I must drink to my heart's content." Lu Jingyi was startled and looked terrified. "Mo Hung, what does this mean?" "Your Majesty has sent me to Haiyu City to take up a post. I will be leaving in 2 days." Lu Jingyi knew about Haiyu City. That was the most remote coastal area of the Qian dynasty. The coastal areas of the Qian dynasty were completely different from the modern coastal areas. It was a desolate slum where pirates and bandits were rampant and chaos abounded. Even if rich people go there, they cannot enjoy a good life. She stood there in a daze, her pupils dilated, and for a moment she didn't know how to react. "Mo Hung, you are the eldest princess' only child. Why did His Majesty send you to such a faraway place?" Feng Maheng's deep and gloomy gaze locked onto Lu Jingyi, as if he wanted to see through her soul and carefully examine her every reaction. "Why, you won't go with me?" "No, of course not, but I'm pregnant now. How can our child endure such pain?" Lu Jingyi hurriedly explained. Feng Maheng seemed to be much more sober at this moment, and his gaze slowly moved to Lu Jingyi's abdomen. My child can endure any hardship." His voice was cold and emotionless. Lu Jingyi forced a smile, but her heart was in a tangled mess. Original book, Feng Maheng had never been to Haiyu City. Why did such a huge change happen in his life? She was in a state of confusion. She suddenly remembered something. He asked, "Mo Hung, what about? The princess?" Foam Ma Hung was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he stretched out his hands and held Lu Jingyi's shoulders. Seemed to be an imperceptible stubbornness in his eyes. "Your Majesty asked me to choose between you and Shen Yuling. I chose you. Are you happy?" Lu Jingyi was slightly startled by his sudden action. I nodded subconsciously. She understood what Foam Ma Hung said. She hugged Foam Ma Hung in surprise. "Mo Hung, I know you love me the most." She was confused about the deviation in the plot. The hero chose her over the heroine at this moment. This means she succeeded. Even if we have to go to Haiyu City, there is nothing to be afraid of. Foam Ma Hung is the male protagonist and the only son of the eldest princess. He will definitely have the opportunity to return to Qianjing. She must accompany him through this difficult time and wait for Foam Ma Hung to bring her and the child back to Qianjing so that her child can inherit the title of Prince of Lingyang. Foam Ma Hung's eyes gradually calmed down and his hand stroked Lu Jingyi's back. But my heart feels inexplicably empty. Jingyi was clearly willing to accompany him, so why did he still feel like something was missing in his heart? Why does he always feel that Jingyi doesn't really love him? Why is it that Jingyi, now by his side, can't bring him the same feeling that Shen Yuling once gave him? Foam Ma Hung felt as if the blood in his body had frozen into ice, and he felt chilled to the bone. The night was as dark as ink, slowly covering the entire palace city. Quan Minghe's royal carriage traveled along the long and silent palace road. The black and gold ceremonial procession exuded a majestic aura in the dim night and was now slowly moving towards the direction of Changle Palace.
Suddenly,
a melodious sound of a pipa came from the air. The sound of the strings is clear and gentle, just like the moon shining on a quiet forest. Where does the sound of the lute come from? Quan Minghe raised his eyebrows slightly. "Your Majesty, this afternoon, concubine Shen summoned several musicians from the music bureau to the Yaohua Palace. Perhaps the music came from the Yaohua Palace." Li Ming responded respectfully. Quan Minghe pursed his lips slightly and said nothing more. The imperial carriage still followed the original direction, heading towards Changle Palace. But the sound of the pipa seemed to have magic, very different from ordinary court music. It must have come from a foreign land, and it exuded a mysterious charm. The rhythm gradually quickened, and the clanging sounds were the sound of golden swords clashing and iron horses neighing. Soon, the music suddenly turned soft, like stars falling into soft waves, rippling gently, gentle and affectionate. Quan Minghe subconsciously turned the ring on his finger. The dark eyes seemed dim under the swaying light of the palace lanterns. "Go to Yaohua Palace," he suddenly spoke. Li Ming, who was outside the imperial carriage, was slightly startled, but he quickly came to his senses. Just as he was about to shout out the order, Quan Minghe interrupted him. No need to make a fuss. He was merely attracted by the exotic music coming from the Hua Palace, and out of curiosity, he wanted to find out what it was. Inside the main hall of Yaohua Palace, the candlelight flickers and the light and shadows flicker. Shen Yuling was dressed in gorgeous exotic clothes, holding a pipa and walking barefoot in the hall. Her feet were as white as jade, and the bells tied around her ankles made clear and pleasant sounds as she moved. Behind a screen, several musicians were working in perfect harmony with her, playing touching music. Quan Minghe quietly appeared at the door of the hall. Just as the sound wave surged again, Shen Yuling spun and moved to the sound of music. Her figure is as light as walking on clouds and chasing the moon, and her charm is revealed in every gesture. The pipa seemed to be one with her body and mind, moving nimbly along with her dance steps. It was like a weapon in her hand, but also like a close friend to whom she confided her emotions. With a graceful turn, she inadvertently met the eyes of Quan Minghe, who was standing at the entrance of the hall. A look of surprise flashed across his face for a moment. At the same time, the string music also stopped abruptly. Today is the first day Shen Yuling enters the palace, and it is also the day when Quan Minghe reveals her identity to the concubines in the harem. According to common sense, Quan Minghe should come to her Yahua palace today. But concubine Wang deliberately provoked her in an attempt to intimidate her. He took the initiative to send someone to invite Quan Minghe to go to Changle Palace to watch dance in the evening. Unfortunately, Shen Yuling had a clear goal in entering the palace. She wanted to be a favorite concubine, even a favorite concubine that Quan Minghe was willing to support to the position of empress. Only by becoming a favored concubine can one make Lu Jiaoyi feel fearful. Why they would use contraceptives on her like they did to concubine Wang, or even more extreme measures. Only if Lu Jiaoyi takes action can she catch her. Lu Jiaoyi gradually lost Quan Minghe's trust, and then her power, and finally the two princes she was proud of were also hated by Quan Minghe. Since she is going to be the favorite concubine, if concubine Wang behaves herself, she will not become the enemy for no reason. But concubine Wang does not know how to restrain herself and dares to come and provoke her, so don't blame her for going against her. Shen Yuling has no mercy on those who hinder her goals. She never gives up until she achieves her goal. But in an instant, the corners of Shen Yuling's mouth raised, outlining a moving arc holding the pipa. Her jade fingers lightly rise. The sound of the strings is like water bursting out of a silver bottle, clear and pleasant to the ear. Her figure was as light as a fairy, her dance steps were as graceful as a lotus, her long sleeves fluttered in the air, as if she was walking in the clouds, and she walked gracefully in front of Quan Minghe. The rippling light, a soft jade hand gently rested on his chest. Like a nimble bird, the music became more and more rapid, her waist twisted like a snake, her skirt fluttered, gorgeous and dazzling. Quan Minghe originally thought that she was just playing the pipa in the palace and just wanted to come over to take a look and then leave. But I didn't expect that she was dancing. Her dance had already amazed him last time. This exotic Dunhuang dance displayed the charm and tenderness to the fullest, making him fascinated. The music and dance is coming to an end. Shen Yuling waved her long sleeves lightly, and the silky silk wrapped around Quan Minghe's neck. Before she could make any effort to attract him, Quan Minghe had already taken the initiative to step into the hall. Shen Yuling had a smile on her face, and stepped back step by step on the nodes. There seemed to be a cunning light flashing in those smart eyes. Quan Minghe lowered his head and approached her step by step. His eyes were locked on her, unable to move away. The woman in front of me had a beauty that could be described as one carefully carved by God, and every contour of her features seemed to be a stroke of genius. Her figure is even more curvy and well-proportioned. Especially when she wears exotic costumes, her proud breasts are made even more attractive. Quan Minghe's breathing unconsciously became heavier, and his Adam's apple rolled slightly. He was well-versed in history books and knew very well that beautiful women were the root of all disasters. After he unified the country, he always used the saying, "A beautiful woman can harm your body and life, and a beautiful woman can captivate a country," to warn himself about the women in the harem. Truly beautiful woman can not only harm a man's body, but can even overthrow a country. Quan Minghe always felt that he had never been attracted by women. However, at this moment, his eyes narrowed slightly. As Shen Yuling smiled and frowned, and took a step back, all the resistance in my heart was gradually swallowed up by her charming charm. Who had been serving in the hall with her head bowed was only surprised at this moment when she realized that His Majesty had entered the hall. She quickly shouted, "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you." The music played by the musicians behind the screen suddenly stopped, and the entire hall fell into silence in an instant. Lanning was quick-witted and quickly came to her senses. She raised her hand and waved lightly, and all the servants and musicians in the hall were sent away. In a flash, in a hall that was illuminated as bright as day by the palace lanterns, only Quan Minghe and Shen Yuling were left. When their eyes met, it seemed as if electricity was flowing in the air. "Isn't Your Majesty going to Changle Palace today?" Shen Yuling opened her red lips and broke the silence first. "I was attracted here by the music of the night." Quan Minghe's eyes were burning. "Then the music has stopped. Your Majesty may leave now." Shen Yuling turned her back, seemingly resolute, yet with a hint of coquettishness in her expression. "Really?
Then I'm leaving. Seeing that she still had her back to him, Quan Minghe pretended to leave. Shen Yuling seemed unwilling and stomped her feet lightly. Immediately. But Quan Minghe didn't move at all. Their eyes collided in the air, and sparks seemed to fly. He lied to her. With a delicate snort, she turned around and quickly walked into the bedroom. The clear and bewitching ringtone captured Quan Minghe's heart. A slight smile appeared on his originally serious and stern face. He raised his foot and followed her into the bedroom. Outside the palace, when His Majesty told him not to make it public, Li Ming really thought that His Majesty was just coming to Yahua Palace to take a look and would eventually go to Changle Palace as agreed. After all, His Majesty has always been restrained because he is worried that the favor he gives to concubine Shen is too special. Therefore, today concubine Wang sent her maid to the Weiyang Palace to respectfully invite Your Majesty to go to the Changle Palace to watch the dance, and Your Majesty will agree. However, halfway through the journey, His Majesty was attracted by the music of Yahua Palace and completely ignored the scheduled itinerary. In the past, in order to avoid disputes in the harem, Your Majesty hated such acts of competing for favor the most, and never allowed any emperor or concubine to succeed in competing for favor. But today, Lanning stood beside eunuch Li Ming, with a smile on her face that had never faded since His Majesty came to Yahua Palace. Eunuch Li Ming, thank you for recommending me to serve His Majesty at Yahua Palace. She bowed slightly and spoke softly. Lanning was delighted that concubine Shen had finally entered the palace. Although she is His Majesty's person, now that she has been ordered to come and take care of concubine Shen, she should share the joys and sorrows with concubine Shen. When one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer. Shen Jiu has a promising future. Lanning, you are very lucky. Li Ming responded with a smile, and the two smiled at each other. Quan Minghe was leaning against the head of the bed with his clothes slightly open. Distinct texture and strong lines is half exposed. His expression was full of leisure and laziness after satisfaction, like a resting cheetah. Although seemingly casual, he still exuded an indescribable deterrent force. Quan Minghe's eyes fell on Shen Yuling's back, who was putting on a veil next to the clothes rack. Beneath the tulle, the perfect contours of the body are faintly outlined. The ink-black long hair falls down behind her, obscuring her seductive figure hazily, but making it even more captivating and inspiring endless reverie. Today is the first day that she truly belongs to him completely, both in body and identity. Thinking of this, Quan Minghe's body, which had just been satisfied, seemed to be stirring again. Shen Yuling put on her clothes and sat on the edge of the bed, completely unaware of the love in Quan Minghe's eyes. She leaned over and snuggled into Quan Minghe's chest. Your Majesty, are you not going back to Weiyang Palace? Shen Yuling's voice was soft. Quan Minghe placed his hand on her back, stroking it slowly through a layer of gauze. He suppressed his physical desires and couldn't be so impatient every time he faced her. Why do you ask that? Now that I have entered the palace, I should know some of Your Majesty's preferences and habits. Shen Yuling raised her head slightly, her eyes full of water. Lanning told me that His Majesty never liked to stay in the imperial concubine's palace. I was ignorant and fell asleep with His Majesty in my arms. It's okay. Since I have been staying in Yahua Palace for many days, there is no need to worry about it. Then, Your Majesty, will you stay at Yahua Palace today? Quan Minghe uttered a low Since he stayed overnight, Shen Yuling lifted the quilt and slid into his arms as gracefully as a snake. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Asked, Your Majesty, what is my name now? Quan Minghe was stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly understood. She is currently the second young lady of the Shen family and has not yet been given a name. But does it not matter what the name is? He responded casually, just pick one at random? Shen Yuling gently shook his arm and said coquettishly, Your Majesty, please take it. Quan Minghe couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After a long pause, he said, How about the word condensation? Shen Yuling's tone. Then she propped herself up from his arms and stretched out her hand. Your Majesty,
This is written on the palm of my hand. Quan Minghe held her hand and wrote on her palm. The brush strokes passed. A tingling sensation spread from the palm of Shen Yuling's hand. The writing is finished. Quan Minghe said, from now on, the second young lady of the Shen family will be named Shen Yuling. Shen Yuling smiled widely and seemed to be doing fine. What's the meaning of this name? Quan Minghe explained. The word means to gather. You are so smart, just like the agile wind, and all the beauty in the world gathers around you. In the past, you were a spirit with a natural charm, a lively and dynamic state full of changes. Now you are Yin Ning, gathering thousands of auras into a pool, a deep and quiet state. The two complement each other and achieve perfection. Shen Yuling listened attentively and admired in her heart. Quan Minghe is indeed a versatile person who is both civil and military. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the name. I like it very much. She lay on top of him, hugged his neck, and put her head close to his ear. Exhaled and said, from now on, I am Shen Yuling, Your Majesty's only wife. Quan Minghe felt a tingling sensation instantly when she whispered intimately in his ear. He tilted his head, and his eyes met hers. Shen Yuling tilted her head slightly and moved her delicate and tempting lips closer to his thin lips. The desire that had been suppressed for so long in Quan Minghe's heart was instantly ignited. He suddenly turned over and pressed Shen Yuling's delicate body under him. His eyes were burning. Just at this moment, Li Ming walked in quietly. Outside the curtains, Li Ming respectfully said, Your Majesty, Qing'er, the maid of Changle Palace, wants to see you. Shen Yuling paused. Is concubine Wang planning to come directly to Yahua Palace to snatch someone away? Quan Minghe frowned and stopped. But Li Ming was just outside the bed curtain, so he naturally wouldn't do anything at this time. Li Ming came in because he heard no movement inside for a long time. Who knew that His Majesty was just about to come for the second round? Quan Minghe leaned against the head of the bed again, and Shen Yuling rested her head on his shoulder. What is it? Quan Minghe's voice is deep, and no emotion can be heard in his calm tone. Lady Wang was practicing dancing in Changle Palace today. Because she drank some wine, she accidentally fell to the ground and hurt her knee. But the imperial physician has been sent to treat the patient. However, concubine Wang said that the dance she had carefully prepared could not be performed by His Majesty, and she sent the palace maid Qing'er to apologize to His Majesty. Shen Yuling sneered secretly. It seems that none of the emperor and his concubines in this palace are simple. Seems to be arrogant and simple-minded, is very skilled in the tactic of retreating in order to advance. It was clearly Quan Minghe who broke the appointment first, but she came here to apologize. How could one not feel pity for her? Quan Minghe frowned slightly as he listened to Li Ming's words. Concubine Wang was sometimes spoiled and willful. She was indeed quite sensible and knew when to act. Otherwise, he would not have doted on her for 2 years. Today, after all, I broke my promise to her. Send the Fubei ointment prepared by Dr. Hu to Changle Palace. I've just got a tourmaline necklace. She has always loved such gorgeous and colorful jewelry, so I will send it to her as well. Fubei ointment is carefully made from a variety of precious medicinal materials and spices, and has the effect of moisturizing the skin and repairing scars. Prepared by imperial doctor who have always been for Your Majesty's use only.
Yes.
Li Ming took the order, responded softly, and left. Gradually rose in Shen Yuling's eyes. As an emperor, Quan Minghe really treats everyone equally, without any partiality. She was still by his side, but he cared about other women in front of her and even rewarded her lavishly. But she couldn't show any temper. Lady Wang's counterattack was indeed brilliant. Not only did he successfully win Quan Minghe's sympathy, but he also disgusted her without showing any emotion. Your Majesty, won't you go and see Lady Wang? Shen Yuling asked magnanimously. I don't want to run around. Quan Minghe's tone was flat and calm. Now that he had entered Yahua Palace, he had no intention of going out again. Firstly, he was already tired of these trivial matters, and secondly, since concubine Wang was so sensible, he would certainly not be stingy with a little reward, just as a consolation. Shen Yuling's eyes dimmed. His words, "I don't want to run around," clearly revealed the status of these women in the harem. They were indeed as light as a feather and insignificant. Today he missed his appointment with concubine Wang and came to Yahua Palace instead. He didn't care at all that concubine Wang might harbor resentment towards her. In this case, we must make Quan Minghe want to protect her instead of having such an indifferent attitude. Do men like a cute and charming little kitten? A beautiful and smart little fox? Men love, of course, it's the adorable little white rabbit. Shen Yuling can make a seamless transition and put on a pitiful show for Quan Minghe tomorrow. Quan Minghe pressed Shen Yuling under him again, staring at her with his deep dark eyes. "What are you thinking about?" "Secret." Shen Yuling raised her eyebrows slightly, with a hint of playfulness. Quan Minghe didn't ask any more questions. His hot lips pressed against her fair neck. His kisses were always domineering and fierce. Shen Yuling only felt a strong stimulation in her neck. Finally, she couldn't help but said coquettishly, "Your Majesty, can't you be gentler? Light on the top, heavy on the bottom, your choice."
Quan Minghe.
Shen Yuling's beautiful eyes opened wide, and she glared at him angrily, but she said nothing. He was heavy on top, he was never light on the bottom. Their affection grew stronger, and they were about to get down to business. Li Ming hurried in again. His steps were unsteady and his expression was panicked, and he obviously knew that his intrusion at this moment was extremely inappropriate. But the matter was of great importance, and he dared not conceal it. "Your Majesty." Li Ming's voice trembled violently. Quan Minghe paused. He supported his hands on Shen Yuling's sides. His breathing became rapid and disordered, and even beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was obvious that he was finding it very difficult to endure. Shen Yuling could clearly see the impatience in Quan Minghe's eyes. "Li Ming, are you looking for death tonight because you think your life is too long?" Quan Minghe's voice was mixed with anger. "Your Majesty, the people at Gongquan Palace sent a message saying that concubine Yan had an allergic reaction to something she ate today, and her face is covered with red spots." Li Ming reported tremblingly. Quan Minghe frowned, and his eyes darkened. Originally fiery gaze gradually became calm. He suddenly turned over, sat on the edge of the bed, and reached for his shoes. Shen Yuling's heart sank. Didn't concubine Yan fall out of favor? But how does the way Quan Minghe treats someone who has fallen out of favor look like this? She sat up and leaned against Quan Minghe's back. "Your Majesty is leaving?" she asked softly. Quan Minghe's throat seemed to be choked by something. After a brief pause, he said, "Your Majesty, don't you want to travel?" Shen Yuling asked again, with a hint of bitterness in her words. Quan Minghe put on his shoes, turned around and looked at Shen Yuling with complicated eyes. "I'll go and see her face." "I don't want your Majesty to leave." Shen Yuling's voice was muffled, mixed with grievance, and she wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, not wanting to let go. "Be good. Whatever you want, I'll have Li Ming bring it to you tomorrow." Quan Minghe's voice was doting, but Shen Yuling heard a perfunctory tone in it. She sneered in her heart. This is like treating her like a royal concubine, giving her some random rewards and getting rid of her. "I can't think of anything to ask for right now. If your Majesty wants to go, then go ahead."
"I'm tired."
Shen Yuling lay down again in a huff and turned her back. Quan Minghe stood up and stared at her for a moment. He bent down and leaned close to her ear. "Nianmei, do you still remember your wish before entering the palace?" Shen Yuling's eyelashes trembled. How could she not know? He was after money, not people. Quan Minghe was warning her. Quan Minghe knew that she had heard it clearly, his expression gloomy, and he stood up and left. Last night, Shen Yuling felt calm and slept peacefully. In her opinion, although concubine Yan may occupy a certain place in Quan Minghe's heart, it is definitely not because of the so-called love. After all, as an emperor who holds great power in the world, Quan Minghe would never secretly admire a woman while at the same time publicly promoting another favorite concubine. As for why Quan Minghe treated concubine Yan in such a special way, there was a secret that she needed to slowly explore and dig out. I don't know whether concubine Yan's facial allergy last night was intentional or just accidental.
Oh.
Quan Minghe's harem was more complicated than she had expected. Also, more fun. At this moment, Shen Yuling was sitting next to an exquisite and gorgeous rosewood dressing table inlaid with jade and a variety of treasures and cloud patterns. She only needed to raise her eyes slightly to see her face clearly in the mirror. Lanning stood respectfully behind Shen Yuling. She said softly, "Your Majesty, early this morning, His Majesty gifted Manhwa Palace with many rare ornaments. Many of them are from famous artists, and some are rare treasures presented as tributes from other dynasties. I have already placed many of them in your private vault. When you have time, you may want to select some of them and display them in the palace. They will surely add a lot of color to Manhwa Palace." Shen Yuling nodded, her expression calm. He didn't care at all about the rewards from Quan Minghe. She asked calmly, "Lanning, last night, concubine Wang was injured, but His Majesty was indifferent. Concubine Yan was injured, but His Majesty left me in a hurry. What do you think?" "Your Majesty, concubine Yan entered the palace in the second year of Qian Yuan. At that time, His Majesty showed her great favor. The glory and favor she enjoyed during those 2 years was even greater than that of concubine Wang today." Lanning lowered her head and responded softly. "Then why did concubine Yan fall out of favor?" Shen Yuling asked. "I know very little about this matter. It seems that concubine Yan made a mistake and has been staying in Gongquan Palace ever since. Your Majesty has never taken the initiative to set foot in Gongquan Palace. Your Majesty even issued an order that no one is allowed to talk about concubine Yan." Shen Yuling narrowed her eyes, a hint of deep thought flashing across them.
Oh.
Since she's been living in seclusion in Gongquan Palace for 2 years, why did she do this just yesterday when Quan Minghe announced her identity as the second daughter of the Shen family and that she was His Majesty's savior? Concubine Yan was injured? Could it be that he wants to make a comeback by taking advantage of the momentum of her new favorite? Seeing that the queen looked unhappy, Lanning hurriedly spoke to comfort her. "My lady, I have been raised in the palace since I was young, so you don't need to worry about this. His Majesty has shown special favor to you, but he has never given it to other imperial concubines. Even concubine Yan has never asked His Majesty to stay overnight. Lanning, His Majesty's special treatment may have happened to every woman, but it's just different for each one. Don't be fooled by appearances." Shen Yuling said coldly, with sarcasm. "But I don't care. Now that I have entered the palace, no matter who it is, if they become an obstacle to my progress, I will eliminate them without hesitation. Even if Quan Minghe really has someone else in his heart, so what? Since Quan Minghe is so indifferent to sincerity, she must seize his sincerity and take it into her pocket." Lanning was stunned for a moment. It turns out that concubine Shen is such an ambitious person. It seems that my decision to come to Manhwa Palace was correct. She used to serve in the Weiyang Palace. The maids in Weiyang Palace were all carefully selected, and the maids close to His Majesty are all extremely capable and skilled. She thought that she would live out her life in obscurity in the Weiyang Palace. But he never expected that he would be sent to take care of concubine Shen. Now she has become the head maid of a palace. A head maid is a female official with a certain rank, which is equivalent to being freed from slavery. Her status and position are of course incomparable to the past. What's more, concubine Shen is so ambitious. If she becomes the empress in the future, she will be the highest female official in the Qian dynasty's harem. Lanning became more and more excited. Shen Yuling had no idea of the excitement in Lan Ying's heart. She looked through the mirror, first at Shidong, and then at Lanning. No longer dwelling on Quan Minghe's departure last night, she said, "Shidong has been by my side since she was young. From now on, both of you will be my senior maids. However, the palace is full of complicated matters, and Shidong is still ignorant of many things. You'll teach her carefully in the next few days." Lanning bowed quickly and said, "Yes." Then she asked softly, "My lady, as a concubine, you are entitled to 4 senior palace maids. Would you like to select and promote 2 more?" Shen Yuling, slender fingers tapped slowly on the edge of the dressing table, as if she was thinking or planning. A moment later, she said, "When Bai Hua enters the palace, she will become my third maid. As for the other one, there is no need to rush to choose. You and Shidong should pay more attention to her. I prefer people who are smart, good at observing others' expressions, and speak little." Was at the prince's mansion. She had many observations about Bai Hua, and she also thought of Bai Hua's help when she played a trick in front of Quan Minghe last time. "I know her ambition and ability in my heart. Since she has decided to get involved in the palace fight and compete with Lu Jiaoyi, who has been in the palace for 6 years and has given birth to 2 princes, the teammates around her must be smart and capable and must not make any mistakes." She didn't want to have any stupid people around her who would hold her back and ruin her whole plan. Lanning responded respectfully again. "Yes." Night falls. Shen Yuling sat quietly on the couch, her figure graceful, like a quiet painting. Rosewood table inlaid with marble, there are needlework and flickering candlelight. The light and shadow dance on her face, adding a touch of tenderness. Quan Minghe came quietly, and the moment he stepped into the palace, he saw her embroidering something attentively. "What are you embroidering?" Quan Minghe asked softly, breaking the silence in the room. Shen Yuling was so absorbed in embroidering that she was slightly startled when she heard his voice, and then looked up. Her eyes are like water, with rippling light and agility. She put the half-embroidered sachet into the sewing basket on the table. She stood up slowly and bowed to Quan Minghe. Quan Minghe strode to the other side, sat down casually, and rested his hands lazily on the table. His legs were placed directly on the couch without any restraint, fully demonstrating the emperor's casualness and majesty. He reached out and took out the sachet, examining it carefully. The emperors and concubines in the palace had embroidered all kinds of exquisite objects for him in order to please him. In comparison, her embroidery skills were indeed a bit rough. However, seeing how attentive she was, he still felt warm at heart. Before she entered the palace, Quan Minghe had visited the harem only a handful of times in a month. Not to mention entering the harem for 2 or 3 days in a row. Originally, Quan Minghe had no intention of entering the harem today, but his mind couldn't help but emerge the image of her fluttering eyelashes when he left yesterday. A moment of weakness made his heart tighten. She was still young, and Quan Minghe couldn't bear to see her sad just after entering the palace. "I might as well go to Yahua Palace again tonight to prevent her from worrying too much." After looking at the sachet, Quan Minghe put it back into the basket and looked up at her. I saw her standing quietly by the side, with her head slightly lowered, her red lips pursed, and not saying a word. Her well-behaved appearance makes her endearing.
"Come over."
Shen Yuling walked up to him. "Lie on me." Quan Minghe's words were brief and direct. Shen Yuling sat down beside him as he said, gently resting her head on the root of his legs, feeling the warmth coming from his body. The scent of ambergris wafted into my face. But she still didn't speak. A moment, the atmosphere in the house was quiet and eerie. "Among the items I sent today, are there any you like?" Quan Minghe stroked Shen Yuling's jade-like cheek with his slender fingers and asked in a low voice. "Your Majesty's gift, I love it." Shen Yuling lowered her eyes and responded softly. "He looks as well-behaved as a docile lamb." Quan Minghe's expression did not change, and he continued to ask, "Then what did I give you?" How would Shen Yuling know? The reward since they were put into her warehouse. Shen Yuling bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth and didn't know how to answer for a moment. When Quan Minghe saw her like this, the light in his eyes dimmed instantly. "Are you still angry about me leaving last night?" His voice suddenly became colder. Before she entered the palace, Quan Minghe was afraid that she would become arrogant because of her favor, so he tested her many times and gave her secret advice. "I just hope she can understand that now that she has entered the palace, she should leave those girlish wishes outside the palace." He would naturally pamper her and protect her. Shen Yuling was frightened by his sudden cold tone. She hurriedly got up from him, knelt beside him, and lowered her head slightly, like a child who had made a mistake. "I dare not. Your Majesty has given me many gifts, all of which have been stored in the treasury."
I have not had time to see them yet.
But no matter what it is, I will like it. Her eyes were slightly red. Quan Minghe frowned. He came here tonight because he didn't want to see her sad. But the slightly harsh tone just now made people feel so aggrieved that their eyes turned red. A trace of regret suddenly welled up in my heart. For some reason, Quan Minghe particularly liked to see her without any makeup, about to cry but not crying, looking aggrieved and pitiful. Obviously, the face doesn't look alike at all, and is even very different, but why is the expression so similar? Quan Minghe unconsciously stroked her cold face with the back of his hand. Shen Yuling trembled slightly, actually shrank her face, and moved away from Quan Minghe's touch. Quan Minghe's eyes became increasingly complex and profound, like the night sky shrouded in fog. He reached out and took the delicate body into his arms. She lay in Quan Minghe's arms, with tears seemingly hanging on her long eyelashes. He raised his eyes and looked straight at Quan Minghe, with a hint of panic in his eyes. "I will never do this again, Your Majesty. Please don't be angry." "What's wrong?" Quan Minghe stared down at her with an unreadable look in his eyes. "Now that I have entered the palace and become the Emperor's concubine, I will no longer feel jealous or dissatisfied because of Your Majesty's favoritism towards other concubines." Shen Yuling's voice became increasingly low, but every word was clear. "I will not secretly resent the fact that Your Majesty is not with me. Your Majesty is the Emperor, so you are free to do as you please. When Your Majesty left last night, I should have seen you off respectfully instead of going to bed angry. It is my fault for not understanding the situation. I will study hard in the future and will never make the same mistake again. Your Majesty, please don't be angry, okay?" Quan Minghe pursed his lips and remained silent for a while. He suddenly felt a sour feeling in his heart, as if something was slowly fermenting in his heart, blocking his chest and making it feel stuffy. But aren't these exactly what he expected? A well-behaved, sensible, and well-educated imperial concubine will not become spoiled and willful because of his favor, and will be able to behave herself in the deep palace. Well, I am very happy that Mimi is so well-behaved. You are the only one I love the most in the harem. There is no need to be jealous of others. Quan Minghe's voice became much gentler and seemed to carry a soothing power. After saying this, he was slightly stunned. He never coaxed women, but today he made an exception for her. Ever since he witnessed her crying so heartbrokenly for Feng Maheng, he no longer liked to see her cry, as if those tears would burn his heart. As Quan Minghe's voice softened, Shen Yuling's tense heartstrings seemed to relax quietly. She hugged Quan Minghe and curled her whole body into his arms. "Your Majesty is very fierce today." Her voice was filled with a hint of coquettishness and grievance. Quan Minghe picked her up and strode away from the couch. Fierce? She probably had never seen what he looked like when he was really angry. Quan Minghe carried her into the bedroom. If he likes someone, he will always give her enough love. As long as she is not too spoiled, Quan Minghe is willing to cover all her actions. Quan Minghe doesn't want her to change, because the current her always gives him a different kind of excitement. On the other side, inside the Changle Palace, the candlelight flickered, the light and shadows flickered, but there was an oppressive atmosphere in the air. Concubine Wang slumped on the couch, her face ashen, and she was so angry that her heart ached. Your Majesty actually stayed in Concubine Shen's Yahua Palace for 2 consecutive nights. But last night, His Majesty had clearly promised to come to her Changle Palace. Even if he had to enter the harem tonight, shouldn't he come to Changle Palace to comfort her? "Inji, do you think I'm really going to fall out of favor?" Lady Wang's voice trembled. The arrogance of the past had long since disappeared without a trace, leaving only a heart full of fear, and even the tone of his voice was slightly choked.
"Don't be afraid, madam.
Concubine Shen has asked the musicians in Yahua Palace to play such lascivious music to charm Your Majesty. Your Majesty has always hated this kind of behavior of competing for favor. Even if you were deceived by her last night, you will definitely feel disgusted and despise Concubine Shen when you come to your senses in the future." Inji hurried forward, knelt beside Lady Wang, and consoled her in a soft voice. Yesterday, I sincerely invited your majesty to come and watch the dance. This dance was rehearsed by me for several months, and I felt that it was perfect before I dared to let your majesty watch it. Lady Wang frowned, her eyes full of reluctance and confusion. But it can't beat the music played by the musicians invited by concubine Shen to the music bureau?
Why is that?
Her face was full of disbelief. He clenched the handkerchief tightly in his hands. His Majesty has long been tired of the performances of court musicians and dancers. Could it be that His Majesty really dotes on concubine Shen? Attracted your Majesty was not the music, but concubine Shen? Lady Wang's mind was in a mess, with all kinds of speculations coming to her mind, making her more and more uneasy. Your Highness, concubine Shen doesn't even know how to play common instruments. She is just a daughter of the Shen family who has been living away from home. I think she must be uneducated and have no talent. Inji continued to comfort her. How can a woman without any talent be worthy of your Majesty's favor? Even if she can be favored for a while, it will never last long. Lady Wang nodded slightly. Although she still had doubts in her heart, she also felt that what Inji said made sense. Indeed, your Majesty is a man of great talent. Among the emperors and concubines in the harem, which one does not have special skills and talents? If concubine Shen only had beauty, His Majesty would get tired of her in no time. But when she thought of what happened last night, concubine Wang frowned again. Her face was full of annoyance and resentment. Yesterday, I sent people to Yahua Palace to show weakness to His Majesty, but His Majesty was indifferent and just gave me some rewards and left it at that. But what about concubine Yan? In the 2 years since I entered the palace, concubine Yan has had no presence in the harem. How come she suddenly appeared? And your Majesty even went to Gongquan Palace to see her. This is really hard to understand. Inji had not been in the palace for long, so she did not know all the details about concubine Yan's past. She shook her head slightly and said softly, Your Majesty, His Majesty's favor has never stayed on any imperial concubine for a long time. Since concubine Yan suddenly appeared, why don't you wait for concubine Shen and concubine Yan to fight, and then you can reap the benefits? In Inji's eyes, and she offered her own plan. Lady Wang was somewhat tempted. She was still unwilling to give in. Originally, she always thought that she was the most beloved woman of His Majesty. But now, suddenly concubine Shen appeared, and concubine Yan, who had fallen out of favor for 2 years, also appeared. How could she swallow this? Lady Wang's hand slowly stroked her belly, her lowered eyes concealing her loneliness and sadness. 2 years have passed since she miscarried her first child, and she has not been able to conceive a dragon heir. Without children, the rest of your life will be completely unprotected. It's time to plan for your future. If your body is really unable to bear children, then you can only find a way to have someone else's child. Thinking of this, a hint of ruthlessness and determination appeared in Lady Wang's eyes. When Shen Yuling first entered the palace, she was not the type to sit idle. There are many beautiful scenes in Quan Minghe's harem which make her feel itchy. On this day, the sky was clear and the air was fresh, with a gentle breeze. Shen Yuling brought Shitong and Laniying to Heitangxuan leisurely. Stepping into the pavilion, she walked to the window and sat down. Lift the teapot, pour the tea into the cup, and the lingering tea fragrance spreads instantly. She picked up the teacup, brought it to her lips, took a sip, then tilted her head back slightly, admiring the dreamlike scenery outside the window through the carved window lattice. The June sun is scorching, and the scorching sun pours down without reservation. However, the lush and verdant branches and leaves around Haitang Pavilion acted like a natural barrier, filtering the strong light into fine light and shadows, which were dotted on the ground like sparkling golden spots, shining brightly. At first, this place seemed isolated from the world, peaceful and quiet. The only sounds were the rustling of branches and the occasional chirping of birds. Suddenly, the silence was broken. I saw Suji walking along the winding stone road. Because the window was half closed, when concubine Su raised her eyes, she saw a pot of steaming tea in front of concubine Shen. The aroma of tea floats slowly in the air,
blending with the fragrance of the surrounding flowers and plants, creating a rich and charming fragrance. Shen Yuling seemed to sense something and raised her eyes. For a moment, their eyes met unexpectedly, and a subtle spark collided in the air. The two of them were of the same rank. Both of them were concubines. They looked at each other, smiled faintly, and nodded as a greeting. Su Jiyu walked around the door and entered the pavilion. As soon as I stepped in, I felt a cool breeze blowing towards me. It turned out that there were a large number of ice basins placed in the pavilion, and wisps of cool air spread out, completely isolating the heat outside. It turned out to be concubine Shen, who was the most favored concubine in the harem recently. No matter where she went, she could not do without such luxurious enjoyment. Although they were both concubines, their treatments were as different as heaven and earth. Lanning had sharp eyes and a perfect smile on her face, and she deftly poured her a cup of tea. Shinjiyu, I hope my visit here does not disturb your quiet and elegant mood. Concubine Su opened her red lips slightly, her voice soft and gentle. Please take a seat, Concubine Su. Why are you disturbing me? I feel lonely sitting here. I am looking forward to having someone to talk to. Shen Yuling raised the corners of her mouth and smiled kindly. Concubine Su sat down, picked up the teacup gracefully, and took a sip. The aroma of tea spread on the tip of her tongue, but she seemed absent-minded. After a moment, she turned her head to look at Rongzi beside her. When their eyes met, Rongzi understood what she meant and handed an object carefully wrapped in a handkerchief to her. Concubine Su took it, put it on the table, and then slowly pushed it in front of Shen Yuling. Shen Yuling frowned slightly, her eyes moving back and forth between Concubine Su and the object. Shunjiyu, why don't you open it and take a look? Shen Yuling untied the knot of the handkerchief. It turned out to be the bracelet she broke last time. Shinjiyu, thank you for saving me last time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have collapsed after kneeling for 2 hours and would have even lost my life. Su Jiyu laughed at herself. Shen Yuling frowned. That day was just a coincidence. It was also an opportunity to help Concubine Su. She paused.
But
how can I save your life? Su Jiyu looked around. Shen Yuling said, there is no one else here. Lanning and Shi Tong are also trustworthy people. Su Jiyu nodded and said bluntly, I'm pregnant. She is a descendant of the Yunzi Su family, who are world famous for their superb medical skills. However, when she entered the palace, she was well aware of the treacherous circumstances in the harem, so in order to protect herself, she deliberately hid her medical skills from everyone. This pregnancy was supposed to be a happy event, but the imperial physician who took her pulse did not notice any signs of pregnancy. She was shocked and knew that it must be Lu Jiaoyi who was behind this. Kneeling punishment must have been her unborn child. Thinking of this, a trace of hatred flashed in Concubine Su's eyes. Shen Yuling's eyes suddenly narrowed. When the original owner was reborn into the palace, it was Concubine Su's child who eventually ascended the throne, but before that he was still wondering why Concubine Su had no children in this life. Why did Concubine Su tell me this? Shen Yuling sipped the tea gently, speaking in a calm tone. Shen Jiyu is now deeply favored by His Majesty. Even Lu Jiaoyi will not dare to take any action against you easily in the short term. I thought about it again and again, and just wanted to find a shelter for myself and my unborn child. Concubine Su lowered her head slightly, and her eyes fell on her abdomen. And what benefit can I get from it? Shen Yuling raised her hand slightly and slowly turned the teacup in her hand. The warm wall of the cup made a subtle sound as her fingertips rubbed against it, as if questioning Concubine Su's sincerity. If Concubine Shen asks for anything, I will do my best to help her. I only ask that Concubine Shen protect me and my child and keep us safe.
Concubine Su spoke earnestly.
Then, Concubine Su, do you know what I am thinking about at this moment? Shen Yuling seemed to be smiling, but the smile did not reach her eyes. Her allies naturally have to be smart. Only if Concubine Su can understand what she wants, they can truly work together. Su Jiyu met her gaze, and their eyes met. I wonder if Concubine Shen wants to know about Concubine Yan's situation? There was a gleam in Shen Yuling's eyes, and her eyes narrowed slightly, as if she was thinking or weighing the pros and cons. "Sister, I'd like to hear more about it." The way she addressed him changed quietly, and her tone became more intimate and trusting. Concubine Su also smiled. "Sister, let me toast to my younger sister." She raised her teacup and gestured to Shen Yuling.
Bang!
The crisp collision sound rang out in the quiet begonia pavilion, and the moment the teacups touched, it seemed that their covenant was sealed. Su Jiyu put down the teacup in her hand. Her eyes gradually became vague and distant, and she fell into memories of the past. Back then, Concubine Yen and I entered the palace at the same time. When I first entered the palace, Concubine Lu not only had a firm grip on the palace power, but also had an eldest prince under her knees. She was also deeply favored by His Majesty and was the most popular person in the harem. Su Jiyu's voice was soft and gentle, but it could not conceal the hint of bitterness and helplessness in it. However, after Concubine Yen entered the palace, the situation suddenly changed. His Majesty has not favored other concubines for several months in a row, and it seems that there is only room for her in his eyes. This favor only changed slightly when she became pregnant, and then His Majesty began to favor the rest of us. When concubine Su first entered the palace, she was envious and jealous, and didn't understand why Yen Xian was so favored by the emperor. At that time, concubine Lu must have hated concubine Yen to the core. Shen Yuling frowned. Could it be that Quan Minghe really loves Yen Jiyu? Your Majesty attached great importance to concubine Yan's pregnancy and took good care of her. Even after she gave birth to the second prince, his love for her remained unabated. Perhaps it is because concubine Yen is the only one favored and has a prince that concubine Lu is getting more and more panicked. One day, she went to Gongquan Palace. No one knows what happened in the palace. We only know that when His Majesty went to Gongquan Palace that night, concubine Yen and His Majesty seemed to have a fierce conflict. His Majesty was furious and left in anger. Since then, concubine Yen has almost never left her house, and Your Majesty has never set foot in Gongquan Palace again. Su Jiyu told the story slowly and leisurely. Shen Yuling chuckled. After listening to your story, I feel that His Majesty is particularly special to concubine Yen. In this case, can't she easily snatch His Majesty's favor from me? There was a hint of sarcasm in the words. Concubine Su lowered her eyes and lightly covered her long eyelashes, hiding the emotions in her eyes. For 2 whole years, I have tried my best to find out what methods Lu Jiaoyi used to make Yen Jiyu fall from favor overnight. There was a hint of frustration and unwillingness in her voice. Concubine Su looked up. But sister, you're different from all of us. Your appearance has made even a proud person like Yen Jiyu take the initiative to show weakness to His Majesty. You know, she has been holding on in Gongquan Palace for 2 years without receiving any sympathy or mercy from His Majesty, but your arrival has broken this peaceful situation. Shen Yuling slightly turned sideways and looked at the lush flowers and green trees outside through the carved window. A disfavored concubine who had been imprisoned in Gongquan Palace for 2 years suddenly made a move. What was she doing? Has she figured it out and is eager to regain Quan Minghe's favor? Or is he making careful plans for the second prince's future? I never believed in Your Majesty's sincerity. Shen Yuling withdrew his gaze and said calmly, his heart as calm as still water. It's rare for my sister to have such a kind heart at such a young age. Now that my sister is favored and has a high position in the harem, what exactly does she want? Shen Yuling turned around and met Su Jiyu's gaze, with the corners of her mouth raised in a meaningful smile. What if I say that my sister and I have the same goal? Su Jiyu couldn't help but be stunned. But in a flash, she came to her senses and raised the corners of her mouth. If that's the case, then you and I are truly the best allies, sister. May our cooperation go smoothly, and everything go well. Shen Yuling also responded with a faint smile. Su Jiyu seemed to have some idea flashing through her mind. Asked, Sister, have you ever heard of the glass mirror? Shen Yuling didn't know why she brought this up, but she still answered, I know a little bit. Concubine Su continued, if you have enough money, it is not difficult to buy a small glass mirror, but there is only one glass mirror that can reflect the whole body in the entire palace. This glass mirror is in your majesty's private storehouse. It is a rare treasure that was presented as tribute from a foreign country 3 years ago. At that time, both Lu Jiaoyi and Yan Jiu had asked your majesty for it. In order to avoid a dispute between the two, your majesty did not give it to anyone and kept it properly in the storehouse. Shen Yuling raised her eyebrows slightly. You want me to ask his majesty for it? My sister is now the most favored in the harem and is deeply loved by his majesty. Why don't you give concubine Lu some trouble to make the harem more lively? Shen Yuling lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Although Quan Minghe gave her endless love, he hated the harem struggles very much and was even impatient to deal with them. If she took the initiative to provoke a dispute, Quan Minghe might not necessarily protect her and might even hate her. At this stage, she can only fight back passively. If you want to take the initiative, you need to lay the groundwork carefully. Perhaps this glass mirror is a perfect opportunity. Not only could it make Lu Jiaoyi lose her composure and lose her sense of proportion, it could also be used to test out Quan Minghe's attitude towards concubine Yan. Recently, Quan Minghe has sent a lot of rewards from time to time. Coincidentally, she used this as an excuse to express her gratitude and came to Weiyang Palace. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Shen Yuling bowed gracefully. Quan Minghe looked up, and his eyes fell on her. Get up. Shen Yuling stood up straight. She continued, I have come here today to express my gratitude to your majesty. I am very happy with your reward. Quan Minghe put down the pen in his hand and stared at her for a long time. Are you sure you are here to thank me? Shen Yuling was a little overwhelmed by his sudden question and looked at him in confusion. Other imperial concubines who came to express their gratitude either brought embroidery they had made themselves, or presented meals they had cooked themselves, or other thoughtful gifts. How come my concubine Shen came to express her gratitude empty-handed? The smile on Shen Yuling's face froze instantly. I secretly thought that it was not good. She seemed to have no idea at all. Ahem, this is my first time being a concubine, and I'm not yet experienced. Her mind raced, and she immediately smiled even more brilliantly. I climbed up the stairs and walked in front of him in a few steps. I just entered the palace today. I hurriedly asked Lanning to dress me up, and then I rushed to Weiyang Palace in a hurry. I was unprepared. She pouted her red lips slightly, and her voice was soft and gentle, with a hint of coquettishness. But isn't my feeling for your majesty obvious enough? Quan Minghe raised his eyebrows, with a playful look in his eyes. What's your intention? I have carefully dressed up and look beautiful, hoping to be a unique sight in your majesty's eyes. Does your majesty think that I am not beautiful enough today? Shen Yuling opened her red lips slightly and spoke coquettishly. Quan Minghe didn't expect that a woman could describe narcissism in such a refreshing and refined way, and he was silent for a moment. Shen Yuling raised her hand and stroked her delicate face, as if she was appreciating her own appearance. Alas, it seems that I can only keep my beauty to myself and admire it alone.
Quan Minghe shuklat.
Thinking back to the last time I asked Shen Yuling about her plans after entering the palace, her answers and expressions were already lively, vivid, and interesting. Just like at this moment, he knew that she was pretending and acting, but he did not feel annoyed at all. On the contrary, I feel that it is quite cute and playful. In this case, he also had some leisure time and was willing to accompany her in this drama. Then please come closer. I want to take a closer look. How can I let Mimi be alone and admire her beauty? Shen Yuling leaned forward close to the imperial desk, a faint smile appearing on her face. The butterfly-like eyelashes trembled gently, fluttering with all kinds of charm. It is indeed very beautiful. Are you planning to express your gratitude with yourself today? Quan Minghe's face was calm, but his tone was full of teasing, and his eyes were also examining her. Shen Yuling rested her elbows on the imperial desk, her delicate hands supporting her cheeks. A pair of beautiful eyes opened wide, blinked innocently, and then nodded slightly. Well, I am worth a lot of money, and I really can't afford to support myself. How about I give it to your majesty to raise? Her voice was soft, and her eyes were direct and passionate. Quan Minghe's heart was slightly moved by her naked eyes, and he found it difficult to resist. My heart seemed to skip a beat at her sudden and inexplicable words. But he remained calm. He lowered his head slightly, his eyes seemed to be avoiding something, and fell back on the memorials on the table. But he said slowly, "I have recently visited your Yahua palace and given you many good things. Why is it that it is still not enough to support you?" Shen Yuling was waiting for his response, but his face remained expressionless. "I have come to see your majesty today, and I have carefully dressed up in front of the dressing table. My face is still clearly visible. But after I put on this palace dress, I wanted to see my whole body posture. When I stood in front of the window to let the sunlight shine on me, I could only see the crisscrossing of light and shadows. The shadows on the window lattice cut my body into pieces, making it difficult to form a whole." After saying this, she raised her hand and took out a handkerchief. She lowered her head slightly and wiped the corners of her eyes, which were free of tears, in a pretentious manner. "Your Majesty, do you know what this means?" Shen Yuling raised her eyes and looked at Quan Minghe with a full gaze. Although Quan Minghe seemed to be concentrating on the memorial in his hand, he was always paying attention to her every move out of the corner of his eyes. Seeing her acting like this, I secretly laughed. But he still said in a deep voice, "What does it mean?" "The shadows of the flowers in the mirror are in disarray, and it is hard to find the old face. This scene seems to indicate that the beautiful image of me in your majesty's heart is also like this broken shadow, and it is difficult to restore it to its original state. I am devoted to your majesty, and I am sincere and honest, but I cannot even take good care of my own manners. How can I serve your majesty with perfect grace at all times and bring glory to your majesty? Your majesty has all the rare treasures in the world. Could you bear to let me stay in this palace and be sad facing my incomplete shadow instead of being able to accompany your majesty with my full beauty?" Shen Yuling's words were sincere and his tone was gentle, and every word was pleasant to the ear, as if he was trying to persuade people. After hearing this, Quan Minghe couldn't help but twitching his lips slightly. I secretly sighed in my heart. This woman is really eloquent and good at speaking. Speak of the purpose. He didn't bother to argue with her anymore and went straight to the point. Shen Yuling's expression straightened up and she put away her delicate and gentle demeanor. She said nervously, "That's it."
"That."
"I heard that the Lin family of Moyang is good at business and trade. In the past, they spent a lot of effort to make glass mirrors, which they provided to aristocratic families. But your majesty has issued an order to ban it in order to put an end to the extravagant lifestyle. But the Lin family of Moyang must have some in stock. I have neither connections nor money. Your majesty, can you buy one for me?" There was a hint of flattery and expectation in her tone. In order to save costs and streamline the process, the colored glaze mirrors made by the Lin family of Moyang were mixed with lead frost, which is a poisonous substance. Therefore, I order all colored glaze mirrors to be destroyed. Quan Minghe glanced at Shen Yuling indifferently. "Ah, is that so? I have never owned a glass mirror before. I thought that after entering the palace, I could fulfill this little wish, but I didn't expect." Shen Yuling's delicate little face was instantly filled with disappointment and wilted. "Since I cannot obtain the glass mirror even after entering the palace, I will only be able to see the chaotic reflections of flowers in the mirror every day, lamenting that your grace is like fleeting water and my love is wasted on time." Quan Minghe's face darkened. "Is this how the phrase your grace is like flowing water and my love is like the passing years is used? How come you can say anything? Come over." Shen Yuling followed the instructions, walked around the imperial desk and went to the right side of Quan Minghe. Quan Minghe put his arms around her slender waist and gently pulled her onto his lap. "Your mother taught you poetry, and this is how you put it into practice?" Quan Minghe pinched her face, as if he was blaming her, but also with a doting look. "And why didn't I know before that you were so eloquent and eloquent?" Quan Minghe said 3 words in a row to describe a person who is eloquent, which shows a surprise. "If your majesty knows me well, then I am too simple-minded, isn't it?" Shen Yuling raised her head slightly, her eyes provocative. When Quan Minghe was reviewing memorials, he was usually impatient to communicate with the concubines. But there was always a sense of humor and wit in Shen Yuling's words, which made him interested in continuing to listen. However, there are mountains of memorials that need to be dealt with urgently. He didn't want to continue to be entangled with her like this. He blurted out, "There is a glass mirror in my storeroom." Shen Yuling's eyes suddenly lit up. "Your Majesty, do you want to give it to me as a gift?" The excitement and anticipation were evident in her voice. As soon as Quan Minghe said this, he felt a little regretful in his heart. At the beginning, this glass mirror caused a dispute between Lu Shihan and Yen Xian. In order to avoid disputes, he simply did not give it to anyone and kept it in the warehouse. "I give it to her easily now. Would it be too ostentatious and high-profile? Yen Xian doesn't fight or compete now, so I don't think it will be difficult for her." But Lu Shihan was a Jowie who had been in the palace for many years and held a high position of power. Could she really tolerate her getting what she coveted so easily? Quan Minghe weighed the pros and cons in his mind and did not answer for a while. Shen Yuling quickly acted like a coquettish person and shook her body gently. She said in a tender voice, "Your Majesty, you are keeping it in the storehouse and are unwilling to give it to me?" Her beautiful eyes were full of affection, as if she was angry but not quite, and her thick curly eyelashes blinked. Quan Minghe's heart trembled, and he looked away from her. "I sent someone to carry it to your Yahua palace." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Shen Yuling's mouth corners raised. "Just thinking to myself, isn't this a bit too easy? Did Quan Minghe really like Yanji before?" Shen Yuling in front of the glass mirror given by Quan Minghe. She looked graceful and elegant in the mirror. Her hand gently stroked the upper frame. "This is made of fine red sandalwood. The wood texture is delicate and deep, and it is carved with intricate and exquisite patterns. The dragons and phoenixes are lifelike, winding and circling on the frame. Is no wonder that Lu Jowie and Yanji were both so attracted to this glass mirror and competed for it. After all, Quan Minghe has not yet enthroned the emperor and empress, so this glass mirror engraved with dragon and phoenix patterns naturally has extraordinary significance. Apart from the frame, the mirror is what is truly amazing. Of top-grade colored glass, clear and transparent, without any impurities, clearly reflecting Shen Yuling's beautiful face and the scenery behind her. Lanning stood quietly behind Shen Yuling, a smile on her lips, her gaze falling on her own queen through the mirror, her eyes full of admiration and pride. "Your Majesty, His Majesty brought this glass mirror to Yahua Palace a few days ago. Now the harem is really bustling. The people from the Shaofu seem to have grown legs and sent a lot of rare and precious things. Even many palace maids and eunuchs heard the news and came to Yahua Palace to curry favor with him. After all, many of the palace servants with some experience have been staying in the deep inner court for many years. Between concubine Lu and concubine Yen over the glass mirror. Right now, Her Majesty is in need of people and is short of manpower. These palace servants have taken the initiative to come forward to show their goodwill. If they can be won over and used by Her Majesty, it would be a good thing. These people all come for profit, and they will naturally disperse for profit. Lanning, you, and Shi Tong must carefully identify them. If they can sincerely work for me, then it would be great. But you must be careful not to attract those who have masters behind them, so as not to be calculated by others." Shen Yuling looked at herself in the mirror and said calmly, "Yes, I understand." Just then, Bai Hua walked in. Shen Yuling had previously taken the opportunity to mention to Quan Minghe the matter of letting Bai Hua enter the palace while she was with him. Quan Minghe didn't care about the insignificant people under his command, so when she asked for it, he readily agreed. "Your Majesty, Consort Lu has summoned you." Bai Hua stepped forward and knelt down, speaking softly. Shen Yuling raised her eyebrows slightly. "Did you tell me what it was?" "It was not mentioned, but it seems that several imperial concubines have already gone there." Bai Hua answered truthfully. A slight smile appeared on Shen Yuling's lips. Slowly moved along the dragon and phoenix patterns. "Is this finally unbearable? Let's go and see what's going on." Shen Yuling raised her chin slightly and walked out of the palace. Lan and Bai Hua followed behind her, and the group headed towards Lu Zhaoi's palace in a mighty manner. Yangon Palace. Shen Yuling stepped into the hall. Lu Zhaoi was sitting in the upper seat with a dignified look. On the left and right sides sat concubine Su, concubine Wang, concubine Zhua, and several imperial concubines of lower ranks. Oppressive atmosphere filled the hall. Shen Yuling glanced around and saw that the first seat to the right of Lu Zhaoi was empty. This is her place. She walked to the center of the hall, knelt slightly, and bowed. I pay my respects to the Empress Zhaoi. Jiyu Shun, please get up. Lu Shihan raised her hand slightly, motioning her to stand up. But his eyes were always fixed on Shen Yuling's face. In front of me looks exactly like the princess of Lingyang County. Her sister's lover was taken away bit by the princess. This concubine Shen has seduced His Majesty into making exceptions many times in the harem and favoring her. Could it be that the Shen sisters and the Lu sisters are in conflict? Lu Zhaoi felt disgusted in her heart, but her face remained gentle. Shen Yuling stood up as instructed and sat down calmly. She met eyes with concubine Su, and they nodded to each other. The other imperial concubines of lower ranks bowed and greeted her with a respectful and humble attitude. Concubine Wang was sitting aside. This was the first time she met concubine Shen. This concubine Shen had such a bright and beautiful face and an extraordinary appearance, which was amazing. No wonder His Majesty is so fond of concubine Shen. His Majesty has always liked such charming and attractive women, and even she couldn't help feeling jealous when she saw concubine Shen's appearance. Concubine Wang secretly hated him and clenched her hands slightly in her sleeves. An idea suddenly occurred to her. If concubine Shen's appearance is ruined, will His Majesty abandon her like a piece of trash? This thought made her heart skip a beat, as if she had finally found a way to make concubine Shen fall out of favor. But at the moment, he could only suppress the dangerous thoughts in his mind and force a smile on his face. She stood up and bowed, saying, I pay my respects to concubine Shen. Sisters, get up. Shen Yuling raised her hand slightly and spoke softly. Then his gaze shifted to Lu Zhaoi. I wonder why the Empress Zhaoi summoned us here today. Shen Jiyu, I know that you have been favored by His Majesty recently and have enjoyed great success. However, since I am in charge of all matters in the harem, I cannot turn a deaf ear to the demands of the sisters in the harem, and I need to listen to their feedback. A faint smile appeared on Shen Yuling's lips. Oh, I don't know which sister it was, and what did she say to her elder sister? Her tone was calm, yet contained a hint of provocation. The weather has been getting hotter and hotter these days. Concubine Yen, concubine Wang, concubine Zhua, and some of my other sisters seem to have insufficient ice in the palace. They all came to ask me what's going on. Lu Zhaoi's gaze swept across everyone's faces one by one, finally landing on Shen Yuling. Especially concubine Yen, whose face was already damaged, and because of the hot weather, I heard that her recovery has become even worse. There seemed to be regret in her tone. I just sent someone to the Xiaofu to get the usage of ice in each palace. I never thought that almost all the ice was sent to Yahua Palace. Lu Zhaoi's voice suddenly became louder, with a questioning look in her eyes. Shen Jiyu, do you have anything to say about this? Shen Yuling raised her eyebrows, and a hint of innocence and surprise flashed in her eyes. The ice in Yahua Palace has always been delivered by the Xiaofu, according to custom. The concubine Zhaoi has been in charge of palace affairs for a long time. She must know the ins and outs of this much better than I do. Why are you asking me now? I have only been in the palace for a short time. How can I know how much the young master sent? Her words were sincere, but every word made sense. Since concubine Shen refuses to admit it, then call the imperial household steward to question her. Lu Zhaoi snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the imperial steward who had been waiting outside the hall hurried into the hall. He bowed respectfully and said, I, the imperial official, am here to see you, the ladies. Get up. You eunuchs are in charge of the ice storage room in the palace. It's so hot now. Why is there enough ice in Yahua Palace, while other imperial concubines have very little ice?
The imperial eunuch showed hesitation on his face and seemed to be hesitant to speak. He would secretly glance at Shen Yuling from time to time, as if he was afraid of something. Shen Yuling sneered in his heart. This concubine Lu really has a good plan and wants to frame her? Lu Jiaoyi has been in charge of the harem for many years. How many of the managers in the Xiaofu are not her people? It is really ridiculous that he now puts on such an impartial and strict appearance. You may say whatever you want. I will not allow any injustice to happen here. Lu Jiaoyi's eyes became increasingly fierce. The imperial guardian gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind. He said, every time the servants in Yahua Palace come to collect ice cubes, they always demand at least half more than what concubine Shen is entitled to. We, the ministers, really have no other choice. Lu Jiaoyi frowned and shot a torch-like gaze at Shen Yuling. His eyes were filled with sternness. Shen Jiyu, what else do you have to say now? Empress Jiaoyi, this imperial edict is clearly a false accusation against me. Shen Yuling looked calm and composed, responding calmly, sitting there elegantly. That calmness makes people look sideways. The corner of Lady Wang's mouth curled up in a mocking arc. He snorted coldly and said, when my people went to collect ice cubes recently, they saw with their own eyes that the people in Yahua Palace were arrogant and relied on concubine Shen's favor to force the imperial officials to give more ice cubes. Concubine Shen did it, so why should she deny it and not dare to admit it? Had been silent all this time, now echoed softly. The maid in my palace who went to get the ice cubes also told me the same thing. With these two people taking the lead, a chorus of echoes immediately rang out in the hall. Usually remained silent in the harem also began to speak up and make accusations. A time, all the criticism was directed at Shen Yuling. The anger in Lu Jiaoyi's eyes grew even stronger. He shouted sternly, Shen Jiyu, now that we have all the evidence, what else can you say? Empress Jiaoyi, if this eunuch really succumbed to my pressure because I was favored by His Majesty, why didn't he tell you earlier and let you decide the matter? He secretly gave more ice to Yahua Palace, and I had no idea about it. He withheld ice from other palaces, and I knew nothing about it. Shen Yuling defended herself clearly and logically. But Lu Jiaoyi might have planned today's incident in advance. The other concubines who agreed may have been jealous of her favor, some may have been of the same ilk as Lu Jiaoyi, or some may have been forced by Lu Jiaoyi. Shen Jiyu, you relied on the favor of His Majesty to act recklessly in the harem and threaten the imperial household official. Although the imperial household official is also responsible for poor management, as a concubine, you are so arrogant and domineering that I will never let you off easily. I will punish you by making you copy the sutra 100 times. After 3 days, you will finish copying it and send it to the palaces of the sisters who were deducted ice cubes. This will teach you a lesson. Lu Jiaoyi pronounced the punishment on Shen Yuling in a cold tone. A cold light flashed in Shen Yuling's eyes. No matter how she defended herself today, it seemed that Lu Jiaoyi was determined to punish her. After all, the power of the palace is in the hands of Lu Jiaoyi, and she is deeply trusted by Quan Minghe, so naturally she can punish him however she wants. Moreover, Lu Jiaoyi's move was extremely clever. The punishment was light. Even if she went to complain to Quan Minghe, it would be difficult for Lu Jiaoyi to receive any substantial punishment. Is Lu Jiaoyi's purpose really as simple as asking her to copy scriptures? Since the Empress Jiaoyi is in charge of the palace, if you want to punish me, I have nothing to say. The tone seemed respectful. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. After saying that, she stood up, bowed slightly, and left the hall directly without showing any embarrassment or panic at all. Lu Jiaoyi sat in the upper seat, staring at Shen Yuling's departing back. Concubine Shen was currently in great favor, and she really didn't dare to do anything extreme towards her in public. His Majesty rarely interferes in matters of the harem. Everyone can see how much he favors Shen Yuling. If she offends His Majesty directly at this moment, she will probably end up in trouble. However, how could she let Shen Yuling go so easily? Simply copying scriptures is just a cover. She wanted to see if Shen Yuling's scriptures made concubine Yan's facial injury more serious, then at that time,
With both the old love and the new favorite in front of him, what choice would His Majesty make? Thinking of this, a sneer appeared on Lu Zhaoi's lips.
Concubines who sat aside, drinking tea quietly.
It is indeed different with the favor of His Majesty. Lu Zhaoi has always been the one who has the final say in the harem. How long has it been since she was humiliated in public by the emperor and his concubine? The last person who dared to do this was probably concubine Yan. Concubine Wang sat in her seat, gritting her teeth in anger. I think she was used to being arrogant and domineering in the harem. But even so, she never blatantly denied face to Lu Zhaoi. Now that concubine Shen has offended so many people as soon as she entered the palace, she wants to see how long her favor can last. Lan Ning and Bai Hua both frowned and followed Shen Yuling with worried looks on their faces. Bai Hua was the first to break the silence. He asked softly, "My lady, did Lu Zhaoi go to such great lengths to plan this, just to get you to copy the book?" Shen Yuling snorted from her nose, her tone full of disdain. "Who knows? Anyway, I will never copy it."
Bai Hua was stunned. Huh?
Shen Yuling already had a plan in mind. No matter what Lu Zhaoi's intention was, or what she tried to do with the scripture, she would never copy it by hand as she wished. After returning to Yahua Palace, Shen Yuling locked herself in the study. Night falls. Quan Minghe stepped into the gate of Yahua Palace and walked hurriedly towards the bedroom. These days, he got used to finding her here, because she would concentrate on embroidering the sachet in the bedroom every day. However, today, when I entered the bedroom, I did not see any trace of her. "Your Majesty." Lan Ning hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "The master is in the study today." After hearing this, Quan Minghe turned and went towards the study. When I stepped into the study, I saw Shen Yuling seem to be depressed, with one hand supporting his chin and the other hand casually flipping through the scriptures. He looked as if he was troubled by the scriptures. "No more embroidering sachets today?" Quan Minghe's eyes moved over her. "Why did you start reading scriptures?" Shen Yuling raised her eyes, stood up, bowed, and greeted him. Quan Minghe walked to the chair and sat down, and Shen Yuling sat next to him. "I was punished by concubine Lu today." "The sound is aggrieved." Quan Minghe frowned for a moment, then relaxed. "Why did she punish you? What did she punish you for?" Lu Zhaoi said that the people in Yahua Palace went to the imperial household and forced the imperial household to give more ice to Yahua Palace so that the sisters in other palaces had no ice to use. Therefore, I was punished to copy the scriptures 100 times and deliver them to the sisters in each palace in 3 days. Shen Yuling paused slightly, her eyes innocent and sincere. "It is true that I use more ice in my palace, but your Majesty often comes to visit, so I naturally have to consider your Majesty carefully. But even so, I have never used your Majesty's favor to threaten the officials." Shen Yuling pulled Quan Minghe's sleeve and looked at him intently. "Your Majesty, do you believe me?" Quan Minghe's expression did not change, and he didn't seem to care. "It's okay, don't worry about it. When I gave her the glass mirror, I expected that Lu Shihan would be dissatisfied. But he didn't want to worry too much about these insignificant things in the harem. Do I have to question Lu Zhaoi for copying the scriptures 100 times? He certainly doesn't have the leisure time for that." "What does your Majesty mean?" Shen Yuling frowned. Quan Minghe didn't want to bother about Lu Zhaoi, but he also didn't want her to be wronged. He comforted her. "I have ordered that your ice quota be increased. You can have as much as you want. This way, concubine Lu will have nothing to criticize in the future." Shen Yuling's expression lightened up a little. "When Quan Minghe's oral order is passed on to the harem tomorrow, all the concubines will know that Lu Zhaoi punished her today and Quan Minghe is on her side. It is equivalent to openly slapping Lu Zhaoi in the face." But what she wanted tonight was not just to embarrass Lu Zhaoi. "Thank you, Your Majesty. But these 100 sutras are really too much. I'm afraid I'll have to work day and night to copy them for the next 3 days." Shen Yuling paused. She continued, "Your Majesty, please go to your other sisters. I am afraid I do not have the energy to serve you." After saying this, she pretended to pick up the brush and prepared to start copying the book. Quan Minghe's face suddenly became ugly, and he felt inexplicably angry.
You want me to go to another palace? There was a hint of danger in the voice. Shen Yuling tilted her head, blinked her eyes, and looked at him innocently. Timidly, what? What happened? Quan Minghe slowly leaned back in the chair, tapping rhythmically on the armrest with his left hand, and put his right hand around her slender waist. His eyes swept over her, and seeing that she really didn't seem to care, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes and stare at her closely. Shen Yuling couldn't help feeling a little scared when he stared at her like that. She put down her pen. What's wrong, Your Majesty? I was afraid of neglecting Your Majesty, so I asked Your Majesty to go to another palace. Since my concubine Shen is so generous, I will go to other palaces to take a look. Quan Minghe said coldly and stood up. Shen Yuling was in a panic. Without thinking, she took his right hand in hers and stared up at him. Your Majesty is angry? Money is hard to earn, but shoot is hard to eat. Quan Minghe's mind is like a reef in the deep sea, unpredictable and difficult to deal with. He wants to leave on his own initiative. You need to be gentle and considerate to him, but you must never take the initiative to ask him to leave. Otherwise, he will become moody and make you feel at a loss as to what to do. Since my concubine Shen doesn't care whether I stay or go, then why should I stay here? He shook off Shen Yuling's hand and stepped forward to leave the study. Shen Yuling looked at his back and the corner of her mouth twitched. Quan Minghe really looks like someone who just started a relationship but doesn't know how to do it. But after a moment, she adjusted her mood and hurriedly caught up. Your Majesty, Shen Yu called out softly. She caught up with him and hugged his waist from behind. Her voice was gentle and a little aggrieved. What I care about most is Your Majesty. Your Majesty once warned me not to argue with Lu Jiaoyi and not to be arrogant because of her favor. I naturally kept it in mind and thought that I must finish copying the scriptures well. I dare not slack off in the slightest, so as not to embarrass Your Majesty. Did I do something wrong and make His Majesty angry? At this point, her voice was slightly choked. Quan Minghe paused and turned around. He frowned slightly. I so angry when I heard her ask me to go to another palace? Come to think of it, isn't it all because of my training that she is so obedient and sensible now? This time it is Lu Jiaoyi who is being unreasonable and irrational. As for the matter of the scriptures, you can just give it to the palace maids to copy. Quan Minghe's expression eased a little. There are only a few palace maids in my palace who can read a few words, let alone such a complicated and obscure scripture. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to copy it well. If they make some mistakes, I'm afraid it will cause trouble again. Shen Yuling raised her head slightly, her eyes filled with worry. But I was secretly happy in my heart that the fish finally took the bait. I asked Li Ming to find a female official to help you copy, so you don't have to worry about this matter anymore. Quan Minghe raised his hand and stroked her hair. Shen Yuling buried her face in his chest, secretly delighted in her heart. This is what I've been waiting for. She had no intention of touching the scripture. Who knew what concubine Lu was planning? What if there was a trick? Wouldn't she be tricked by her? Thank you, Your Majesty. Shen Yuling raised her head from his arms, her beautiful eyes moving and tears flashing in them, making her look even more charming. Then, Your Majesty, please don't leave. I will be reluctant to let you go. Her voice was gentle and tender, like a spring breeze, gently brushing across Quan Minghe's heart. Quan Minghe's originally depressed heart seemed to be much lighter. Obviously, this is what he likes to hear. The corner of his mouth rose, and with one hand, he picked up Shen Yuling. Shen Yuling subconsciously hugged his neck. In my heart, I finally coaxed her into submission. However, before she could react, Quan Minghe actually carried her towards the table. Shen Yuling was a little flustered and said coquettishly, Your Majesty. Go back to the bedroom, however. Quan Minghe did not answer, but expressed his attitude through practical actions. Shen Yuling was placed on the table. He leaned over with his hands on both sides of her. His lips covered hers precisely. A moment, their lips and teeth blended together, and the whole room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere.
Soon.
It is so vivid and unbearable to look at.